Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And normally we would start with our team, but our team is so meh. What's the difference? We'll get to the Astros in a little bit. They just are. How about 21 out of 35 games this year? They've scored 3 runs or less.
Golly.
I mean, that's just so meh. Holy crap! 17 and 18 now, and they jumped out to 4-0 lead. The rest of the way was Nesky held them and the bullpen, but they just couldn't make another three. Yes, the day before 1, and then they had a 3 and a 4. I mean, it's just so meh. That's what this team is. Get back. I don't even know if Jordan getting back makes any sense or difference anyway. So Lance. How about Adam Schefter reporting this morning, George Pickens to the Cowboys for draft picks?
You say Adam Schefter. I say Ian Rappaport is the one who
Well, I just heard on ESPN that Adam Schefter did it.
No, I heard on ESPN. I just saw on Twitter that Ian Rappaport was reporting that.
Oh, well, I mean.
NFL Network's Ian Rappaport.
I said I like
Ladies and
ESPN
gentlemen.
Since we're an ESPN station.
Not
maybe
really, though.
You should check your loyalties at the door. When you're on ESPN, you're an
I'm a gal
guy.
I'm a gal communications station. Okay.
Yeah, well,
when's the last time we had Kendrick Perkins on here?
Did Joe George break this?
Will they have Kendrick Perkins or Stephen A. Smith on our show? No.
Have you seen Last Take?
Yes, I saw it this morning. It was hilarious.
It is hilarious.
The guy who does Kendrick Perkins. And actually, the Stephen A. Smith guy's not great until he starts yelling. And then it sounds exactly like him. The Shannon Sharp just sounds like somebody who's
it's so funny.
Slow.
So,
I'm like, okay, that's not really Shannon Sharp.
About, get on TikTok and see Last Take.
Yeah,
these guys do an impression.
These 3 guys
of Stephen A. and Shannon Sharp.
It's pretty funny.
Hilarious.
And the topic, the way they discuss things, is exactly like it is on TV.
Ronnie,
you know where the Knicks. You must be talking about the Brotherton Knicks.
Westchester.
You mean the Westchester Knicks? Like, oh my God. Off of that and on to so that, to me, good for Pittsburgh, finally getting rid of that cancer. I've never seen a team with more cancers in their locker room at wide receiver. This is unheard of. It's unprecedented. And I know Pittsburgh's been hoping to, maybe move on from him. He's been a problem since day one. Pickens and Juju Smith-Schuster and Antonio Brown and Chase Claypool. I mean, just disastrous teammates in there. The biggest guys you've ever seen.
They're like that woman that just keeps picking the wrong guy.
Yeah, exactly.
And over and over again.
And that's a organization known for, the Steeler culture and all this, and they have had the worst guys in their locker room at that position. It's unbelievable. And now they're about to bring in ultra diva Aaron Rodgers potentially.
Oh my
God. We'll see how that goes. That could be the finishing touches for, he could end up being coach killer over there for Aaron Rodgers, could for Mike Tomlin. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is finally the missing piece for Steelers fans to get rid of Mike Tomlin.
Really? Because if it's not Aaron Rodgers, one of those guys are going to save his job?
No,
really?
No. Well, Kirk Cousins is still out there too.
Because Kirk Cousins was so backup. Special, and I mean special last year.
Well, I think Kirk Cousins is the backup option potentially. I don't know that for a fact.
For Mason Rudolph or Will Howard?
Well, I mean, it's not great. I mean, it's not great, but they had Russell Wilson and they had Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and those 2 guys are on teams that are considered, to have some of the lowest win totals in Vegas. Russell with the Giants and Justin Fields with which, I mean, it's not great. It's not great. But what my whole point is that my whole point, I don't know. I have to look at it, but
DK, Robert Woods, DK Metcalf, Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin, Scotty Miller.
Yeah, that's not great.
Skowronek.
Well, you know what they did? No, that's a bad room.
It's a bad room.
And you got
Brandon Johnson, Lance McCutcheon, Keyshawn Williams, and Rock Taylor.
Keyshawn Williams from they got little Keyshawn Williams from Indiana, I think. That's good. Undrafted, no less. And Rock Taylor can't get open from Dell. Dell can press.
Wait, Dell can lock him down.
Dell can press. Now he's a big, beautiful looking wide receiver.
Dell?
Can't separate. No, Rock Taylor. Dell could press him, stay up under his chin, and maintain. It would take me 2 months to get in shape to be able to cover Rock Taylor. So I'm not going to say me right now because they got.
No, but Dell can.
Coming up in June, I got a trip I'm taking with the wife. So I do not have enough time to put into this, but Dell could.
Yeah. Oh, so, okay.
Because of the intern in there, he might be able
because
to.
Of the trip, you're not going to be able to cover Rock Taylor.
Well, I can't put 2 consecutive months in to do that. So
I got you.
Yeah. But Aaron Rodgers, no, that's a problem over there. And Aaron may look at that and go,
yeah, what do I want to do that for?
I'm not going out like that. Unless Aaron Rodgers behind the scenes was saying, I don't want to throw to him. Well, I've got wait a minute.
Randall Cobb.
Yes.
Alan Lazard.
Alan Lazard, Randall Cobb. You've got receipt. That's the magic table. Here we are.
Sharp.
Yeah.
All the Green Bay guys.
All you have to do is, this is probably your answer. They got rid of Pickens so that they create space for Randall Cobb.
Jordy Nelson.
Mm-hmm. They're all coming back.
They're all coming back.
Robert Brooks, was that his name?
So
Bob. James Jones off of TV onto that. So yeah, Aaron Rodgers may end up over there. That's the ironic thing. You get rid of one cancer for another. So we'll see if he comes over. That's Pittsburgh's problem. I don't have those problems. I got a great wide receiver room in Houston.
Boy,
I got a Jalen, I got a Jaden, and I got a Nico. Why
didn't they do this before the draft? What? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that he didn't try. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure. That's a good question because you probably would have addressed your wide receiver position in the draft.
Yeah,
in the first 4 picks.
Right. And well, maybe the Cowboys said, well, we didn't get what we wanted. Let's go get Pickens.
Yeah, it may have come up late.
Does this make the Cowboys better?
On paper.
Maybe part of it of Pickens' nuttiness is that, he didn't have any. Maybe if Dak
he was nutty at Georgia too. He's been nutty everywhere he's been.
I know. Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to. Make it
I don't know that it's long term. No, but he can play. He's got some ability. So there's always your ability to play, and then it's they don't get the same benefits that we got from moving on from Tunsil. There was a free agency benefit because of salary cap. There were other benefits that you got other than just trying to get your locker room to where you wanted it. But the Texans were willing to make a move without a definite answer. Obviously, the Steelers were willing to make a move without an answer too. They're just like, it's too important to get him out of here. Because why else would you do that before a season's going to start? That's tough, man. That's really tough. But I see what you're doing. You're avoiding 5 losses in the last 6 games for the Houston Astros. I see what you're doing.
They're just meh. That's all they are. I mean, they're 17 and 8. And this is not like last year. Did I say something about this was going to be the greatest? I don't know. I don't know. I thought it looked like this team does not have it. This losing. Listen, they're getting the pitching. The pitching is fine. The pitching is just fine. It's what we feared. They didn't have enough. They just don't have enough offensively to actually make a fact. And did you see Kyle Tucker yesterday? Oh, he gets the Cubs within 1. Oh, wait, in the 9th inning, he ties up the game with a hit. Oh, they go to extras and lose 14-5.
Yeah, it was a new record for most runs in an extra inning game in a single.
Right. So that was fine. But the clutch and Kyle Tucker coming through, and Kyle Tucker being one of the best hitters in the league, and Alex Bregman off to a great start. It's just like, wow. And then watching this, they're so boring. It's so. Honestly, I'm sitting there watching these guys every night, and I'm just like, you're boring me to death.
Aren't you the one who said this, or who said it? That this has a lot of the feelings of like the 2006
Carlos
Astros,
Lee,
right after their run at the World Series, and you were just like, it's not bad, but it's not good, and there's no offense, and it's got a lot of that right now.
Yeah, they really have taken the excitement out of baseball season. The baseball has been so good there's only so long that you can maintain it. It
was a hell of a run for the Astros. But,
it was a hell of a run.
They're sitting here at 17. They're now 17 and 18. They're on the wrong side of 500.
Yeah.
2 wins for Milwaukee. Milwaukee's now on the right side of 500. But I worry that this is going to be kind of where they hover around 500 +3 -3 all year long, and maybe that's good enough to keep you in it. I don't, I'm a big fan of Frombers. I love Fromber, but the fact is, if Fromber's got to go, Fromber's got to go to try to, you're building for the next iteration of the Astros, and you need Cam Smith to play. You need him to play well. And if Fromber needs to go, then Fromber needs to go, and that's the way it is. And if you think you're close, if you still think you got a shot because you're sitting here at 1 game over 500, but you're only 6 games out, you made that up before. I just think hard decisions are going to have to be made. They made it for Tucker in the offseason. They typically have not been put to a position where you have to make it in season. And this year you may need to make it in season with Fromber. So we'll see. We'll
Yeah.
see how they
I
approach
don't.
that.
You
I don't
know
know.
them. They're going to say,
They
you
don't
know what,
typically
this
do
is.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? They don't do it because this is where we were last year, guys. Everybody calm down. I mean, actually, they were worse last year at this point.
Yeah.
So they're like, yeah, and look what we did. Won a division. It's what we do, and blah blah blah,
They're
bleep
not
blah
the
bleep
same
blah.
players on the roster though.
It's not the same players on the roster, and I think we're seeing, and I can't believe how quick it's coming. But Jose Altuve, I mean, it's hard to put him out in the field anymore. And can you explain? Oh my God, maybe we got to come back and somebody
Yeah.
and when we come back, I need some
What explanation do you need?
I need some explanation
Okay.
on this. Okay, so we'll do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, why don't you talk a little Allstate windows and siding?
Boy, it's a great day for you to think about Allstate windows and siding when you've got this. If you have leaky windows, because dust gets in your home, you notice that the home is really dusty. And how does that happen? Well, it happens because leaky windows. That's the culprit. You get dust inside. If you have anyone who comes and does your yard, or maybe you do your own yard and you have a blower, and that's one of the big culprits, blowers by the house. What it does is it forces the elements from outside, the dust and the dirt, into the home and in small leaks that you have in the windows. And you will see the difference when you'll look at a chest of drawers or whatever, and you like run your finger across it. My goodness, how did it get this dusty? That's one of the ways. It's from leaky windows. Your energy bills being really high. One of the reasons is because single pane windows or windows that are not properly installed, or just the earth, the movement and the clay beneath us, can cause some movement in the windows, and they're not properly framed anymore. And you are going to have a downturn in your energy efficiency and an upturn in the price of your air conditioning. And we know it's not even hot yet. You know what's going to happen when it gets hot. You're going to run it all the time. Energy rates are way up. I've had to sign up for it. Your rates are going to go up. You got to find an opportunity to lower that, because no matter what company you go with, the delivery rates, they push that on top of the customers after the disaster that they had with the recovery after our last hurricane. And so what's going to happen is you got to find a way to lower those rates. Best way is energy efficiency. It's the best way you can do it. Get new windows from Allstate Windows and Siding, double pane, double strength, made right here in Texas, and they are properly fit in your home by the workers from Allstate Windows. Allstate Windows and Siding.com. Huge discounts for ESPN 97.5 listeners. Tell them Landstar Line sent you by.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell. Dell, did you get my text there? Anyway, so the Astros lose again, 4-3 last night. Wisniewski gives up. He got, first of all, they got a double down the line by Durang, and then they got 4 runs in the first. So the Astros are down. When you're down 4-0, Lance, okay, it just seems like you have a kind of a big inning, don't you?
Usually you need what we call crooked numbers.
Yeah, you need some crooked numbers, right? So top of the third, Cam Smith doubles, lead-off double. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
You got the top of the order coming up in Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve, and Isak, right? So let's go. Let's get a merry-go-round. Everybody going around the bases like a merry-go-round.
Right.
Let's have some fun. So what do? Jeremy Pena sacrifices him to third.
Yeah.
They're playing for 1 run.
I've never seen that in my life in Astros baseball.
Down 4-0. Then they're playing back, conceding the run. So what does Jose Altuve do? He tries to bunt and he pops it up.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of swinging away, a ground ball scores him.
And that's on Altuve. That's his decision. They're not calling for him to bunt. That's an Altuve decision.
That is. Oh no,
Question.
absolutely. Oh, I just saw somebody bunt. Let me do it too. What?
And I love the idea of him putting something down and getting on base and
trying to start something.
But he doesn't. But in
Not
that
there,
particular instance, man, you got to get a run home. He's at third. Get a run home. Let's cut it to 3.
Oh my gosh, that is the dumbest baseball. I mean, and listen, I love Altuve. I think he's the best Astro ever. He's on the Mount Rushmore of athletes in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes his base running and some decisions that he makes are it's just what are you doing, Jose?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just crazy. What are you doing bunting in that situation when they're giving you the run?
Right.
And why are you bunting him along to third base anyway, down 4-0?
Yeah, it doesn't. That didn't make any sense. First and foremost is you've got multiple. Look, if you're down 2 at that juncture, okay. But even then, that doesn't make any sense. You got to play for multiple runs. You have to play, especially with the top of your lineup up there. This wasn't the bottom of your lineup, which had all the hits yesterday, by the way. I mean, Brendan Rodgers and Walker and Yainer, it was the bottom of your lineup that had the 4 hits. But that made absolutely no sense. And honestly, you do have to ask yourself, what exactly is where are the Astros right now? What exactly is there are times that I wanted them to bunt in the past. Just in certain situations, I know that it's not the norm, but in this particular situation, late in the game, yada, yada, maybe you do this. But when you're down 4-0 in a regular season game with the top of your lineup coming up and a man on second, no outs, that is never a bunt. That's never a time to bunt.
Never. Never.
I
don't care if it's the third
inning.
I don't care. You're down in the first 4-0. You don't bunt them along.
No.
That's just ridiculous. What are we doing? I mean, you know what, though? Joe Espada's got to go. I mean, I'm sure they didn't call for Jeremy to bunt. I'm sure they didn't. And by the way, he gets.
You don't think they call for Jeremy to bunt?
I don't.
Man, that's one where it feels like that's the only way he puts it down is if they call for it. But that is but why would they ever call for that?
Well, dude's on a 9-game hit streak. Why would you do that?
Yeah. No, that's true.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's the dumbest baseball I've seen in a while. And sometimes the Astros can play dumb baseball.
I mean, at times.
Gosh, dang. I was like, what am I watching here? Little leaguers wouldn't have done that.
No.
Little leaguers would not have said, you know what, let's just get this run. Let's bunt them along here.
Right.
And even if it was like your 8th and 9th that are up, you're at the top of the order. It's so frustrating. Well, a decent job by Wisniewski the rest of the way and the bullpen. But And then Rogers comes up with the 3-run homer, and that was nice. But you got again, then meh. Meh. That's all you got this
Are you
year.
okay?
Meh. It's boring. It's boring. You guys are boring me. I hate that.
I don't think it's going to change, John. And part of the reason you're bored is you don't know these guys. What do you
Well-
have in Paredes? What do you have in Walker? You have nothing built up. Like, they don't have cachet built up where you can just search back and say, oh, I know what Bregman's capable of. I remember this game. Oh, I know what this guy's capable of. Where you're willing to give guys the benefit of the doubt. Even if you're pissed at them in the moment, you still understand, all right, I got this history with this. You have no history with these guys. No history with them. So it is going to be boring for you. The same way it was with Carlos Lee. You had no history with Carlos Lee, and he actually was kind of productive, and we still got pissed off at him.
Well, look at look at. I'm hoping that Cam Smith, turns into a player. But right, Victor Caratini, when Jake Myers is your 6-hole hitter, I mean, this is a team that we saw. The guys that we've seen in the 6-hole through this thing, Carlos Correa was batting 7th in 2019. Carlos Correa was batting 7th.
Right.
Tucker was batting 8th. And we got Jake Myers batting 6th in this lineup.
Well, but it kind of speaks to, but it also speaks to how Jake's played well, though. Give Jake some credit. This isn't slap nuts, Jake. This is a different Jake. This is a Jake that Jalen Green aspires to be.
Well, he actually came through, and he scored a run, and he came through with.
If Jalen Green could play like Jake Myers, this would be a happy city.
Well, speaking of Jalen Green, maybe they know what they're doing against really good 2 guards. Maybe they're just really holy crap.
Man, Anthony Edwards just did nothing, and his coach called him out after the game. I don't know if you saw Finch's comments after the game. Here's what he said. It starts with Ant. Finch said following the Wolves' 99-88 loss. I thought he struggled, and then you could just kind of see the light go out a little bit for a while. That's pretty damning. That's really calling a guy out. When you talk about the light going out, that means he kind of shut it down, and he knew exactly what he was doing there because and they said something about Finch said addressing the 23-year-old Edwards' spirit shouldn't be something he has to coach at this stage of the postseason. What is there to talk about? You're the leader of the team. You got to come out and set the tone. If your shot is not going, you will still have to carry the energy. If you got to talk to guys about having the right energy coming into an opening second-round game, then we're not on the same page. And Anthony Edwards, to his credit, said people are going to try to blame whoever. They can blame me, but we just didn't play good enough. I was thinking about this as it pertains. We can get back to the Golden State. Golden State, wire to wire, handled Minnesota. And this is with Steph Curry going out in the second quarter, and he never came back. So this is a big concern because it looks like a hamstring issue. And that soft tissue stuff doesn't usually just go away. Right. So that's a big concern for Golden State. However, we're in a situation now. First and foremost, let me say this. Cleveland blew a lead, a 5-point lead with 37 seconds to go. They somehow blow it. And and they had to screw up. The only way you can lose is if you really screw up yourself. You have to turn the ball over, which they did. And Tyrese Halliburton buried him with a 3-pointer with 2 seconds to go. But Cleveland had Darius Garland out, Evan Mobley, and one other player. So they had 3 players out. They still had a lead. They still had the game in hand.
They went up 20. They were up 20.
Yeah, they were up 20. Another team that loses after being up 20. And then they now have lost. They're down. They have to win 4 of the next 5 games to move on after a great year. 4 of the next 5. You've got the Nuggets went in and came from behind and beat who the Nuggets beat? Who am I blanking out on?
The Nuggets beat
Oklahoma
OKC.
City. They beat Oklahoma City, came from behind, and that was one that I thought Oklahoma City had in hand when it was halftime. So I just thought they'll cruise in. Now you've got the Celtics lost their first game. All the top seeds are losing.
Well,
they're all losing.
It's the first time in NBA history that the home team has lost every game.
All 4 games. So I'm going to need, we always talk about the NBA wants to see this. The NBA wants to see. Let me tell you what the NBA wants to see. The top seeds winning. They don't want these lower, unless the Knicks win. If the Knicks win, they'll be happy.
Yeah. Right.
In the West, I don't know that the NBA.
OKC is not.
I don't think it's
going
to matter.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
the
Denver's
playoff TV stuff has been good, regardless.
Yeah, it's been really good. The games have been great.
But I really want to see I really want to see Oklahoma City and the Celtics. That's kind of who I want to see personally. Or I could be okay with the Nuggets. I don't want to see Golden State, and I'd be okay with Minnesota, but they're kind of a snooze to me a little bit.
What about Indiana? Indiana?
Yeah, they're all right, but
I mean
Halliburton is. People kind of hate on Halliburton for some reason.
Wait a minute. He was voted the most overrated player in the league.
I think they just don't like him. You know why? It's the same reason Dell doesn't like him.
Oh, my gosh. That's awful.
I don't think about Tyrese Halliburton, so I don't dislike him.
Well,
if he was, well, wait a minute. He's Eastern Conference.
How about his dad can't even go to the games? Tyrese Halliburton is turning into an NBA superstar, and his dad has to watch from home because he can't control
You mean
himself.
like most other parents do?
Helicopter.
No, they go to the games.
You ever been to a Little League game, John?
Yeah,
They
stay
go
home.
to the games.
I don't.
The parents go to the games. They just don't go up and taunt the players.
Well, Little League does.
Yeah, stay home. If you can't even control yourself,
I've seen Little League parents who are way worse than Mr. Halliburton.
I know Jokic's brothers are at the game. I have not seen his parents at any point.
Oh,
yeah,
are they there?
Jokic's brothers.
I said his brothers. I said I've seen his brothers. Yeah,
his brothers have had beef in the stands too.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, they're Eastern
look
European. Yeah,
They look kind of
Yeah,
Eastern
don't-
Promises ish.
Yeah. Did you see the picture of Jokic when he was a kid?
When he was real
if
pudgy
this-
kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If this kid can be the best player in the NBA, there's hope for you.
Yeah,
So,
he is. They should have him on the Hoops Sporting Goods on the online. The
crap.
website. It should just be a picture of Jokic as a kid. Like there's still time for your kid. Get a goal.
Get a
Do you
get a
think?
goal.
Do you think Pat Spencer's mom and dad watch him put that hook up over Randall? And do you think they're at the game going, "That's our boy"?
Attaboy, Pat.
Where you think they're watching that? That
Mom,
running
did
hook
you bring
he
my
threw up.
undershirt? Yes, I got your undershirt in the car, Patrick. I'm going to get it right now.
All right. 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll
Now,
talk
wait a
more
minute,
about
Dale. Well, maybe not a road game, but Halliburton's dad would definitely want to come to games.
Well, he can't. They came to an agreement that you can't go to games because of your
games.
because of what you
They made
did.
it sound like it was his choice initially.
No, he talked to the Pacers. They said no.
The Pacers said we don't want you in any
walked on the court.
Right.
Last time somebody walked in the court with the Pacers, people got their faces punched in.
Oh.
Well, actually, that was in Detroit.
He walked in the stands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it might have been Tyrese Halliburton's dad who started it. We don't know. We weren't. You don't know.
Oh, you mean who started Malice in the Palace?
Yeah. You don't know. You don't know.
I guess technically I don't know. Boy, that's a
I feel
super
like
fan to
I
make
feel
a
like
trip
someone would have drawn the connection.
Maybe.
I feel like that would have happened. So there's a lot of research been done on that thing.
Then. There weren't any cameras then.
There's been 30 for 30s done.
Yeah, I feel like. Oh, by the way, side note: Tyrese Halliburton's dad was the person who threw that bottle at Ron Artest.
It wasn't the white guy in the Detroit Pistons blue jacket.
All right, we got a break. Lance, why don't you, my friend, talk a little underdog?
Yeah, let's talk about underdog fantasy. I try to put y'all on game with that higher on Donovan Mitchell. And that's one of the things you do is what you do on underdog fantasy is when you play these games, the boost increases each and every single game. So when I say boost, what does that mean? They're just increasing the payout for you by a percentage, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60%. I mean, when you play, the best way to make money is just playing more consistently because the boosts increase for you, increase. And that means what would typically pay maybe, 3-1 now pays 4.5-1. And that's with like standard, 2 players, for example, where you go higher or lower. But depending on, there's different ways you can manipulate. You can move the statistics to make it harder for yourself, which means the payout will go up. And you can make the payout go much, much higher. You have a chance to win much, much more. In fact, you can go all the way up to 1,000 times your original play, and you can play as little as $1. So you can make a bunch of $1, small little plays with huge payouts. And all you got to do, it just takes one. It just takes one if you choose to do that, or you can do one larger one and just put all your basketball brains together in the playoff and say, okay, these are my 3 players, and I'm going to play all of them to go higher or lower, and I'm going to try to win them all. Or you can do the flex option, which means you just have to win 2 out of 3, and you can still win money. There's a lot of ways to win with Underdog Fantasy, and the best way to do it is by going and updating your and making your first deposit and using promo code Lance. Use promo code Lance, and you are going to get up to $1,000 worth of bonus cash in your account when you make your first deposit. But you have to use promo code Lance. It's Underdog Fantasy. Must be 18 or older in Fresno State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to inspeakgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you want to get in, let's go. We mentioned Anthony Edwards. I mean, they did. He missed a lot of really easy shots. I mean, he had 3 attempts right under the basket on one series that just didn't go. He just and it wasn't anybody but himself. He was 9 of 22, and he did have 23 points, which wasn't very Jalen like because Jalen just basically had 8 or 9 or 11 or blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So and Anthony Edwards also had 14 rebounds, with Jalen just, he threw up a line of an 8 and 2 and 1 assist and just nothing, basically nothing. But I wonder if there is something to this. Golden State defense is amazing to me. Amazing that the way that they are able to hold teams with basically no big guys. They got Draymond, and that's it.
Yeah.
And the other thing, and the
God
other
forbid
thing
they
is,
get to the Western Conference Finals with this team. It will be an absolute miracle. With Jimmy, I mean, Jimmy Butler wasn't really fully healthy that whole series after he fell on his tailbone. Steph Curry now has a hamstring issue.
Yeah.
And he went out, and Minnesota couldn't come back with Steph Curry out. And like
well,
you
look
said,
at how Buddy
look at
Hield
the
is stepping up.
players.
But this Podziemski is a problem. He's a problem.
Well, I mean,
and not only and defensively too. He's a problem for people. He didn't do anything offensively last night, but I think that this Podziemski guy is really what's holding the defense together for them. He is very active. He closes out. He denies the ball to his guys. He chases guys around the court. I think he's probably a little under, and he looks like he should be in a YMCA gym somewhere, but he's a problem.
I mean, he plays hard, and he can be a little streaky as a shooter, as we saw. But when he never stays still. Like, no. He defends hard. He plays hard. He wasn't, even when he was on Alpi, it was not easy baskets for Alpi when he switched off, which I was hoping to be easy baskets. But the problem was Alpi's also starting 18 feet from the basket, 15, 16 feet. If he switches off and you're somehow in the low post, which you're not going to get a switch off down there, then you're just turning and shooting over him. But I thought Alperen was going to get easy baskets against him, and it didn't come. And then this guy's always all over the place, grabbing offensive rebounds. He's moving without the basketball. And so when your rotations, when you lose track of him during your rotations, he gets open threes. Like, he is a bit of a problem. That shouldn't be it just doesn't make sense that this Golden State Warrior team, if it doesn't make sense that the Rockets lost. You know what? I'm just going to count it as a win.
You think that's just a win?
I'm going to say Rockets won, and I'm just going to move on from there. I'm not giving Golden State this win. And you just, Draymond, the comments he had about Dillon Brooks, I get it. I wish Dillon Brooks, I always find it interesting in a hard-fought series, whether it's hockey, whether it's basketball, baseball. Well, really, you only see it in basketball and hockey. You don't see it in baseball, and you definitely don't see it. Well, in football, in a hard-fought game, you can see guys come together, I guess. But I'm always interested. I like seeing the cameras because I want to see the reaction. And it was, it was kind of cool seeing Draymond talk to Amen Thompson. He loves Amen Thompson. There's no doubt about that. And you like kind of I like seeing the interplay between the two teams whenever that happens. And he made, and I think Dillon Brooks, look, Dillon's just full villain. Like, he's just went in, wouldn't shake anyone's hands. And I didn't know that, but Draymond Green talked about it.
Draymond Green telling somebody else's their sportsmanship.
Yeah, Vanessa Richardson called him out. She goes, "You mean the same guy that when Mike Conley had a mask on his face, he hit him so hard he had the metal plates put in? The same one who did this?" She pointed out like 5 things. Yeah, and it's true. Draymond, like, you can't.
Yeah,
say
but that was
Draymond.
During the game, not after the series was over.
Oh,
so that's the line that he's drawn.
Okay, I got it.
Between the lines, I can do whatever I want to you, but after the series is over, like hockey guys will bash a guy's head into the boards, get a 5-minute major, and then, hey, buddy, nice series.
Like, why does
that's
he
what
think
I guess that's what time he's on.
Why does he think that's part of basketball?
What, shaking hands or the physical stuff? No,
the chopping people in the throat, the kicking in the junk, the where he rolls over intentionally and slams his leg down real hard to kick. Like, the rage that must be going on in his head, where his impulse control, I can't imagine what it was like with him as a kid. His impulse control is at 0. He has no impulse control. So whenever anything happens, he immediately lashes out. We see it on the court. We've seen it on the court forever. What he did in the moment when he jumped on the ball, he was mad that the ball got stolen by Tari Eason. He jumped, and when he was on the ground, he saw an opportunity to basically just hit him with his leg. He rolled over, which was not necessary. He didn't need a rollover. That gave nothing towards getting the ball back. He rolled over on purpose so he could kick him, and it landed actually perfectly.
What about the hits to the face to Fred and
that's what I'm saying.
Jalen?
When something happens that makes him mad, he immediately snaps and lashes out and hits people. Like, this dude's got real problems. He's got real problems.
Do you think he's a potential serial killer? That's what you're saying.
Impulse control. No, that's first degree stuff. Not first degree stuff. That's impulse control is the exact opposite of that. There's no planning for
crime of passion.
He's a crime of passion guy. Yeah. Every one of his acts on the basketball court is typically crime of passion. I think every once in a while when he sets high screens, like what he gave Amen Thompson,
that's premeditated.
That felt a little premeditated. But it might just be, oh, look what's here. A head is here. I can hit this.
Not even really thinking about it.
Yeah,
right?
He may not even. That may just be he doesn't even realize he's doing it.
No, but you made me a little bit mad, so I'm going to. There's a head. I'm going to behead you. That to me, I could see.
Yeah, I could see him beheading people just because they're there.
He went after Brooks in that podcast. He also, while complimenting Alperen, saying he's got a bag, he's physical, said, "Hey, buddy, maybe a little less flopping," which is something that
Draymond said less flopping.
Less flopping from Şengün.
Although he's not really
he's not a
mega
flopper,
flop.
Like
but you mean his team like Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, who love to look for kickouts and 4-point plays, like they do plenty of flopping.
No. Yeah, he's
Jimmy tried to do it again yesterday, where he
so hypocritical talking
shoots
about
his leg to the side.
Yeah. All right. So I want to hear from. We got Ime and Rafael met the media yesterday. So let's actually. You know what? This is Stay on Break Day.
Okay.
You know what? We're going to name this National Stay on Break Day.
Okay.
How about that? We're going to call it National Stay on Break Day. And when we come back, we will hear what Ime had to say about Reed Sheppard and Cam Whitmore. He was a little caught off guard by Cam this year. And also his thoughts on Jalen and what they're going to do with Fred. And all next right here.
All the ESPN. Answers are next.
All the answers to all your Rockets questions. Next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And all your questions about payroll, all your questions about HR, all your questions about taxes, all your questions about benefits packages. Admin companies, they come in and they take over everything, right? That's what they're administration companies. So you don't have to do the administration. Well, HR&P takes over your HR and your payroll, and then they help you with all the other stuff. They're going to make sure that the taxes are as easy as possible. Okay, they're tax experts. They have affordable care tax experts that are going to make sure that you're compliant. They're going to do that, and then they have experts in the field. Well, they don't sell benefits packages, but they suggest them. Here's a really good one for you and your company. They've been doing this. They know what that is. You're just flying. If you're trying to do this yourself, you're like, well, how about this insurance plan? How about this 401k? You don't know anything about it. Nothing. So if your business is growing and you need somebody to come in and help you with the administration side, and yet just offer suggestions which would be best for your company as opposed to just putting you with their plan, HR&P is for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So the Rockets are trying to push back their deadline date for Fred VanVleet decision. They want to go to the end of June. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if it's beneficial to Fred to do that, wait. But he's got it in his contract that it was 5 days after the end of the season. So they got until Friday to get this thing worked out. Rockets are trying to push back that deadline to have more time to make the decision. I don't. We'll see. We'll see whether that works.
Del, when's the lottery, NBA lottery? Isn't it in June?
No, that's the draft. The lottery.
Oh no, the lottery's
coming up here shortly. Is it conference finals or second round? I don't remember when they actually do it, but
yeah,
we're not that far away.
Finals, but regardless, I wonder if that's one of the things they want to wait for. Is
let's see if
they get
the number one overall pick.
Well, yeah, right? That'd be a blessing.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he's coming. May 12th. Lottery date.
It's fast. It's the second round.
Yeah, it'll be here next Monday.
We'll find out if we get Cooper Flag. If we do, it's pretty much over for the rest of the league.
If we get Cooper Flag, no, then we need Fred. We don't need to do anything else. We add Cooper Flag to this and we keep Fred and it's all good. That's what you tell him. Hey,
don't we still need shooting?
Huh?
Don't we still need shooting?
We got Cooper Flag.
But don't you need some shooting from the perimeter and the half court? Is a 19-year-old going to solve all the problems?
Cooper Flag.
That's right. White guy from Duke. Big white guy from Duke. Front court player. What could possibly go wrong historically?
Larry Bird when he came in the league
wasn't from Duke.
He didn't play at Duke.
I'm waiting for the Duke. Is it Danny Ferry?
Johnson.
Is it Christian?
That's not a white
Leitner?
guy.
Player. Okay, you guys are concentrating on Duke. I'm talking about Player of the Year.
We're talking about Duke.
Didn't Morrison win Player of the Year at some point?
Adam Morrison? Yeah.
Player of the Year. Yes, he was. Mustache dude. Stop. Okay, he's in a different category.
I still want shooters, regardless of Cooper Flag. I still need shooters on my team. You know,
There it is. Adam Morrison, Wooden and Naismith Award winner.
Yeah, Adam Morrison 100% was. Then he cried. But listen, did you see the video? Sarge had the video of Jalen Green asking about how he played, and he's like, straight ship.
Yeah, straight
He
ship.
said it was one game. Like, he knows. He's not making excuses. But one of the things that kind of bothered me about that is he was so down, and I understand that, but I really wonder. I was looking at it, and he just looked completely whipped. And I wonder if he's so hard on himself that he gets that a few bad, because I think this is now what's happening with Harden. If things don't go his way early, in his mind, he loses a tremendous amount of confidence. James didn't even want to shoot. James didn't even shoot for like the last 2.5 quarters in a game 7. He didn't want to shoot. He has no desire to shoot.
I'm going to go the other way on this. I'm thrilled that he's disappointed with the way he played. I mean, I you know what? If he was just, James didn't miss the white party because he you know what? Right after Game 5 against the Spurs, where he did absolutely nothing, he's on a jet to get to the white party,
right?
For whatever it's called.
I'm talking in game though. His confidence wanes. I think Jalen Green. Obviously he wasn't nearly as confident. I think Jalen Green doesn't have. I think he really struggles to compartmentalize failure and to overcome it inside the game, and it just manifests itself into. How do you have this kind of series, John, where 12 is your highest points other than the first game? Your first game is 38, or your best is 38, and 12 and 11 were your next two.
Yeah.
So your highest game, I
don't know about his confidence. I have no idea.
You don't know about his confidence when he scored 12 or less in 6 games?
I think he was just stymied the entire series. I don't know.
You think he was a confident player?
I have no idea, Lance. I'm not going to talk about his psyche. I have no idea.
John, it's a sports talk show. You can. It's okay. What did he look like on the court? Did he look like a confident player?
He did not look like I didn't think he looked like a whipped dog. As a matter of fact, it was Finch called out Anthony Edwards because he looked like he was not
I'll bet you
playing
Anthony
hard.
Edwards comes back with big games.
Well, Anthony Edwards after the game said, I don't know what he's talking about. I play great defense.
Yeah,
I just didn't shoot the ball well.
Does not just shrink.
Right.
There's no mental shrink in Anthony Edwards.
Listen, Jalen didn't shoot poorly. He didn't shoot at all. He didn't get the ball.
He didn't want it.
He came. and then come sit right next to me right here.
Because
I'll tell you who lost confidence in him was Ime.
Yeah, because he sees him more than we do, John. He knows what he looks like. He knows that he's not a confident guy. Amen Thompson wasn't playing. People forget Amen wasn't playing well for like the first 4 games. Amen really didn't play all that well. And then when he needed to, he just puts his foot down, and that's it. Amen Thompson's going to get baskets by any means necessary.
Well, after game 2, Jalen should have had all the confidence in the world, and he came up with a stinker. Yeah. I don't know if it was his confidence or it was the defense or he couldn't get I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I don't
want to go into the
you can get 38 in one game, but the defense is so smothering the other 6. Like,
I don't
want to shoot.
I'm not going to.
You don't have to. I will.
Yeah.
Jalen lacks confidence.
Okay.
There, I said it.
Well, you're sitting in your living room talking about a guy's confidence.
I'd be more than happy to. I do a sports talk show. I'm watching, and I see it. He doesn't look like a confident player. I don't think that's out of line to watch 6 to 7 games where he doesn't look like he has any he's not in attack mode. He's not aggressive. His game this year is attacking, and he didn't look like an attacking player. And I see Amen Thompson, another young player, continue to attack. And I just think it's a mentality thing with Jalen. Like, I'm on record as saying, I like him. He could get better. I don't think he has the mentality you need to be a champion. We can say it with James Harden all we want, and it's not a problem. I'm telling you early on with Jalen, I don't think he has number 1 alpha mentality. He has to have other alphas around him. I truly believe that. And I like the kid. I think he's playing a lot better basketball. I don't think he has alpha mentality.
Okay. All right. I think it's 1 playoff series. It's 7 games, and I don't know. I have no idea what he's going to go on to do. He's 23 years old. I don't know. I do know that Ime talked about it. And here, Ime talked about Jalen. So let's hear from Ime talking about Jalen and why he was shut down. And some excuses here. Let's hear from Ime and what he had to say about Jalen's series.
No, I don't think I don't think Dell has.
I have Rafael Stone talking about.
Oh, you got Rafael? Okay, here's Rafael Stone in defense of Jalen Green.
It's a little bit of a double-edged sword in terms of trying to evaluate it because their goal going into the series was to take him out, and that was obvious. And I think they talked about it. I didn't actually listen to what they said afterwards, but people told me what they said, so who knows? I think they talked about it. We're not a team built around any one player offensively, whether it's Jalen or Alperen or Amen or Fred. And so if your goal is to take out one of our players, in theory, what should happen is that our other players should just punish it. And Ime frequently talks to the guys about inviting double teams, hit the guy, and you're the sacrificial lamb. And so, in some games we punished it, in some games we didn't. In one of the games, we ended up with great spacing, and we were able to punish it with him. That's maybe unsustainable, but yeah, I would just say that for all of our guys, we want them to learn and everything else, but it's not, one playoff series doesn't define a player.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't know. Jalen is Jalen. He's up and down. He's very up and down. And he's got to get more consistent. It's funny because that's exactly what Ime had to say about Cam Whitmore. And we will hear from him about Cam Whitmore on the other side right here on National Stay on Break Day here on ESPN 97.5. And I hope the other shows like Dell's show can try to continue the tradition of staying on break.
I live in America. I'm not going to allow you to enforce your way of life on me. You cannot. I don't know if you've heard. We don't do that here anymore. And if you do, we fight back. No, he can't enforce his way of life on me. Sorry.
Okay.
I thought that's what we voted for.
Oh, National Stay on Break Day. You're not for nationalism. You're selfish.
You're right.
You're selfish.
Well, you're on point there. I don't like that term. You're right. I'm not about nationalism. Yeah. You can't force me to do something.
The break's starting to drift away.
All right. Well, that's why we got to talk about Brinkman right now. Brinkman Quality. Brinkman Quality Roofing. There's quality in the name. BrinkmanQuality.com. It's 2 N's at the end. But it's so important that you and your roof you check it, make sure that it's sturdy, make sure that everything is okay. And if you haven't checked your roof in a while, or if you look up at your roof and you see it's shiny, that's a problem. That's a problem. And Brinkman is here for you. Don't let a guy who comes and knocks on the door say, "Hey, let me get up on your roof and fix it for you." There's a reason that dude's knocking on your door and he doesn't have a brick and mortar place of his own, because he's not good. And Jason Brinkman told me, he said, we do more business with fixing what these guys do when they walk up and knock on the door. That's fine by us. Keep on doing that, because we got to fix it after they leave. Here's the deal. Don't pay double. Don't give some guy who doesn't know what he's doing. Let him take care of your roof. It's kind of a big deal, because if we get hail, if we get rain, well, all these things with storms, and your roof fails, that's on you. BrinkmanQuality.com. There's quality in the name for a reason. BrinkmanQuality.com. I don't know why, and we'll get to back to Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd in just a second. I don't know why Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick came up on my timeline, but there's a picture of him just standing there, and she's got this look on her face. This game, it is an awesome game. It is a win. It is a win for Jordan Hudson, this girl this 24-year-old, 26-year-old, whatever she is, with 72-year-old Bill Belichick. She's made herself famous. Then she's going to go elsewhere, and forever we're going to be hearing about Jordan Hudson, because she sacrificed herself now for this time with Bill Belichick, that she can be famous, and she is going to be in the spotlight, and somebody that is going to be, for whatever reason that we make people famous, she's a winner. She's a winner. And she is at this game that can be played and won it's just a tremendous game. Congratulations to Jordan Hudson.
I can't believe. Well, I don't think it's going to be all positive about Jordan Hudson. Like in the sports world, she's going to be looked at negatively. So while she may, get on Dancing with the Stars or whatever,
right?
I'm not sure that people in the sports world are going to really. They're going to kind of see this as elder abuse.
No, she's going to be forever on Star.
You'll hear about her, but for good things?
National Enquirer. Wait, no. TMZ is going to
want to be a TMZ star.
TMZ star, yes. Why not? You're a star, and you know what? You're famous, and she's going to probably find another rich guy, maybe someone younger. She's just sacrificing right now for that future that and she'll be rich, and she's famous. And congratulations to Jordan Hudson for a win. Big win for Jordan Hudson.
You don't know that it's not love.
Yeah, you don't want to judge Jalen Green about his mental state and his confidence. Now you're just from far away saying this is a money grab?
Sad.
It's all a money grab.
Sad.
Oh, all of a sudden we've got opinions on things.
Yeah.
Now we have opinions.
Right. Yep. We have opinions on it. Well, how about double teams on Jalen? I don't know what double teams Jordan Hudson. Okay, I don't know.
What else? What other topic? We're not going to let him do this.
I don't want to do
We're not going to let him do
Let's
this.
talk about the development of our young players.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore.
Use an actual ass.
John's messy.
John is messy. John's a whole ass.
I just thought of it. I mean, if Jalen's got to face double teams, okay.
Why? Right. Why does the person in question have to if Jalen does? What's the connection? They're both in their early 20s. What's the connection?
Yeah, that's right. In your early 20s, okay.
Could Jalen get by Bill Belichick?
Messy.
Not the way he played in this series.
Messy John.
Let's talk about Reed and asked about their contributions this year. Here is Ime Udoka on getting more time for one guy who's not even going to be here, quite frankly, Cam Whitmore. So he's got to get. I don't know how he's going to get him more time when he's on another.
Trade him to the Kings. He'll get more time.
Yeah, he will get more time. He will absolutely get more time. I think he might get more time on a good team if if dude can play. We'll see. Here's Ime.
Development will come, and we have full belief in our young guys and the guys that didn't get the opportunity to play this much this year. Things change, obviously, on a year-to-year basis, and we see the growth behind the scenes if it's not in the live game action. But when they did get a chance to play, I think you've seen Reed and Cam and some of these guys obviously take advantage late in the season when they played heavy minutes. And so can kind of project that based on what they've done this year and where they've grown in certain areas. And obviously it's a long summer and summer league and all those things. We give them a chance to learn, grow, and obviously have plans to use them much more next year.
Do we though?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if Fred comes back,
that's the plan. That's the plan.
That's the plan now.
That's the plan.
I'm sure it is in their plans. Now, what happens in training camp and the season's different.
Well, wait a minute. I saw in training camp Reed Shepherd was awesome.
And I saw in summer league, I saw that.
Yeah, no. And in training camp, we had all kinds of practice videos where he's deflecting balls. He's in the middle of everything, and then nothing.
And then he got to go up against stronger players.
You can take basketball training camp in the same way you take
stronger than Rockets players.
You can take basketball training camp the same way you take football camp.
I know when Reed Shepherd was out on the court, he did not look ready. I know that. Most of the games, he didn't look ready.
I don't disagree. He had moments. He had his
moments. I think he'll be fine.
What about? I don't know about Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore playing in the summer league again?
Cam Whitmore's exactly who you heard he was when he came out. Mm-hmm. He does. He's got a little like if things are not. Look, he wants to play. That's understandable. Yeah. He wants to play, and he's probably not going to for Ime Udoka. I think that you have to be very careful about taking anything that Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka says right now as gospel, because they have to. You can't, if you keep a guy, you cannot be on the record as wanting to move guys out and things like that. Like you have to give your answers the way you give your answers, and then we'll see what happens this summer. I don't think Cam Whitmore will ever play for the Rockets again.
No, I don't either. And Ime gave you a little bit of that indication Here is, I mean, he may just admitted, first of all, let's hear the soundbite about him being caught off guard by some of the stuff that Cam Whitmore said this year.
A little caught off guard by that as well, because we've had in-depth conversations with Cam, probably more than anybody. And so, I'm pretty clear with what is going to get you on the court and what's going to help you sustain a role. And so, I'll leave it at that as far as that. But plenty of conversations, very clear with what's needed. And, opportunities are there and not always taken advantage of, or, other guys step up and play a little better at times, and you're looking for that consistency there. And so we'll have our exit meetings. We had about 5 or 6 yesterday, and we'll catch the other guys before they leave town and reiterate a lot of points, but a ton of potential there. Just the consistency is the main thing, and he knows that.
Okay, so
that's a lot of honesty right there.
If you think back, remember this comes from when Cam Whitmore played a couple games. They were like, "Hey, Cam, you think you're gonna be able to use this as a spring jumping off point to get more time?" He goes, "No, I don't really know what I have to do.
I don't know
I ain't
what
gonna
I
be
can
on the
do.
floor. Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't matter what I do.
It doesn't matter what I do. I can't get on the floor. What Ime just said was, okay, I spend more time with him than anybody, and the dude doesn't play. That to a coach is about as damning as you can be. I'm wasting time on a guy. I have to put in a lot of time on a guy that doesn't even get on the floor. That cannot be more damning, because the coach has got his time is important to him, and do everything that he has to do, especially with the players that are on the floor, game planning, everything else that goes on. And he said, I probably talked to him more than anybody else this year. And that's a real problem for Cam. Okay. That'll just tell you that I don't see any way Cam Whitmore back.
No.
Anyway.
No. And I don't think he should be. Like, I'm not trying to do what's best for Cam Whitmore. You got to worry about doing what's best for the Rockets. Your job is to give the city of Houston, when you have a professional team, that team exists because of fans. So your job is to the fans to create the best opportunity to win possible. And the owner has to be, a big part of that, is expected to be a big part of it. I don't think having Cam Whitmore and that energy is best on the court, but you could also say, you know what? It's probably best. It's a mutual parting of the ways. And Cam will have his opportunity to go play before his contract expires somewhere else. And Ime can get a guy who Ime likes on the court.
Yeah, I think we forget, because we're all about the rooting interest of the team, as you laid out, that kid has dreams of his own.
Yeah, he does.
He didn't think he would fall that far in the draft. He certainly didn't think he'd spend the first couple years of his career not playing at all. And he sees, hey, I don't see a path here. I want to play, and the path looks like it's closed in Houston.
Yeah, and it's understandable. I get why he's upset. I totally do.
Closed? Is it closed if they get rid of Jalen?
Depends on who they bring in.
I don't see him being a guy who is very I think when things don't go well, you're going to know. And I just don't think Ime is going to be okay with that. You're all in for the team. I just think he's fundamentally more about Cam, which, it's fine, whatever the case may be. There's lots of players like that. I don't think Ime wants that. Oh, could he play more? Yeah. Will he play defense? I don't know. Will he do it? Will he stay out of the doghouse? Unlikely. And how will he do if he gets in the doghouse? Probably not very well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I project it. And it's fine. Shooting guards aren't that hard. You can find wing players. Wing players aren't the hardest thing to find in the NBA. You can find them. So they can go find somebody else.
All right. One of the other really important questions.
In National Stay on Break Wednesday.
Well, yeah, on National Stay on Break. We're still on break.
We're still on break, yeah.
We're still. Steven Adams and Rafael Stone did address the Steven Adams situation. They really like Steven Adams. I hope Steven Adams likes here. I don't know, but he seemed to appear to enjoy himself here, and he said so on multiple occasions. Whether or not he comes back, here's Rafael Stone.
Steven was the player and person that we thought we were trading for. He's been that, and he's a really important part of the group, and kind of the continuity I talked about and value earlier. He's an important part of that. It's a two-way street, and so he has to want to be here. every indication we have is he does. And so if he wants to be here and we want him back, and both those things are true, which I know is true from my perspective, then I'm sure we'll work something out.
You can read between the lines for that. Obviously, Steven Adams would love to play here. If he wants to be here, means he has to play ball with us contractually.
Right.
And if he wants to.
How badly does he want to be here? $2 million worth?
Oh, not that.
How badly?
No, his contract's still going to be. It might be about a 2-year deal. It might be about a 1-year deal, length of service.
Well,
obviously to have both Fred and Steven Adams back is going to be tricky. So Steven's going to have to play ball because Fred's number is non-negotiable if they pick up the option.
Or they could extend him and change the whole thing.
Yeah, if they extend him, yeah.
Let me ask you guys: would you guys come back to the Rockets for $2 million a year?
Yes, I would.
Not if I got a standing ovation when I came in to a playoff game.
I'll come back as a fan right now for $200,000.
I'm gonna want more if I'm Steven Adams.
You want more?
Yes. If the fans were cheering me on
leverage
as the star 2 guard was taken off the floor, they're cheering me as I came on the floor. I'm gonna want more.
I kind of do. Everybody loves me here. I don't know if you saw.
Jalen's off and Steven's on. It's double wins.
Now, Steven Adams, the contract he just finished was one where he was starting someplace. Now he'll be the clear backup here. So I don't know what the conversion is from going from a starter to a backup and how much that goes for a big man these days. A 25 at max per game guy. How much are you paying Steven Adams?
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. And then how much you got to pay? What are you paying for? To fill this team in and everything else. Is Steven Adams going to be? I would imagine. I don't know, but I would imagine that Ime had to love what he saw from Steven Adams and what he brought to the table.
He's an Ime guy all the way.
How many times as a coach? All right, well, this is something we'll try, and then we got to do it more. And in the playoffs, they did it more than they had done it all year long. I mean, when you go from we'll try this. Let's see what the two big man looks like to using it the most we've ever used it all season long at the most important time. Apparently, it was something that was that he liked, and if Ime likes it, chances are the Rockets are going to like it. All right, it's time to break. It's on National Break on Time Day, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And the clock is ticking for you to protest your taxes. And Ownwell says you got just over a week now, just over a week for you to make sure that the government isn't screwing you, because the government screws you. They do it 86% of the time. And the numbers are the numbers. Ownwell wins 86% of the time. That just means that, are you kidding me, government? Just 14% of the time you're right or you're under the number, but 86% of the time you're over the number? Hey, that's crazy. That is crazy. And an average of $1,100. Why would you pay more than you have to? Let Ownwell, if they win, okay, then they get a fraction of what you would have paid. If they don't win, you don't pay anything. All right? All you have to do is sign up. Takes 3 minutes. Let's go. And you got to do it before May 15th. So the clock is ticking on you right now. Ownwell.com, OWNWELL.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Apparently, we might owe John an apology. There's some more information has come to light on Jordan Hudson during the break. And it appears as though her ex-boyfriend, I know many of you are thinking, okay, what fraternity was he in? Was he a Sig Ep? Was he an SA? He was actually a 64-year-old CEO.
He wasn't a Q dog?
He might have been. He might have been a Beta Theta Pi. He's 64, but that was back in the 70s.
Are we apologizing to John? He should be apologizing to her.
Why? He just said that he thinks this is a move.
She's a serial old rich guy.
Not if I go by what the other older guy said.
Del.
He thinks the thoughts that people are having about her are a mischaracterization of who she really is.
Yeah,
she's wise beyond her years. He's never met a 20-something like her.
Discussions of psychology, philosophy, and nature, reflecting a deep mutual respect. Despite their brief romantic involvement, Zuckerman continued to regard Hudson as a good friend.
See?
Emphasizing the platonic nature of their connection. I would keep it as platonic as I could also if I'm a 24-year-old girl.
At the time, 23.
Yeah.
So I think an apology is in order for Miss Hudson.
Yeah, because they're always all 23 and 26-year-old. They're always attracted to 72-year-old
narrative,
mentally attracted.
The narrative about her character is not fair.
Attracted.
It's not fair.
That comes from her
ex.
People
are talking about her going out with old rich guys.
How often
and getting famous with Bill Belichick?
How often do exes
walking on the field
say
with her high heels on?
So positively. How often do exes say something so positively about someone?
What do you think any of your exes would say about you?
Not good friends. They stayed friends.
Wise beyond.
I was with him in Green Bay. He was a real creep.
Yeah,
he peed in a bar.
Do your exes say good things about you?
No,
my exes. No, I don't have any exes out there. Okay, I just all I have is my wife. That's it.
Yeah,
that's all I got out there.
Sure.
You know what? I don't have some gold digger.
You didn't have any money. How could you have a gold digger?
You're right. But
look what Twitter's saying about John. The streets are saying about him. John's a certain type of radio messy.
Definitely.
What's certain type mean?
I don't know, but you're messy.
I don't know what that means. I do know that we're going to have Jordan Hudson in our life, just like we have the Kardashians in our life.
Well, no, they stick around forever. She'll be more like.
We're going to have Jordan Hudson.
She won't even be Anna Nicole Smith. Do you think she's going to get her own reality show? She doesn't strike me as a reality show person.
I mean, so let me be in the Miss Maine pageant, and I mean, Lance.
What's wrong with that?
We're stuck with Jordan Hudson forever now.
Oh, she'll be a footnote. We don't stick with anyone forever. She'll be a footnote too.
Yeah, we do.
She'll be a footnote.
We got people in our lives that we forever.
Well, she's
forever
not going to
we hear about.
Does she have
them.
a sex tape coming out with a R&B star?
That's not the only way, Lance. There's other ways.
Tell me who else is still around. She'll be gone.
Stop.
She'll be gone once she's out of there.
She's horned her way into shoehorned.
Let her get her money. Quit. Why are you hating the player instead of hating the game?
I just feel bad for Bill.
Why? He seems to be having the time of his life.
I know. You feel bad that he's with the 20-something?
No. But, if you get a 26-year, I guess that's
what do you feel bad about?
This is strange behavior from you. I don't recognize this.
Yeah. No.
Old John would have, before you moved to Hollywood, you would have said, you would have had good things to say about Bill with the 24-year-old, 26-year-old, whatever.
No, God bless Bill. God bless. But I'm just disgusted that I have to have Jordan Hudson in my life.
We don't have to talk about her.
Yeah, no, we don't. One thing, and maybe this is right. Okay, for those of you that are just joining us, George Pickens heading to the Cowboys. George Pickens is going to be traded. They're working out the deal for draft picks. Steelers to the Cowboys. We haven't talked about it in over an hour. So that is happening in our world. And good for the Cowboys? A positive for the Cowboys? I think so. He's a good player.
It helps now.
Well, yeah.
I don't know that it's great for them. They got a locker room that's kind of a mess, so I don't know.
We'll see. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think we'll see. I think good players help teams, right? Now, he's going to be a problem at some point. George Pickens is probably a guy that is going to be on the move quite a bit, right?
Yeah, it could.
There's
Like,
not a lot of
Stephon
locker
Diggs
rooms
was
that are
not
gonna
an
be able
issue for the. Stephon Diggs didn't end up being an issue for the Texans.
No.
I mean, it cost a
But
second rounder.
He's also on the move again. He's also on the move
yeah,
again.
but it's only due to free agency because he had his contract canceled off. Which,
but it's also right. It's also hey, the Texans had him set up for 3 years. Said, nah, let's just do one. Be a good citizen, and then you can go on.
Well,
your way.
he asked for that.
Yeah, and the Texans granted it.
And then they're like, yeah, that sounds amazing. Yeah. Now, for a second rounder, in hindsight, and really it wasn't even hindsight, that was a lot for a rental. That's a lot for a rental. And then it's even more when he tore his knee up, which you couldn't project. And because you look at what Pittsburgh is going to give up for, it's a lot less for George Pickens, what they're giving up. I mean, they're giving up a third, and there's some pick swaps, I guess. Dell and I were talking about Tyreek Hill. That's another wide receiver that's I think has a good chance of being on the move before the season starts.
And what do you give up?
It'll be interesting because he's got some problems off the.
What do you think?
He's a little bit of a pain off the field. He's a lot of a pain, and then you got his contract's really high. He's coming off of saying some stuff after a game, and where he kind of quit in the middle of the game. That's a lot. I think you can maybe get a fourth that turns into a 3, potentially. But realistically, he should get you a 2 also. Like realistically, if from what I've seen before in terms of DeAndre Hopkins, in terms of that was a few years back, but DeAndre Hopkins, Stephon Diggs, I would be shooting for a 2.
Okay.
If I'm the Dolphins.
Yeah, Stephon or Tyreek, right? Stephon last year or Tyreek right now, better player?
Tyreek.
More baggage, Stephon last year or Tyreek right now?
Well, I guess Tyreek. I mean, I think it feels like building
He's still
baggage.
Got stuff going on.
It feels like potential baggage for. Although Stephon Diggs did have a really sweet outfit at the Met Gala. So I don't know. Did you see his outfit?
Yeah, he's not the only one.
Right.
What about Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens?
I didn't see them.
You didn't see that?
Well, I'll look at it right now.
That was sweet. No, I really like. He had a cane and all white. I thought that was sweet. Unfortunately, I just tuned it out because LeBron wasn't going to be there because of his knee.
Because of the knee, he had to make sure he had a post.
Right. He posted that for everybody because of my knee injury. But my lovely wife will represent us.
Do you know at the
gala?
The theme is dandyism, which is one of my favorites. Is dandies. It's one of my favorites because of what we do in the shadows. When he goes, he's a bit of a dandy. He was an 18th century dandy. A dandy is it's a pretty great term. Yeah. Dandyism. This is a pretty sweet little outfit that they got going here.
I thought it was good.
He's got a cane and a whole mink stole over his his shoulder. Like, did you see Jeff Goldblum? He came in. No, you didn't see pictures of it. I saw a video.
I told you I boycotted it.
Jeff Goldblum had a big. He had a big. It was lined with fur. It was like a big cape, or I don't know. You know how kings have those big. Whatever they are over the long capes or whatever that they put over, and it had fur trim, and he was pimping. Everyone loved him. He's beloved. Where people don't like you, Jeff Goldblum is beloved. That's what I've noticed.
Who doesn't like? I never heard that.
The people at the Met Gala would not like you.
Not a chance. But they got to get used to it because considering the career trajectory, at some point when he's going to be running the New York office. And they're gonna get
that would have happened by now.
I don't know. No, you never know.
You think John's moving to New York?
That's not true, Dell. You're off.
She's never gonna run the.
You don't think John's moving to New York?
This is as big of a job as New York is. So, and you're closer. Actually, she's probably going to be.
Don't ruin my.
Think he could?
Don't ruin my bit.
Golf.
We're just because you don't even know where it's going. The bit.
Your bit is stupid.
Oh yeah, he did have a bit.
Yeah, but of course, step all over it. I was just thinking at some point, John will be right with LeBron at that Met Gala. And I hope dandyism is a theme again. To see John as a dandy is what I'm looking for.
It's a stupid bit because it has no reality.
Okay, sure.
John, you got a question. Somebody has a question for you on the line.
All right.
Who is that, Dale?
It's Chris. I don't know if it's
Chris has a question for John.
All right.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Listen to it every day. So, and John, before you start cutting me off and yelling and getting worked up, how is it that, like, you can look at, like, Jordan, this girl, and other people, but, like, and kind of classify what their mental state is, but I don't know if Jalen Green sent you a piece or something, but, like, we can see with our own eyes the kid is mentally weak, and you can't, like, say it. I don't understand. Like, I felt like you were going to attack Lance earlier, but Jalen is, like, the most mentally weak player, so it's just kind of, and I don't want you to get all mad. I'm just saying, like, I do feel like that's one of the easiest sports takes, like, we've had in the city for a long time, is that Jalen's mentally weak. But love you guys, show, man. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
I felt attacked. For the record, I felt very attacked. Very attacked.
Well, I know. I just said I'm not going to judge his mental state. I don't know his mental state, and I don't want to judge it from here. I disagree. I saw a very confident Jalen Green much of the season, most of the season. I see, and I don't know. I'm going to listen to Rafael Stone as opposed to in saying, you know what, they just took him out of the game. That was their plan. They were going to take Jalen out of the entire series, and they did for the most part. And that was Golden State said, this is how we're going to beat the Rockets. We're not going to let Jalen beat us. And the one game that Jalen did have was great. They just dominated. They just dominated the Golden State. So it was a pretty good play.
Rafael Stone can get that off now because Jalen, that was his first playoff series. But this is bordering on some of the stuff that they did to defend James when he stunk it up.
I know.
You can get this off now for your star guard because it's for 7 games. We'll accept it. But the thought that, the Warriors just took your best offensive player out of the game and that's just the way it's going to go, that doesn't fly. That can't be what he is, that game plan. Like, Anthony Edwards, awful last night in the first half. You think Chris Finch can come out here after game 2 and go, yeah, the Warriors just took Anthony Edwards out of the series? That's not something you can do.
Anthony Edwards
can't be an excuse.
Missed a lot of his own shots.
That cannot be an excuse going forward. You get this year. You cannot, if this happens again, hypothetically, you can't use it
yet, though.
That's what I'm saying. That what you're doing now, you can get it off because that was his first time.
Yeah, plausible deniability.
But you cannot.
But
it cannot
there
be
might
a thing.
be another explanation other than Jalen is so mentally weak he couldn't perform.
I didn't call him
series.
mentally weak. That's your thing with John. Lance.
I didn't see anything unusual.
No, Chris just said we know that he's so mentally weak.
That's not my point. My point is
point.
They're using an excuse that is only viable this year. Because if he's supposed to be what they think he is, you cannot continue to talk about, the other team just took our best player out of the series. You can't do that anymore.
Yes, if that's the case, but this is the first time. How do we know?
By the way, it shouldn't fly this year because he's your leading scorer. Your leading scorer just simply shouldn't be taken out of a series because of the plan of another team.
Right.
That's not how it works.
All I know is that they for whatever reason, Golden State has his number.
I think because he loses.
And it's not just because it was the playoffs and he can't play in the postseason because he's so mentally weak.
In 20 games, like I think he loses confidence against them. Like if you can't take him out for 6 games, but 1 game your defense just falls apart for 38. I mean, this is regular season too, and I didn't see anything that unusual about what they did defensively.
It's what every player of his ilk will get going in these playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they had to face Jason Tatum. They had to face Jimmy Butler back in the day. They had to face LeBron. I mean, you have to face a good scorer almost every single night.
Yeah, listen, Jalen sucked. Jalen sucked. And whether or not it's just because he sucks against Golden State or whatever the case may be, I'm not calling the dude mentally weak. I don't know about I don't know what kind of confidence he had in the series. I know that he admitted I sucked. And you know what? He's got to be better.
You don't think he lacks confidence when you watched him out on the court?
I don't know that. I don't.
No, I know. I'm just asking if you thought when you eyeballed it.
I'm not saying it because I don't know. I don't know. How many times do I have to say I don't know if he lacks confidence?
I know you don't know. But we do. If a guy's up at the plate, like I don't know why you're afraid to get. Like guys step up to the plate and have bad at bats, and we can say it in a playoff series in baseball.
Yeah, but I didn't see him like that, like flailing like Kerry Wood was on the mound.
He had 4 single-digit games.
I know, but I didn't see him shooting even. I didn't see him with the ball in his hands even. I didn't see him taking shots that you're like, oh my God, what are you doing? You know who I saw that lacked confidence was Alpy. Holy crap, that little floater in the lane that was short every single time, that sucked. And I'm like, what are you doing, Alpy? Go up a little bit more aggressively.
But he didn't stop
shooting. It seemed to me that Alperin was the guy who was.
Wait. You're
he was
turn
tentative.
It away from Jalen and put it on Alperin?
He was tentative. He was.
I thought he was in his own head, but he didn't stop shooting.
No. And then he got really, really aggressive. But some of his shots were like, what are you? Oh, my goodness. Alperin, go up top. It seemed like, wow, what are you doing here? Listen, I don't know. And I'm not accusing. I saw Alperin play his ass off and play hard. I did. But weren't you wondering about this little floating thing that's short arming all the time?
Yeah, I think that's in his head. I think he's overthinking it. I mean, absolutely. It doesn't mean
I got to have all this touch on it, right? But I didn't see Jalen doing that.
I don't see him shrinking away from the moment where he won't even shoot. Like he would keep shooting. He keeps shooting. I think that he gets confused. I think that I thought he was out of rhythm. I thought they took him out of rhythm. But, he had 3 really great games. I'm just so bothered by 6 of 7 games were poor. Yeah. For one guy, including 4 single digits. I've never seen that in my entire life.
He's probably out of here.
Where the leading scores single digits in 4 out of 7 games. The leading scorer on a team does that in the playoffs. I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah. He was awful. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I have no idea what he was thinking during these games. I don't know. Time for me to talk about those because it is Stay on Break Day, National Stay on Break Day.
Well,
we're on time. Well, you're making it so we're ruining the whole day, the celebration. Okay. Right now, we're talking about Air Team. Okay, and Air Team is somebody that I used. Somebody that I really liked, somebody that did a great job for me, that I had to put in a couple of air conditioners, and guess what? They did a great job, gave me a great price. I loved what Air Team did for me, and I really do believe that they're going to do it for you as well. If you have an issue, whatever your issue is, then, here's the thing. Don't be like I was. Don't not check your air conditioner for years. Just let it go unchecked. Now is the time to call them and let them come to your home and make sure that your air is working great. Because if it's not, it's going to work harder and harder and harder. And guess what? That's going to suck because it's going to break down. And mine broke down, and it was because I didn't do anything about it. If you haven't done anything with your air conditioning in a while, you need to do it. Call them, 713-936-5346, airteamltd.com. airteamltd.com. They were great with me. I love what they did. They will do that for you as well. Get your air conditioning right. Summer's coming. airteamltd.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, we started the show with a lot of different with George Pickens and the NBA playoffs and the Astros. Pretty pissed off early on when you see this offense. At 21 of their 35 games, they scored 3 runs or less. 21 of their 35 games. So kind of pissed off because Kyle Tucker's off to a great start. He had he got him back to within 1 and then tied it in the 9th with another hit, and he's just been great, and Alex Bregman's been great. But there is a little bit of solace here. Ryan Presley became the only major league reliever to allow 8+ earned runs in a game, not get an out, and take the loss since earned runs became an official stat in both leagues in 1913.
Mm-hmm.
The first time ever, 8 runs, no outs. Ryan Presley. Now, I will go to the confidence card on him. He was not the same guy last year, and he's certainly not this. And maybe it's because that slider is just not the same. It might be, and you're going to lose confidence if you give up 8 with no outs. I think you're going to lose confidence. And what a shame for him, because we changed his life, actually. When he came in studio with us, he had zero. he had not blown a save in 26 straight outings, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the stat? He had 26 straight saves without blowing one, and then he came on with us, and he was at like 3 of the next 4 he blew.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had a chance to get over it, and he didn't do it. He didn't buckle down and pull himself up from the bootstraps.
Now, his stuff just isn't good. It's just not good.
I know.
I mean, Ryan Presley's got.
He's a guy who's mentally just completely shot.
Yeah, he's shot.
It's like relievers and golfers are the two who kickers.
Yeah. Like
mentally,
David
once
Duvall,
they're done,
David Duvall,
they can be done for a long time.
Yep. And it happened with Jordan Spieth. It happened with Ricky. It happened with David Duvall.
I was thinking about this, John, not to make it, and this is not trying to pull it back into a full Jalen conversation. Do you think he would benefit from a sports psychologist? Because
yes.
I thought about that with Fromber, and Fromber benefited. Golfers benefit from it all the time. Why not basketball players?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, his inconsistency. Maybe he is.
I think there's not enough athletes who go to sports psychologists. I really think they should. I got to talk to a guy. He's with the Carolina Panthers now. Brian Decker. He's outstanding.
Yeah.
And he worked for the Navy. He was with the Navy SEALs, and he was in charge of interviews and interrogations. And so when you talk to him, you just have these incredible conversations because he can tell you about the psychology of how you interact with people in the Middle East versus how you interact with people in Europe. What, you have to know how to extract information and how you do that in a pleasant way, or sometimes in a not as pleasant way. And, how you get players to talk about themselves and get the information you need as an NFL team. It's fascinating talking to him. And he was talking about the fact that, I don't think he's considered a sports psychologist, but he was telling me that he believes that a lot of athletes, it's just a matter of understanding why, some athletes in certain sports, why there are issues that continue to pop up in certain areas. And when it doesn't appear like they don't have the physical ability to do something, he said they don't spend enough time. He said, we don't spend enough time in sports working on the mental. You either have it or you don't, is what the thought is. You're either, Michael Jordan had it. This guy has it. This guy doesn't have it. He said, why don't we, so you can go take batting practice. You can go take, go work on your putts. You can do all this stuff. You can go shoot baskets, work on your free throws. He goes, why doesn't anyone ever work on the mentality? And I think he's got a good point. I don't think people know how. I don't think athletes know how to.
There are guys. I mean, Bob Rotella for years. Matter of fact, somebody put this out, the Rotella rules, just the other day, and I liked it so that I would have it. And he talks about all the things that a golfer should do. Focus on your mind on every shot. Keep your target small.
Golf does it a lot. You're right.
Golf ball. Have positive thoughts. Honestly, I blew a chance for us to win the championship at the club the other day with a 2-foot putt. I blew it. And I woke up this morning thinking about it and how crappy that was. Got to put it out of your mind. You got to move on. You got to, you know what? After a bad play, cornerbacks, what do we say? You know what? You got to be able to forget it and move on. And maybe Jalen doesn't have that. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. You may be right. I don't know. All I know is that he's too inconsistent, and his inconsistency right now has him on the brink of losing this fan base and losing this city, maybe losing the Rockets' confidence in him. I don't know where they are, but it would appear I would think that Jalen Green is a guy that they think, you know what, we can use him to go and make ourselves better.
But regardless of Jalen, I think in sports other than golf, which right. I think golf they do have swing coaches and they have mental guys. It wouldn't be a bad thing for CJ Stroud to have it. For quarterbacks around the league to have that kind of guy. And I think some guys probably have that. Tom Brady probably had that.
Are we sure that he's not? Are we sure?
No, I think guys
are more. Yeah,
maybe he does.
Guys are more aware now and more, I think, and it's so the money is so big, and if I've got to work on my mind, right, I'm going to do that. Maybe they don't do it enough. I don't know. I think athletes today are probably using.
I think they have the access
psychologists more.
Do you think Kenyon Green did? He looks like a guy who lost all confidence. Probably could have used. I mean, some of it is your ability to do something. If you don't have that ability, you don't have that ability. But we know that quarterbacking can be mental to an extent. Free throw shooting can be. Well, some of it is. Well, I think basketball can be more. Well, baseball is probably the most beyond golf. Baseball is the most mental of all.
And Ryan Presley could use it right now.
Ryan Presley could use it, and maybe Jordan could use it when he's healthy.
Hey, I saw a video, and we got a break because it's National Stay on Time Day. Gosh, dog it, we got a break. I saw a video of Tyrese Halliburton, a game ending. I don't know how this dude is the most underrated player or overrated player in the league. I have no idea because this dude is clutch. All right, we got a break. Chastang Ford is what we're talking about right now. I'm talking about the people over at Chastang Ford, and it's about the vehicle, right? The Ford, it doesn't get any better. The SUV, I'm telling you, I love my pickup truck. I love it. It's my favorite vehicle that I've ever had. I mean, you understand the compliments that I get on this truck all the time. If you're looking for, and I got the Lightning. This is a great time to buy the Lightning, by the way, because it has gone down quite a bit, and you can get a great deal on it. I think it's the best. It's the best vehicle that I've ever had. I love it. You can get it at Chastang Ford now with employee pricing. You can get it at a great rate, and if it's a 2024, you're going to get even better. Chastang Ford is going to put you in that vehicle where you have to be. If you are looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck, that SUV or truck, there's one place to go, and that's Chastang Ford. I'm telling you, I bought 4 vehicles from them, and I will buy my vehicles from them because I love the way that they do business. You will love it too. Businesses love it. You will love it as well. Chastang Ford, employee pricing going on right now. ChastangFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Del, get the Lou Williams. Charles Altuve sent it to us. It's interesting what he has to say. And we were looking for an example of somebody who was Kobe. Apparently, Kobe had himself. I don't remember. I got to go back and look. And but Lou Williams just brought it up. Kobe was just terrible in his first playoff series, and he said, "Imagine it." We'll hear from Lou Williams about it and see if he doesn't. And this may be the Rockets thinking as well. Just everybody slow down. You know what? We've heard from fan bases before. J.J. Watt was a terrible pick. All of these guys who really suck. And Josh Allen can't play. Slow down, everybody. We'll make the decisions here, and maybe they'll keep Jalen. We'll see. But I think he goes about it pretty. Lou Williams goes about this thing pretty level-headedly. So we will hear that. But first, you said we had a caller on the line. Who is it, though?
Marshall. I've never heard of the name Marshall. I'm going to predict it's either Israel or Gilbert.
Oh, it's probably Gilbert. Hey, Marshall.
Yo, how about this? Hey, Jalen is young, Claire. Jalen is young. He proved that he can play. On the other hand, the number 3 kid who y'all get a pass all day, Shepard, is trash. He's never going to develop. Because he's too little. He don't have a guaranteed shot from outside the 3, and he's just trash, bro. That's it. And let me tell you something else. I listened to y'all earlier talking about Cam. Cam is second on the team in home runs. Yo,
talking about Cam.
He's developing. No, he's better than half of the vets who've been there. So give me his props. And y'all need to stop being deceivers, man. Stop trying to paint a picture like y'all being on Shador.
Shador? How did Shador get in this?
Wait a minute. We didn't say anything bad about Cam Smith.
That's it. Not one thing.
Not one thing. What did we say that Cam was a negative about Cam Smith? I mean, come on.
That's what it was.
What did we say?
Yo.
What?
Yo. It's not that you said something bad about him. He said they had 4 hits. You named all 3 but him. And John said he's in development. He's better than half of the best on the team right now.
Wait.
He's not the best. He's not. He's hitting 203. He's developing. Let the kid develop. You're putting superstar on him. I mean, goodness gracious, slow down, Israel. You're the one that's making this.
He's almost
let the kid play and develop. He's got a long way to go.
Somebody could come out and call him trash because he's hitting right at about 200 and call him trash, which would not be fair at all. He needs time to play and develop, same way Reed Shepard does. Now, I did say I don't disagree that Reed doesn't look strong enough, and Reed needs to get much more physical, and it's going to be an issue for him in the NBA. He's going to have to learn to really win with quickness and intelligence, and because that is going to be an issue for him. There are going to be some bigger players who take it to Reed. So he's going to have to be really good on the offensive side. There's no doubt about that.
No.
Just calling him trash is, to me, silly. He didn't play enough.
He's got a 667 OPS. He's hitting 212. Let the kid play and develop. He's not great. Slow down. He's not great. He's hitting 212. If he came on the scene and he was dominating, it would be like, holy crap.
And then he said Shador. Like he just tried to say Shador's name out loud at the end of the call just to get everything in, that 5th-round pick. I don't know why he tried to just drop Shador in the mix on us.
Maybe because he's a black player and he's got I don't know.
No, he's talked about Shador in the past, but I don't know how he got into this one. I thought we were talking about Jalen Green, then Reed is trash, and then Cam Smith. We shouldn't have. He said I just mentioned the bottom of the lineup. I forgot he was the 4th one. They had 4 hits, and I remembered Yiner and see, I don't even remember now. Brendan Rodgers, yeah.
Talk about data dredging. He's got the 2nd lowest batting average in the lineup yesterday. Talk about data dredging. I mean, he's hit some with a little bit of pop, but he's got a 365 slugging percentage, which is terrible. It's not. There's this. Slow down, Israel. We're gonna let the kid develop.
Don't let Israel.
He's okay. He's going to be okay.
Yeah.
He's got to hit major league pitching. He's got a long way to go, and I hope he's going to be a superstar. But my goodness, give him his props for his 212 average. Slow down. All right, so here is Lou Williams talking about Jalen Green, and see if you don't agree with some of the stuff that he says.
Okay.
Only way you consider moving a guy like Jalen Green is if you have a real chance at going to get a Ja Morant or Kevin Durant or one of these guys that are obvious franchise changers. Other than that, you stay put. You hold your cards where you are. You have a nice young nucleus. Yeah, granted, he did struggle in these playoffs, but it was his first introduction. You know, imagine if the Lakers turned their backs on Kobe when he played how he played against the Utah Jazz when he was such a young player. Like, no, you go out there, you have your experiences, you have your ups and downs, you wipe yourself off, and you go in the summer and you make adjustments how you can be a better basketball player. You know, in this series, I think he learned that it's other ways to impact the game. Like, you can't just be a one-trick pony. You go out there and you can't score the basketball, then what? Are you not going to guard? Are you not going to make plays? Are you not going to have any presence? Those are things that he can adjust to. It's not a lot of Jalen Greens just laying around anyways that you could just up and move these guys, you know? And so I think that's the part of our league that we got to get better at. We're so impatient when we see these guys have struggles that we just, boom, we're ready to move on from them. No, like, allow him to grow, allow him to learn and improve his game. Like he did. He struggled on a big time level this series with not being able to score the basketball. And he let that become a determining factor of how he was going to go out and impact the winning. Now that he has that experience, I'm sure that he'll go back. He'll be a better player next year. Him, Sengun, Amon Thompson, like we just mentioned, Eason, Jabari Smith. That is a nice nucleus of young talent that you can build around. You don't bust that up because a guy struggled in the playoffs so early in his career.
First of all, I don't know why people can't get Rockets players' names right.
Sengun.
Amen Thompson.
No, it's Amen. It's actually Amen.
Amen, but he didn't say that, did he?
He didn't get there. He said something else.
He said something else. And then Sengun, no one, everyone struggles with that for some reason. But I don't disagree with a lot of what he said. Let's not rewrite and act like people in Houston are already saying Jalen's got to go and you don't sign Jalen and you sign Alperen. That's how it works. We had that conversation for a long time. That's not something brand new, or this is brand new, like Jalen's going to leave. We've had this discussion for a long time.
Well, no, but okay. So, and again, do you move him if you don't get a Durant or you don't get a Giannis or you don't get I don't know about
I don't move. I'm not trying to move him to get rid of him. Yeah. I think it's a discussion you have to have right now because you might have an opportunity to get a certain type of player in right now. And so you have that discussion. I think he needs time to develop too. I don't have any problems with that, but you also have a little bit of a clock ticking more so than you thought because Amen Thompson, Tari Eason, these guys are coming up faster than you think. And you know, it feels like your window is open right now. You feel excited about it because your window is open. Can you run it back with the same squad and get better results? There's a chance you could. Absolutely. Yeah. This was not a real good Golden State team. It's disappointing that you lost to this team when you were clear. You blew them out 3 different times, and you only played poorly really in 2 of the games.
You know, they might be a little bit better than we think, though. I mean, look what they did to last night, and they did it basically without Steph. Holy crap. They're just so – it looks like it's so thin. There's no bench, that anybody contributing, and yet they're winning. It just is amazing. That team is just amazing, and they did it without Steph last night. 13 points he left in the first half. And Buddy Hield all of a sudden he and Jimmy have got a post-game thing going on now. I don't know if you've seen any of it. But they get into each other's kitchen in the post-game press conference. And it's not hilarious stuff, but it's you can tell that they're tight now. You can tell that this team is pretty tight. And you can't tell me the camaraderie and liking your teammates and feeling good about you know that the locker room. You can't tell me it doesn't matter because it does. And Buddy Hield is playing like he deserves to be here. I'm not saying he's a star or anything else, but all of a sudden Buddy Hield is coming out of nowhere.
He's had a good NBA career.
He was a top prospect, and all of a sudden, after a career that's just been meh, he's all of a sudden a real factor.
Buddy Hield's career's been better than meh, hasn't it?
It's been okay. I mean, how did he get to How do you let him go?
Well, because he's getting old. I mean, Buddy Hield's been around for a while. He's 32. He came in the league at 24. He's played with a lot of different teams, but I mean, he's been okay. 15 points a game for his career. Yeah. It's not bad.
No, that's what I said.
Three-pointer. He's almost 40% from three-point range for his career. I mean, he is who he is.
And now he's showing it. I mean, in the postseason, which is big. All right, you talk about John Daspit now, in case anybody needs to sue somebody.
So you always have John Daspit on your side. 713-CALL-NOW, 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com. That's the way to get a hold of him. John Daspit fights for the injured. He fights for the innocent. People who have been injured due to someone else's negligence. You need someone on your side to work against the insurance company. And I wish it was work with them. I wish you could do that and trust that they would take care of you. But this is a profit game. It's a profit business. And so they're going to look to, if John Daspit beats them with one of his cases, they're going to look to get over on you because they want to get their profit numbers, their numbers back to where it's supposed to be. It should be about just taking care of all your injuries, your medical bills, your physical therapy, your time missed from work, your pain and suffering. That should all be properly compensated. But a lot of times you'll find that that's simply not the case because they're in it for profit and they're trying to get the best deal possible on their end. You need someone to fight for you on your side, and that's John Daspit. And the Daspit Law Firm is going to have lawyers who are fighting their tails off for you, spending every amount of time that they can to make sure they get it right. It's DaspitLaw.com. That's DaspitLaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Astros lost last night 4-3, gave up 4 in the first, a down-the-line double, and then a ball that the announcers had, a double that the announcers said zero chance. Zero chance Jake had of catching that. And that's by StatCast or whoever does that. that he had zero chance, and he got a glove on it, and unfortunately he wasn't able to come up with it. And then they scored 4 runs. Brendan Rodgers came up with a 3-run homer in the 6th. You had 3 more innings to get something done, and you couldn't do anything. And they had a chance with a double by Cam Smith, the great Cam Smith, Israel, the great Cam Smith.
That's right.
With a
future
double.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah. And no, with the best player on the Houston Astros, Cam Smith, came up with a double, and then they bunted him along to third, down 4-0, which I don't think I've ever seen. Down 4 runs. I don't care what inning it is, that you're bunting a guy along to get to play small ball. And then Jose Altuve tried to bunt him home when the infield was back, it's just not smart baseball. Just bad baseball.
It's bad baseball.
It's bad baseball.
I really have you seen where has it been stated that that they did that on their own? Did anyone ask? I didn't see it anywhere. I couldn't find it
anywhere either. I don't know. Are they even doing post games for the Astros now?
Yeah. There's post game. Yeah, there's always people in there post game.
Yeah, I know. But
Brian McTaggart's still doing the thing.
Does anybody care?
Well, that's a different
Brian
question.
Brian does that damn thing.
Yeah, him and Chandler Rome, they're still doing that thing.
Yeah.
Is anybody reading it? That's a different thing altogether.
Yeah. People who read Brian McTaggart's work. What's wrong with
what
you?
I'm saying is not that he doesn't do good work. I'm saying, are the Astros relevant enough for people where they care enough?
Yes. You mean the multi-time ALCS attendance?
That's not really a stat. That's not something people put anywhere.
4 World Series appearances.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're paying attention. Trust me.
Are you?
Yep.
You said that quietly.
No, because I don't really.
I'm not staying around for the post game. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't know. They should have addressed it if they didn't. But if anybody knows if they addressed, it's impossible to know. But if you do know,
I'm gonna go to Astros.com and see Brian McTaggart's gamer and see if that was addressed, and I'll have an answer.
He asked about Altuve trying to bunt with the infield back. Down 4 runs. And Pena at the top of the order coming up, runner on second, nobody out, and you're bunting the runner along. Top of the order. The guy who's got a 9-game hit streak. That makes me nuts. The good games, though, there were a couple of good ones. The Pacers winning, and Therese Halliburton.
How about the last? I mean, they came back from 20 down. And
how about this?
They were down 5 with 37 seconds to go, and they won with a 3 at the buzzer. Well,
get
close
this.
to the buzzer.
Playoff record when trailing by 7 points with less than minute 30 left in the game. The Indiana Pacers are 2-0. Every other team in the last 20 years is 1-384.
In the last 20 years, so that doesn't even include Reggie Miller.
No.
Against the Knicks.
How about that? Down 7 points with less than 3 minutes, a minute 30 left in the game. 1-384, and the Pacers are 2-0 this postseason. Holy crap!
Yeah, that's pretty. That's crazy. And you now have the Cleveland Cavaliers who are down. They have to win 4 of the next 5, and they had to keep Garland out, Evan Mobley. They're clearly, for them to miss. Not a must-win game, but you pretty much really need to win that game at home before you go on the road. It's got to be bad, and so they've got to be right. They got to get fully healthy to win 4 of the next 5. So they got to win 4 of the next 5. I still think it's doable against Pacers, but Pacers know who they are. They got a primary in Tyrese Halliburton. They've got good players around them, but they know who to go to, and he's a clutch player in key times. So that's a pretty sporty team. Now I want to see the Celtics. I'd like to see the Celtics overcome the Knicks. I don't think I could deal with New York Knicks basketball fan right now. It would be old school going Knicks Pacers. Boy, that's an old school series. You remember that one from back in the day. But no, I'm kind of hoping personally for the Celtics, and with the Rockets out of it, I don't know about you guys. Part of me I've got a lot of respect for Steph Curry. I fear him. But I feared other players and teams in the past as a Houston fan. And there's some I don't like. And then I've never really.
Warriors, come out to play, yeah.
I don't dislike the Warriors. I don't love the Warriors as And you saw my Thundersticks. John saw it. I was anti-Warriors with my Thundersticks.
I don't know. I thought they might have been Warriors.
No, I was Thundersticking for a miss, and I did it. I got them to miss with my Thundersticks on a free throw. But it wouldn't be I would kind of love the carnage if Steph Curry won a title, to watch what would happen with people who want to down LeBron. Like, there's already talk that LeBron, you're out if Steph Curry wins. And then there was also the conversation, Steph Curry's out of the conversation as one of the best ever if he loses.
That's the conversation in your house.
Well, I know. But Mason got it from Instagram.
Oh.
Well,
so Instagram's having this conversation.
Then. Yeah, okay, well.
I mean, what happens, though, if he wins his 5th title? What happens if Steph Curry would win a 5th title with this crumb bum team?
He's a top 3 guy now. I don't care what he does the rest of the way.
Crumb bums around him, and Pajinski, Moody. Okay, there are a bunch of crumb bums on this team.
Go down the list.
If Steph even goes to the Western Conference,
Pat Spencer.
Not a crumb bum.
Yes, Draymond Green. Crumb bum. Let's see.
Jimmy Butler.
Well, you can't say Jimmy Butler.
Not really. Not in the playoffs.
He's not a crumb bum.
Not playoff Jimmy. Kevin Looney.
Crumb bum. Poole.
He's not there anymore.
He's not even there.
Poole. The white guy.
Pudzinski?
No. The big.
Quentin Post.
Oh, Post. Yeah, Quentin Post. Crumb bum. He's crumb bum. Who else? Who are the others?
He hit a lot of shots against the Rockets.
Who else?
Santos.
GP3.
2.
Junior.
2. What about
Santos? Crumb bum. Bunch of crumb bums, John.
Kaminga.
Crumb bum.
They got a bunch of crumb bums on that team. Crumb bum. And if he takes them even to the Western Conference Final, or God forbid they get there with him out with a hamstring injury. Oh,
is it lucky that they got? I don't know. The Lakers kind of sucked. The Lakers. I don't know.
Lakers are old.
Wait a minute. It's down to Minnesota. This West that was so unbelievable. It's down to Minnesota, Golden State, who are playing teams, and Denver and
the
Oklahoma
other two
City
are legit. Like
they're
everyone,
legit.
But did you see that? I don't know if you saw this. How about this, John? ESPN platforms average 4.46 million viewers across 12 games, up 14% from last year. TV viewers. ABC led the way with blah, 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 14% increase. The 6 games on ESPN were up 10%. TNT averaged 3.3 million viewers across 25 first-round playoff games, a 3% increase from last year. That number was highlighted by a Game 7 between the Rockets and Warriors on Sunday that drew 6.6 million, the most-watched first-round game since 2009 Bulls and Celtics. It's the most-watched game in 16 years in the first round. These playoffs, now NHL and NBA have been great. I don't think it's just Golden State, by the way. I think there's a growing, I think people understood that there's a little something, you could see the highlights. I think it was because there was some scrapping going on in the game. I can tell you this, did you want to see the hockey match between U.S. and Canada after they had that fight? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Are you kidding me? People saw the highlights, and I think they said, ooh, I want to see what happens in this one between the Rockets and Golden State. LZ ratings are up from historic lows. They had nowhere else to go. Up from 16. Up the most watched game of 16 years. You don't want to do this with baseball. You don't want to compare basketball with baseball. If you're going to say that about basketball, make sure that you say baseball is on life support. Make sure you do that also. Right. Because look at baseball can't even touch Caitlin Clark. Is this a white and black thing? White baseball. Well, there's an anti-NBA thing that's gone on that some people can't let go of. They can't let you enjoy a sport. Yeah. So I don't even know who said that, but I can just tell you that there's a thing with basketball where people don't like basketball, and they'll tell you how much they don't like it, and they'll try to down it. And, frankly, if you don't want to watch it, then don't comment on it. If you're not watching, you don't have to comment. It's H-Town Bulldog. Yeah, but you don't have to comment on it because you're not watching it. That's fine. Huh. I mean, I got news for you. The games have been great. I got news for you. Every sport outside the NBA has gone down. It's historically low since cord cutting. It's just it's the facts. Does anyone talk about golf's historically low TV ratings?
Oh,
since
speaking
Tiger
of which,
Woods has been out?
Speaking of which, where are you guys on the controversy with Scotty Scheffler taking this week off right before the PGA Championship?
I'm good with it. You got to get ready for the PGA Championship. You're trying to get a Scotty.
Well,
now
hold on. When the 2 times he hasn't played before a major, he hasn't played well. Now he won last week and historically won last week. Do you think he should have kept on playing?
What's the controversy?
Scotty Scheffler didn't play this week at the Truist.
No, but why is that controversial?
Because he's got the PGA next week and he got to get ready for it.
So,
he's home with his family.
Business.
Instead of getting ready,
hold on. That can't really be. Is that a real controversy? That his
well, it's
own
not
personal
controversy,
choice?
but it's a discussion. It's a big story.
Tiger would do that all the time.
No, Tiger did it every
time.
time.
He would bail on us.
But he would never play in the week before.
Never. So
but
why is this a big problem?
Scotty has not played well when
They're coming
he
after
hasn't
white
played.
golfers.
So where are you guys on this?
Is this
They're
narrative
after white golfers.
the narrative being pushed by police unions because of what he did?
No, it's
when
not.
he tried to drag
a cop, is this the police union fighting their way?
Every time we bring up Scotty Scheffler,
yes, it will be.
He ran over a police officer.
Ran over a police officer. We will bring it up. He tried to.
The charges were dropped because they were a big farce. So
that guy's pants got ripped. Yeah. He had to change out of his pants.
Well, then sew him up. Okay, let's go. Fix yourself up. And then how about that DeChambeau and Koepka were invited to the big dinner, which is they're a possibility for the Ryder Cup team. Where are you guys on that?
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me they refused or something. That was
no, they didn't. They were there.
Okay,
they were there.
So where am I on 2 golfers being invited to a dinner?
Yeah,
is that what you're asking?
Where are you on this?
I don't know.
Keegan Bradley invited them.
I hope they didn't get bubble guts. That's my opinion on it. I hope the food was great. That's all.
I think the food was probably pretty good.
I'm sure it was. I'm not sure what we're doing here.
Well,
two golfers got invited to a dinner. Did they have steak?
I don't know. I don't know what they served. Lance, where are you on this? You don't have a.
I back Scotty. I back the
blue.
I back the black.
The black of what?
He wears black shirts.
Oh, I thought you were.
Actually, does he wear black shirts?
No, he doesn't wear black shirts.
I was trying to come up with a B.
The blue.
The blue.
You back the blue because they're after Scotty.
Then I'm anti-Scotty.
Scotty's in since you're back in the white.
Well, I'm backing Scotty Scheffler's personal choice
to run over a police officer.
Well, not that so much as not play.
Oh, okay, I agree there.
Spend time
with his family.
Well, that's his choice. If he wants to do that, that's his problem.
Other people decide to spend less time with their family.
Yeah, that's his problem if he wants to.
And that's a problem. That's a problem. Okay.
Lance, if I gave you the option, get prepared for the draft the week before, or spend time with your family, what are you doing?
Well, work is work.
Okay.
I
mean, so.
Okay. All right. Let's break. And on National Break on Time Day, which, of course, we have been adhering to and celebrating this holiest of holidays, National Break on Time Day. Let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. We had a plumber here yesterday, Lance, and at first he said nothing, and then he said, "Oh, you know what? There is something." And I was like, "Oh, I wish I had." Nothing against the guy; he was great. Nothing against him, but my problem is that I don't have Billy Brown here in LA. That's my problem. And if you don't have Billy Brown in your life, then you know what? It's good. I'm going to say this: it's better to not have Billy Brown in your life because then you don't have any plumbing issues. But if you do have plumbing issues and you don't have Billy Brown in your life sucks.
Yep,
that's right.
And you'll pay a lot more, by the way. And you may get a plumber.
You'll pay for it.
Oh, the plumber may be fixing things that don't need to be fixed. Oh, you got to get this thermal. You got to get this thermal ratchet socket replaced too. I'm gonna go ahead and replace that for you also, so that your house doesn't explode. What? Before you know it, bang, boom, bing. You're paying for stuff you don't need. You need somebody who is honest, somebody who does good work, somebody who's transparent, and somebody who wants you to feel confident that you're going to get great work at a fair price. And that's exactly what you get from our friends over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to the website, go look at all the different services they offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, I saw a video of Tyrese Halliburton. I think it was just this year in the last minute, I think, of a game, or last 2 minutes of a game, to tie or take the lead. He's 10 for 11. I think it might be like the last 30 seconds.
How did they think he's so overrated?
I don't know how that.
I'm trying to figure out. Like, all he's done is turn himself into a star level player.
Yeah.
Who plays well in the clutch. I don't. That's just a personal attack, I think, on Tyrese Halliburton.
They might just not like him. I don't know.
No, it's got to be they just don't like him. Like the way he created that space for the step back, for the winning three, he was going for a jugular. He wasn't trying to win with the two. He was going to step back. Of course, everyone defaults to a step back three nowadays anyway. But man, it was like the way they won is so improbable. God, what a choke by
he
Cleveland.
Got that board off of the miss on purpose, and he said, I could have put it back up and tied the game, but I didn't. He said, no, I thought I had some time, so let me go back here, and wow, just he's really 10 for 11. He is 10 for 11 to win, to take the lead or tie the game. That is clutch. That is clutch. And he's been clutch. Indiana, and I guess, you know what? We talk about the leagues and they want certain teams to win or whatnot. Indiana getting there ain't helping no ratings at all. But they're good enough to get there, man. Cleveland has been a juggernaut and has been great all year long, and they're 0-2 at home. 0-2 at home. They got to win, like you said, 4 out of 5.
But they haven't had Darius Garland, so they got to get Garland back. Indiana's fine. I don't like Cleveland. To me, is a snooze. So I've always felt this whole time like I don't know how they've done it. I don't honestly know how they've been that dominant. When I watched them against the Rockets, I never got the feeling that they were a dominant team. And so I'm fine. Eliminate them. I don't have any problem. Get rid of them if you want to. But I guess the Knicks are okay. I don't want to have to deal with Knick basketball fan. So I think I'd rather have obnoxious Celtic fan than obnoxious Knick fan. Pacers fans aren't really obnoxious, but man, is that a kind of a snooze of a team, though, a little bit. You could say the same thing about Oklahoma City in a way.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that Oklahoma City brings the juice, but they've been so dominant all year that I'd kind of like to see, it feels like them versus the Nuggets. I don't know. I don't know that I think those other two play-in teams can really compete in a championship. But if you get on a heater, we've seen it with the Rockets before, won a championship like that. Although the Rockets were a dangerous team the whole year. They just had injuries. And then they won a championship from whatever there was, the 6th seed years and years ago. So, I mean, it's happened before.
Yep. Here's some breaking news. Jets wide receiver Alan Lazard is in play to be traded to the Steelers.
No, that's not real.
Yeah. After they traded George Pickens to the Cowboys, per Pro Football Talk.
Shut up. So we called it earlier as a joke. We called it.
Yep. Alan Lazard.
There's step one. Here he comes.
Yep.
Here he comes. Aaron Rodgers bullying the Steelers into getting one of his boys in. Aaron Rodgers is a problem. He is a massive problem. This guy bullies. It never ceases to amaze me how he can bully general managers around. Just bullies people around. You can't do anything about it.
Are they doing it? Are they doing that as a preemptive? Hey,
yes,
look.
Dude, Alan Lazard. Alan Lazard's not better than the guys on their roster. He's just another one of them. That's an Aaron move. And I had heard before the draft that right before the draft, I found out the Steelers weren't taking Shedeur. And then after the draft, at least not in the first round, I thought it was maybe possible after. Then after that, I heard their plan is, Aaron Rodgers. That I think that they've got a legit chance there, and I think Kirk Cousins is the backup, but it doesn't matter. Aaron Rodgers, and you and I made a joke about Randall Cobb. You said, who do they have? Who do they have if they move, if they move away? And we went through the depth chart of who the Steelers have. It's not good. And our joke was, well, there's always Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard. Sure enough, before the show ends, you tell us that Alan Lazard could be headed to the Steelers.
Is this show supposed to service the local community or talk about national topics? Because we got
Both.
more breaking news.
What in the world is that?
The Texans have come to an agreement with Foley Fatukasi. Foley's back with your Houston Texans.
Okay. I'm actually okay with that. I thought Foley was pretty good this year. And you needed a big tackle. Maybe that's why they didn't draft defensive tackle. Because that whole time I thought defensive tackle would be a position they attacked. And once they didn't, maybe Foley this whole time was their backup option. So, okay, we're pretty much just running it back with the same guys that we've had over the last 2 years, right? Sheldon Rankins is there. Mario Edwards is back. Foley is back. Don't they have – there's another one back too. It's like the same guys, the same defensive tackles. So
I don't mind Foley coming back at all.
No, I don't mind it. That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm good with it. I thought he had some moments where he was pretty dang good.
Yeah, and you know what? They just need to be bulked up in the middle. They gotta be able to stop the run, and they could have used somebody more explosive. Although Foley got to seem like he was putting some pressure on. I mean, that's nice. That's nice. Good for them. Good on them. This is all about the offensive line. Everything is going to be about the offensive line. If they can't protect, if they can't run block, if they can't be much better for CJ this year, I feel like, okay, who's had the best offseason in the division?
Well, it can't be Texans. What did the Texans do that's so great?
You would have to really love their draft.
Well, yeah, it'd have to be the draft. Christian Kirk to me is just whatever. I mean, guy's been hurt all the time. He played, 4 games last year? Or he didn't play a lot last year. He's been hurt a lot.
You like the Jags picking up Travis Hunter? I like the Colts picking up
that. I didn't love those picks.
I didn't love the trade, but I like the player.
Yeah, I like the player, but
I didn't like the trade at all.
Have you heard James Gladstone, the general manager, who's like 34? Have you heard him talk?
No.
It's kind of creepy. If you went and found Del, if you could go find where he talks about, we could play it in the next segment, in his post-draft conference where he talks about how they're going to operate and why they made the trade for Travis Hunter. He talks about, we're going hunting. We hunt. That's Jaguar football now. We're going
Isn't that what Kirby Smart said?
Yeah.
So you liked it when Kirby did it.
Yeah, because Kirby's a real one. Because Kirby says that you can't just be 34 years old and never done anything. Kirby coached for Nick Saban. Kirby has had actual killers on his squad. Kirby developed some. Kirby literally said before the TCU championship game, said, Kirby, what do you plan on doing? What's the plan for today? Aggression. We're going to go out hunting. We're going to go hunt today. She goes, is that it? That's it. We're going to hunt as hard as we possibly can. Thank you. And I immediately said, if you've got TCU plus any amount of points,
plus 80,
you've already lost. You've already lost because Kirby's going hunt.
So they got the creep and they have this guy?
Duval.
Those are the guys at the top of the org chart.
Yeah.
Along with
because I remember when we made fun of like Jonathan Gannon and Dan Campbell's press conferences. So they turned out pretty good. Well,
Campbell did.
Yeah, I mean, Gannon, I think, is better than expected, but it hasn't really manifested itself in anything.
Do you want to lose a game to this guy?
Duval.
No.
I like the Colts picking up. I'm telling you, Tyler Warren is going to be a problem in this division for years to come.
Yeah. How about Richardson?
Yeah, who's going to throw him the ball the first year?
Daniel Jones or Richardson going to be a problem?
Okay.
When the Colts get a quarterback, Tyler Warren will be a problem.
He's going to be a problem.
He's going to be a problem. You know what else is a problem?
Get a quarterback.
You know what else is a problem? Mother's Day is coming up, right? And you can't play poker on Mother's Day, right? So what did they do? They moved the big tournament. It's the Texas Card House Houston Sunday tournament. It's the 10-year anniversary. It's going to be on Saturday. okay, and you want to talk about big, it is going to be big. If you're looking for a big tournament this Saturday, you've got it. Not Mother's Day. They're going to have it on a Saturday. So if you're looking for a great place to play, starts at 2 o'clock, big money involved, all right? And it's one-day event, okay, with a $50K on the line. You're looking for a great tournament this Saturday, it's at Texas Card House on Westheimer. If you're looking for a great place to just go play, get your cards on. Let's go. Get on over there. There's always a game going on 24/7. It is just awesome. I love Texas Card House, either in spring or at Texas Card House on Westheimer, right there in the city. You're looking for a great place to get your poker on. PLO, 1-3, 1-2, and more. All at Texas Card House. I'm loving it. You'll love it. The bar is open till 2 a.m., and it's 24/7. You can always find a game at Texas Card House. And if you like to play at home, download Hijack Poker app, where you can play against Texas people, only in Texas, made by Texas Card House. TexasCardHouse.com. Go to the website and see all the great events coming up at TexasCardHouse.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Looks like Notre Dame USC is coming to an end. USC tired, and you know what? And rightfully so. Who was it? Oh, Mick Cronin this year was berating them. Hey, you know what? The people on the East Coast got to make the trip here too. And he was like, really? They come here once and they play the USC and us, and we do it 4 times going out there, and it's the same. Are you an idiot? And USC's like, we got to play all these Midwestern games with Big Ten teams. We can't afford another trip to Notre Dame. We got to that out of conference game. We got to stay close to home, and I don't disagree with him, right?
Yeah, well, we always knew this was going to happen. Like, you can't screw up the regional stuff. It was tough. Now, that was one that was, that one made some sense because it was one of your out of conference. But like you said, you have to do so much traveling now. Subtract that one, and that's maybe one of the reasons Notre Dame has been looking to do the well, I'm sure it is hand in hand why Notre Dame is going to do the deal with Clemson, because it's it makes more sense regionally, and they knew they were losing the USC deal or the the USC deal. Yeah,
for Notre Dame, it's easy. I mean, they're playing. They can control their own schedule every year. They don't have to travel back and forth from coast to coast. First of all, they're in the middle of the country, which makes it easier for them right away. And secondly, you know what? USC don't want to play. That's fine. We'll pick up another big game. But the USC Notre Dame game has been historic. I mean, that's one of the top rivalries in college football. They play every year. They haven't had any affiliation other than we're going to play every year. And it's been there's been great moments in that series. It's just no one cares about any tradition anymore. Nothing. All the tradition. I guess the kids don't care, right? They don't have any. They don't even know who O.J. Simpson was or Charles White was or any.
Well,
they don't
care about that.
They don't care. And so, what's the difference?
They don't even know about the Bush push. Bush
right.
push. They don't even know about that.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know. I don't know. Did you happen to see the fight between the Pittsburgh Pirate? I guess he's one of those guys that stand at the end of the aisle and they seat you. What are they called? Ushers?
Oh, ushers.
Oh, yeah, he's an usher. He's an usher. And the fight between him and the fan?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah.
You're going after it with an usher?
An usher.
I've never seen that before.
The guy spit on him, and they were arguing, and then the usher threw some hands, and then he took off his belt. Yeah, it's easy to find.
Oh my gosh, I bet
Pittsburgh
it is.
Pittsburgh Pirate usher and fan going at it. Dude's bleeding from the mouth. He caught him a couple of times. And,
really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then he had to take off his belt and go after him. It's kind of funny. You don't normally see an usher fighting with.
No,
you're supposed to. Aren't you supposed to? I don't think that's in the job description.
Well, there are some ushers who are probably ready to get down if it needs.
Was there a spit in the face?
Yeah, there was
from the fan to the usher,
yeah.
And
yes.
At that point, it's no longer about I work this job that's part time. You spit in my face, and then whatever comes your way.
No, that's actually true. The usher part leaves when you have somebody spit in your face.
Oh,
that's like somebody taking off one of those dandies, taking off their gloves and slapping you in the face with it.
That's very true. It's an insult you cannot take. You spit in my face, or you slap me in the face with the glove. And I think that's why the usher took off his belt to whip him. At that point, you're just looking to humiliate someone after they spit in your face. You're going to beat them down a little bit and then humiliate them. Like if you're going to go home, hey, honey, what happened at the Pirates game? An usher took his belt off and whipped me with it. What? First he beat me up and then he took his belt off and whipped me with it. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was my day. How was your day?
Well, the kids are a bit of a hassle, but that's normal.
I got beat up, belt whipped by an usher. It was kind of a big dude, though. The usher's kind of a big dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have challenged him.
Yeah, I'm not going to spit in his face.
No, of course.
You spit in another man's face, and whatever you get.
Yeah, that you deserve it. But the guy, like you said, the usher's a pretty big guy, so maybe don't do anything. Period. And then I guess the guy thought the protection of him, a paying customer, I can do what I want. Nah, the usher doesn't get paid enough to take you spitting in his face. I don't know how much he enjoys his job, but there's a real chance he doesn't like that job very much. And then you're going to spit in his face.
And what do you do if you're the team now? If I'm the president of the organization, I'm like, I got to fire this guy because he's beating up a fan, or what? He spit in his face.
What do you do? I mean,
I don't know the guy's name. Look, David, I think what you did was justified, but then you took your belt off. And once you take your belt off.
I mean, that is a step maybe too far.
Yeah, once you take your belt off, then there's not a lot I can do here.
Usher fight at PNC Park. And when we will warn you, this is not even, I got to take down my status of my, I got to back down the status here at, on my YouTube so I can watch it. It's blocked on YouTube. Not blocked on YouTube because the NFL, my computer, I have to turn down. Oh, it's all over violent. Twitter. Shut up. So that's 14 hours ago. This is it. It's in a, oh my gosh. So he just starts clocking. The usher's the one who swings first. So we're arguing that he got his face spit in there.
That was what I saw.
Look at the dudes in the background just sitting there with their phones, just watching.
Yeah, you're not going to get in the middle of that.
No, I don't want it.
It's better than the Pirates game.
Listen, I would have been the guy with the camera. Oh, this is fun.
Why is he yelling at that guy too? And the belt comes off.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to keep his job after this.
He can't keep his job when your belt whipping.
You can't whip somebody with a belt. You can't whip a paying fan with a belt.
Yeah, there are multiple angles, which is great.
Wow.
I looked it up again. So, yeah, they're alleging that the fan harassed him, spit on him, called him names, and also was harassing a female worker. And that's how the song popped off.
So you got to go.
Yeah, you see the spit. He spits at him from like a distance. Like, this is clear. The guy tried to spit on him, and the usher was like, "Nah, that's enough.
Well,
I've had to deal with your words, and I got to deal with your saliva."
Yeah, but you can't take the belt off and whip a fan. I've never heard of anyone being able to make it through.
Yeah. Where are you guys now that we're a day closer to the NFL schedule reveal?
I'm pretty excited.
I
can't wait. What's it going to look like? Do we even know who anyone's even playing?
Yeah, we kind of do.
Oh,
well, we do, except 2 games.
We just don't know the times or the dates.
So we know 15 of the games?
Oh, no, we know all the games.
We know opponents.
Yeah,
outside the division.
But we never know. Maybe we play most of this season in Germany. Do we even know?
We don't know.
That's true. We could be.
Are we going to be in Brazil this year?
Are we
playing in London? I think we actually do know the teams that are going to London.
Yeah, we do know the
Germany.
teams who are
we actually
playing outside the country.
already know that. Yeah.
Oh, we do.
But we don't know which weeks.
I missed that part of the schedule.
Like, when is our bye week? Do you even know when the bye week is?
Don't know. Are we playing on Christmas again?
We don't know.
On Netflix? We don't know. Amazon, how many games or streaming services are we going to play?
After our last Christmas game, do you think they're inviting us back for another Christmas game?
Well, is Beyonce showing up again?
No, we didn't have Thanksgiving. We had Christmas game, yeah.
Yeah, and the Ravens.
And that Sunday night game was cool versus the Lions.
For half.
It was historic the way it ended.
Maybe we stay off of prime time.
Yeah.
It's been like that forever since 2002.
No, a lot of fans were clamoring, "Hey, all the prime time games." How did that work out?
12.
How did that work out?
Keep all the games at 12. Gives you a better chance.
People were excited. A lot of interest in the Texans.
Screw the people.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. We win at 12. We lose every other time.
How many primetime games the Texans get?
When last year?
Was it 4?
No. How many are they going to get this year?
They'll get plenty. CJ's still here.
Not like last
Probably
year.
Not as many.
3.
The excitement is not there for them this year.
I'll say
there was
3.
a lot of excitement about this team at this time.
I'll say 3.
You don't think Nick Caley's going to change
more than that?
More than 3 national champions? National games?
Listen, no, they did Thursday night. They did
Thursday,
Monday,
Monday,
Sunday night. They
Sunday.
did Christmas Day.
Christmas.
Yeah, I mean,
they won't be on Christmas. They won't be on Christmas for sure.
No.
Maybe Thanksgiving, and you do have Monday, Thursday.
I don't know.
You do have Monday,
they're not
Thursday,
playing
Sunday.
at the Cowboys or Detroit this year, so
Monday, Thursday, Sunday. Oh no, that's right. Good point.
Yeah.
Well, but you also get that last game. Remember, there's 3.
There's 3 Thanksgiving. Oh, right.
There's the 3rd game.
I forgot about the one.
It's usually it's an AFC game. So you might be there.
Might.
I don't know. I don't think 3 is crazy. Like 3 of the 17 weeks, that's still. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's less than 15% of the time. No. Maybe 4. Maybe 4.
I think 4 or 5. So we have stuck to it's National Stay on Break Day. Stay on time for break.
Do you remember what happened to me yesterday where I got confused? We were so far off break. I thought the show was over and I left. And Dell comes down later and goes, "Hey, did you ever come back for News of the Weird?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, you just left and you didn't come back."
Left yesterday.
And I said, wasn't the show over? He goes, "No, we had News of the Weird." He goes, "Do you remember any of the stories?" I'm like, I don't remember any of the News of the Weird stories.
Didn't have it yet.
I said, "Wait,
well, we got one coming
doing a show?"
Yeah, we got one coming up, so don't go anywhere this time, Lance. But the reason that we're late to this one is because Dell has to do it and no one cares.
What?
Oh, sorry.
Do you know that we do stuff for clients? You think that was? It's not about me, by the way. I know you want to insult me, but this is actually about the client.
No, we care about the spot. We just don't care about you.
Well, that doesn't help them either, I guess. But let's move on. Let's try to stay as close to the break as possible. But I will begin with this. Let's talk about the great people over at Monument Chevrolet. And I say people, even though they sell cars, because they're all about being a family. So whether you are someone who works there or someone who's trying to get a car from Monument, they are going to treat you like like they've known you for years. And that's just part of the Monument Chevrolet experience. So first, what you need to do is check out that entire inventory on monumentchevrolet.com. They have a wide selection, whether you want something new or pre-owned, is all there for you. And of course, if you own a business, they have stuff for your fleet as well. And then when you get out there, you might run into someone like Javier. He is their salesperson of the week. He is not about high pressure. He understands the car buying experience can be a little wonky for people. You're not sure what you want, so he'll walk you through the process. And he doesn't mind answering as many questions as you have to ask. So if you got one more, just ask Javier. He's there for you. And that's how you get treated by everyone at Monument Chevrolet. So check out all they have to offer and then get on that lot in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225 and take a look at the wide selection of vehicles, whether you want a Trax or an Equinox or a Blazer or maybe a Silverado 1500. It's all there for you. And the great people at Monument Chevrolet will show you what they have to offer. So in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, remember that website, monumentchevrolet.com. And also remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Oh, here's something weird. Cities that you cannot afford to live in if you make $100,000. Top of the list? Not weird. It's San Francisco.
Yeah.
Boston, Honolulu, Washington,
Do you say
Seattle.
you say Austin or Boston?
Boston. Honolulu, Washington,
What about
Seattle, New York,
Yeah.
Denver. You know where you can afford to live on a net monthly income?
Yes, San Antonio.
Houston.
Oh.
Houston's on the list.
Yeah, everyone thinks we're super cheap here. I don't know that we're super cheap.
No,
here.
but you can actually live here on an income and actually you can actually live on a net monthly income of $883.
Can you? Well, that's a curious.
I don't believe you.
That's a curious little story that you're reading there.
That's strange. That is the news of the weird.
You can live here, maybe not in a car.
So this guy in Britain, he's a fare dodger. He has 30,000 pounds in unpaid fines for train fare evasion.
30,000.
30,000. He had a court date. Guess what happened?
Missed it.
Nope.
What?
He jumped on a train without paying for it to get to his court date.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's his brand.
Well, he's on brand. That's what I love about him.
He should be an influencer where that should be his whole thing, and he gets paid for jumping fares.
Jumping trains.
Yeah.
Jumping trains without paying. I don't
I'm
mind.
headed to my headed to see what do they call lawyers there? Barrister. I'm headed to see my barrister. And watch this. Look at this irony. I'm gonna jump a fare headed to the courts. Are they courts or are they tribunals? What do they call them over there?
Whatever they are.
Whoever.
I don't know if everything in Britain has a special word that we don't use. It might just be courts over there.
Yeah. It's got to have some kind of little
Might
word.
be. Right.
They wear wigs. They literally wear wigs.
Wear wigs, yeah.
What?
A second grader in Kentucky actually, and I'm looking at the picture of the delivery, ordered 70,000 suckers. And Amazon apparently left it right on their doorstep, all 70,000 of them.
Man.
Does that take a pallet? Like how?
Yeah. How much does that
How
weigh?
do you deliver
Well, probably multiple boxes.
to one house? 70,000 suckers. And you deserve that if you let your second grader order stuff.
Now listen, it's easy. All they have to do is get on your computer. Your credit card's already saved. They could order it. You got to have something with Amazon where they go, "Are you sure? We're going to make a phone call to make sure this is right."
I get a call if my credit card goes to Target, right? You're not getting a call.
Blocked this. Yeah, we blocked it. We blocked. What? Why didn't this charge go through? We blocked it. We just weren't sure as you at Target.
Yeah, my wife never. Oh no. If my wife if her credit card is a Target, oh sorry, that's not her. You're right.
What's the level of store that alerts your credit card company that it's not in your possession anymore? What do you think? Is it Home Goods?
I've had that happen at NRG Stadium at a concession stand.
Really?
I was getting drinks. Yeah. Well, it was just randomly like, sorry.
No,
we think there may be fraud, Lance. If this was you, just reply yes and then go back and try it again. Like, you guys already embarrassed me.
Yeah, I tried to use
what are you talking about?
I tried, like, we go to Wildcat for remotes. I tried to use my card at the bar and it got declined.
Well, they're like, you're not. No. They're like, you're never at a golf course.
Yeah, that's actually a good job by your bank.
Yeah, that's the bit, Lance.
Right. That's it. I know.
John got it.
The bit is.
I'm not going after you. Lance is the one.
Yeah. So let's see. We got time. Oh no, we got to get out on time.
Oh, it's not on time.
10 o'clock.
It's 10 o'clock. What do you mean on time?
National Get Out on Time Day. Yep. It's National Get Out on Time. We want to make sure you adhere to it, Del, and celebrate.
By getting out of your show at 10 o'clock?
Right, exactly. No, for all your breaks, make sure you're on time.
I told you.
And the rest of the station,
Stop trying to impose your way of life on me.
National Get Out on Time Day, okay? And we're doing that right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Y'all have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
Welcome into the show. Sorry, I was stuck looking at the Rodgers conversation going on. It's not a new one, but with the Steelers making a trade, George Pickens to the Cowboys, it reinvigorates the conversation about Aaron Rodgers. So perfect for the talk show. So less distracted now. But we had a big night in the NBA. The second game wasn't that interesting, but you had a scenario where Steph Curry has to leave the game and the Warriors still win. So playing a game 7 in Houston affected possibly their best player. I think I saw the stat where, or at least I heard it listening to a podcast, that Steph Curry ran nearly 2 miles in the game. So while Amin Thompson was a little dinged up because of a hamstring or calf, a cramp or so, the Rockets did leave game 7 with something. Steph Curry couldn't get through a half against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Didn't matter, though. The Wolves were atrocious on offense. People were wondering if they would even get to 70. They picked it up in the second half, but it wasn't enough. They got as close as 9. And then Buddy Hield, we all remember what he did against the Rockets. He hit a big 3, and then Jimmy Butler hit a late clock, I think, jumper to give the Warriors a 15-point lead, and that was about the end of it. I think the Wolves got within 9 one more time on an Ant Edwards 3, which is rare because the Wolves over the last 2 games, I think, are 12 of 76 or so. Is that what I saw on threes? They've been that bad. Now, they did eliminate the Lakers shooting poorly from 3 in Game 5. Did not work out yesterday, and Ant Edwards got called up by his coach. He didn't really agree with what Chris Finch thought of his performance, but so there's that. And in the first game, we had Tyrese Halliburton continue to be clutch. So we'll get to that. But locally, we have the Rockets dignitaries, Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka, talk about the season as a whole and the playoff series and giving defenses of Jalen Green. So we will get to that. I certainly have some thoughts. It reminded me of previous press conferences like this after losses to the Warriors. I mean, we know who Rafael Stone learned under. He learned at the feet of Daryl Morey. A lot of what he was saying about his star 2 guard, similar in its tone to how the Rockets defended James Harden after bad series. Jalen Green will get a little bail from me because it was his first series, but the defenses of him, I'm not rolling with, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But the Astros, and this is probably more of a question for Jeremy Branham because he, more than most of us, watches a lot of college baseball. He does it for a living. So maybe it's a question. If I wanted to text anyone who worked here, I'd do it. But yeah, I'm not going to do it. Was that college baseball what the Astros did when they have a leadoff double and then your top 2 hitters, at least in the lineup, and Jeremy Payne has been a long hitting streak, and of course Altuve is Altuve, although he has been less so Altuve over the last 3 weeks or so. That's what even a college baseball team decide. Number 1 and 2 in the lineup after number 9 gets on base with leadoff double, we're going to try to bunt him over a couple times, sacrifice a couple of outs to get a run in.
That's just small ball, Dell.
I don't know if you use the top 2 guys in your lineup for small ball. Maybe if Jake Myers is up there, who actually is hitting better than all the Astros, so maybe not even Jake Myers this year. So when he's calling a Cougs game and the number 9 hitter gets on the leadoff double in a game that they're down in, by the way, the context was they're down 4-0. Wesneski to get off to a good start, but after that, the rest of the pitchers figured it out to keep the Astros in it. In the game, they lost 4-3. Brendan Rodgers had a Oppo 3-run home run to give us some hope if you were still locked in on the game at that point. But I don't even think the local college teams do that. 4-0 early in the game. We are going to sacrifice outs to try to get a run home when allegedly 2 of your top 2 hitters are up with no outs. I don't think it was called by Espada. I don't believe that came down. Hey, guys, we're going to try something new here. We're going to start bunting when Cam Smith gets on because we want to take the bat out of the hands of Pena and Altuve. I think that was Pena just made a decision. At least you know what? I can't say
that's actually how it happened? Let's say I hope so. I hope that was a player-driven decision and not an organizational one where they're just going to decide we really need to get this run home in a regular season game against the Brewers. So let's give up and out. And then Altuve's like, you know what? That was a great idea. Let me do it too.
Offense needs some juice.
So we're going to
Small
bunt.
ball. Yeah.
No, I'm not rolling.
Get a guy in there.
Get a guy over.
Yeah.
And then Altuve. So Altuve thought to himself, I guess, okay, Pena didn't get it done.
Watch this.
Watch this. I really won't get it done. Jeez. And of course, he got thrown out. He had a base running error the night before, had another one last night. It's his bag. So we've come to accept that from him. And there's some tweets like, he's got to, if he can't do that. What do you mean he can't do that? He's been doing it over the course of his entire career. Just come to accept it. So you know this about some players. Some guys are just going to do things you have to come to accept. Like, I know that Elimination James is going to show up. You should also come to accept that Jose Altuve will do something egregious on the base paths. It's baked into the Altuve experience. You should not be surprised by it. I know it always comes as a surprise to some people. Like, oh, I can't believe he did that. No, I can believe it. That's who he is. I've come to accept it. Acceptance is one of the phases I've made a part of my sports watching life. You come to accept that your coach of your favorite college football team is a bad game manager. Doesn't know when to kneel. Will lose games to Georgia Tech. I've come to accept it. Come to accept that Altuve will be a poor base runner for the entirety of his career. And I think you'll live a more less stressful life, excuse me.
That's why he needs to bunt guys over.
To avoid being on the base paths?
Yeah.
But I think he was bunting for a hit. He was trying to he was trying to get on base.
Oh, was he?
Didn't work.
I need some more sacrifice bunts, please. Less glory hunting with bunting for a hit. That's my opinion.
So you think he should have bunted Cam Smith over so it'd be 2 outs in the inning?
Yeah. But a guy's
on third. So the guy who's coming up next still has to reach safely with a base hit.
Just choke
to
up
drive
on the
run
bat,
in.
find grass.
Okay. That's what we were saying about Christian Walker.
You know my baseball thought process.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about exit velos. I want to see the ball touch grass. Yeah, exactly. But
that's what the Astros need to do. They're Astros offense. They just need more ducks on the pond.
And then someone to drive them in. Except last night, we just needed a guy to bunt a guy over.
Bunt him over.
Yeah.
Pass the baton. Let the next guy try to find grass.
But you're supposed to be one of our best guys. Don't put it on the next guy. You do it.
You've seen these guys hit. Come on.
It's true. It's true. I would ask not to have that scenario happen again. I understand you guys struggle to score, but that was a scenario that played out, and it played out comically in the Brewers' favor, not the Astros' favor. So that's another series lost. You go to the Midwest, you lose 2 out of 3 to the White Sox. You've already lost this series, and you've got the 12-10 start today to avoid the sweep. Feeling good about the team.
Yeah.
Feeling good about it.
How could you not? They're finally embracing small ball. They all get up there trying to swing for the fences.
We did hear that they were going to have a different approach this year because that wasn't Astros baseball last year, according to Joe Espada. So they were going to try things to get back to what they were. I don't know that bunting was part of the equation. But now I do. Now I do. We'll see if this becomes a thing going forward.
I hope it does. Just because everyone freaks
out. Yeah. I'm talking about it because I think a lot of it's funny that this conversation is such a big deal.
This team that can't score, like God forbid they strained a guy in scoring position.
Yeah, so they strand a guy over.
They've been doing
bunting.
it the normal way.
Yeah, the normal way they strand guys all the time. So what's the difference? I guess this one is just upsetting because the bunt removes all hope of a base hit for the most part.
Yeah. I think bunting needs a rebrand.
Does it need a different word for it?
Maybe. I think it also just like there's something about the way it looks that
yes, a swinging bunt is cool.
Yeah,
it's cooler at least.
Yeah,
but just lean over the plate with your band out like this. Yeah. And that's what you think the ball hitting that bat sounds like. That's what it sounds like. Unfortunately, the Astros didn't do that well either. So no runs scored in that inning. As I said, Brendan Rodgers provided the only lift for the team, got him back in the game, but wasn't enough, which has been the case throughout. Another game where they score 3 or less. Their record when they score 3 or more, I think McTaggart tweeted out they're like 11-3. Excuse me, 4 or more. When they score 4 runs or more, they're 11-3 on the season. And of course, that's great. They just don't get there much, as evidenced by their record, which means they're now 17-18 on the season. And John said it this morning. I said it yesterday. It's not a very entertaining baseball team right now. Because at least when you had the guys you knew, you could expect, at least for the most part, for even when they were struggling, that things would kind of flip the other way. Of course, the Red Sox don't have any experience with Bregman struggling early. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course,
Kyle
he would
Tucker
be good.
looks pretty good too. By the way.
Yeah, I was going to leave him out. We haven't done the Tucker trade tracker in a while.
Least.
We might have to get to that this week because Wisniewski, Paredes, away from home, and Cam Smith did have that double though.
Yeah,
it did not
his
lead
team let him down.
Yeah.
They weren't able to lay down a punt.
You think Cam Smith was standing out there going, "What the hell is going on out here? I can't.
Am I back in Florida State?
Wait a minute. Is this a midweek game versus FIU? Why are there bunts being laid down?" All right. We'll go to break with that. We'll talk about the NBA, mostly Rockets, at least to start, because Ime Udoka and Jalen Green were topic of conversation, as well as Rafael Stone in defense of Jalen Green. I'm not rolling with the defense, man. But you get bail because it's his first run through the playoffs. I will just say, and you'll hear it, we'll play it coming back, when we get back. It's not something that should be looked at and go, you know what, Rafael, you made a great point. Because so what well, wait. I'm about to get into it, and we'll just wait on it. So we'll hear from Rafael Stone. We have Ime Udoka talking about the team, and the prospect of bringing back Steven Adams was broached as well. And, of course, Fred VanVleet. The Rockets and him are in a negotiation. Not about a new deal, but I'll explain what I mean when we get back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Our phones do work. I tried it this morning when I got in just to be sure. I kind of knew that they worked yesterday, but I just wanted to make sure. And, of course, we got calls. So if you want to call in, 713-780-3776. What I forgot to do was do a giveaway this morning on the show. So we'll do it on this one. Greek Fest tickets, we'll do that today. And with the phones working, you got a shot to win Greek Fest tickets, which is a good time. So we'll do that a little bit later. But Rockets done for the season. So it's time, or at least yesterday, it was time for Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka to give their last words to the media for a little bit. Draft lottery coming up, and of course the draft itself and the draft process. So those guys will be available go in a little bit. But for now, last things to say about the season. They'll have some exit meetings today as well. They had some yesterday. But a lot of the conversation was about Jalen Green. And there were passionate defenses for his play. I disagree with the approach by Rafael Stone specifically. His defense is one where you're protecting your player, and I get it, but it's one that you can only get off this year. It's his first time through, that's a reasonable approach. Look, you don't judge players by their first playoff series. We aren't, so you shouldn't. I get it. But some of the things inside that defense I take issue with. But here's Rafael Stone on his defense of Jalen Green.
It's a little bit of a double-edged sword in terms of trying to evaluate it because their goal going into the series was to take him out, and that was obvious. And I think they talked about it. I didn't actually listen to what they said afterwards, but people told me what they said, so who knows? I think they talked about it. We're not a team built around any one player offensively, whether it's Jalen or Alperen or Amen or Fred. And so if your goal is to take out one of our players, in theory, what should happen is that our other players should just punish it. And Ime frequently talks to the guys about inviting double teams, hit the guy, and you're the sacrificial lamb. And so, in some games we punished it, in some games we didn't. In one of the games we ended up with great spacing, and we were able to punish it with him. That's maybe unsustainable, but yeah, I would just say that for all of our guys, we want them to learn and everything else, but it's not, one playoff series doesn't define a player.
So theoretically, in the regular season, the goal is to not allow the team's leading scorer to beat you. Of course, I've talked about this before. The game plans aren't so player specific in the regular season. Hell, you're just coming in from a game in San Antonio the night before. Maybe you're not going to put in your full stop Jalen Green game plan for the Rockets. It may just be, hey, this is what we do. Let's see how it goes. So yes, the Warriors had a specific game plan to stop Jalen Green from scoring. So Jalen Green's just like all the other leading scorers in the playoffs, where there's a specific game plan to keep you from being at your best. You can acknowledge that that's true, but it's a weak defense. It's a better defense to say it's his first playoff series. He had his issues. We don't judge a player by 7 games. I'll take it. That is reasonable. But to say, they tried to take him out of it. So what? You had a game plan and it's tough because you're talking about one of the best players of all time on the other side. Let's find a more reasonable comp. Like Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Cade Cunningham is not to Steph's level or Jalen Brunson's level, but Cade Cunningham had a breakout year. You know what the Knicks' goal was? To stop Cade Cunningham. And Cade Cunningham had some struggling shooting performances, but you know what? He was always a factor. So, are you telling me that the Knicks didn't have a game plan to stop Cade Cunningham, or did he overcome the game plan because that's what really good players do? That's what good players do. And this is all with the caveat of, yes, it's early in Jalen Green's career. maybe he will figure it out. There's nothing that says he won't. But the defense of, they tried to take him out of it. So what? So what? That's the goal of every team. Stop the best player from killing you. That's what happened last year with the Thunder versus the Mavs. They decided Kyrie and Luka weren't going to punish us to the point where we're going to lose the series. You know what? Kyrie and Luka still got theirs. But you know what happened? The other guys made shots. And I guess that's what Rafael Stone's point is. The other guys have to play better. Okay, but the best players for teams don't get taken out of series completely. So it's not a reasonable thing to say, but you can get it off for one playoff series, one playoff run. You can get it off. Next year, if he's on the team, you can't use that as the same thing, as an excuse. You know why I'm a bit more bothered by it than maybe I should be? Is because it's the same tone that we heard from Daryl Morey, who Rafael Stone learned under when it came to James Harden. James was tired. He played all 82. The wear and tear, that's why he didn't play at his best. We've heard this before. We've heard this from this organization about their lead dog. And you also heard something in there where Rafael Stone is talking about, hey, we're not a team that's built around one guy. The question you ask is that an organizational decision, or is it because no one has ascended to that status? Has anyone ascended to the status of being the offensive hub and you're still going by committee, or you know that there's no one who's ready for it yet, so that's why you have to play a certain way? Because Chris Finch called out Anthony Edwards for, I guess, a lack of light in his eyes after he struggled early. Anthony Edwards pushed back on that. That is because they go as he goes. And maybe the Rockets simply don't have that yet. I will guess that it's not simply, hey, the organization, no matter who's on the roster, is always going to be by committee. We've heard the conversations, at least through media, through sources, that they would love for someone to take a step forward. So to position it as, hey, we don't do it that way, it's because you can't do it that way. And if Jalen Green or anyone else was capable, you would run everything through them and let them be the offensive creator. So, once again, I understand protecting your dude, your player, but that's a weak reason for why he didn't play well. Okay. Something that Rafael Stone pushed back on quite a bit was a question, I think, by Jackson Gatlin. He asked him about Jalen Green and the numbers that suggest I'll let you hear the question. He didn't like the question. In fact, he called it out immediately after hearing it. Here's Rafael Stone.
This is for both of you guys. There's a decent amount of lineup data that suggests that this team has performed better without Jalen Green on the court this season. How much do you incorporate that kind of data into your decision-making process moving forward, be it roster construction, coaching decisions, that kind of thing?
Yeah, that's a really flawed question. So, we have there's great data that we have and we use. But I can Ime would know, one of my favorite things I tell him when we have new coaches join, one of my favorite things to tell him is I can make data say whatever I want it to say. And so, I think, we heavily use it, but we're very careful to try and really parse it out. And I would say that I would say that some of our very best lineups include him, and so that piece by itself, I just think that's just not correct.
I don't know what numbers Jackson Gatlin was using. I don't know what numbers Rafael Stone's referring to when he says some of their best lineups feature him. So I can't speak to who's right or who's wrong. But generally, when a reporter references numbers, they want to be sure because of that pushback that you're likely to get from a coach or a GM if they don't agree. So I don't know what numbers either one of those guys is looking at, to be honest with you.
I know the ones that Jackson Gatlin's talking about.
And are they biased against Jalen Green, or are they just numbers?
They're just numbers where basically every single plus minus without Jalen Green on the court is super positive.
Okay.
And all the ones with him on the court aren't positive.
Oh, That's pretty clear then.
Or they're less positive.
They're less positive, okay.
Because it's just this year, so they're less positive.
Okay.
But I mean, I can send you the
yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Chart. The chart is pretty damning.
Yeah, I don't think a reporter is going to step out there and use numbers that aren't pretty clear about use numbers that aren't clear enough to support his question. So I'm not surprised that it's funny that it's so clear in the favor of Jalen Green's not helping lineups, or at least their best lineups are when he's not out there. But I'm not surprised by the pushback. The whole thing was Jalen Green isn't as bad as this playoff series says he is. And I would agree with that. It was an awful one. But the way they're going about it suggests they should be at least called out on some of it. And we'll see going forward. It's all about whether he responds. And it's funny, he's taking more accountability for his performance than they have for it. He's like, yeah, I sucked. I got to be better. I don't think he mentioned, they tried to take me out of the games, and that's fine, because that's how the NBA works. Star players always get taken out of games.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of, and it's good that Jalen Green was the one being like, I stunk, because there's one thing that like no GM is going to get up there and doing like, that guy stunk.
Yeah, he can't do it.
Jalen Green. Yeah. He's why we lost. Anyway, we're going to try to trade him, by the way. All you teams out there, you want some of this?
We're open for business.
Want this terrible player?
Yeah. I don't know if it's so we're worried about trade value, but you're just not going to go up there and go, this guy stinks.
No matter what the reason is.
Yeah, you're just never going to do it.
And unless you're Pat Riley or not.
Well, hey, he did call guys fragile, and they need to play more. One guy responded and made the All-Star team. The other guy was like, get me the F out of here, and he torpedoed the entire season. So there's a balance. You got to figure out who you're talking about. Who are you talking about when you say things like that? And, of course, Pat Riley has rings and years under his belt that Rafael Stone doesn't. So just guys are going to approach it a different way. So that's part of what happened yesterday. Before we go to break, I did want to mention this. Fred VanVleet is a guy we know has a decision that needs to be made about his team option coming up here by Friday, I believe. The Rockets and he and his representatives are discussing pushing that date back. It's for plenty of reasons. With the draft lottery coming up here shortly, they would probably like to know where that pick lands. And also, some people are speculating that it could be, hey, there may be a trade. Could be a trade in the works, and maybe Fred's involved, or maybe he's not involved, but they want to see what they can get done before having to make a decision about that money. So it could be Friday. The Rockets and Fred VanVleet's representatives are talking about it. So Fred's like, no, let's get this over with now, so I know whether I'm getting $45 million or maybe I'm a free agent. Let's figure it out. Maybe I don't want to wait. We know, or at least we were told, they have a good relationship. We will see.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to be able to find anything out, because you're not supposed to negotiate with free agents until.
I don't know how it works with the guy
tampering.
He's still actually under contract.
Yeah, but Fred won't know his market value.
You mean Fred can't make a decision about whether he
does he want to be a free agent? He doesn't know what his market could possibly be.
Yeah, how would he ever know? Well,
although there is only like one team with
cap space.
Fred VanVleet cap space. Yeah.
Do the Nets want to pay Fred VanVleet $39 million a year over 3 seasons, or is that the Rockets?
I'm not even sure if they're capable of.
I don't know how much money they have. Actually, they have the most. I just don't know how much it is. They have like money to take in a Giannis deal. Like if he was a free agent, I think they have the money to take in a max player, I believe. But to attract a max player, you would need another max player, I think. And they don't have the money for that, I believe.
Fred VanVleet.
He's the Rockets max player. I'm not sure he's a max player anywhere else. But we'll find out in a couple of days now whether Fred and his team will say, yeah, you can push my decision off because you got some moves you want to make, or let me know now because I like to explore my options. If you don't want to give me the 45 or give me an extension, that could be 3 years in length. We will see. Maybe in the next couple of days. All right, we'll go to break with that. There's more Rocket stuff to get to, so we'll get to that as well. Also, we have the NBA playoffs. Another epic collapse that the Pacers take advantage of. And, of course, as I mentioned earlier, the Warriors go into Minnesota and take game 1. So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So not a big move, but the Texans do bring back Foley Fatukasi. Sean's in there pumping his fist. So they do bring back one of their interior defensive linemen, and Foley was good last year. He fit what they want to do. He swarmed all about it. So I'm sure he tested the market, tried to figure out what it was, and found out not that great. The Houston deal's not so bad. I like playing here. The deal's not so bad, so I'll stay. So Foley Fatukasi back with the Houston Texans. You were very excited in there.
Yeah, I mean, come on. No one except maybe D'Amico Ryans loves signing a defensive lineman more than I do. Especially when it doesn't get released how much money he's making, so I just assume it's the minimum.
Yeah, I don't think his agent wants it known that Foley waited until May 7th to get a deal done.
That's just a general tip for everyone out there, especially, yes, as you get later in the offseason. If someone signs a 1-year deal and it doesn't say how much money it is, assume it's the minimum or pretty close.
Yeah, we'll find out, and I'm sure his agent would love to.
Yeah, I'll be on Spot Track.
I'm sure he would love to, have someone kill off Spot Track and over the cap, so we can't find out what his
404
what his player
not found.
What his player got, or maybe just a Foley Fatukasi part of
just that page.
Yeah, get that page out of here. But we'll know at some point. The league will have that information. Eventually, it'll be a place where it's public.
It's basically the flip side of when a guy signs and you get the most inflated number possible, like the Stephon Diggs contract this year, where it was like 3 years, $63 million.
Yeah.
Like what?
Like all the reporters who let us know that Foley Fatukasi was back, they used the minimum as far as words. Like Diana Rossini goes, the Texans are assigning DL Foley Fatukasi, per source. If she doesn't use per source, I guess that's probably the minimum, but she has to at least acknowledge that she got it from someplace. So she goes per source. That's it. It's not deal negotiated by whoever his agent is.
Yeah, tag his agent.
Yeah, Foley Fatukasi, a big-time member of that Texas defensive line back. Yeah. None of the flowery words.
Former first-round. He wasn't a former first-round.
None of that. None of those words are brought back. Are in these tweets because first it's Foley Fatukasi, and also, the agent wasn't going to spend the time letting them know, yeah, my guy's back on the minimum. Write all these things about it.
But if/when Aaron Rodgers signs with probably the Steelers, or if someone gets hurt in training camp, maybe them, there's probably going to be more words to the report, and there might even be the vaunted Rappaport Schefter quote tweet themselves with additional information. I love that move where the first tweet announcing it has a graphic and all that. It's like 4 sentences long, and they're like, you know what, it needs a little bit more, but let me not make a thread. Let me just quote tweet right on top of that.
Sure,
talking about how excited he is and how he decided to go to Pittsburgh because it's a place he can win or something like that. Because it's always like the most BS is on the quote tweet where it's just like, he had a great relationship with Arthur Smith. Like it's always like something that's like the most, I don't want to say useless information, but it's not. If it was more useful, it'd be in the original tweet.
Yeah, anything after the original tweet is BS or useless.
And like half of in the original tweet, that is also BS.
It's not information we care that much about, but someone gave you this info, so you have to big
Except
them up.
when Foley Fatukasi signs. Well, then it's meat and potatoes.
The
bare minimum.
The agent's like, hey, don't mention me. Don't mention
You heard this from somebody.
Yeah, per source. I don't need that agency on that tweet. I don't need me on the tweet. Just let everyone know Foley's got a job again, and he has that job here in Houston. So, welcome back, Foley. I didn't know you were gone, to be honest.
Whoa.
I didn't, because he hadn't signed anywhere.
All right. Well, congratulations to his agent, Jared Fox.
What are you doing? He doesn't want that out there.
That's per Spot Track, by the way.
Yeah. He doesn't. See, I told you they want Spot Track out. Look you get that information.
It's the first thing that pops up when you type in Foley Fatukasi agent.
So Foley's back. That's good news.
The contract numbers are not on.
Of course not. That's something the league will have to reveal, and then Spot Track or over the cap. We'll grab it and put it up. Won't be coming from the agent. All right. That's out of the way. Foley's back. Joe Espada, yesterday on Yordan Alvarez, said this. We'll talk about Alvarez tomorrow. He was asked about him after last night's game and said, we'll talk about him tomorrow. That's not encouraging. That doesn't feel good.
Yeah, don't bother me right now.
I had two guys bunting after a leadoff double.
Surely you want to ask about that,
Don't you want to talk about that? Because I can tell you had nothing to do with it. That had nothing to do with me. So I guess we'll find out today if there's a real issue with Yordan or it's just simply inflammation, and we can expect them back in about a week or so.
I will just raise my hand. We still might not know if there's a real issue, no matter what he says today.
Okay.
There might still be a real issue that I'm sure he feels very positive about whatever injury he has or whatever the test showed that Yordan has. I'm sure he feels great. We'll get him back soon. And then 10 days from now, perhaps
when he's not back,
then we'll learn a little bit more.
I don't like
I
don't like you using the Astros history against my positivity.
Oh yeah, you don't like how they've handled every injury.
I don't like you bringing logic and facts to this conversation.
That of course he feels good right now.
Well, we haven't heard that yet. I just don't want to live in a world where your very real scenario plays out.
I'm not saying it'd be out forever. I'm just saying that we're not going to have like when we know the specific injury, like the Jimmy Butler, what was it?
Pelvic contusion?
Yeah. No, it was like glute contusion.
Okay.
Right glute contusion or something. Like, when's the last time we've heard of a contusion on an Astro? When's the last time we've heard of specific injury on an Astro that isn't a pitcher with a torn ligament?
What did Kyle Tucker have originally? Was it a bruise?
They said bone bruise.
They did say bruise.
I think they said, yeah.
Turns out it was a bruise.
And then I think a month of 1 or 2, they're like, it's a bone bruise. And then after Kyle Tucker came back, he's like, yeah, I had a small fracture in my shin. It's like, oh, that's different.
Very, very much so. The Astros like, is it though? Is it? So
yeah. One man's bone bruise, another man's fractured.
So maybe we'll find out that he lost a finger. It goes from hand inflammation to a finger.
But he can still hold a bat, so we're good.
Which is always the most important thing. Forget about that he's been maimed.
Yeah.
Can he hold
his
a bat?
ring finger, right?
Yeah.
It's not
Just
that
give him
important.
a torpedo bat. It'll be easier for him, whatever it takes. So we might find out something about Yordan today. But Espada was not interested in answering those questions yesterday. So today may be the day. Okay. We were supposed to get into the NBA Plus. We'll get into that when we come back. Exciting first game, surprising second game. We'll talk about that and a little bit more before we wrap it up in hour one.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we talked about it, and we have our answer regarding Jordan. Joe Espada told reporters today that he has an MRI. The MRI revealed he has a muscle strain on the top of his right hand. He just needs some rest, according to Espada. So they hope he'll be able to swing a bat once they come back from their road trip. And they don't think it'll be longer, or at least they hope it won't be longer than 10 days on the IL. So there we are.
Best case scenario.
A muscle strain.
There we go. Is it a best case scenario?
I don't know.
I'm just glad they didn't say this was the best case scenario. That's after every injury. That's the key word.
He did say it was good news, though.
Okay. That's pretty close.
I guess maybe it could have been something worse.
Best case scenario, he slept on it funny, and actually he's fine.
It was numb for a day or two, and now
whoops,
now we're good.
Now he's on the 10-day DL, completely healthy. IL, sorry.
Our mistake. But hey, it's not terrible. And
See him in 10 days. Easy peasy.
They hope. No guarantees. No timelines.
We'll see him in 10 days. Come on.
I mean, he'll be at the ballpark.
We'll see him.
How he responds to swinging a bat again, that'll be the test. But we avoid disaster. Inflammation turns out to be a strain. All right, cool. Jordan should be back in a couple weeks.
Yeah, take it easy on your hands, Jordan.
It's not like you have to use them for work or anything.
No, I just mean these next 10 days.
Resting them.
Yeah,
no,
rest your hands.
No holding of dishes. No cooking.
No, can't tell his wife. Can't do
no
the
washing of dishes.
Yeah,
pull over heel.
Yeah.
Okay, understood.
I'm sure Rahil's used the meniscus as
a reason not to do
menisci.
things?
I don't know,
because it's happened twice to him.
It's both menisci.
I don't know what the plural of meniscus is.
Meniscuses. It doesn't seem like it should be meniscuses.
He has had 2 meniscus surgeries. And is there a plural listed for meniscus? I heard the typing in there. So
plural. Yeah, menisci.
All right, there it is.
Look at me. I'm a doctor. I watch The Pit. Are you kidding me?
That makes you a doctor. So maybe you could have diagnosed Jordan with the muscle strain.
Yeah, let me look at his test results.
It feels like that's what you were doing last year for the Astros with all the misdiagnoses. Feels like you were their doctor last year. Okay,
Hey, that looks fractured. No, it's a bone bruise. All right. What do I know?
Not PhD, but Dr. Sean Mapes says so.
Yeah. Mapes MD.
You could get off being an internet doctor on Twitter. Because who checks their...
Yeah, give me a picture in a lab coat. Maybe that's what we should do. Next time we get it's photo day here. I'll just Sam, throw in a lab coat, put a stethoscope on.
Put up a plaque back there. We can't really tell what it is, but it looks like you went to a medical institution.
I'm sure you can print off a fake one.
Yeah, I'm sure they're very easy. And then that should be your Twitter profile picture. So your bit is just breaking down injuries.
That's the American Samoa University.
What? That's not an accredited place?
Huh?
I'm sure. Look, at some point, all you need is one person with any following to retweet you, and then you become one of those internet doctors.
I know. And all I have to do is just
get John to retweet you, get Lance to retweet you, and you're good.
Just wait by like last night, bringing it to the playoffs. Last night when Curry pulls up lame, just go, oop, doesn't look good. Hamstring looks like a grade 1 because he could still move on it.
Yeah.
Not a great. You know what? This is actually good news. Not a grade 3.
You got, and of course, it's very easy to have video of it, whether you point your phone at your TV or whatever. There's always a way.
Oh yeah, point at it and like have my phone and point. Use my finger like I'm Brian Baldinger.
Yeah, it's very easy to do, and then all of a sudden you become Sean Mapes, internet doctor, and all it takes is one person to be in on the grift.
I have an actual friend or a friend who's an actual doctor. I don't think he'd love this bit.
Yeah, but we're not doing it for him.
I think I would get a text.
I'm not saying it's
pretty angry.
I'm not saying it's on the up and up.
I'm like, hey, clout's clout.
Exactly.
Can you throw me a retweet?
Exactly. And you could say we can make up something for what the DR actually means when people start to question you. That's all.
Dominican Republic.
Yeah. Sean Mason's you put the DR after your name, not before it. people will assume you're a doctor, but that's just you repping for the DR.
Of course.
Put a flag up there just to cover yourself, and you're good. So from now on, anytime there is an Astro injury or a Rockets or a Texans injury, Sean Mapes will break it down for you in the show.
Yeah.
We have
a stethoscope. Like, just leave it here.
I mean, we could just get Michael to create some imaging. You don't actually have to wear a stethoscope every time we do it.
Okay.
Although if you want to do that for Twitch and Twitter and YouTube, you can. Michael's here.
Yeah.
So have your lab coat with you at all times. We're going to need one of those and a stethoscope.
We have a locker over there.
Yeah. And when it's time for Sean Mapes MD, that segment, throw it on and start breaking down injuries. And we'll see how far we push this. Yeah.
Like my guy, Whitaker. Yeah.
Sure. And then maybe Michael with the imaging uses it as a disclaimer. Sean Mapes is not an actual doctor. And then you do what you have to do. That's all. There it is. Injuries always happen. So we got this. All right. We were going to talk about the playoffs, and I guess we did mention Steph Curry.
Steph Curry pulled up lame.
He did. Grade 1 hamstring injury.
Yeah.
He's never had a hamstring issue before. I heard that. Like, throughout his career, of all the injuries he's had, hamstrings were never one of them. We will see how he responds. They're in a bit of trouble, although they do have a 1-0 lead. They don't get any rest. Every other day until like game 5. And then I think between 5 and 6, if it goes that long, they get a couple extra days of rest. So the Warriors may have to make do without their best player in their game 2 against the Wolves after surprisingly winning game 1. The margin of defeat for teams who have to play a game 7 and then have to go play a game 1 against a team with rest was like in the 20-point range over the course of over the last several years or so. So the Warriors bucked that trend, and the Cavs dropping a 20-point lead to the Pacers and going down 0-2, another trend that went against them. The Pacers played a Cavs team that was probably missing 3 out of their top 5 players. DeAndre Hunter wasn't available, stemming from a block that Benedict Mathurin had in game 1. He came down funny on his wrist. He's out. He was out. Evan Mobley turned his ankle. He was out. Kenny Atkinson didn't like how those 2 plays were refereed, said that it was overly physical, and those led to the injuries. And then of course, Darius Garland's been out with turf toe since game 2 of the Cavs series. The last words we heard from him was getting after Tyler Hero, and he hasn't played a game since. So Cavs down 0-2. Tyrese Halliburton. I know Jalen Brunson has the title of clutch player of the year. Halliburton's not far behind. He's like 10 out of 11 in his last 11 clutch shots. He's been spectacular. He won the Bucks series with the last second shot. He knocked down a 3 after a missed free throw. He got the rebound, and then instead of going for 2, had Ty Jerome on him, who had an awful night, knocked down a 3 over him, and now the Pacers up 2-0. They made the conference finals last year. They're like 40-15 since the calendar turned to 2025. They've been one of the best teams of basketball, but because of how bad they were, not that a lot of us will remember this, but they were bad to start the year, and they had to overcome a really bad start. So despite their run, they were only a 4 seed, but they've been playing like a 1 or 2 seed for 4 or 5 months now. And as I said a couple days ago now, it's like the Cavs like, wait a minute, that's a real team that we're playing.
Yeah.
This sucks. And then when they start to lose, then they lose 3 of their guys, and Ty Jerome is like the 4th guy because he stunk. They're in real trouble. Donovan Mitchell still can't shoot from 3, but was great. You could probably say that team with Sam Merrill and Dean Wade and Max Strus and only one big and Jared Allen ran out of gas. They just didn't have enough guys anymore, and they couldn't sustain what they had going early.
I mean, it's looking at all 4 of these playoff series, you can kind of say that like all the teams that had, I don't want to say played fake playoff teams, but had an easier first round matchup, and that's because they're all the top seeds. But
except for the Wolves,
the difference is kind of like staggering. Of oh yeah, cool. We kind of mopped the floor with the Memphis Grizzlies after Ja got hurt. Halfway through game 3,
and they had one,
and then it's like, oh, now we have Jokic coming to town. Yeah, and same thing.
And by the way, they had a big lead too and blew that one.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing with the Celtics, where it's like, yeah, Orlando Magic. Like, they're not playing real offense.
Yeah, they play hard. They play great defense.
They make us work on offense.
There's no real threat from them.
They don't make us work on defense. And then you get Brunson, Cat, Mikal Bridges, OG was good. Same, Cavs again.
Yeah,
they're
play
like,
a real game.
Man, it's so much more fun to call out Tyler Hero than have to run up and down the court with these guys.
Yeah, with Tyrese and Mathurin and the rest.
And the T-Wolves, where they're like, we can just run around these old fat guys this old guy
and then
this other
young
fat guy.
Yeah, the other guy, yeah.
And then there's no rim protection instead of Draymond Green at the rim. So
yeah,
I think you could tell that there's some calibration with all these. I'm not sure how many of these teams that are up in their series I think will actually win their series, but
yeah. The Pacers clearly.
I mean, they're in a great spot and the injuries.
Yeah, we don't know if those guys are going to play. Yeah. You're talking about
the Cavs injury.
An ankle sprain for Mobley. Feels like he could be out for longer than just one game, and then dislocated thumb for DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah, and then the toe issue with Garland.
Yeah, which has kept him out of 4 games so far. So you never know. So the Pacers halfway there to another Eastern Conference Finals appearance. All right, we'll hear from Tyrese Halliburton when we come back, because if you don't know, I'll say that he was voted most overrated player by his peers, and then he heard it from the Cleveland Cavs crowd well before he knocked down the game-winning 3. Don't think if that series does return to Cleveland, he'll hear that chant again, but we'll hear from him when we come back. He talked about it, and really just the whole narrative about him being overrated. We'll talk about that when we come back. If you want to get in, I do see a call up there. We'll get to you, 713-780-3776. And we do still have those Greek Fest tickets to give away. We'll do that in the second hour of the show. We'll be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. Let's hear from Mr. Overrated, at least according to his peers. He's a clutch guy, makes big shots, but he had a reputation for whatever reason of being a guy who the media thinks more highly of than they should. But here's Tyrese Halliburton on the overrated chance he got in the middle of the game against the Cavs during game 2.
I mean, sure. Yeah. That one was unexpected. I didn't know we had beef, but yeah, I guess good for them, man. That came out of nowhere, but it's just I think now that label's there, they're all so it's gonna be every time we play somebody, every time on the road, he'll probably follow me until the next poll comes out, and then we'll see if I'm number 1 again. But for me, I just control what I can, man. Yeah, I mean, overrate that.
That was something he put on Twitter after a previous game winner. I think it was right after the Bucks ending. He put that out there when he was not dealing with his dad. When he eventually had some time to himself, he was able to tweet out, overrate that. So I bring him up again partly because of this, because the Jalen Green conversation is one of, well, what happens if you trade him and he turns into a star? Halliburton was a king at one point. They chose De'Aaron Fox instead of Tyrese Halliburton. Now they don't have either. Both really good players. Halliburton having his moment the last couple seasons with the Pacers. So I'll ask you, Sean, because I say wrongfully Lou Williams compared Jalen Green's struggles to Kobe Bryant and say, what he said, what if the Lakers had decided to trade Kobe? Let's forget about the fact you're comparing Jalen Green to one of the best 2 guards of all time. The other thing about that, Kobe was 18 years old in that series where he airballed some shots against the Jazz, and he was a bit player on that team. He played like 15 minutes a game in the regular season. He wasn't a star. He wasn't there. Yeah. He wasn't their number 1 scorer.
That was an Eddie Jones.
Eddie Jones, Nick Van Exel, Shaq was on that team. That was a pretty good team. They won like 56 games and lost in the second round to the Jazz. But he was a guy who got little time as far as the comparison to Jalen Green is concerned. Yes, both young players, both struggled in their first playoff performances or series, but Jalen Green's 23 years old. You know what happened when Kobe was 23 years old? He was a candidate for an MVP. He was in the running for Defensive Player of the Year. He was an All-NBA player.
But was the game plan to take him out?
Not at 18 years old. When in his first playoff appearance, when Shaq was on the roster, and he was getting 14 minutes a night in that playoff series. No, the game plan wasn't. So it's a bad comp. Partly because stop comparing guys to all-timers. And the other thing is Kobe wasn't responsible for the team's success like Jalen's supposed to be. But yeah. I'll ask you, are you in fear
of Kobe Bryant?
Well, he's no longer with us, so that'd be a weird fear to have.
No, of Jalen Green being Kobe.
Are you in fear of that scenario, that unlikely scenario that's taking place where Jalen Green, forget about Kobe. That's ridiculous. Let's say star. Would
Tyrese
you
Halliburton?
Not? Sure, fine. Would you not trade Jalen Green because of the fear of what he might become? Or would it be more about not getting the requisite value back? Which one is a bigger obstacle for a trade for you?
For me, it would be the guy or guys that you're getting back to me. That'd be more. I mean, people forget the Kings traded him for Sabonis, who
helped them make the playoffs.
Helped them make the playoffs for the first time in a decade.
Yeah,
and I think it's a classic like short-term versus long-term trade, and it's like, well, the longer you wait, the more it's like, man, the Kings, they haven't done anything. It's like there's no guarantee they're going to do anything with Tyrese Halliburton on the roster.
Yeah, they are the Kings.
Yeah, like I feel like it underrates how good the Pacers team is and how good the Pacers coaching with Rick Carlisle and their front offices running this thing.
They're building a team around.
Pacers are never terrible. They're not ever really like awesome, but they're never. I think Jarris Walker was their first top 10 pick in like 2 decades or something. They're a competent run team. So I think that if you're worried about Jalen Green like turning into multi-time All-Star, you also have to worry about Jalen Green, you not trading Jalen Green and him remaining a pretty streaky up and down scorer.
Yeah, I am more if a trade happens.
Lou Will. Jalen Green's closer to Lou Will than he is Kobe.
Yeah, he's closer to you, and people didn't mind trading you.
Yeah, no disrespect, but
great offensive player. I know you love a wing, and the place you get the wing, I get it.
Yeah,
but as you said, he's more you and Jamal Crawford than he is Kobe Bryant. But that is some of the narratives put out there. You don't want him to become a star. Well, if you trade him, even if he does become an all-star, that doesn't say that you guys can't be successful too.
Yeah, or you don't get a star
back.
Because that's what it is you're trading the potential for a star in Jalen Green if you're trading Jalen Green or any of these guys.
Sure.
Just if it's Amin, if it's Alperen Şengün, if it's whoever, you're trading the potential that's like, oh man, we might look like morons if we trade this guy. But you're also getting a much more sure thing of we feel much better about what we're getting if we're bringing in Devin Booker, Giannis, even KD,
whoever it might be.
Yeah, like you're getting a guy who's already an all-star. Already's been an all-star for, in all those guys' cases, like 5 years at least. You're bringing in someone who has a much higher floor of maybe this goes wrong, but it goes wrong a couple years down the road. Even for Durant, it's like maybe 2 years, 3 years down the road. Giannis, probably another 3 or 4 years down the road, as opposed to Jalen Green, where you might just be still hoping at the end of his contract, 3 years from now, you might be still hoping that it becomes Kobe Bryant.
And if things go your way, you might have a top 5 pick on your roster this year again, depending on how the draft lottery goes.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we can talk about the lottery more because I have some.
You have some thoughts.
I have some thoughts on how it affects the Rockets.
Okay, so we'll get to that when we come back.
Yeah.
So you have the ability to add another good young player that could supplement, some of the hurt you might feel from having to trade Jalen Green away, who you've invested at this point 4 seasons in. So I would say relax on the all-time great comps. Just look at him as he is right now, and that is something the Rockets have to weigh. Are they willing to deal with the potential fallout if he does become something that he currently isn't with your team? And who's to say it ever would have happened with your team, by the way? There's not scenarios matter. You just brought it up with Tyrese Halliburton. Just because he may become a great player someplace else doesn't mean it would have happened here. That's not how it works. Situations, coaching, all that stuff matters. We'll talk about the Rockets and their lottery position when we come back. And also we'll give away those Greek Fest tickets as well.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right. Tried to do this yesterday, but the phones didn't work. They're back and ready now. So caller 4 right now wins a pair of tickets to Greek Fest. That's a place where you can enjoy the great Greek food, the great Greek traditions, carnival rides and games for the kids. It's like going to Greece with no passport. You can check out all the information at HoustonGreekFest.com. 713-780-3776 is the number. You get Greek Fest tickets and they're good for all 3 days. So you can pick which day you want to go. Maybe like a gyro, a Greek salad, those Greek pastries, they're all there for you. And that live Greek music right now. Greek Fest is the place you want to be. It's a nice time. They always bring food up here. And if you listen to the morning show, they enjoy it. So you can get your chance for those Greek Fest tickets right now. 713-780-3776. Okay. Sean, you had some thoughts on the lottery and the Rockets in the lottery.
Yes. If the lottery goes the Rockets' way, and maybe not even a number 1 pick where we're talking about Cooper Flag, but if they just move up into the top 4, there's a 17% chance that they do that with the Phoenix Suns pick, they absolutely have to make some sort of consolation trade. They can't bring in another Reed Shepherd, another 19-year-old that has a hard time finding the floor. Like at a certain point, you'd really do just have too many guys to have to deal with, especially when you're in a situation where Ime Udoka is not going to be handing out charity minutes. We saw that this year, that at a certain point we need to, and we joked about it all last offseason too, pare down this core 7 and really find out who's at the core of this core. And I think just adding another 19-year-old, like you got to do something, because this offseason, Jabari Smith and Tari Eason are both up for contract extensions, and you don't have to give it to them. They can be restricted free agents next offseason. But that just speaks to hey, you're going to have to start making decision on these guys pretty soon. And I think just adding another guy into the mix, another Ace Bailey or Dylan Harper into the mix, like I'm not sure how much good that's actually doing you.
And you think about it, the team they're often comped to because of their trajectory are the Thunder. So the Thunder have Chet's 23 as far as rotation guys, and Cason Wallace is 21. Jalen Williams is 22. The other one's 24. The better one's 24. So they have young guys, but they did things to add young veterans to the roster. They have Hardenstein. They have of course Shea's been there for a while, but he's 26, and they added Alex Caruso, who's 31, and Dort's 26. He's grown with them. So while I get the comp, their best players for the most part, just a little. They're actually, it's funny. Jalen Williams is still young, but he's actually a year older than anyone you would think is part of the Rockets' future core. With him being 24, so their team that feels like there's not another spot for a guy to add, and I think the Rockets are in that same general area. If they don't make that consolidation trade, if they don't add a couple guys together to go acquire a piece, adding another player who's got to learn the NBA. Look, if you get Cooper Flag, okay, gotcha, understood.
Yeah,
generational. If you wind up in the top 5, I get it.
And also, if you get Cooper Flag, it's like, whew, sorry, Jabari Smith.
Yes,
like
where's Jabari
it's
Smith gonna play?
It's a different kind of constellation trade where you're just going to have to start paring these guys down. And I think we are all kind of see the writing on the wall with Cam Whitmore, where even if we're not shipping him out this offseason, I mean, he's due for a contract extension in the summer of 2026. You think he's getting that contract extension?
Not here.
After 5 other guys will be up for there. So it's a situation where there's a reality of you can't actually use all these picks. Thunder are a more extreme example of that, but the Rockets are in that same boat too, especially when your guy Reed Shepard that you drafted number 3 overall last year, like in a team that needs offense, can't do it or can't find the court because of how he plays defense.
They've got decisions brought on by their own success. The team that's currently on the floor, and also the team that could be because of all the assets they have. So
and if they, to me, it's more of an issue if they move up. If they stick at 9, I actually think you can just use the 9th pick on a guy who doesn't really play,
or part of a trade, trade that isn't announced on draft day, just something you're working on. We have watched the NBA draft, and whether you're picking for someone else or that player is involved in a later trade in the summer, those things happen. So outside of jumping into the top 4 or 5, I would agree 9 can be used on a player that you like, or just a player that others will like, and you can use in a trade. I like their spot, but they just have decisions to make. And
there's only so many
minutes.
minutes.
How business has to be done. You cannot keep all these guys. We joked about it for the better part of this entire show's run. This core 7 thing was always a ridiculous thing to believe in. You were never going to be able, if they all reached the potential Rocket fans put on them, some of these guys weren't going to be around. And also, if they did not reach that potential, some of these guys weren't going to be around. You just can't, because of their youth and when they were drafted, the first round status of them all, their own hopes and dreams about starting in other places, you're never going to keep them all together.
Yeah.
And now you're going to add an 8th guy who's a potential maybe top 5, but at least top 10 pick. Forget about it.
Yeah, and we saw in the playoffs that they play 8, and 3 of those are not core 7 members.
Well, at least according to
it's going to be Fred VanVleet.
The memes and the tweets about their core 7.
Yeah, it's going to be Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, 2 of their core
Steven
7
Adams.
Didn't get a real meaningful minute in these playoffs.
Yeah, and so I think that should be a good kind of guiding light of how they actually view this core and who they think actually is a part of this basketball team or part of this core when it really comes to winning with this basketball team.
Yeah, let's hear from Ime on one of those guys. He talked about Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore has been, well, at least in the past, was vocal on his playing time and not really knowing what he could do to get more minutes. He had a great game, and then people, at least the media, asked him about, could this be a jumping off point? And he was like, I don't really know, man. I don't know what to do. I mean, no, I'm not. This isn't going to matter. It's pretty much what he said. I can play well, and it doesn't matter. Well, Ime spoke to those comments at the time and also spoke to them last night. Here's Ime Udoka on Cam Whitmore.
It's a little caught off guard by that as well, because we've had in-depth conversations with Cam, probably more than anybody. And so, I'm pretty clear with what is going to get you on the court and what's going to help you sustain a role. And so, I'll leave it at that as far as that. But plenty of conversations, very clear with what's needed. And, opportunities are there and not always taken advantage of, or, other guys step up and play a little better at times, and you're looking for that consistency there. And so, we'll have our exit meetings. We had about 5 or 6 yesterday, and we'll catch the other guys before they leave town and reiterate a lot of points, but a ton of potential there. It's just the consistency is the main thing, and he knows that.
The assumption is that Cam Whitmore won't be back. I don't really lean one way or the other. It's just a guy in a tough spot. The position you play, whether you want to call him a wing or a 2, is filled with guys who, at this point in time, the coach would rather play. And you heard Ime refer to consistency, and that's part of a young player's journey. And if he played for a team who wasn't competitive, wasn't fighting for playoff positioning, or at least simply wasn't the 2 seed, and I don't know if the Rockets thought they could win a title, but once the season goes the way it's going, then you have to kind of put, or at least change your perspective on what the season could be. This wasn't a learning environment as far as on the floor for Cam. Whatever happens in practice is one thing, but the coach wasn't going to come here and while he wants these younger players to get better, he talked about it in that Tim McMahon article about the vision is for these guys to grow. It wasn't going to be one where he was going to get the leeway to make a lot of mistakes, partly because there are enough young players that may not make those mistakes that could get your time. There's too much talent on the roster for Cam Whitmore to work through his issues.
Yeah, there's 3 core 7 guys that play his position or play a wing position that he's competing with for playing time. He's competing with Jalen Green, with Tari Eason, with Jabari Smith Jr. for wing minutes. That's not even counting Dylan Brooks or Jayshawn Tate, who
Amin Thompson,
Amin Thompson, who in the regular season they're also taking your minutes. So it's just a hard spot in the rotation for him to crack, and it's something that you see it a lot with young guys where it's hard when you don't get that longer runway for some of these guys to earn their coach's trust.
So the question is he a guy who they will use as an additive for a trade, or is he one of those guys who they believe just takes time and they believe in a bright future? It might be both. It might be both for him. It just depends on who's asking for what, if they are really in the trade market.
Yeah, and with how the Rockets have handled all these guys, I think you could see it going either way. Like they haven't kind of they the most extreme example, they haven't done the Memphis Grizzlies under no circumstance or anything close to that with any of these guys that you think like, oh, could this guy, Jalen Green? No, they sit there and they defend Jalen Green. They talk about him like he's the best player or one of the best players on the team. Same thing with Cam Whitmore, where Ime Udoka's basically still treating him like we're going to have all offseason, all next year to talk this guy and to get him to be more consistent, buy into the things. And Jabari Smith, all these guys that you think, when Bleacher Report puts together the potential trade packages for these stars for the Rockets, all the guys that are in it, the actual team is sitting there talking about them as if they are going to be here next year, and they're giving themselves that leeway to bring these guys back.
And it's the right way to position yourselves. You don't want to be so open, even if you are more than willing to throw a couple of those guys in a trade to acquire someone you think helps put you over the top. You don't tell people that. You don't make it obvious. So Rockets, as far as potential trades, I think they approached their press conference correctly. Everyone's great. Don't worry about it. We believe in all of them. In fact, Rafael Stone said, I know all these guys are going to get better. That was something he was pretty locked in on, that this roster is going to get better as far as internally. How we see that happen on the court, considering how many players are capable of playing rotation minutes, that's something to figure out. And maybe this offseason starts to separate this core. These guys can play on this team. These other guys can't, and we're willing to deal them. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll talk some NFL stuff because there was a big trade that happened this morning. At least they had two legacy franchises in it, a premium position, and then even the Jags made a lesser move just a year or so after what was supposed to be a wide receiver signing, a big one. They got off that contract in a way because they're still on the hook for it. But this guy who was supposed to help them win, help Trevor Lawrence win, no longer Jag. So they have changed their wide receiver room quite a bit, just like the Texans have. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Sean, where do you stand on Stephen King movies, or at least adaptations or books? You a Stephen King guy?
I don't know. I'm not super. I just do it well. It's kind of.
If it's good, you'll watch it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really care where I'm not precious with any of these. Any of the IP.
Gotcha. Well, let me set this up for you because it's a new Stephen King adaptation. It's a movie coming out. I don't know. I think maybe in July. I don't remember exactly. Just watch a bit of the trailer. What do you think of Speed, but for walking? Speed, the movie. You know the premise of that.
Yes.
But for walking. Just first thoughts.
So when I think Speed, I don't think walking. I will say that in general. I mean, I'm down with it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm willing to give this a shot.
I remember
or at least let you continue pitching this.
I remember reading the book as a kid. I did not know they're adapting it into a movie. So here's the premise. You're put into a world where you don't know exactly what's going on. Of course, you don't know if it's post-apocalyptic, but you can start to figure things out. And how do you do that? Because like 25 to 30 young men are walking. And if you walk slower than you should, you get a warning. If it happens the second time, you get another one. And if it happens the third time, you get shot in the head. The goal is to outwalk everyone in the group, and you're promised this prize, and it's filmed. It's supposed to inspire the country or whatever.
Okay, so it's like Hunger Games.
In fact, the director of Hunger Games, or at least one of the directors, is directing this movie.
Okay.
So it's like that. But all you do is walk at a certain pace, and your competitors, who could be your friends, people you just met, they get picked off one by one until you get to the very end. If you wind up being the last person who's still walking at the right pace, you win an alleged prize. And of course, you got to wait to the end to see if anyone gets that prize fulfilled. So I set it up. Now, I don't know how you feel about just a bunch of dudes walking, or just a movie filled with dudes.
Yeah.
Mark Hamill's in it. He plays like one of the military men who's making sure everybody stays in line.
Okay.
It'll be a lot of
pace car.
Yeah.
Got it.
You'll see a lot of actors if you watch movies and television that you've seen before, but there are a lot of that guys where you may not know their name, but you recognize their face.
Okay.
Like the dude from the last not Alien movie, like the android from the last Alien movie.
Oh yeah.
He's in it. He's in it. So plenty of faces you'll recognize.
Okay. I hope he wins.
We'll see. I don't remember how the book ends, who wins. I don't know. So, and I'm not gonna look it up because I think I just want to watch it without having the foresight of knowing what's gonna happen. So I set it up for you. You walk or you die. Where are you on the Stephen King adaptation?
A, I don't think I'd do that well. B, sure, I'll stream it.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a
go
buy
to theater.
Yeah, this is a Amazon Prime.
Hopefully it's released on Apple Plus or something like that.
Well, Apple Plus, I'd have to get out the mud. Shout to the gorge.
Shout out to the gorge. I think it's going to be in theaters in September. The Long Walk. That's the name of the movie.
I've never heard of this. This IP.
Yeah, it's Stephen King. He's very prolific.
That's the thing with yes, everything is based off of a book or something, but I think we really underestimate how many books there are to base stories off of. There's so many books. There's so many Stephen King books. How many Stephen King
adaptations
I'm not saying when they do it twice,
several times.
Yeah. Or I guess like 4 or 5
They've done
times.
Carrie a couple times.
I just mean how many distinct books have been turned into movies from Stephen King. It has to be 3 dozen, 4 dozen.
Maybe. And TV movies, TV series, they're all there.
Yeah, like
your guy was in one. It was a bad version of it. It's an abomination. Matthew McConaughey was in one with Idris Elba. It's one of my
Dark Tower.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite book series of all time. They tried to turn it into a movie. It's atrocious.
It's funny you bring that up, and that's why I knew right at the top of my head.
Yeah,
is because I was scrolling around some streaming app, and I watched the little 30-second preview for it, I was like, wow, what a terrible movie.
I went to go see that in theaters because I love that book series so much.
Were you dressed up as?
No, I wasn't dressed up as
Matthew McConaughey's
the
character?
gunslinger. Oh, he plays the evil guy, Randall Flagg. I was not dressed up as him. I just thought, hey, I love this book series, but you gotta know, this is before TV shows kind of took over, was prestige stuff, and of course, if there's a big IP, a lot of times they just turn it into a TV show because there's more room to breathe and flesh out all the characters. It's like 7 books deep. I should have known that they're trying to compile all this into one movie. It was going to be a problem. But the setup that really got me hooked was this was the opener. And then depending on the success of the movie, it was going to turn into a TV series.
Okay.
But the movie was so awful that they didn't get there. And now there's some talk of maybe actually just doing it again and making it a series.
When did you have your doubts when this came out? Don't say when Matthew McConaughey was on the poster.
No. I didn't feel good about the trailers.
Okay.
I thought he could be a good Randall Flagg, which was kind of your devil insert. Not the devil, but an evil dude who's all powerful, can be different people at different times, but always evil. I thought he could do that. And then I got there and I was like, I'm a big Luther guy. I'm big on Idris Elba. I love Luther, all that stuff, the TV show. And then I was like, oh no, this trailer stinks. But I still went, learned my lesson.
Yeah.
And I refuse to watch it in streaming form because it's available. I won't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Got to take a stand somewhere.
You should. I'll probably watch it some.
It's a bad movie. You might like it. You love a bad movie.
Hey.
You might like it.
There are bad movies.
And it's it's multi-world, so it fits into the comic book stuff that we watch.
I don't really like the multi-world stuff.
Well, they don't do it well. That's a problem. They might want to do that well. All right, but in this case, there are different worlds. You have iterations of yourself in different worlds, and depending on how one life went.
Miss me with this John Krasinski, Mr. Fantastic BS.
Okay. Like I said, you got to do it well. And
sorry, Jim.
And that
not my Reed Richards.
Well, now you've got a new one. We'll see how Pedro does in Fantastic Four. Yeah. But The Long Walk. If you love young men walking with the threat of death on the horizon, we've got a movie for you.
You know what? I do love young men walking with the threat of death on the horizon.
Well, perfect movie for you. We'll see if it's done well. By one of the directors of the Hunger Games. No.
Okay.
You have to walk.
I mean, I don't think you would want to run.
No, considering
it's a stamina thing.
Yeah. And you just keep walking until you're the last one standing.
All right.
And no, you just don't get a ride home.
Sorry, Mark Hamill.
You don't get a ride home. There's an assault rifle to the head. That's how it ends for you. But you may get a prize.
I don't know if
by the way, you're drafted for it. By the way,
if America...
you can't sign up for it, I believe. I think. I don't remember exactly. It's a long time ago when I watched it.
I think America would be more down for the Hunger Games than they would be for watch young men walk.
So if girls and boys had to murder each other as opposed to the military shooting them in the head.
Yeah. I think people would be more down for that.
Hey,
football, number one sport in America, not cross country.
Oh, so you're talking about the sports aspect of it, not the way that people die.
What's more compelling, TV?
Yeah, I think the Hunger Games is more compelling.
TV.
I
don't know about the movie itself.
Doesn't have any Jennifer Lawrences in this movie, so we'll see how compelling it is.
Not my guy Liam Hemsworth.
He's the new Witcher, which is a giant problem for me. All right, we'll go to break with that. Keith, I see you got an NBA question. We'll get to that. Anyone else want to get in on something, you can. That number is 713-780-3776. But first, I want to tell you about Billy Brown. Talk to you about Matthew McConaughey. I don't know if they're boys, but I've met Billy Brown. They probably would get along talking to Matthew McConaughey about plumbing. Sure, he would love that conversation. Either way, whether they would be boys or not, doesn't matter to you. You want someone to come in and fix your issue. And those are the people at Aqueduct Plumbing. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and check out all they have to offer. They have a lot of services that you may not think you need until an emergency pops up. And really, sometimes you want to be preventative. Like, you sense a leak, or at least you see it, and you think, I'll leave that alone until it becomes a giant problem. You don't know anything about pipes, but they do at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. So whether it be a leak or maybe you need a fixture dealt with, maybe it's a bigger job like a repipe, a remodel, or it could be like your water heater with a problem or your water filter. It's all there for you. As I keep talking about, They have that drop-down menu that gets you squared away. And they have that free price quote as well. So once you go to the website, you see how all they have to offer. You'll recognize they have experienced, established contractors that can do any job for you. So just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
All right. Last time we heard from Keith, he was big up in James Harden. We saw how that worked out for Keith, or at least for Harden. But Keith has an NBA question. And by the way, Steph Curry ruled out for Thursday's game with the Wolves with the grade 1 left hamstring strain. Sean Mapes, MD, could have told you that earlier. But what's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale. Thanks for having me on the show. Big NBA news tonight. I'm not sure if you guys touched on this in the first couple hours of the show, but NBA referee known as the Extender, Scott Foster, coming off a rigorous, close to 2-month calf injury, is set to make his return tonight to ref the Denver at OKC game 2. Does that play in favor of the Nuggets going up 2-0, or is this a textbook OKC ties the series with Scott Foster back?
It's an interesting question. He is coming off a long-term injury. So is he at the peak of his powers coming back? Some guys aren't at the top of their game after that long off. So can Scott Foster produce what he normally produces with that type of time off? And the question is, the Thunder are considered the better team, even with the Nuggets winning game 1. So if the NBA wanted to extend the series, would they actually have the Nuggets lose game 2? Or would they have them win game 2 with the belief that the Thunder are more than capable of winning games in Denver? How is the NBA thinking? Was game 1 just a fluke? Because for the most part, Denver did not control that game. They had a late run to take the lead, and they won. Credit to them and Aaron Gordon for knocking down the shot. But, hey, if Chet Holmgren knocks down his free throws and Mark Dagnall's not fouling guys to send him to the line that early, or at least with that much time left in the game, maybe Denver doesn't win. So I appreciate the question. I just got to know how Scott Foster comes back from injury. But as you said, the extender is back in action. I do wonder if Scott Foster is ready for the bright lights again.
Playoff minutes.
Yeah, can he is he going to be on a pitch count as far as all the calls he can make to extend the series? How many does he have in him?
I guess this is the perfect series for him to try to get his sea legs under him, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want him in a Pacers game because they're running up and down the court.
Yeah.
You don't want him having to immediately, hey, welcome back, Scott Foster. Here's Draymond Green kicking people.
But is he ready?
Please adjudicate this.
But is he ready to ref a Shea game?
Well, yeah, because he'll just send him to the line. So the Thunder win. Extend.
Well,
Extend it, baby.
I know you were having the conversation helping our intern. I was asking, is is extending the series a Thunder win, or a Nuggets win? Because the Thunder are the better team, we believe.
Yeah,
you
can't have the home team go down 2-0 though.
We saw it last year with the Nuggets. They went up. They were down 0-2 and went into Minnesota and extended the series. So can the reverse happen?
No. Because the thing about the Nuggets is they have Nikola Jokic.
Well,
the other teams don't.
The Thunder have the MVP.
Not my MVP.
Not my MVP either, but the MVP. A lot of people's MVP.
Probably most people.
Yeah, a lot of the tweets are Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world, but no, SGA is the MVP, but Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world. Then just give the best player in the world the MVP.
Yeah. This is something we're both consistent on.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
As long as it's like close, just give it to the better player.
Yeah.
I don't know what
the Thunder roster up until the Nuggets turned it on against the Clippers was considered a much better roster. And that's why they won 60-plus games. I don't blame Jokic for his coach getting fired, but the roster itself, but they have like 6 playable players now, and maybe just 5 because Michael Porter Jr. has a bum shoulder where he has to wear like football pads on to play. Yeah. So that roster's not a deep one. It's part of the reason why the 2 guys in charge got fired, Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, because they couldn't agree on who should play and who shouldn't, and they bickered about it. And the owner said, "Get out of here. I don't want this around." And part of it was Calvin Booth say, "Play my young players." Michael Malone said, "No, they stink. I'll play the older players." It's not a deep roster, but that's our MVP debate, which is falling on deaf ears because it's already been decided. So who cares, really? But
I think we changed some hearts and minds.
Possibly, but the vote's in. So we can't change the result.
It also does not matter because it is now all we care about is who win this playoff series. No one's going to be like, you know what? I'm disappointed that OKC lost, but at least Shea got the MVP. That guy won't exist.
Well, there would be a lot of the real MVP talk depending on who wins the series.
Yeah.
Like
unless it's Shea.
If Shea wins, not from us. But if Shea wins, it'll be confirmation for people. See? Told y'all that Jokic stuff, garbage. And if Jokic wins, well, should have known.
Yeah.
Should have gave him the MVP. Well, it was his to begin with.
We'll see tonight if Shea shoots
45
free throws or 0 free throws. We'll see what
that'll tell you what the NBA thinks of how the series should be extended, because Scott Foster's on the case.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's back.
I guess Knicks
I missed them.
Celtics would have been
like the games have been the stars.
Yeah, no.
But
if we get tired of all these good games.
Yeah, the narrative has been about the actual play on the court, not about how the NBA product sucks or these officials suck and they're ruining the game. I got to get back to the traditional way some people talk about the NBA.
Yeah.
Let's look at the referees and say they're to blame for whatever happens on the court.
That's the basketball I was raised on.
Certainly.
Is ref ball.
Hey,
so
I was a
Scott Foster, come back. Dick Bavetta, if you're still with us, come back.
Give me more. Did the referees influence the result of this game? And with Scott Foster back, we may have that scenario tonight. Hell, we just got the call about it. And in the midst of all that, the Warriors will be without Steph Curry. And because of the amount of time between games or lack thereof, he could miss 2 to 3 games.
Yeah. No, I mean, even with the grade 1 hamstring, best case scenario for the Warriors.
Of course. Thanks for that.
I guess other than grade 0.
Other than not having a hamstring.
Yeah, that would have actually been the best.
Having just a Charlie horse.
But
a cramp.
But yeah, it is hard to come back in less than a week. And if you're missing a week, you're missing 2 or 3 games of the series. So,
well, a grade 1 strain should heal in 2 to 3 weeks. Like, as they always say, if this was a regular season.
Oh, yeah. If this was a regular season,
he would not be playing for 3 weeks or more.
Austin Reeves would have had his leg amputated. But he was playing through that toe injury.
Of course. Darius Garland, not so much. He better.
Yeah.
As Stephen A. said, what should he do?
He said, quote, limp your ass on the field or on the court.
Yeah, Darius Garland. I know you have a turf toe thing that could be the most painful thing. It keeps football players from playing games.
Limp your ass
out limp there. Your ass out there.
And run up and down the court with the Indiana Pacers.
Because you're down 0-2. So we will see.
Is he wrong?
As I said earlier, maybe the Rockets did walk away with something. They didn't win the series, but they've put Steph Curry in a place where he couldn't even finish a half of basketball.
Can I just say that this offers no consolation prize to me? This is this is nothing. This means nothing to me.
You don't follow the mindset of Denzel Washington, which is where that quote comes from.
Yeah.
I'm walking
But
out
he
here
actually
with something.
got something. He actually left with something.
Well, so do the Rockets.
What'd they leave with? Watching him get hurt from the couch?
Steph Curry's playoff chances and the Warriors' playoff chances potentially down the drain.
Let's ignore that. Too late. I would have preferred that to happen a game ago.
Sorry, sometimes things happen when they happen, and let's just ignore
God's plan.
Let's just ignore the fact they won game one for the most part without him.
Ignore that.
Yes, but he may not be available for the next two, so maybe the
Rockets would have won
back.
without Steph Curry.
Well, they had a half where he didn't make a shot, and Buddy Hield.
Yeah. Why couldn't Buddy Hield get hurt in game 7?
Let's just have all of them get hurt so you win the game. All right, we're done for the day. Gallant and Georgia up next. Dang it! Did it again. That's 2 in a row.
George isn't even in the state.
He's not even in the. Yeah, he's in Chicago, enjoying what all the Midwest has to offer. All right, Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll be better. Just like Tatum has to be better tonight. Talk to you tomorrow.
now 1-4 on the road trip, as they have dropped the first 2 games here to Milwaukee and have also lost 5 consecutive road series on the season. 4-3 the final as the Brewers win it tonight.
A 21st night of 3 runs or less in 35 chances. A 5th loss in 6 games. A 1-4 start to the road trip. 5 consecutive road series losses. Your Houston Astros are now back below 500. They gave up 4 runs in the first with Hayden Wesneski on the mound. They could never overcome it. You've got bunts as I guess the solution to jumpstart the offense. You've got bad base running from Jose Altuve, who all of a sudden is catching some flack. Yeah, it's not looking great. I'm not exactly looking ahead at this upcoming summer, hosting a sports talk show in a market that cares about baseball only when the baseball team is good. Not looking forward to it. And I got to say, Joe Espada, manager of the Houston Astros, right here, I was hoping for a little more positivity and optimism like we got Monday night.
It's just not our night. Let's just put it that way. And then we got a quick turnaround. We got to get ready for tomorrow.
I mean, I would have liked to hear heating up. Quick turnaround, Sean? You're making a face here. Is the quick turnaround going to happen or something?
Oh, no. I think he means literally they play 10 minutes from now.
That's true.
And so, it's
Very
not
quick.
a full 24 hours. They have to sit in this, Quick,
That's true.
Quick turnaround.
Get right back on the horse.
Yeah. Score some run, at least.
Please don't. No, we need runs. More than 3 runs. It's a very low bar. So yesterday on the show, we played comments from Joe Espada. Monday night, where he's saying, yeah, we're going to heat up soon. It's going to be great. And I don't know what changed between Monday and Tuesday, but Espada was not exactly the best of spirits after the game. I volunteer to change the equation. Because listen, yes, I host a sports talk radio show, but I can pander like the best of them. And if anyone out there is looking for somebody who's energetic, charismatic, handsome, to deliver news the way you want it delivered, which is to say, straight propaganda, daddy's home. We are introducing a new segment. This is called the Astros Minister of Truth.
Some say he gaslights.
Who are you? Minister of Propaganda?
Others say he spreads disinformation. Please disperse. Nothing to see here. But he's just telling you what you need to hear.
Yes, I created a lie. But because you believed it, you found something true about yourself.
Paul Gallant is the Astros Minister of Truth.
You lied.
I exaggerated.
Sure, the Astros offense hasn't done that much. But did you know that the Astros are basically about to make a trade? Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The Astros are going to get maybe the best bat in baseball in just a couple of days. That's because Yordan Alvarez has a muscle strain on the top of his right hand, and they believe he will be able to swing a bat when he returns home from this road trip. That's like acquiring somebody at the trade deadline. Let's go. Astros, bang! Exciting. More from the Minister of Truth. Listen, I understand that the Astros have been outscored now 21-7 in the first inning of this year. But what did national championship at USC and head coach, Super Bowl champion with the Seattle Seahawks, Pete Carroll, what does he always say? Can you win a game in the first inning? No. Can you win a game in the second inning? No. Can you win a game in the third inning? No. Can you win a game in the fourth inning? No. Can you win a game in the fifth inning? No. Can you win a game in the sixth inning? No.
Can you win a game in the 7th inning? No. Can you win a game in the 8th inning? If you're at home, sort of. Can you win a game in the 9th inning? Yes.
It works better with 4 quarters.
It does a little bit. After a while, I imagine people's eyes are glazing over as they hear.
Once he got past the 4th inning, I was like, wow, he's going for
it. By the way, the Astros Minister of Truth, another nugget for you. They're ahead of schedule. Their record after 35 games the last 5 years. Well, I guess in 2021, they actually were doing better. They were 18-17. Well, I guess in 2022, they were doing better, 23-12. But in 2023, AL West champs, advancing the ALCS, they also were 17-18. And last year, AL West champs, 12-23. They're kind of ahead of schedule for the last 5 years. I honestly thought this was going to be a little easier to do the spin job of. And one last detail from the Astros Minister of Truth. The Astros have so much starting pitching depth that Brian McTaggart put out a post showing the Astros record with each starter on the mound. And I'm not going to tell you what the records are, except for with Hunter Brown, they're 5-2, and with Ramel Blanco, they're 4-3, and with Ryan Gusto, they are 3-1, because they also have Hayden Wesneski, Framber Valdez, Spencer Arrighetti, AJ Bluebaugh, and Lance McCullers. That is the deepest rotation in the major leagues.
Yeah, on top of all those guys with pretty good records, they have other pitchers too.
That's true.
That's incredible.
And they have bullpen guys too. So listen, you might be down in the dumps about your Houston Astros, but never fear. Paul Gallant, the Astros Minister of Truth, is here. We apologize for playing the Soviet national anthem in the background. That was just a coincidence. A side note, it'll sound un-American. It is such a banger.
Yes.
It is such a banger. It's the best national anthem that has ever existed.
I know tensions are hot right now.
Very hot.
Also, Oh Canada. That's better than
yeah, okay, that's a little bit better. So there you go. That's the propaganda, baby. That's the propaganda. That's all we got. Look, it's not looking good. I'm seeing all sorts of angry comments online. There's one account on X that I follow because I just love his naive optimism. He's called, I think, Base on Balls. God, he's a delight during these dark times. We might, the next time we do an Astros Minister of Truth segment, we might just read straight from his from his account.
Scroll down his feed.
Yeah, I'm just going to steal all the things that he's saying. But, there's an idea that maybe something needs to change. And I am curious as to how far the Houston Astros are from doing what 2 teams in the American League West have done. First off, this is the news this past week. The Rangers fired their offensive coordinator. Side note, I think it's really funny that baseball teams have offensive coordinators. But the Rangers fired Donnie Ecker over the weekend, and they brought in Brett Boone. Brett Boone looks like he works out. I didn't say that in quotation marks. No. Brett Boone may or may not have been on the juice. So Mariners legend Brett Boone, now the offensive coordinator for the Rangers. And the Mariners fired their offensive coordinator, Brant Brown, about a year ago after hiring him in December. They fired him in May. And now you take a look at them, and their offense is looking better. Going into the year, Espada talked about how he wants the team to be more patient at the plate, to take more pitches. They're actually doing that. But now we're getting to a point where they're bunting a lot. A lot. I get it. You're trying to create a spark. Do you need to bunt with this lineup?
Team needs a spark, Paul. Move some runners over.
Goodness gracious, Sean. You're gonna do this? No. You're actually the gooder cop of the 2 good cops right now.
They're gonna. This isn't a good cop. They're gonna strike out with the guy on second, anyways. Might as well try to move him over.
You're less likely to strike out if you try
Get
to
some
bunt.
ducks on the pond.
You just put it on the ball. Just put it on the ball. Also, this is interesting. Just because, wow, the A's have more wins than the entire AL East. I know. I was stunned by that too.
In like the last month or something? Or
hang on a second, because I got to look at the standings. I saw this post on X just as I was walking in. The Rangers the Athletics, not from Oakland, have 20 wins. The New York Yankees also have 20 wins. They lead the AL East.
Oh, okay.
So
I was thinking they have more wins like combined than they
No. That would be wild.
Yeah.
No, the balance of power lies in the AL Central right now because you got the Tigers, Guardians, and Royals at the top of the Central.
Wow.
All with 20
And,
plus wins.
I mean, the West has to be pretty good too, right?
Well, the Astros are in 4th place in the West, so
They're
Astros
awesome.
Minister of Truth. Yes, the AL West is great.
It's like the SEC West. It's insane.
Anyway, that's Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to weigh into the Astros slow start? You can. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. We reacted to Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone's end-of-season Houston Rockets press conference late in the show yesterday. We'll reset some of what they had to say. And while I was annoyed with the way that a guy I've often criticized on the Rockets came down on a member of the local media, it's not for the reason you'd think. You will hear maybe the most insufferable thing that any nerd has said in the history of mankind next. Paul Gallant Show, stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Some comments in response to our last segment, a little Astros propaganda. BVB09 says, Joe Espada sounds like a guy who's not going to have a job next year. Continuing by saying, every bunting situation really has its own story. Ugh. Throwing a little Brock Osweiler at me. Some more on the text line. I was talking about, because I was putting on my propaganda hat to be the Astros Minister of Truth, how Yordan Alvarez, who was injured, when he returns from injury, he is basically like acquiring someone at the trade deadline, which is something Dana Brown has said multiple times about players returning from injury. That guy is hitting 125. That's his OPS. So he's ranked 125th in OPS. My bad, says the texter. See? It's higher than 125.
Yeah.
You would think.
Like
I haven't looked.
5 times higher, at least.
Key from LA says the Astros aren't going to make the playoffs.
Well, only because they play in such a meat grinder of a division.
Right. The NL West. Who's in that?
AL West. Yeah.
The NL
yeah.
West.
NL
He's a
West.
Dodger fan, right?
Yeah.
Who's
NL.
in the NL West?
NL West.
Other than the Dodgers
Whatever.
and the Padres and the Giants and
Sure.
Actually, it's pretty good.
They have the Royals in there. Or
Yeah,
the Rockies.
Rockies,
Yeah,
those bums. Yeah, that's true.
Miss me with that.
That's absolutely true.
You go to Sacramento and get a win. All right, that's not something the Astros have yet to actually do. 'Cause they haven't played yet.
That's so true.
But go into that hornet's nest and try to come out alive. Good luck.
Good luck. The Houston Rockets offseason is upon us. Yesterday, we heard from both head coach Ime Udoka and GM Rafael Stone about the future of the team. As far as tipping their hand, they did not do that. They said often continuity is what we're looking for, that the bar for change is very high, that plan A is to develop our current group, becoming more consistent with our current group, thanks to the learning experience of these playoffs. Development, a huge deal for everybody. But at the same time, they said no one is untouchable. They also were asked about Jalen Green. I'm not going to play the entirety of their comments about Jalen Green because they were 3 minutes and 17 seconds. It was a lot of time spent on Jalen Green. In a nutshell, they both mentioned how much attention the Warriors threw at Jalen Green. And if you want to be Jalen Green's defense lawyer, what happened in last night's Warriors-Timberwolves game? The Warriors swarmed all over, also 23 years old, Anthony Edwards. He looked terrible in that game. He wasn't beating those double teams. Perhaps the Warriors defense is, as they say, him. Or would it be they, them, it, whatever?
I don't know if they want to be called they, them.
Yeah, I don't know if they have a gender.
Walk up to Draymond Green. And be like,
Draymond Green was awesome.
They, them? Yeah, I mean, they did force Anthony Edwards to be 9 of 22, but that is 23 points. That would have been by far the second best game Jalen Green played.
Damn it, I'm doing Rockets propaganda too.
That's like 2 combined Jalen Green games.
Thank you for pushing back on it, because a lot of people are like, was I too early out on Anthony Edwards? I mean, there was a moment where he had like 8 points.
He did a Steph Curry in Game 7 where he scored 1 point in the first half, and then he scored 22 in the second half.
Okay, well, that's a lot. And Jalen Green did have 38 in the game, but he also scored 11, 12 points or less in every other game of the series. So, yeah, I think we do have to be fair with the Warriors defense versus Edwards and the Warriors defense versus Green. Clearly, one player is better than the other.
And you can't do full-on Jalen Green victory lap, as I'm sure people are gearing up to.
Like they did after Game 2?
Yeah, that's why you kind of,
7-game series.
Let's not wait until 7 games. Let's not do one half. Let's watch them play the second half and see what happens. But I do think there is some truth to, like, the Warriors defense is very, very good. And they were giving Anthony Edwards a lot of trouble. It's just that you see Anthony Edwards has that extra gear to where he can still, even on an off night, take over.
There was a moment during yesterday's press conference that I ranted a little bit about on yesterday's show. Jackson Gatlin, who is the host of the Locked On Rockets podcast and covers the Houston Rockets, he's there pretty much for every single game, brought up some data. He didn't share the data with the class, but he said that there's data that suggests that the Rockets are better when they have a lineup that doesn't feature Jalen Green. Here's how his exchange with Rockets GM Rafael Stone went.
There's a decent amount of lineup data that suggests that this team has performed better without Jalen Green on the court this season. How much do you incorporate that kind of data into your decision-making process moving forward, be it roster construction, coaching decisions, that kind of thing?
Yeah, that's a really flawed question. So like we have, there's great data that we have and we use. But I can one of my Ime would know, one of my favorite things, and I tell him when we have new coaches join, one of my favorite things to tell them is I can make data say whatever I want it to say. And so, I think we heavily use it, but we're very careful to try and really parse it out. And I would say that I would say that some of our very best lineups include him, and so that piece by itself, I just think that's just not correct.
It took him a while to really not say anything in that answer. Some people, myself included, took issue with the condescension with which he answered that question. Because I look at Rafael Stone and, well, I think he's done a good job the last couple of years. I also feel like you can't really talk down to anybody when you're running a 2 seed that lost to a 7 seed in the first round of the playoffs. Obviously, it's a different kind of 7 seed, but let's stop acting like you're the greatest GM ever. You're taking over for Daryl Morey, who was significantly better than you at that side of things. But he's done well the last 2 years. I'm willing to extend an olive branch. But as I watch this press conference, you could tell that Rafael Stone is feeling himself quite a bit. He was really smug. And this moment in particular, and I did a clip about this on my live stream last night, Gallant Says Podcast. I lost my mind when I saw this because it's not just how Rafael Stone says what you're about to hear. It's also the looking dead ahead image of Ime Udoka, who does not react in any way to Rafael Stone bringing him into this weird flex that he makes.
There's great data that we have and we use. But I can one of my Ime would know, one of my favorite things, and I tell him when we have new coaches join, one of my favorite things to tell him is I can make data say whatever I want it to say.
I can make data say whatever I want it to say. By the way, a lot of stumbling before you get to that flex. So it's, I don't know, a little Elon-esque. Oh, Paul Elon's the savior of the country. Yeah, but he's not a great public speaker. He's not. And flexing like that, sorry. Shut up, nerd. Shut up, nerd. I can manipulate the data. You're a nerd. Shut up. Shut up. That was my gut reaction when I heard that moment during the presser. And again, Stone's a lot of good, but imagine if one of your friends said that to you. Wouldn't you tell him to shut up, nerd? Yeah, I can manipulate the data any way I want. Nerd. N-E-R-D. Hell, maybe even a dork. Maybe both. Nerd. Hate that. I can manipulate the data any way I want it. Yes, that's how data works, by the way. Are you flexing about that? Literally everyone has done that for the entirety of the history of data. I can manipulate data any way I want. Get lost. And again, Stone's done a good job. That comment annoyed me so much in that press conference.
It's also like the Jalen Green data. It's
our eyes.
It's pretty stark too. Like it's not like it is literally the lineups that have Alperen Şengün out there without Jalen Green, huge plus. The ones that have Fred VanVleet out there without Jalen Green, huge plus. The ones that, and just go down the line, take out Jalen Green, and they're all huge pluses. And then you put them in with Jalen Green, and it's smaller pluses. They're still pluses to their credit, but it is still like there's 8 points of difference between how positive these lineups are with, or how these pairings of players are. Now, what I assume his data is 5-man units, combining all 5 of them, and also sneaking in Jalen Green and showing how good those are, as opposed to the 5-man with them out there. But it's something where I knew he wasn't going to get up there and be like, Jackson Gatlin, you're right. This guy stinks.
Jalen Green's a bum.
We would have won the series if he was Colin Sexton. He probably wasn't going to say that.
We would have won with Deshaun Nixon there instead of Jalen Green. That's obviously.
I wish we still had Kevin Porter Jr.
He might. Honestly.
He had to go and ruin it. Don't ask how he ruined it. Don't ask how he ruined it. Pointing at everyone.
Look, I'm with you on that. There are definitely ways to show that Jalen Green actually is, a guy with upside and does fit in well with some of these players.
I saw someone who say that Jalen Green isn't a top 10 player in the 2021 draft, in his draft class.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You can top 5, you can talk me into once you get to 10. And the rebuttal is someone just screenshotted the points by every guy in that draft class, sorted by who's at the top. Jalen Green has by far the most points in that draft class. And there is a value to just putting the ball in the basket.
For sure. And I was listening to Richard Jefferson on Ryan Russillo's podcast, and Richard Jefferson, now one of the voices that you'll hear on ESPN and ABC broadcasts of the playoffs and the NBA finals. And Jefferson said, look, with Amen Thompson, as Thompson develops a shot, which will take time, and it's not going to perhaps happen even next year, there is a lot that Jalen Green, who is clearly a more skilled player than Amen Thompson in terms of his just ability to do things with the basketball, that they could potentially, help each other out with. And a lot of people are out on Green. I'm not entirely out on Green. I'm not. I'm really not. But at the same time, I felt the Rockets, and specifically Rafael Stone, not Ime Udoka. Udoka's been to a finals and was with the Celtics. That guy has belts on the wall. If he tells me something, I'm probably going to say, yes, sir. Rafael Stone doing it. I'm sorry. You were here during the Steven Silas years. We don't forget. It wasn't that long ago, From the 281, it's dumb how none of these guys can be like, yeah, he struggled. We still believe in him. We're going to stand behind him and help him get better. You're right. All they had to do was lie there. They really did. And again, it's one moment. I thought Rafael Stone actually had some moments in the press conference where I liked hearing what he said. But that moment right there annoyed me on a lot of different levels, and I felt the need to rant about it. So there you go. It is the Paul Gallant Show, after all.
Yeah, the ums and the stuttering and all that, that's like the actual, hey, how do you think about Jalen Green? How the fact this team's way better with Jalen Green off the court. And it's a lot of, because it is a hard thing to defend. It is a hard, because like you pointed out a couple minutes ago, I think you also pointed out in your tweet when you quote tweeted this, is that this isn't just and deep analytics, advanced statistics, and looking for tiny things. It also matches when you watch the game that he's struggling out there.
And against that Warriors team, who obviously had a big role to play against Green and in his struggles, that is a factor that you can certainly bring up. But this is a tough decision that the Rockets are going to have to make this offseason. And all they had to say when they were asked about this here is say, Green is an unbelievably skilled player. He had a rough series. We believe in him. We know he's going to work hard this summer, and we can't wait to see him this fall. Even if you're going to trade him, you can say that. You can say that.
You can just lie.
These guys can lie. I'm not asking for them to lie necessarily. I know they do. This is one of the reasons that you got to take all these press conferences with a grain of salt. And there's times where I wonder if it's even worth going to it. Every now and then players will share something introspective. But when it comes to coaches and GMs, they have been so coached that they are supposed to, basically, when they're answering a question, just find a way to dodge it. And a lot of people were saying, well, why even ask the question? Because he shouldn't give you the right answer. And okay, fair. But I mean, for Jalen Green, pushing back like that doesn't work with me. And I don't need Rafael Stone flexing quite yet.
Yeah, it's the tone that I'm miss me with this tone.
Exactly. Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Who's been soft in the world of sports? You'll never believe it, but this guy, once again, after doing what he always does this time of year, was nowhere to be found to be asked about his failure. What a surprise. Soft boys are next. Stay put. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka went up to LeBron James in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game last season and said, soft-ass boy, in reference to LeBron getting mad about profanity that was being used by players on the court. Every single Wednesday at about 12:30, we talk about who's been soft in the world of sports. You can nominate soft boys, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Cleveland Cavaliers, extra soft for losing to the Indiana Pacers 2 games at home. Yeah, you lose like that one last night with Tyrese Halliburton hitting that 3. I don't know how you come back from that. There's something about Cleveland, and perhaps this is just the Celtics fan in me. I am wearing a Boston Celtics jersey right now, that I look down on as a Celtics fan, much like in the same way I look at the New York Knicks and I look down on them. We'll see, though. The Celtics do need to at least get a little spicier on offense. You know, I understand threes, and more threes, but even when you're missing 45 shots, I would just like to vary it up a little bit. I think Tim Legler called it a disgrace to basketball.
I think he said abomination.
An abomination. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Small nomination to Jason Tatum. Just getting the low block. When you have Brunson on you, don't take a step back 3.
Yeah.
Just my 2 cents as some guy on his couch.
Point it to Alperen Şengün as well. When you got a guy switching on you that you're bigger than, work that dude.
Because, you know, the whole, they lost by 2, right? Or maybe 3. And it's like, all you need is 2 more buckets. That's all you needed. You didn't need to shoot 45 more threes. You just needed 2 more baskets. Just find a way to get to the cup. It's the same thing with James Harden. Like how he abandoned his mid-range shot, where it's just guys just fall in love with the step back. Soft boy, Jason Tatum.
Soft.
But you can earn it. You earn your way off tonight.
Another soft nominee from the 346, the guy that fought Canelo this weekend, all caps, soft ass bitch. Didn't watch the fight, but Canelo Alvarez beat William Skull, unanimous decision. He is the undisputed super middleweight champion. The fight took place in Saudi Arabia.
William Skull?
But Skull.
Oh,
I know. Skull, you've got to change the last name to
That's like Tommy
Skull.
Gunn. You know, that's like a Rocky name.
Yeah. Soft boys. This is what I teased. Not a surprise, because, I mean, he had a strip club to go to, or perhaps a tropical island to go to. But James Harden, after the Los Angeles Clippers were smoked 120-101 by the Denver Nuggets in Game 7 on Saturday, James Harden ducked the media. After each of the Clippers' losses in this series, and this honestly I think says perhaps more about the LA Clippers media not forcing him to talk, you know, like not getting on the case of whoever the LA Clippers PR person is, but he didn't speak after any of those L's. Not once. It's not a surprise, and I do think it's soft, as is every single postseason performance of his career. I do enjoy watching it go down this way, and I think anybody who saw the way that he quit on this team to leave town should feel the same way. I'm still stunned that there are people that enjoyed the James Harden era. Perhaps you were watching every single regular season game, which makes it a little bit easier to remember, to embrace, to enjoy. But yeah, no bueno. Fubo TV, soft boy. So Fubo TV, for those who don't know, is the streaming platform for all Major League Baseball teams. And I saw this post. Michael Shapiro has been doing a very good job on Cron.com covering some of the streaming news when it comes to the Astros, when it comes to the Space City Home Network. But this is the headline I read. Astros streaming platform has major revenue problem. Excuse me, I am paying $120 a month for you. And you don't even have an interface that allows for good remote control use. Your remote control usage is garbage. Everything's slow, sticky, delayed, 120 a month. We're facing revenue issues. Yeah, I could see why. Are you going to keep raising the price because, I'm not going to leave anytime? You don't even have Turner, for God's sake. So their stock is nosediving right now, and they've lost 10% of their subscribers. That is a lot. No bueno. You'd hate to see Fubo TV go out of business. You'd really hate to see it. Also soft, and this is the last one for Soft Boys, unless we get any extra nominations, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Bob Myers, NBA analyst on ESPN. This is a pretty soft way to handle a question that Stephen A. Smith asked of Kendrick Perkins, which was a delightful moment of television.
Just forgive my curiosity. Would you mind informing us of what
Don't
the
do
body
that.
fat?
Don't do that. That's over the line.
Could you inform us about what the body fat was when you came back a month later?
You don't have to answer.
Yeah.
Well, you can do that.
I didn't ask what it was originally.
I'll tell you, I'm not ashamed. You know what I mean? I'm comfortable being.
Could you answer the question?
Yeah, I was at 26%, and when I came back, I was at 15%.
Bob Myers is the former general manager of the Golden State Warriors. You don't have to answer that. I could guess immediately where he's originally from just by the way that he answered that, by the semi-woke way that he answered that. You don't have to answer that. He is from California. What a surprise. I think that is a fair question to ask of Kendrick Perkins. And Perkins answered, "Oh, you don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that." What the hell, man? You be his lawyer?
I just love the.
Yeah,
because he did run the Golden State Warriors, so I'm sure there is a level of I'm still a manager and I don't want whatever. I just love the idea of someone sitting on a human resources person just sitting on a desk with Stephen A. Smith or with the inside the NBA crew. They're like, whoa. You don't have to keep bringing up churros every time you talk about San Antonio.
You're on TV, big dog. You're on TV.
You don't have to answer that.
Have some fun. You don't have to answer that. More soft boys from the 832. Rudy Gobert, soft boy, biggest guy on the court, 9 points, 11 rebounds. WTF, Chris and Humble. His last game performance against the Lakers, I'm gonna let that slide.
I think he gets one game grace period.
I mean, that game he had against the Lakers was insane.
And he still is Rudy Gobert. The biggest guy on the court scoring only 9 points. Welcome to a decade of Rudy Gobert basketball. The game 5 against the Lakers is the huge outlier, actually.
From the 713, this is also a soft boy, James Harden. We talked about him a moment ago. I like how Harden begged his way out of the city, turned around and opened up a restaurant here. That would make things better for us fans. Yeah, there's so many restaurant options. I'm almost, when it comes to people opening restaurants in Houston, specifically Steph Curry's wife, it's relax. We got plenty.
Yeah, just any celebrity restaurant. It's just what's going to set you apart?
Exactly. And I mean, Harden, you quit. I mean, the loyalty the city has for you should be gone.
I do wonder, was that something he just had in the works and then just timing wise, it didn't work out? Because he did ask out during or right after COVID, I guess kind of during COVID. So I wonder if it was supposed to open 6 months before he asked for a trade. Still not great, but I do wonder how that, because that is bad timing to I'm out of here, can't win with these cats. And then, by the way, if you're looking for, I'm guessing some high class, I imagine some sort of steakhouse.
Probably, yes, because he does that. He also has a wine too. It's we get it, you're diversifying, but why would I get any of this stuff?
Yeah,
I'm gonna trust you classics. I feel like the celebrities that get in on this stuff, I feel like there should be a wait list, a bouncers list, and the most insufferable, snooty sommeliers should be the ones at the door. Because I'd love to see them just stand in the way of a celebrity having their dream of a restaurant be realized.
It's hey, you have to wait until this other celebrity's restaurant fails. You can't. We have a quota for how many celebrity restaurants we'll allow in our city.
Yeah, that's
You need Paris Hilton's cocktail bar to fail, then Steph Curry's wife, then you can open up yours.
One last tidbit in soft boys. Remember Deshaun Watson's cheesesteak chain.
Lefties.
Lefties famous
Yeah.
cheesesteaks.
I was there for the grand opening.
Hoagies and Grills. Does it still exist?
No.
Definitely not
It
here.
was like right by NRG too.
AI, it's funny because it's like they forgot about the thing that happened here. Houston locations. The first Houston location. There's a spider on my microphone. I just killed it. The second location
I thought I was gonna
opened
bite you.
at 1010 Federal Road. Additional Houston locations were planned, but the exact number and locations haven't been definitively reported. All right. Well, that's neato.
Yeah, I covered the grand opening of it.
You covered it?
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
It did. It did.
Standing outside like, yeah, we're outside of the cheesesteaks.
I mean, I did get a free, I got whatever to taste the cheesesteaks. Pretty good.
He has no Philadelphia ties. It's very
No,
bizarre.
it was bizarre at the time. It was,
Yeah.
and that was before we knew.
He's a weirdo. A sicko.
What happened probably later that day. Just numbers wise,
And
probably
on
happened
that
a lot.
note, on that note, Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Some texters are saying his restaurant actually ain't bad. Up next, are they about to leave us like my father left me? What, Sean? That actually happened. Why are you laughing at something I went through? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Some people commenting on how dark that tease to the next segment was, where I used my dad leaving the old family to talk about someone else who might be leaving us. By the way, worked out in the best. Still have a great relationship with my dad. My mom has a great now 15-year marriage with my stepdad. Like, everything's working out great now.
That's why I felt it was okay for me to laugh, is because I know your father's still in your life.
But I can laugh about it looking back.
Yeah.
You can't.
Oh,
okay.
Well, okay. Was it like the scene in Step Brothers where you go, "Oh, 2 Christmases"?
Pretty much. Oh, I get to have vanilla Coke on the weekends, every other weekend, and play video games. Guess what happened when the divorce happened? Got a GameCube and an Xbox.
Boom,
boom, boom, boom.
How to make? You should run a seminar for children of divorce. How to make the divorce work for you.
I'll be the guy who works against the divorce attorneys. Yeah, that would be fun. So I was referencing the Houston Texans potentially moving. There's been a lot of misleading headlines about this, where the Texans hired that guy from out of market, Mike Tomlin, to be their president. He's got stadium building experience. And some were taking a look at the lease that the Texans have to play games in NRG Stadium. And they were wondering, okay, well, what's next? The stadium's getting older. Stadiums are being rebuilt all the time. If they want a Super Bowl, if they want another big event, maybe they need a newer one. I saw all of that, and people were starting to say, are the Texans about to move? No, they're not moving. I imagine the Twitch is disappointed to hear that. But no, they're going to be here somewhere in the greater Houston area. They are looking, I guess, for a new potential training center and headquarters, though, that would be away from NRG Stadium. Here are the McNairs, Cal McNair, and Hannah McNair at a golf event talking about the potential of a new headquarters.
We're working with some really good partners with the rodeo and also the county, and it's a complicated kind of a mixture, but with the practice facility, we're working on that almost every day, and the lease, overall lease, we're working on that, and where we wind up with practice facility, I'm not really quite sure yet. We have a lot of great options, and we'll sort of sort through that sooner rather than later, but we're in a good spot, and we'll keep working out a complex problem.
How far are you willing to go distance-wise from where you are now to find something that works for you?
Well, what's great is we're okay where we are.
Okay.
And so that's our starting point. And then would we move out? Yeah, we would move out and do a brand new one somewhere. But greater Houston area.
Cal, come on, dog. Come on. I'm glad Hannah cleaned up the mess on aisle Cal, but Cal, come on, man. You got to dot the I's, cross your T's. Hannah McNair, instant replay of her stepping in and saving Cal from potentially embarrassing headlines.
Would we move out? Yeah, we would move out and do a brand new one somewhere. But greater Houston area.
That was a great cleanup by Hannah on aisle Cal. I'm not going to be sexist here. All I'm saying is that women are very good at cleaning things up, specifically the messes of men, Sean. Stop laughing, you sexist.
Sorry. That's not a great last 10 minutes for me laughing. I think this is just like the 5-second microcosm of
why the Texans are a better run organization now. Perhaps
5-second microcosm of the last 5 years of the Texans.
Perhaps that could be that. More from the Texans. This is Mike Tomlin, their new president. we are an equal opportunity take shots at show, especially when you're an exec. So whether it's Rafael Stone talking about how I could do anything I want with data, or it's this corporate jargon that new Texans president Mike Tomlin is pushing, we're going to call it out. This is the most annoying way to talk about how the Texans could really use a new headquarters.
You know, I think just districts in general are interesting to us because of the impact they have on the community. And so to do a district the right way can be a real benefit for generations to come for the community around. And that's what interests us is can you make an opportunity that allows the team to perform at the highest level, allows us to deliver world-class experience, puts Houston in the right leg, and takes advantage of all the great things that Houston has to bring 365 days a year. And so when you think about districts in general, that allows you to accomplish those things.
The pandering at the very end. There's so many great things to do in Houston. Bro, you just got here, first of all. Second of all, as you hear him talking about this, there's so much that a new center would create for the community. But do you know what else it would create? Real estate for your massive billion-dollar corporation, of which you don't have any. That's why they're doing it. You lease NRG Stadium, and that's your base of operations. Be transparent. You want to buy land. You're going to make an entertainment district around the headquarters? Okay. You're also going to build a stadium around the headquarters. This is just the first step. And I imagine it's years down the road. And I also imagine they're going to ask us for money here. But it's really funny. It's like, yeah, the entertainment district can do so much for the community. Or it could increase the value of your franchise by even more because it's real estate, the only constantly appreciating asset that there is outside of sports teams, which generally have real estate, which helps them out on that front. That's all, Mike Tomlin, and all the jargon along the way. I'll do a lot for the community. Bro, relax.
No, he wants the community to for generations to come to be benefited by this.
It's annoying. It's annoying. They're not moving, so people are using these misleading headlines to say, like, oh, could they be out of town? And then you click on the article, and basically, one word, no. The next paragraph, but, ... they're looking for a new headquarters, blah, blah, blah. This is how it starts. Trust me, it'll eventually turn into a new stadium in this general area. They will buy a ton of land, and then they will make the land a lot better, and there will be an entertainment district, and there will be all sorts of different things, and it'll be probably better than the NRG Stadium area, but pipe down about, like, this is so great for the community, this is so great for everything. No, it's great for your wallets. Okay, can we at least be a little honest here? You want real estate. I do too. We all do.
Yeah.
It's hard to get it.
And you want to have Super Bowls again.
Yeah.
And you want to have all the events again that comes with having a top flight football stadium. Like that's what this is. Like it's not about enriching the community of wherever the hell they're going to buy this land and plop down the stadium somewhere, as Cal said, anywhere on the globe, like Cal said. It's not about that. It's about, let's make some money. That's what Mike Tomlin does.
Right, exactly. And listen, not hating on him. I'm just annoyed. I don't like the corporate jargonese here, the corporate lingo to say, like, we're doing so much for the community. Shut up. The stadiums never do anything for the community. They don't. The entertainment district that's around your new headquarters, it's not going to do anything for the community as much as it's going to do a lot for you and your wallet.
Yeah, the crazy part is, like, this Tomlin guy is known as, like, when he got hired,
new stadiums.
It was basically the top line on his resume was, this guy can build new stadiums for all these different teams, or has built new stadiums for all these different teams, which, hey, listen, if that's your lane, that's a good lane to be in.
Great lane.
I'm sure his kids go to great schools.
Yep.
But you don't have to do this to us. Like, you don't have to, like, I don't know. How does this work? How does this work on enough city committee boards or wherever they have to he walks into and is able to not literally grease the palms, but grease the skids of getting something like this off the ground, where the first time this guy opens, this is the first time I ever heard him talk.
Me too.
I'm just like, so obvious, like, oh, okay, this guy's trying to work us over.
He's trying to schmooze, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to schmooze here, but
it works.
And we'll see if he's successful in schmoozing over local politicians. And you say, Sean, oh, I'm not going to say he's going to grease the pops. He 100% is going to grease the pops.
I would
Luxury
never.
box?
Yeah, I would
The
never.
new stadium?
Wow.
Named after your father? Oh.
Well, John Whitmire's at a lot of these games.
Sean Mace behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, this segment is entirely the Houston Astros' fault. Let me say it again, and I know they're winning 1-0 against the Brewers right now. This hacky segment is entirely the Houston Astros' fault. But guys, it is time for us to form a Houston sports conclave. Who's allowed in? Who's not? Who's the bulb? Stick around. It's May, and generally May 7th we're not resorting to hack sports talk radio segments to pass the time. However, given the bandwagon nature of this sports town, don't deny it. The Houston Astros are kind of forcing us down this road, and I get it. They're in the midst of a game right now. They're playing against the Milwaukee Brewers, and they have a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the fourth inning. It looks like Framber Valdez, at least to this point, is having a pretty good outing. And yeah, Yordan Alvarez has a strained muscle in his right hand that'll require some rest. He should be back pretty soon. It's going to be like the Astros acquiring someone at the trade deadline. But there have been some rather depressing numbers. I saw Brian McTaggart was posting his daily tidbits, MLB.com. Jake Myers is 9 for 17 on the road trip. That's pretty sick. Yainer Diaz is 8 for 20. But Jose Altuve is 3 for 21 in May. Jeremy Pena, 5 for 21 in May. Christian Walker's 5 for 21. Isaac Paredes, 4 for 15. Brendan Rodgers, 4 for 14. Rodgers did, for what it's worth, have a homer last night. So that's fun. C-level, Brendan Rodgers. Let's go. A long season. A lot of season left. But right now, they're not exactly the most entertaining thing to talk about. So I thought, given that something huge is happening in the world, especially if you are raised Catholic like myself, but the Cardinals of the world have descended upon the Sistine Chapel, and the doors have closed. These Cardinals are now sequestered, no idea how to say that, from the outside world. No cell phones. Airwaves around the Vatican are jammed. 133 Cardinals are about to begin the secretive, centuries-old ritual of electing a new pope to lead the Catholic Church, a 2,000-year-old entity. Perhaps we need to do a version of this for the Houston sports world. Who's a Cardinal in the Houston sports world? I mean, we could be talking sports worlds of the past, sports world of the present. I also feel like, Sean, can we set a Gregorian theme in the background? Pay no attention to the song that you recognize this from. This is just the most Gregorian thing we could find, okay? Just remember what it is. So who's allowed in? Obviously, Jose Altuve, even with his recent struggles. Obviously, Hakeem Olajuwon. Obviously, Earl Campbell. Obviously, Nolan Ryan.
Yep. Watt, Andre Johnson.
Craig Biggio, Jeff Bagwell. Mm-hmm. There's some other Astros who are debatable.
Yeah, let's.
These are the guys who are definitely in.
No doubt about it.
These are the Cardinals who are making our decision. As far as current athletes, I don't think anyone's quite in outside of Altuve. Not anymore. I think that's
Robert?
it. I think Amon Thompson trending in the right direction.
Yeah, young prospect to watch.
He's probably number one. CJ Stroud, Will Anderson.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Will Anderson.
Nico Collins on the right track.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are our Cardinals. Who amongst these Cardinals? Rudy Tomjanovich will put him in there too.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put him in there. I don't know about Jeff Luhnow. AJ Hinch,
I think Jeff Luhnow got reassigned.
Yeah, he did. Papa, Dusty Baker.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Bum Phillips.
Put him in there. Put him in there.
Yeah, we'll put him in. Some of them. There's a seat.
There's a
for
lot
them.
of Cardinals, guys.
A lot of Cardinals.
There's
133.
A lot of Cardinals in the Catholic Church.
So who of these sports figures, present and past, should be the Pope of Houston sports? Who's number one? I mean, could be Hakeem Olajuwon, but there's a problem.
What's that, Paul? What's the problem? I see no problem.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure he's a Catholic. Just a wild guess. I'm not sure he's a Catholic. Does the Pope of Houston sports need to be a Catholic? If not, then he's the guy. if it's not, I don't think that Altuve has the strongest case against him, especially since he's not playing particularly well recently.
Yeah, that's the issue when you're current. Is
Recency
that
bias.
Is that we're watching a game right now.
Hakeem Olajuwon looks a lot better right now after the Rockets' struggles in this series against the Golden State Warriors too.
Yeah. I remember. Well, I actually don't remember because it was before my time. But I remember when they had a center who could play on the low block. He would have gone right over Draymond Green. And with the Cougs, it's been a big couple.
Yeah,
couple
I forgot
months,
about the Cougs dynamic.
Big couple months with Hakeem Olajuwon.
We're getting some other nominees. Who are the other Cardinals that make it in? We got a couple of Astros suggestions: Roy Oswalt and Billy Wagner.
Ooh, I think they're both in.
Also, Case Keenum's in it.
Oh yeah,
Case Keenum has to be in it.
Yeah,
I guess Andre Ware because he won a Heisman as well.
Yep.
He's got to be in it because he's still a part of our lives. He's the color commentator for the Houston Texans.
Drexler,
Clyde Drexler,
because of his work on Root Sports.
Guy V. Lewis, definitely.
Yep.
Kelvin Sampson,
yep,
also definitely. And that's a bad job by us forgetting about Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah, we're too pro-centric.
We were a little pro-centric there. Brian Ching, Houston Dynamo, Cardinal. Yeah, there's lots of Cardinals, guys.
There's so many Cardinals.
Lots of Cardinals. J.J. Watt's wife, Kelia Ohai.
She is a woman.
We don't. Simone Biles, duh.
Oh,
come on! Just because she got the twisty, Sean? Jeez.
No. It's because I'm a traditionalist when it comes to the conclave.
Someone texted in Pope Simone. Yeah.
That'd be a twist. That'd be that'd be a first. Hakeem Olajuwon would be a first for being the first Muslim pope.
Yeah, he's the first Muslim pope.
Simone Biles would be the first,
the smallest pope, I think,
probably, and the first woman pope.
That's true.
That should break a couple more records. First pope with the Olympic gold medal, also, I assume.
John and Lance, they are Texas Radio Hall of Famers.
I think Granado, because he actually observes.
He's
Lent.
he's the really observes it too. He deserves credit for that.
Yeah, I'll put him in there. Lance.
Cheryl Swoops and Cynthia Cooper, another texter. That's fair. Yeah, people are pointing out this list as sexist. Well, I mean, so is the Catholic Church.
Yeah, that's my whole point.
Yeah.
Look up the names of the actual conclave. You're not going to see a lot of Cheryls, right? Not a lot of Simones. Actually, maybe because I think Italian that could go either way.
Carl Lewis from the Twitch. Cardinal Blanky. He also says Joe Blank. Ooh, Mattress Mac and John McClain. I think they're Cardinals as part of this conclave to determine the Pope of Houston sports. We might have to listen to this and come back when the Pope is actually announced and do like a bracket. Who's the Pope of Houston sports?
God.
Deshaun Watson is Pope-like, sir. That's inaccurate. That is very inaccurate. That is very, very inaccurate.
He's also getting reassigned.
He has been very reassigned. He has been excommunicated. That's what he's been. Ludo was excommunicated too. I'm not even saying reassigned. Excommunicado. Others. George Foreman. That's what we missed.
That's a good one.
Yeah, George Foreman. R.I.P.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
Tony Busby. Tony Busby is involved in a lot of Houston sports.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Rusty Harden.
Rusty Harden. That's true. The yin to the yang.
Yeah. I mean, did we say Roger Clemens?
We did not. Oh, my God. Terrible job by us.
Clemens, because he's from Houston.
And Texas and, arguably the greatest pitcher of all time.
Yeah.
Should be Hall
Andy
of Fame.
Pett. Sorry.
Andy Pett's not making the cut.
He's from Houston.
He's not
from the Houston area.
Not excommunicated, but he's not.
Just, doesn't Bishop. He's one notch lower.
Lance Berkman, yes. Billy Wagner, yes.
Yeah.
So there you go. Keep them coming.
DJ Swearinger, yes.
I want DJ Swearinger in
Jonathan
there.
Joseph, actually, yes.
One of the conclave ceremonies, because we don't know about it. It's very secretive.
It is.
You have to
watch the movie to find out what they do.
How long? And even that, they probably don't even know 100%. One of the rituals should be, how long can you keep your hand in a pit bull's mouth? And DJ Swearinger's the one who brings it in.
That's from Dune. All right, that's more of a pain box from Dune.
That seems a lot.
Got to get it from somewhere. Yeah, got to get it from somewhere. Did you see the story that some of the newer Cardinals actually don't know how the conclave work, and so they watch the movie?
No way.
That's at least the story.
That's pretty funny. I want to believe that. I don't know that they do. Brian Cushing. Oh, that's a defensive rookie of the year once. Again, there's a lot of Cardinals.
There's so many Cardinals.
So many Cardinals.
How many Cardinals?
Jonathan Joseph gets in, I think. 133 is the number.
That's actually not that many.
But we're getting there.
And there's 252 worldwide.
Ooh, Wayne Graham, Rice Baseball. That's a good one. So there you go. Clay Walker's football time in Houston song. Yeah, Clay Walker. Clay Walker is a part of the Houston sports scene. Don't laugh. Don't laugh, you dick. he's a part of the Houston sports scene.
I think he's part of the Viter.
He doesn't count. Anyway, this is the Astros' fault. This segment was the Astros' fault.
So Pope, Elijah?
Yeah, it's Elijah. But
just because, can we put that on a graphic?
We got to figure he's the first Muslim
I'm sure people will love that.
of Houston sports.
Congratulations.
Hakeem
Olajuwon.
It's the Paul Watch 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. And yes, this is a Gregorian chant of Halo, sung by real human beings that we put on loop. Up next, what's the best item that's on your person every day that you could turn into a weapon? Because I doubt it beats what this guy used it for. Paul Gallant Show, stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We were trying to form a conclave of Houston sports figures. Who would be the Cardinals of the conclave? Still getting some good nominees from a sports casting side. Milo Hamilton. Yeah, RIP. That's a good one. There's a account online that's Milo Hamilton's microphone that's been rather vicious against the Astros of late.
Yeah, that's a good one. Jim Nance.
Oh, geez. How did we forget Nance?
Yeah.
That's a terrible job by us.
He'd be
Bill
the first-
Worrell.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
gets in. Warren Moon. No, he's been excommunicated.
Yeah.
Warren Moon's been excommunicated
Nashville.
not because of the Nashville side of things, but because of some other things with his assistant.
Okay.
Also, he's
That's fair.
he's been lying to the people of Nashville, which you'll hear in about 15 minutes or so. Vernon Maxwell. I don't think you can put a Pope in who's been, or a Cardinal in who's told an entire city to go to hell, which Vernon Maxwell did in 1994 after game 1 of the Rockets series that they came back from down 0-2, and there's the Choke City headlines to beat the Phoenix Suns. He did tell everyone to go to hell. That's not very cardinally or popey.
But isn't there a bad boy Cardinal? Don't they normally have one that's like this guy?
He doesn't play by the rules.
He's the Cardinal who doesn't play by the rules.
the young Pope, like the Jude Law television show on HBO.
Yeah, I never watched that. I should watch.
I don't remember any of it, which I don't know if it was because
I'm in a big
don't
Pope
remember.
move.
Yeah,
Pope
dude,
move.
there's a lot of this. I guess I'm gonna have to watch this
The
conclave.
two
movie.
popes. Come on.
Yeah, the two popes. That's true.
Good movie, not great.
King of Twitch says, and so does allegedly per se 69 on the Twitch. Gilbert, Pope Gilbert. Okay, I guess I don't know.
As far as radio callers,
All right. Anyway,
who cares anyway?
no one said anyway more than Gilbert. No one. No one has said that word more than him. Anyway, so a video's gone viral of a Pittsburgh Pirates stadium employee. God, that's got to be a tough job. That park's probably half empty. And the last time we were talking about PNC Park, a fan literally jumped out of the stands and fell 21 feet to what we thought was his death. Apparently, he's awake. That's nice. He was hammered. It wasn't an act of protest. The act of protest would have been understood. But a Pittsburgh Pirate stadium employee in a video that has gone viral stands his ground on a way that I am impressed. If you're making what? Let's say $20 an hour doing security at a Pirates game, maybe a little bit more. I don't know what the standard rate is on an hourly basis for a security guard, let alone a Pittsburgh Pirates security guard, who I am not imagining are throwing out the big bucks for their security guards. But in a video posted by Barry Pintar from KDKA, there's a guy who is wearing a t-shirt, has a beard. He confronts a Pirates stadium employee about something. He gets in his face. This Pirates stadium employee, by the way, has a good 3 inches on him. And this guy with the beard, is asking for it. I don't know what he eventually says, but the employee, who I'm sure was telling him to leave, eventually starts swinging, gets a few punches in. The guy who had started this entire thing, like a bitch, walks away. He cowers as he walks away, only to take off his jacket and his hat so that he can return to the fight. There's more shoving. Eventually, the stadium employee has this genius idea, because he's trying to get this guy out of the stadium. He removes his belt and starts whipping him like he's an Egyptian riding a chariot back in the BC days. This is straight Ben-Hur stuff. Just pulls out the whip, flop, 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 lashing up a storm. I got to say, I don't know what's going to happen for this guy's career going forward, but I'm impressed by the on-the-fly ingenuity. Because do you want to get in a fist fight with somebody? No. Even if you're taller than the person, there is a chance that things can go poorly. But if you use your belt as a whip, and I'm not endorsing this, people out there, I'm just saying if you use your belt as a whip, you might be able to actually adequately defend yourself. So I'm wondering, are there any other day-to-day items that you have on your person every single day that are on this level? Guns don't count. Knives don't count. I mean, just a standard routine item.
A non-weapon that can be used as a weapon.
Exactly, Sean. Because I don't think anyone can top a belt. A shoe?
No, I mean, like
steel-toed boots are really the only thing I could think of, but you'd have to take your shoe off. That would take time to do, and you'd be using it as a hammer. I don't think it would be particularly wieldy as it's stuck down your arm, you know?
Yeah, and the beauty of the belt is that you immediately gain a wingspan advantage with the belt because you're using it as a whip. So
exactly.
It's hard to get, it's hard for your opponent to get close to you as you're using the belt as a whip. I was about to call it a whip. It is a whip.
You could use it as a whip. You could use it as a a strangler.
There's a reason that parents use it for discipline, I will say, because it's on your person. It's easy to.
It is really easy.
It's easy to take off and send a message with.
I don't think there's anything else.
No,
some are saying a key clip. Yeah, but that's small. Doesn't give you the range. A ring. I don't know about that. A watch. Like you're gonna throw a watch at somebody?
I mean, depends how big. If you're Shedeur Sanders, how big your watch?
Ooh, that's true.
I mean, rocks are in it.
Yeah, if you have a chain, that might be better than a belt because that is metal. You could break the chain and you could turn it into essentially the same thing as a belt, like a metal whip.
I'm imagining nunchucks, but yes, you could use it as a whip.
I don't know what's going to happen to this security guard, but I respect his work.
I'm going to assume probably his last day at PNC Park.
Some people have said credit card. You can slice an artery with a credit card. Well,
really?
How sharp is this credit card?
Do we have an intern today?
We do not, Sean. We do not.
Let's see. Let's
test it out. We won't use the important ones. No carotid. No necks.
No
wrists.
No.
We just want to see if you can.
And we'll dial 9-1 and just wait.
Oh yeah. What if? Let's see. Hang on. Let's see. I'm gonna try to cut my forearm. Hopefully, there's nothing important here. No, it's not working.
Breaking skin?
No, not even. It's like
scratch.
My cat does more damage than this. Yeah, there's some scratches, but yeah, not working.
Not artery.
So that's no, I would never do that. No, the blood around necks and wrists
important artery
freaked me out. Yeah, I mean it was the back of my forearm. Anyway, as someone who has had cuts and scrapes on him his entire life because I'm a klutz. It's usually my shins. My shins have scars all over them, and my parents are always like, "What the hell happened?" It's like, "Oh yeah, I just like stumbled into something while going to the bathroom in the middle of the night." Stuff like that. From the 215, a solid wood cane or a walking stick. Yeah, if you have a walking stick, great.
Yeah,
but
Master
not
Splinter.
everyone has one.
Yeah,
and maybe this is a sign that everyone needs to have a cane, or in Ireland, as they call it, a shillelagh. A shillelagh.
Yeah, that is good though for people of a certain age or certain, I don't know, disability. That a cane probably beats a belt, but more limited use. I can't be walking around. I can walk around with a belt on. I can't walk around with a cane. People would get mad.
Yeah, and there's a lot of places you will not have the cane allowed in.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, not everywhere will be allowed in. I would imagine some sporting events,
especially as a 29-year-old, I bet they'd be like, we know you can walk, sir.
Yeah, if you're young, or if it's a pimp cane, like, sorry.
You have to keep it bare bones. Can't be viewed as decoration.
Yeah, you have to embellish a little bit.
Yeah, it has to look necessary, and they'll let you in.
Someone texted in a hair bun pin. Okay.
No, I mean, yes, like in this situation of like you need to like fin someone off, and you just reach back and hit them in the throat with it. But in a standard, combat, I think the belt's still better.
Belt's probably winning
because there's a lot of things that are good close quarters.
Mhm.
If you're already in a tussle that you can reach for, and like again the pencil thing where you can just grab a pencil, start hitting them with it. But if you're both standing on your feet, pencil loses a lot of its
for sure,
a lot of its worth.
Some people are bringing up a knife again. No, we're talking about something that isn't. You can't even a Swiss Army knife doesn't count. We're trying to
corkscrew, a wine opener.
If you're a real alcoholic, you have that on you all the time. A scrunchie. Key is the best weapon. A key's good, but again, you got to get in close and
Yeah,
and
you have to Wolverine it.
Yeah, you have to Wolverine your keys. But Wolverine keys,
that's good.
I've done that a couple of times when I've been in a dicey spot. Not that anything happened, but I remember someone was following me, so I Wolverine keysed. So
good thing you didn't have to use it.
I didn't have to use it.
Good thing for that guy.
No, we're 2-4 lifetime in fights. I don't think it would have gone so well for me. But I've never had a weapon in a fight. So there's that.
Yeah. So asterisks on your record. You've never been armed.
Shoe. Who throws a shoe? That one guy did it, George Bush.
Yeah.
Key clip has brass knuckles. Girls carry mace. Yeah, that's a cheat code. Sharpened fingernails, of course. Psycho.
That's a good one though.
That sounds
that's
like
a good one.
It's like someone who's a juggalo might have sharpened nails.
Oh, I was thinking woman, but yes.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, we got chastised for not putting women in our Houston sports conclave.
That's true.
Although I stand by the traditions of the Catholic Church. Some traditions.
And again, one, this is the Astros' fault. 2, this is because the Pirates employee used a belt to beat up an unruly fan.
Blamed the first 30 minutes of this hour on the
100%. It's all the Framberval is falling apart. What a nothing surprise! Apparently, we don't have the game on in studio. From the 281 sanitizer right in the eye. How about a lighter? Would a lighter work?
For what? I mean, you can't like
a butane lighter potentially. You could
a torch.
A butane torch that you use for a cigar that could work. That does. If you're a cigar person, that's probably number 2. Like setting someone on fire.
Oh, the cigar cutter, like you're in the mafia.
That's true, but you have to what
you
are
have
you
to
going to
force
cut?
it in there. Yeah,
you have to get a finger in there.
You have to get wrist control.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be tough. And also, once it's cut, I feel like you're kind of exposed.
Yeah. Then what?
Bit. What after that?
There's 9 more that you have to cut off.
Anyway, guys, someone from 361 says a bowl of beans earlier in the day. Oh yeah, you could do the projectile diarrhea like that one lady did in the road raging incident that we talked about yesterday.
Yeah. Or like a squid. Yeah.
I don't think it comes out like a cloud of ink.
Boom.
So
and then run away.
So you can escape. Oh boy. All right. Well, keep them coming. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. What is the best item constantly on your person that you could use as a weapon, like the Pittsburgh Pirates security guy? 713-780-3776 to call to text. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Cleanup aisle me. Fromber's actually doing all right thus far. This is what happens when, due to the stupid streaming rules surrounding the Houston Astros, for whatever reason, we can watch the Astros outside of this specific room, but we can't watch it inside. Astros are up 3-1 in the top of the 6th inning. Framber Valdez is through 5 innings of work. He has 6 strikeouts and just 1 walk. He's allowed 3 hits, one of them a home run. Meanwhile, for the Houston Astros, Zach DeZenzo is having himself a day. He's got a double. The Astros have left 5 on base and are 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. That's a little bit frustrating. Jose Altuve, 0 for 1. Jake Myers, Brendan Rodgers, I give him a pass. Jeremy Pena, 0 for 1. Yainer Diaz, 0 for 2. So just 3 hits to this point for the Astros. And yet, 3 runs. I guess they got a little bit of help offensively because a fielder's choice and a passed ball gave them 2 of the 3 runs. Good God. I mean, at least they're at 3. Can we get to 4 so that it's not 22 games of 3 runs or less in the first 36? We're not asking for much. We're really not. It would be nice if in more than a third of their games they scored more than 3 runs.
Well, I have good news for you right now. There's
2 runners on, no outs, right?
Yeah, there's a guy on second base. So you just need a hit, and he scores. Just get your first hit with runners in scoring position.
But who's batting?
Brendan Rodgers.
Well, that's. Hey, listen, he had a home run last night.
Hey, you know.
He's at sea level.
Maybe bunt him over. I don't know.
Yeah, this is definitely a bunt situation. Like bunts into a double play, some little pop up or something like that. They didn't bunt much in Colorado, that's for sure. We had some other suggestions as far as weapons that are on your person that you could use, like the Pittsburgh Pirates security guy. Stab them with my insulin pen. Good God, dude. That would work probably, though. A Stanley, if you're a lady. Yeah, those things would hurt if you swung on them.
That's a good one.
Also, Eric the driver always says using he always carries a knife, but he'd use a large and heavy watch like brass knuckles. Okay. The 281 says my words. I love that one. My words hurt.
All right, William Shakespeare.
Thou art a naughty knave.
Pin's mightier than the sword. 281.
For the 409. It's bad enough that we have to listen to Paul's dating life. Now we have to listen to his masochist attempts to cut himself with credit cards. Welcome to the Paul Gallant Show. Welcome to
That was
the
great.
show. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We're going to push back the 10-minute drill to the very next segment. And in the 10-minute drill, if this was the move that the Dallas Cowboys had been planning on, that Jerry Jones was hinting at, it is vintage Cowboys, but probably for the exact reasons under Jerry Jones that you would call it vintage Cowboys. You'll hear that on the other side. First, let me tell you about my friends at Rise, RIIZEhealth.com. I wonder if I say the I 3 times. This is just someone who constantly overthinks all the time. Don't overthink this. You're having troubles. Get to where you need to go, if you will. You know what we're talking about here. You having some issues? Don't be ashamed of it. Honestly, this is a problem that is worth investing in. And now, due to the power of modern medicine, you have the ability to do it on a level that you've never been able to do it before. Because Rise has something that's brand new to the game. It's the rapid enhanced dissolving strips, the Reds. They combine sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. This works in 5 minutes. It's in discreet packaging. It's the size of a condom wrapper. You put it underneath your tongue, you're ready to go. And you're going to have yourself a good old time while you use it. RizeHealth.com, RIIZE health.com. You enter promo code 975. You're going to get 20% off your first order. Invest in yourself, your relationship, your love life. This stuff works. RizeHealth.com, promo code 975. And you'll rise up, rise up. You'll rise up with Rise Health today. The Dallas Cowboys made a big move today. They traded for Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver and noted crazy person on the football field. That is not an overstatement. George Pickens. The Cowboys, in exchange for George Pickens and a 2027 sixth-round pick, send Pittsburgh a third-round pick and a fifth-round pick. I guess the Cowboys were thinking that they would have taken Tedaroya McMillian, who was on the Paul Gallant show, Houston Texans big board. Thank you, Lance Airline, for all your erotic lingo. If he was available at 12, the Cowboys would have taken McMillan, but he went to the Panthers at pick number 8. So they sat around, they waited, and they got George Pickens for a bargain. Pickens will go to the Cowboys without a new deal. It does not seem that there are any incentives for, if Pickens plays well, the Cowboys could get would have to send a second-round pick. So it seems like it's just for a third and a fifth. There's no denying George Pickens' talent. None. But the headlines for George Pickens are some of the funniest things that you will ever see. Do we want to just roll through some of the headlines that this guy has been involved in? Because they're always just goofy things that happen either right after he comes off the field or on the field. Headline, George Pickens has no hope for the Steelers offense. Headline, Mike Tomlin wanted to keep the starting quarterback decision for the Steelers in-house. George Pickens immediately blurts out it's Russell Wilson. George Pickens casually crashed out at the end of Sunday Night Football when he pulled a Cowboys player by his face mask. Wow, the Cowboys brought him in. They're going to be beef. Everyone needs to stop making fun of George Pickens for giving zero effort on blocks. I mean, that's just from Barstool Sports. I'm sure there's a bunch more on Pro Football Talk. We've seen him crash out in the midst of Hail Marys in a playoff game, no less, right? Wasn't there one in a playoff game? Was it Steelers-Bills? Am I crazy? Perhaps that was a regular season game. I feel like there was a lot of snow.
They played a playoff, like a 2-7 wild card game. I forgot if that was the one.
It probably was. This is the thing with Pickens.
There's stuff from Georgia of him throwing a guy by his face mask into the end zone.
Yes.
Like this guy loves to scrap. He loves to. One of the funniest things is on an interception return how he behaves, because he doesn't. It's not the wide receiver turns into a defensive back. It's the wide receiver turns into a WWE superstar and he's RKOing guys.
It makes you wonder if he would be good defensively. I think he would. He does have the heart, the compete level.
I was gonna say he'd be a good linebacker, like not even a
bulked
defensive
up,
back
for sure. All that to say, here's Peter Schrager, new member of ESPN, who is certainly not doing anyone any service with this very positive outlook on George Pickens.
And I would like to correct some people. Some people think that he is I don't know, a diva or he's cantankerous. I talked to the Steelers folks. George Pickens is demonstrative on the field, but he is not an uncoachable player. In fact, he does have a great way about him in the locker room, and is very well liked in Pittsburgh. For the Dallas side of this, they sat on an all draft. Everyone wondering, why are they not drafting a wide receiver? Why are they not drafting a running back? They took an offensive lineman. They get a player who I think is the best available prospect for a third-round pick, and then they can decide if they want to re-sign him or not.
Listen.
Peter Schrager's doing a little boboing there.
He is doing he's carrying someone's water.
I would imagine it's his agent, David Mulligetta.
Oh, is he a Mulligetta guy?
He's a Mulligetta guy. Yeah. Listen, I get why they do it, but it's so funny. And to me, it's so transparent. Whatever. Peter Schrager, now a member of ESPN. Not a fan.
I mean, he's just, he's, instead of being on Good Morning Football, he's just going to be on Get Up now. Okay, whatever, dude.
Puff piece guy. That's how I look at him. He does talk to people. They sure liked him, but not a fan. Anyway.
There's this belief out there that he's cantankerous.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say cantankerous.
I'd say even more than that.
Yeah. You called him an actual crazy person on the football.
Someone with anger management issues at the very least. By the way, the Texans miss out. 3rd and 5th. George Pickens.
Would you rather have Jalen Noel and a 5th round pick? Or
I'd rather have Pickens than both of these guys. I just wonder if there would be any hope to get him in line. Because obviously Casario's coming from the Patriots. F that. They didn't do that ever. You know, Gronkowski was a reach for them.
Yeah.
Randy Moss.
Yeah,
Randy Moss. And it did work for a year, but I mean, he was only there for like 2.2 seasons.
Yeah. Chad Johnson didn't work.
Johnson never picked up the playbook. That was the big issue for him. I think it actually would have worked out because he loved Bill Belichick. But also, from a DeMeco Ryans perspective, I mean, it doesn't seem like he puts up with much. Deontay Johnson, that was a fun, 5 hours? Felt like,
Felt way longer.
Right. I don't think that DeMeco would want to deal with it. I actually think that this Texans locker room could potentially handle it.
I don't know. I mean, could handle it, sure. But should, and also there's like a very fine line of like, you can have so many of these guys, but if you have one too many, then it all falls apart. Like it's just a Jenga tower, basically, except the opposite because you're adding pieces, not taking them out. Whatever. It's an opposite of it. Classic opposite of a Jenga tower, where you can deal with a CJ Gardner Johnson, you can deal with some other guy, but once you hit that like tipping point of like, actually, we have too many cantankerous guys to use.
Right? My bad.
To use Peter Schrager's word.
More around the National Football League. Shedeur Sanders, Cleveland Browns quarterback, 5th round pick, fell so far, will wear number 12 in honor of Tom Brady, who some, Skip Bayless, are of the belief was the reason that Shedeur Sanders is not a Las Vegas Raider. Tom Brady was doing an interview with a Paul brother and some other dude. I don't know. Don't care. Jealous of both of them and their success. especially that they got to interview my Lord and Savior. But they asked him about the Raiders and their interest in Shedeur Sanders, because Tom Brady, of course, yes, a Fox broadcaster, but also a minority owner of the Raiders.
Elephant in the room, Shedeur Sanders. What happened, Tom? Why did he go so late in the draft?
I mean, it's a good question. I wasn't a part of any evaluation process or
Skip Bayless
see
says
that.
otherwise.
No. Well, everyone's got that's the problem with media is everyone can just say whatever the they want. I actually texted Shedeur because I know him very well. And I said, dude, like whatever happens, wherever you go, like that's your first day. Day 2 matters more than the draft. I was 199.
Yeah.
So who could speak on it better than me? Like what that really means. Use it as motivation. You're going to get your chances. Go take advantage of it.
Good advice from the greatest athlete who's ever lived. Embrace debate. There's no debate.
Secretariat.
Nah.
We'll have to see how the Brady kids do, but
I mean,
pretty high bar with the Secretariat.
Secretariat, his stuff was getting passed around. How many of those kids did he actually have on his own?
Whoa.
That's artificial insemination.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
people were just buying.
You have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Oh,
is what
yeah.
You're saying.
People were just buying, vats of his stuff. Unless, honestly, maybe with technology at the time, maybe Secretariat did have to Sheboygan call those horses.
I think a few of them he had to do the old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way.
The classic way.
God, what a job that's got to be be a collector of that of the stuff, and on top of that, to like encourage them to Sheboygan. Are the Jaguars on the right track? They released 3 players in the last 24 hours that are going to cost them $20.3 million in dead cap money. Gabe Davis, who they signed to a 3-year, $39 million deal 14 months ago. He will be back in Buffalo in 5 seconds, I imagine. Davis had just 20 catches and 2 touchdowns in 10 games for the Jags. Good for him paying, cashing in on his playoff touchdown receptions from Josh Allen. They also cut Josh Reynolds and Evan Ingram. The Jaguars general manager, James Gladstone, who is younger than me, does give off Jack Easterby vibes, but to the Jags' credit, I think that some of the moves that they have made, outside of trading up for Travis Hunter, which I do think was a lot, do indicate that they're a little bit more serious. I think cutting bait with the guys that you brought in that were clearly overpaid is a step in the right direction. We'll see. The Jaguars shall be back. The Titans are liars. Warren Moon was with Kay Adams before the Kentucky Derby. And with the Titans going away from the Oilers uniform, perhaps forever from the sound of things, and moving on to uniforms that will now have Titan blue as the primary color. Here is Warren Moon talking about potential new Titans uniforms.
You said the line again, but last week you said your Houston Oilers jersey will probably never be worn again. You know what people think then, that there's a redesign coming?
Well, probably because I never say never about anything. In this world we live in now, you can't say never about anything, but because if I did say never and it did happen, people are going to say,
But Warren, fans think new uniforms are coming. As someone who is very well dressed and plugged into the organization, as one is.
The Tennessee Titans have new uniforms coming, a whole new set. And I've seen glimpses of them, but it's not the Houston Oilers jersey.
I understand. What do these Titans unis look like?
Pretty good.
Are they clean? Are they like futuristic? Give us something.
They fit with the times, but they're also a little futuristic. So they will advance with the times. We'll put it that way.
Death, taxes, Kay drinking too many mint juleps, and Warren Moon breaking news on Titans uniforms. Amy's got to hate me. Miss Strunks, we love you. Sorry, we keep trying to breaking news here.
There we go, Kay. Good job by you. Well, it turns out per Titans.com, the state-run propaganda machine of the Tennessee Titans and former Houston Oilers. Jim Wyatt said, I was standing right in front of Warren Moon when he first mentioned publicly the possibility of new uniforms while in town for the Cam Ward presser. Then I saw where Warren doubled down on the topic over the weekend when he was at the Kentucky Derby. Wyatt said the team's uniforms won't change for 2025. He said he hasn't seen any new uniforms and no one has told him anything that is official. I'm sure Amy Adams Strunk has shared with Warren Moon that there will be new jerseys at some point soon. There should be. Their uniforms are awful ever since they went away from the I thought iconic look that they had when they first changed over from the Oilers look. I thought they were good. I thought those were nice late 90s uniforms with the white helmet and the weird blue on top. They moved away from that. Those were the uniforms that they wore during the Vince Young era as well, in addition to the McNair and Eddie George era. I don't think they should have left them. It's weird that they left them. It's weird that they made navy blue such a predominant color, given that there are so many teams in the NFL that have navy blue as their number one color, including, the Texans, also the Cowboys, the Bears, the Patriots. Long list. It always should have been light blue. I'm sure that they will come up with some new uniforms in the near future that are light blue focused. But it does sound like they're going away from the Oilers uniforms altogether, which is nice to hear. But Warren Moon and the Titans, liars. There you go. That is the 10-minute drill. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're finally seeing something that we have been asking for a week. What is that? You'll find out on the other side. And the official things that you should believe about the Houston Rockets going into this offseason, the Paul Gallant Doctrine. Stick around. The Astros have seemingly avoided a sweep at the hand of the Milwaukee Brewers. There's still plenty of time left in the game, but they lead 6-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Framber Valdez still on the hill. 6 innings pitched to this point. He has 7 strikeouts, just 2 walks, 3 hits. One of the hits a home run. That's the one run that the Milwaukee Brewers have. The home run hit by someone who has a last name that you would think somebody from Wisconsin would have. Eric Haas. This is a German-sounding name. Not to stereotype the fine people of Wisconsin. Wisconsin's great. Milwaukee, give it 2 months. If you've never been on a vacation to Milwaukee, highly recommend it. I think it's a beautiful place. I had a really good time there. Was there for a wedding. Walked around the city. Very easy to walk around. The buildings are all cream colored. It's actually a surprisingly very cool city.
That's why they call it Cream City.
That's right.
I'm guessing that's a summer destination.
Yes, 100%. The Astros lead 6-1. They got more than 3 runs. Unbelievable. So going into today's game, they had scored 3 runs or less. And I think the number is 21 of 35. So now they've scored 3 runs or more in 15 of 36, if I'm doing my math correctly. Almost, actually, yeah, a little more than a third of their games. Huzzah! We're moving in the right direction. And it's all thanks to somebody who's been struggling since the beginning of the month with runners in scoring position. Jeremy Pena, homered in the top of the 6th inning today. Jeremy Pena, leadoff hitter, made them pay. He's got 4 RBIs today. So how about that? That's neat. That's splendid. That's wonderful. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Houston Rockets officially in their offseason. We heard from Ime Udoka. We heard from Rafael Stone for their end-of-season press conference yesterday. I don't know if there's going to be any locker cleaning out day for Rockets players. If we hear more from Jalen Green, amongst others, we'll see. But I want us to all agree on these things when it comes to the Rockets for the entirety of this offseason. Things can change next regular season. I'm of the belief that you never need to stay married to a take, to a thought. If things change, you should be allowed to change your opinion. But these are all things that we should agree on. 1, Amen Thompson is the Houston Rockets' best player, and this is not debatable. We want him to work on his range this offseason. How much better can his range get in one offseason? I wouldn't hold your breath on him being significantly better next year than he was this season as a scorer, but clearly his confidence brings a lot to the table, and perhaps he will become a better scorer over the course of another 82-game slate in this offseason. I'm just not expecting it to be that much. Also, Thompson is as close to untouchable as possible. The Rockets said yesterday, Udoka, Stone, that no player is untouchable. We're not untouchable. Well, I think Stone's a little more touchable than Udoka. Just a thought. I do think that this turnaround is entirely Udoka in terms of the mentality, the culture shift. And Stone deserves some credit, but doesn't have the pelts on the wall to tell me that a question I asked is flawed or to brag about how he can manipulate data. So can anybody. Another treatise of the Paul Gallant Rockets offseason doctrine. Alperen Şengün is the Houston Rockets' second best player. This is not debatable. He is not completely untouchable, but he's close to untouchable. I need to get Giannis or someone on that level in any trade that involves Şengün. I think you should draw a hard line when it comes to him. Now, he's got a big offseason in front of him, and if he does not take it seriously, then maybe this is a different discussion next offseason. But right now, he's their second best player. He needs to get stronger. He needs to get in better shape. I think he could do both of those things. but I do not think it will be easy. He does have all the skills. It's really a matter of, can he finally power through some of the guys who are posting him up? Because there's definitely a little bit of a finesse element to his game that we all think could get a little bit better. And then, of course, hey, you want more minutes, especially if you're putting more effort in on the defensive end. In a little bit better shape, I think he could get in. I am not entirely out on Jalen Green. I do think he was the victim of Elite Warriors defense. I think he's got a lot of skills that he brings to the table that, since they are on his person now, you want to have him around, because Amen Thompson doesn't quite have that right now. But I don't ever want to hear about Jalen Green as a star again. I don't want to ever hear about him as being anything more than the third best player on the Houston Rockets again. And I would like the option to block his Wingstop ads. You can watch the Wingstop ads if you want. I would like him to. I would like to not see them anymore. I'm Baker Mayfielded out after this playoff series, Sean, by Jalen Green's Wingstop commercials.
He only had one. Baker had 5 different ones. But yeah, I do agree. At the very least, we're done with the Wingstop commercials, and like you said, we're done with him being viewed as the star of this team when ABC or TNT has the promo for, Rockets versus whoever next season. I want that promo to feature Şengün, Thompson, Fred VanVleet, those guys, more than Jalen Green. And Jalen Green this year was still in that spot where when they would, hey, we got Rockets Warriors tonight, Jalen Green and the Rockets take on Steph Curry. He's not at that level anymore.
Wingstop was founded in Garland, Texas. Their headquarters are located in Addison, Texas. They're not headquartered in Houston, but they have a lot of restaurants in Houston. So maybe that commercial isn't national. Is Wingstop a Texas thing?
I think it is national.
2,000 locations worldwide.
Yeah.
But a Texas-born brand. So
but I think the commercial isn't, because I saw other people were tweeting about, like, how does Jalen Green have a Wingstop ad every commercial break?
Well, I don't know how many Wingstops they have in Turkey, but could Alperen Şengün become the wing guy?
Turkey stop.
Turkey stop. Yeah, turkey wings. the Şengün special.
Yeah, no, I agree that I think the national ad campaigns need to focus on either Şengün or Thompson. I mean, there's something there with the twins. You can get them in a State Farm or something.
Yeah, definitely. That is so State Farm. You're right on the money with that.
Well, actually, we'll probably be annoyed by that this time next year.
Sure, but not yet. From the 832, Şengün needs to get in the gym with Dream this offseason. His footwork is atrocious. He looks like he travels every time he touches the ball. I could not agree with that texter more. That is a great point. Yes. Oh, God. He got away with so many travels, and they don't really call it travels anymore. And there's a lot of insufferable D-bags online who are like, this actually isn't a travel, who will like show you some a-hole who's like running through the lane and doing a bunch of twirls and twists and stuff. I hate those people. Those are the people that deserve to be hard fouled. I want Draymond. I want Draymond Green to accidentally, spastically affect your person. And by affect your person, I mean kick you in the nuts. More from the Houston Rockets offseason doctrine, the things that we all should agree on when it comes to the Rockets. Fred VanVleet slander is outlawed. Outlawed. We will crack down on you like we are British or German authorities. If you say anything online about Fred VanVleet after what he did in this series, yeah, we're sending you to jail. Steven Adams slander is outlawed. I don't think there's much Steven Adams slander to begin with, though. If you do slanderize, is that a word? Steven Adams, guess what? He's coming to your house. He's just going to knock on the door. In Ime Udoka, we trust. Please give Jabari Smith more minutes next time. Rafael Stone, Olive Branch. For the past 2 seasons, I'm willing to forget the Steven Silas era and his obsession with Kevin Porter Jr. Spare me with the nerd crap. Welcome to PLA numbers. It was the worst thing. All other players for the Rockets that are not named Amen Thompson and not named Alperen Şengün, unless it's for Giannis, are on the table for a trade, and all draft picks are on the table. And if anyone suggests bringing James Harden back, not only do I think you should be arrested, I think you should be drawn and quartered. But like in a way where it doesn't kill you. How about that? No more James Harden takes. No. You're bad. You're just bad. You're a bad person if you want to bring back Harden. What? You're a bad person. You are a bad person if you want to bring that guy back into this.
James Harden would have put this team over the top in Game 7.
This is the Ime Udoka one, like a level of Harden that he's never had.
Oh, like the ability to party a little bit more because he'll have less of a role and maybe get benched like Cam Whitmore. That would be kind of funny to bring Harden back and bench him like he's Cam Whitmore. I would like that.
Game 7, they could have used James Harden. Classic James Harden Game 7 performer.
That's Sean Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Speaking of Jalen Green, how much should last night's Warriors Timberwolves game change your opinion of Jalen Green? And man, it's a bummer the Rockets are out of these playoffs because we're in the midst of May Madness. We go around the NBA really quickly next. Paul Gallant Show, stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. We thank you so much for joining us. I am excited for the return of Round Ball Rock. We saw a promo for it at the Kentucky Derby. But the best version of Round Ball Rock was done on Saturday Night Live back in the day when Tim Robinson of the amazing sketch comedy show, I think you should deliver this gem. Some lyrics that we never actually heard for Round Ball Rock. We play it whenever we talk about everything going on across the world of the National Basketball Association. Hit it! The Cleveland Cavaliers, best team in the Eastern Conference. Unbelievable record of the regular season, are now down 0-2 to the Indiana Pacers after this from Tyrese Halliburton. Boom.
Misses Halliburton the rebound. 9 seconds. They do have a timeout. Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over.
Oh no, Cleveland sports losing again. Oh man, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. I'll be honest, I just am annoyed by the amount of number 1 overall picks the Cavs have gotten over time. They do appear to have a team finally that could threaten in the Eastern Conference, but injuries not helping them out. This Pacers team is scrappy, and I think a lot of people forgot that former Dallas Mavericks coach Rick Carlisle is running the show in Indiana. I'll be honest, I totally forgot about that, and I watched a Celtics Pacers series last year in the playoffs. Totally forgot about that over the course of a year. I am getting older. My memory is starting to fade me, Sean. Don't hate me too much.
No, he doesn't really. I mean, I guess this is just being in Indiana versus being the coach of the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Where, I even I'm like, oh yeah, it's Rick Carlisle. Or if you're thinking about, the best 10 coaches in the league, you're like, oh, Rick Carlisle's still in the league.
Still in the league.
He's still in the league and still one of the best coaches there is. So yeah, while the Cavs are injured and were very injured for the last game, this Pacers team is for real, and they're in a really good spot to take this thing home.
Yeah, man. If I'm the Cavs, I'm kind of stunned.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks because it is Mobley and Garland that got hurt, and so it's not like it's not completely representative of who you guys are, but it also does kind of reinforce, the kind of casual fan take of, for guys like us who don't watch every Cavs game and we see that they won 60-something games. We're like, all right, let's see in the playoffs,
Exactly.
guys. And it reinforces that even with the team and the Pacers that we also probably don't take as seriously as we should.
I'm taking them a little more seriously after this.
Yeah, for real.
Also around the NBA. Whoa. Okay, Golden State Warriors. In a game where Steph Curry injured his hamstring and where Buddy Hield got off to a very slow start before eventually catching fire late, the Golden State Warriors took down the extremely rested Minnesota Timberwolves 99-88 in a game that was not that close. Honestly, this is the biggest blowout thus far of the second round, which also goes to show you this has been a really fun second round of the playoffs. May Madness?
Yeah, and it's a classic game where the team that you think is underdogs goes up big and then become way bigger underdogs. So the entire time you're like, okay, here comes the Wolves 20-2 run that puts them ahead, and they never had it. They cut it, I think, to single digits a couple times, but the Warriors had just enough of all people, and I know Houston Rockets fans are like, of course this guy, but Buddy Hield, man, in that second half, he got hot.
Awesome.
He was just doing Klay Thompson stuff.
It was funny watching Rockets fans deal with what they were watching in the first half of this game. Because first off, Anthony Edwards, they completely swarmed him. He had 1 point in the first half. And this is a rough game for Anthony Edwards because first off, Edwards brought up a story where Steve Kerr explained that the Warriors weren't going to draft him. Man, imagine if the Warriors had Anthony Edwards. And two, he also brought up that he wants to play the Warriors because he doesn't like Draymond. And then this game happens. Now, Edwards did wake up in the second half and got going. And I think if you are a Warriors fan going forward, you're like the hamstring injury. Goodness. But to bring it back to how Rocket fans were feeling, imagine watching this game where, one, Steph Curry gets hurt. Two, Buddy Hield for a time came back to earth. And three, oh, wait, maybe Jalen Green isn't necessarily the problem. Anthony Edwards is just getting taken out by a great defense. It must have been a very difficult place to be in.
Yeah, it is the classic. We all watch 7 games of the Warriors with high intensity. It's like we feel very comfortable with what we think this Warriors team is, but we know what this Warriors team is when they're facing the Rockets. And so when you put that team, same thing with the T-Wolves too. We know what the T-Wolves look like when they're playing the Lakers. Now they're getting the Warriors. So it was a change. It added a lot of context, I feel like, for both teams, where you go, oh, okay, so the Warriors do have a for real awesome defense. Also, Buddy Hield still is Buddy Hield, and then in the second half he gets red hot again. But you still see a little bit of the oh, okay, so that was only against us. All right, cool. Or some stuff where it's like, okay, that's just an us problem. That's an everybody problem.
After the game, Timberwolves coach Chris Finch had some pointed words for Anthony Edwards.
You mentioned kind of the energy, the spirit starts with Ant. Is that something that you and he talk about maybe ahead of game 2 now? Is
no, I mean, what is there to talk about? I mean, you're the leader of the team, and you got to come out and set the tone, in all ways that happens. And if your shot's not going, you still have to carry the energy, So, I don't think there's, if I got to talk to guys about having the right energy coming into opening second round game, then, we're not on the same page. So
I'm sorry that I keep on bringing up James Harden, but can you imagine how James Harden would have responded had Kevin McHale called him out in that way?
I think, not in that way, but I think we saw how he handled Kevin McHale calling him out.
He got him fired.
Yes. I mean, the ultimate irony of them coming back from 3-1 again, game 6, while James Harden was on the bench, and
got McHale fired.
6 and 7, neither of those games are close. That James Harden was pretty clearly setting up to have McHale fired after that series, and then they won, and so it was a little bit of, I guess we have to bring this guy back, and they brought him back for 10 games and fired him anyway.
Yeah,
good times.
I mean, Kevin McHale, Celtics legend.
Yeah,
bothers me. Really does bother me. I mean, I don't think he was the best coach, but I thought Harden was such a bitch with the way he handled that situation.
Yeah,
and who's the better player all time, McHale, than Harden? I'll go to my grave saying that. I know that's a crazy take to have, but I don't think it's that crazy.
It is crazy.
He was clearly the second best player,
but it's not as far apart as people think. I think people underrate Kevin McHale.
He was awesome. He was clearly the Celtics' second best player when they had Larry Bird, who was maybe the best player in the league at that time, or Michael Jordan. Or obviously Magic Johnson. Yeah, Jordan eventually did overtake them both. All right, continuing to go across the NBA. The Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler bromance is something else. The Warriors, God, it sucks that they advanced. They really are going to town with these references to Batman as a team.
Draymond declared that tonight Jimmy became Batman and Buddy went from Alfred to Robin. Do you guys have any comments on that declaration?
No.
I'll start out.
No. I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right. Well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttered is still who he is.
I mean, Buttered.
But you had another good game, man. Except for that stupid thing you did at the beginning of the game when you have on the right shorts. It's not real Robin and or Batman like.
Well, in Buddy Hield's defense, Batman and Robin, they wore tights, not pants. So I think it's a little more difficult to forget what shorts that you're wearing. It is really funny that Buddy Hield had the wrong pair of shorts on when he went out.
That is, again, that's a little bit of like, okay, so Buddy Hield's still Buddy Hield.
But I gotta say, that is 100% on the Golden State Warriors. That's even a possibility that he could put on the wrong shorts.
Yeah,
Because there's so many uniform combinations that these NBA teams have right now. Like, hey man, like have it ready to go for him. You know, if you're there's not that many players to get things ready for.
Yeah.
Obviously, yes, accountability. Butler should, or not Butler, Hield should have
Look
known.
at the pants you're putting on.
Yeah, but
and then look at everyone else's.
There's that too.
Yeah, no, I do think I wonder. This is like a logistics thing, but you saw with the Rockets, like they would wear different jerseys on the road. Sometimes you wear the red, sometimes you wear the white. I'm sure they had the blacks just in case. Like, I do wonder how many do they have to bring all the combinations with them everywhere? Because I could see how a mistake happens.
I think so. Because yeah, mistakes, laundry issue. This was something I was always very terrified about playing high school football growing up. Was game day having the wrong uniform.
Yeah. Did you guys have a bunch of?
We had
like 3 different.
We had 4 jerseys.
Okay.
And we had 3 pants.
Okay, I can see.
Yeah,
especially group of 15 to 18-year-olds. I can see how mistakes could happen.
And I used
different than the NBA playoffs.
I washed this was a process every night when I got home from football because I wasn't a disgusting slob. I would wash my practice jersey and I'd wash the pants, but our practice jerseys were red and our pants were white.
Yeah.
So I'd have to do a separate load for each because no one wanted to have pink pants.
I'm sure your mom.
It happened a lot. So I'd do like a small load for just the jersey and then I'd do a small load for the pants. It was a process, but I did it. I did it every single night. Like my mom did not have to do it. And I became really good at laundry entirely because of that.
That's still a lot of water to be using every night.
Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. Save it for the next generation. Not. They'll figure it out. Desalinate. Sean Mace behind the glass on Paul Gallant. That's around the NBA. And the Rockets, they're dead. R.I.P. in peace. Up next, who's washed in the world of sports? I can't believe who's potentially getting nominated. Not by me, but by perhaps an ungrateful Houston fan base. Who? You'll find out on the other side. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Junior Broncos asks, in the last segment I was talking about all the equipment that we had in high school football, asking, you didn't have an equipment manager wash your equipment? No, we did not have an equipment manager. I think we were at a point in our school where there was a lot of too cool for insert, just fill in the blank at our school. Our school thought it was too cool for school. They still think they're too cool for a high school reunion, for God's sakes. There hasn't even been an attempt to organize one. I still talk with some of my high school friends, but no, we had no equipment manager. People didn't like the football team because the football team took all of the school's budget for athletics, and we were above average.
It'd be one thing if you guys were Alabama.
Yeah,
you know?
We were not. Our girls' soccer team and our baseball team were, at the time I was in school, really, really good.
How many uniforms did they get? Huh?
How
many
two.
alternates?
The baseball team had a lot, but the girls' soccer team had just 2. And the girls' soccer team made it to the state finals every single year. Alas, then they'd run into this team of ogres. Not fun. From the they're all like 6'3", and by 6'3" I mean probably like 5'8". But from the 830, I applaud you washing your practice gear off, and washing them both and separately every single day as a high schooler is absolutely insane. I'm just talking about on weekdays. Speaking of washing, time for a little Wash Watch Wednesday. Forgot that Joe called out Scott Boras so much. Joe George currently at a game at Wrigley Field. Still works the station, by the way. It's just the me show now, but happy Joe's getting some time to hang out in the place where he's from. I can't believe how much criticism that I have seen for this guy over the last couple of days. Jose Altuve is taking an online beating, specifically from an X account at Microphone Milo. Here's one thing that he posted, but this is tame. Jose Altuve is not above criticism, folks. He's cost them big time in this baseball game with a ridiculous bunt and then getting thrown out, in parentheses, like clockwork on the bases. He has been playing bad baseball for weeks now. This type of stuff can't happen from him. By the way, the base running incident, Joe Espada gave a 2-word answer when asked about it after yesterday's game. I thought it was telling. Espada said, good play by Contreras. I don't think he meant it. But this guy at Microphone Milo wasn't done. He is really going after Altuve. Look at this one. Jose Altuve was allowed to play a careless and stupid brand of baseball because he's been playing on teams loaded with talent for so long. He didn't need to be fundamentally sharp. You could tolerate the blunders on the bases. He is not playing like a pro right now. Damn, dog. That seems a little intense, if not a stretch. No? I mean, look, he's struggling. A lot of Astros players are struggling. But I still am of the belief that Jose Altuve slander and criticism, fair criticism, is whispered. It is whispered. It is not posted online by someone who is a tribute account to the late Milo Hamilton. What would Milo do? He wouldn't do that. He would not do that. Not cool. But some believe Altuve has washed Sean Mapes online. It's a sizable portion. And I think that yesterday, the Killer Bees were even talking about it.
Yeah, but I agree with you that you can't be doing that. Otherwise, then what's this all for? You know, what's the point of watching every single Astros game and talking about it if Jose Altuve, the best player in your club's history, you're already just being like, this guy sucks.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Like I get it when it's a farewell tour kind of thing where, you know, guys late 30s, like late 30s, 40s, where he's more of like the team mascot than anything. And you're like, hey, listen, in a close, like in basketball, you're like, in a close game, can we like not run the offense through this guy? Like through old ass Dirk or whoever, Tim Duncan on his last year. Although Tim Duncan was pretty good. But the slander on Jose Altuve, it's, again, there's nothing in May that should get you so mad that you're like, this guy isn't a pro baseball player.
Yeah.
Unless it's Jose Abreu. But a guy who started the season red hot, by the way.
Right.
We're not even that far away from he was the best player on this team.
We're not even a month and a half in. We're close to a month and a half in, but yeah, I settled down a little bit.
We're like what? 3 weeks from he's the best player on the team. Like it's been 3 weeks of him not being, again, awesome.
Right.
And we're already doing the rage tweeting.
Mm-hmm.
Get over yourself.
We're almost a quarter of the way through the year. That's kind of crazy to think about. But yeah, I'd settle down. Actually washed Ryan Presley, who the Astros do not have anymore.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Ryan Presley became the only major league reliever to allow 8+ earned runs in a game, not get an out, and take the loss since earned runs became official in both leagues in 1913. Damn, that's rough.
Long leash for Ryan Presley, giving up 8 runs without getting an out. But yeah.
You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, you're going to allow 8+ earned runs in a game, not getting out, and take the loss. Sooner or later, you're going to allow 8+ runs earned in a game, not getting out, and take the loss.
Would you say
Why weren't you holding up a candle, Sean? Why aren't you holding up your cell phone?
Sorry.
Wait a second. Let's do it one more time. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, you're going to allow 8+ earned runs in the game, not getting out and take the loss. It's the first time that's happened since 1913. There you go. Sorry, Ryan, we had to do it. The closer's entrance for a middle reliever, and Sean, I appreciate you turning off the lights as a commitment to the bit, but that's rough. So yeah, I think Ryan Presley is washed. What else is washed? Is marriage washed? Is marriage washed? This is Paul Pierce on a podcast, an all-time clip. Just listen. It starts off like he's making a profound point. The last couple of clips, though, dang.
Because I feel like every relationship shouldn't be based off of sex, but every relationship is based off of that.
I don't think so.
100%. You can't tell me nothing different. This is what I feel, and that's why I'll never be in another relationship, because it's always based off of that.
So you're not going to be in another relationship?
Hell no. For what? Because it's going to be based off of sex. Once that wear down, you're going to go find somebody else that's better. Yeah. But it ain't going to be based off of, this is the thing, and listen carefully.
I'm
listening carefully.
I'm listening.
Relationships, let me tell you what marriage is all about. Let me tell you what marriage is and who's marriage for. Marriage is for old people and poor people.
Do we want to hear from Paul Pierce? Is marriage washed? Is it for old people and poor people? Just asking the question. I'm just asking the question. But damn.
It is I don't think I agree, but I respect the take. I can always tip my cap to a good take.
Just tip your cap.
Also, why is Paul Pierce doing
marriage counseling
again after
the strip club thing or the strippers on TV that got him off of ESPN thing?
I wasn't even saying that. I was going to say after 4 great basketball games the last 2 nights, one including his Boston Celtics.
I mean, I do want to hear Paul Pierce's takes on the ladies.
In the summer, I think this is, if I was the producer of this Paul Pierce show, I'd be like, hey, listen, could we maybe talk about Halliburton? Could we maybe talk about the Celtics missing 45 threes? What are your thoughts on that, Mr. The Truth?
Mr. The Truth, sir.
You were known as a player to be quite the mid-range assassin. What do you think of Jason Tatum taking step back jump shots over Munchkin? Yeah, I don't know why people are going to Paul Pierce for marriage advice.
I don't either.
But
or just relationship talk. Yeah,
I'm glad he's talking about it.
He did,
finally a podcast talking about relationship.
He did. I know, Jesus. Celebrities are in everything now.
40-year-old unmarried guy talking about marriage.
He did give. It is the same as a married person giving a single person advice, but he did go into detail about his upbringing. It actually was a little bit of a sad story, but yeah, I'm not sure I agree with Paul Pierce here from the 832. Thank you for this texter. Marriage is for honest people. Yes, you have douchebags who cheat, and NBA players have what, 5 or 6 baby mamas? A little bit different. Well, not all do. Not
Sounds
all.
like that's an old or poor person.
Yeah. Or Paul Pierce.
Hey, are you married? If so, check yes for poor.
You're poor
or
by
old.
default. We were poor in the wallet, but we were rich in a little thing that we like to call love.
Aw.
That is cute. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I think I got one of the Twitchers in trouble because I was talking about strippers. Listen, Paul Pierce is talking about marriage, and then we got to talk about what else Paul Pierce is known for, which these days is being taken out of a game in a wheelchair because he had to take a dump or may have pooped his pants.
Or serious injury that he immediately recovered from.
It could have been that. Or for the time that he had an Instagram live and got canned from ESPN because there's a bunch of strippers shaking their thing. Watch yourself. Shake that thing. Show me what you want. All you peeps that are in the house, right here is the place to be. Shake your ass. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last Chance to Dance, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Your beloved Houston Astros are back in the win column with, get this, not one, not two, not three runs, like we have seen happen in, 21 or 22 of their first 36 games. No, they didn't score just 4 runs or 5 runs or 6 runs either. They scored not 7 runs, not 8 runs, 9 runs, 9-1 on the road. Close out a road trip, 2-4. They had lost 5 of 6. Nice way to get back in the old W column. This was a game where you saw Jeremy Pena hit a homer and get a double. He had 4 runs batted in. This is a game where you saw Yainer Diaz get a clutch hit. He had, not really clutch. I mean, it was kind of pouring on, but he had a 2-run double in the 9th inning. Isaac Paredes had a 2-run had a single knocking in Jeremy Pena as well. This was after a slow start offensively, where 2 of the Astros' 3 runs were via fielder's choice and a pass ball. They're able to get it going at the end, and hopefully they can carry that into their next series. Framber Valdez went 7 innings. He had 7 strikeouts. He did allow a home run, but just 3 hits, 2 walks. It's a nice bounce back. And you also saw a little Brian Abreu and a little Josh Hader. Ideally, this is the kind of performance that you want out of your pitching in a playoff kind of environment. Up next for the Astros, who lost 2 or 3 to the effing White Sox. I still can't get over that. At least the Brewers are around 500. They play the Cincinnati Reds over the weekend at Dyken Park. Then they have 3 games against the Kansas City Royals before pretty interesting series to wrap up the month of May. Road trip from May 15th through 18th against the Rangers. 4-game series. A 4-game series against the first place Seattle Mariners from the 22nd through the 25th. First time playing the Rangers this year. It'll be for the Astros and the Mariners, their second series. The Mariners won that series the first time. And then after that, 2 home games against the Athletics, who have 20 wins, which is as many as all the teams in the American League. Not combined, but just as many as all the teams.
They would lead the American League.
They'd be tied for the lead, I think, with the New York Yankees. The Yankees might have played 1 less game, so they might have a half game up. Also, and this is just, pouring it on top of the misery of Rockets fans, but Steph Curry's going to miss a week with a hamstring strain. Isn't it frustrating that it's a hamstring injury? Sort of like Chris Paul suffered against the Warriors back in 2018.
Oh, yeah.
And Curry gets a hamstring injury, but it's not against the Rockets. It's
Yeah.
against the Warriors. I would have gladly taken a Steph Curry hamstring injury to advance to the second round of the playoffs, even though I like Steph Curry and I never root for anybody to be injured. If that's the way it had to be, that's the way it had to be. If that's the way it had to be, I would have taken it. Sorry, with this team, I would. This is not an iron sharpens iron. This is like claw your way by any means necessary.
Lie, cheat, steal.
Lie, cheat, and steal to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I really wish Chris Paul would have been hurt in game 1 of the 2018 finals. I wish that was what we were talking about.
Well, could they have won that series?
Probably.
With Chris Paul hurt?
It would have been close. The Warriors swept that Cavs team.
Yeah.
So, and the Rockets were right there to beat the Warriors. So
that was the series where J.R. Smith forgot what was happening.
In game 1, yes.
Yeah.
Game 1 was the only close game. LeBron had a 50-point triple-double.
I think about it a little bit more. I think
Rockets in 6.
The Rockets would have done something dumb in that moment that would have...
it would be 2 teams giving the game back to each other.
Yeah, that would have made up for J.R. Smith doing that. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. I've never seen this happen on a highway before, but it's one of my big fears. A truck that was driving on I-10 underneath the Houston Avenue Bridge carrying large cylinders hit said bridge at like 10 p.m. yesterday. The cylinders were too tall to pass under the bridge. The cylinders struck it. They spilled off the big rig. Who even knows what the hell is in that container? This is one of many times that this low bridge has been hit by an 18-wheeler in recent years. It's 14.3 feet above the interstate on the eastbound side. Yikes.
That does feel a little low. Like
that feels very low.
A couple feet too low. Are we sure this isn't just viral marketing for the new Final Destination movie that's coming out?
Well, there's not this.
I thought that's where you're going with this.
No.
I thought that logs were gonna fall off.
No. But this has happened a lot.
Yeah, in Final Destination it happened.
Yeah, that's if it's gonna happen anywhere in Houston, it's on the eastbound side of I-10 underneath the Houston Avenue Bridge. So just an FYI. Or perhaps something that gives you anxiety next time you drive under that.
Not the one that says be somebody, right?
I don't think that's the one. No, whatever. But that's I think a train track.
That is a train.
That is a rather low train crossing.
I think that too because I look at it all the time.
Yeah. Does it make you want to be somebody?
It does. And I'm like, you know what? You know who the somebody I want to be, Paul?
Who?
Sean Mapes.
That's awesome. I want to be Paul Gallant. I also want to see that sign a little bit more. I don't see it very often. There is a list of the top barbecue places in the United States of America, but National Barbecue Day coming up May 16th. Yelp put together its top 10 barbecue cities in the U.S. The top 2 locations are in Texas. Congratulations to Austin and San Antonio. I'm sorry, they're the same city. No, Paul, those are not actually like an hour apart. Nope. It's like Dallas and Fort Worth. It is the same city to me. Same city. It's ridiculous. Here's the list. Austin 1, San Antonio 2, Kansas City 3, Memphis 4, Charleston, South Carolina, kiss my ass, 5. That's soft-ass place. Greenville, South Carolina, 6, Honolulu 7, Tulsa, Oklahoma 8, Durham, North Carolina 9, Nashville, Tennessee, kiss my ass. That's number 10. That's ridiculous. It's a bunch of liberal BS. It's what it is.
Honolulu?
Yelp's on the list. Honolulu I get. I actually do get Honolulu.
You've had Honolulu barbecue?
Well, it's like a luau. Yeah, they got their own brand. Okay. But everything else is like, oh, these are just various versions of South Carolina and Texas and Kansas City.
If Austin and San Antonio are one city, I'm sorry. I have no idea how far away these two places are, but Charleston and Greenville, there can only be one. All right.
Yeah, I agree.
We're not.
Charleston's great. I'm sorry though, that city's too bougie to do barbecue right.
There's more cities in the Carolinas than there are Carolinas on this list. Get out of here.
And that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to our texters, our callers, our YouTubers, our Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. We are your unofficial Houston Astro postgame show. You all want to hear us anyways, right?
That's right.
Right? Astros got off the schneid. They are off the schneid. Framber Valdez doing what a true ace does, putting a team on his back during a losing streak and lifting them to victory. Vintage Framber this afternoon in Milwaukee.
You said ace.
Yeah, I was trolling.
I know.
Yeah.
Good to see because he's been
paid attention.
He's been Jekyll and Hyde.
He's been more. Which one's the good between Jekyll and Hyde? I have no idea.
Hyde is bad.
The good one, right?
Is that right?
Well, it sounds like you are contradicting each other, which proves my point. Does anybody know who the good is between Jekyll and Hyde?
I don't think we do.
I don't.
Because I was going to say he's been mostly the bad one, but I don't know which one the bad one is.
Yeah, I don't either.
Because this year he's been mostly bad than good, but I don't know which of Jekyll and Hyde is bad and which one is good.
I don't either. I just know that normally when he got the ball every fifth day or sixth day, depending on the scenario, I felt really good last year.
Jekyll's the good one, Hyde's the bad one.
There you go.
And this came from, like, is there a Mr. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde book?
Yeah,
I'm
there's
looking
a
like?
book. Apparently there's a book called The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
I don't know the origin or the genesis story at all behind
I don't
Jekyll
either.
and Hyde. It's just become like common,
Yeah.
common
weird.
vernacular, common phrase.
Like,
Like,
it
there's a
wasn't
lot
a
of words that
movie or
way.
anything that you would think that there's some more familiarity than just a book. Because you're right. It's a very common phrase.
Yeah, it's a book apparently.
Okay.
What are things that are common phrases that you have no idea the genesis story? Remember, like rubber match is one. You know where rubber match comes from?
No.
It comes from a game of bridge, like the
Really?
card game Bridge.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Looked it up one day as we were having a rubber match. Although I don't like saying rubber match in baseball. It's a rubber game, in my opinion.
Sure.
True.
IMO.
Technically, it's true. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can text us in phrases that become popular and you have no idea the genesis story. Maybe we'll crack some codes today. Maybe we'll learn a lot on today's program. But going back to your Framber, who's been mostly bad, a little bit of good. Good today, though.
Yeah. It's just I don't have the same confidence in him, and it's made me very much more accepting than I already was about the fact that if he leaves at the end of the year, it's fine. I'm sure at some point he'll find it. I mean, when his breaking pitches, and Brian mentioned it before we came on the air, when his breaking pitches are where they were today, he can still be very, very, very good. He's still a little susceptible to the long ball. But it is what it is. I mean, I don't really care for the way he's pitched this year as opposed to in years past and specifically last year, but we'll take it today. I mean, that was a get well game and a get right game for one game that they desperately needed.
The home runs are interesting to me. You think he gives up a lot of homers? Ground ball guy?
Has he given up 5?
Today
this
was
year?
his 5th.
Yeah.
Is that a lot?
5.
In 7 starts?
I don't know. They've been, let's put it this way. I think they've come in bad situations.
That's probably
They've
true.
been very devastating when he's given them up.
I didn't care about the one today.
Yeah, I mean, the same catcher that gave you a couple got one back. But overall, when I look at it, it's like Blanco. Blanco gives up home run balls, and he gets stung by them. And it seems like this year that's what Framber's done. When he's given up a long ball, it's been at the worst, most inopportune time, and it's like normally like a 3-run bomb.
Yeah, the Framber, I mean, he has been frustrating this year, and he always has like lulls in a season where he's frustrating. It's like who Framber is. He's an enigma. Framber Valdez. He lost his chain today and threw it to the backside of the mound.
He threw it on the mound.
You know, back in the old days, and you probably know this better than anybody, the players that would leave the field would leave their gloves on the field.
I didn't know.
Yeah, they would leave their gloves on the field, like early 1900s. They would leave their gloves on the field.
I think in the movie,
that's what it reminded
the
me of.
Shoeless Joe movie,
Eight Man
don't
Out.
they do that? Yeah,
I think they
Man
do.
Out.
I think that's
so.
where I learned it,
Yeah.
actually.
Yep.
That was kind of what it reminded me of, like Framber leaving a piece of equipment out on the mound while he goes about his business. Did you have any doubt that Framber was going to figure it out? And look, one start, we're not going to sit here and overanalyze his one start and be like, this is what gets Framber back on track. We all hope it gets Framber on track and he finds, la grasa, momentum and rhythm and all of that stuff. But have you doubted that Framber wasn't going to figure it out?
I have time.
Won't figure it out?
Yeah, I have time.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's like today. I mean, I held my breath when he had that ball going up the first baseline, and he decided oddly to the way he fielded it with his glove and took his time. And I'm like, oh my God, I thought Yelich beat it out, but I always hold my breath when he fields grounders. And this year, for some reason, I feel like less confident than I've ever felt with him when he takes the mound, that he just isn't the same pitcher that he's been in the past. maybe he will regain it. To me, maybe it's kind of like we talked about yesterday with the team itself. I just don't have the same confidence in him.
Interesting. Okay, so we're a little bit different there because I've had zero doubt that Fromber is going to return to being Fromber, that he's going to be the Fromber that we've come to know and sometimes love, not always love. But I don't have doubts in Fromber being a really good pitcher. Now, we can probably argue the margins and how good of a pitcher and all of that. But I'm still very confident and have been very confident even through his struggles this year that Fromber Valdez is still going to be top 10, top 15-ish caliber in the American League. It's just what he does. He'll have a few starts every single year where you're like, man, this guy, I don't know how I feel about this guy. Did it last year. People wanted to trade him when he went rogue against the Angels in the summer. And then he figures it out, has a sub-3 ERA type of year. Like, he's just pretty dang consistent, and he has the ebbs and flows throughout the year that drive you crazy. After Fromber's outing today, guess his ERA after today's start. This is up to date currently right now in this moment.
3.6,
3.94. Okay. See, how do you see? That's interesting to me that you went 3.6, but you don't have confidence in him.
I'm just because of maybe it's just the approach, and like I said, I don't know. Maybe it's just a gut feeling.
I think you're just always waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Blow up with Fromber?
Yeah, you're always waiting for the one ground ball, the one bad call by an umpire that sets him off. You feel like the shoe is about to drop with any pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably it. It's just that I don't have as we've seen him pitch the last couple of years too, it just seems to me that I just feel like the wheels can fall off at any time, and mentally he's not real solid. But also, I just don't know if I feel as confident in his stuff. That's just me.
The stuff is something?
Yeah.
Interesting.
The control of the stuff.
Yeah, I think the stuff is just as good. And it's weird, too, that he was, like, working on trying to lessen the velo, which has actually been a topping point with Fromber, like, the last couple of years, that sometimes when he throws that sinker with high velo, like maximum velo, that he loses a lot of the movement. And he was talking about how last start he was trying to actually let up a little bit on the sinker, trying to get that movement. And he pitched really good today. What else stood out to you with the Astros' victory today over the Brewers, snapping a 3-game losing streak?
I mean, to me,
snapping.
DeCenzo continues to perform when he's in the lineup. I like the fact that this kid is seemingly got a lot of confidence at the plate. He's getting you base knocks. I just feel like with this team that's been so bad offensively, I mean, I'd really like to see him playing as much as possible. I like the way he's hitting the baseball, and Pena had a nice day today. I mean, obviously you start there. I mean, with a home run and a double, and the fact that since he's been elevated in the lineup, he seems more times than not like he is taking full advantage of it. So those two guys stood out to me.
I'm a DeCenzo fan. I would play DeCenzo almost every day. Almost every day. And it's easy to do right now without Yordan. Because look, Altuve is your DH, and it opens up left field for DeCenzo. So, like, while Yordan's gone, it's very easy to play Zach DeCenzo every day. Now, whenever you have the Enigma in the lineup, it is very hard to play Zach DeCenzo every day. And I think that's been the issue. That's been an issue that Joe Espada is trying to manage and navigate.
See, it's a conversation that we can have later in the show as well. But I think that overall, when you look at it, that's why they had been trying. And I even asked TK about it last week about the fact how realistic is it that with Cam Smith getting reps in center field, but Jake's been hitting the crap out of the ball. So you can't really do anything with Jake. So, I mean, does Cam Smith, who had 2 knocks in his last 2, a knock in each of his last 2 games, and suddenly he gets sat down? Does Cam Smith do you want Cam Smith in the lineup pretty frequently too?
I think fans would say yes.
I would say yes. I'm asking you though.
I'm going to bite my tongue in the moment. I'm waiting for 100 plate appearances.
Okay.
I told you I'm not going to make a point until he gets to 100 plate appearances. So I'm not going to say anything until he gets to 100 plate appearances. No, what did I wasn't here last Friday. So what did TK say about the realistic possibility of Cam in center?
He approached it by saying it was interesting. He actually was on the same page, thinking that looked like it was something that they were going to do, but he said he really hadn't seen it since. So maybe it's cooled off. He wasn't quite sure. But he thought maybe later in the season it might be something that they consider.
Yeah. I mean, Myers' play, like you said, it's not going to happen while
Right.
Myers is performing well. Like, if he struggles, then okay, it's a way to get another bat out there. But Jake Myers has been your best offensive player so far through 36 games.
Crazy.
He's your leader in OPS. He's your leader in batting average. So you can't sit down Jake Myers. Yeah, so Cam Smith's not playing center field anytime soon. I wouldn't rule it out completely for the entire year or going forward because he is a good right fielder. That's one of the notes that I have from yesterday's game. That ball that he caught, like, which wasn't a very difficult ball to catch. There was a runner at second, less than 2 outs, and it wasn't a very difficult ball to catch.
Yeah.
But the way he got, it was right on the foul line. Yep. Like, he had a drift towards the line. His momentum's going away from third base. I don't remember who was running at second, but I remember him having like a decent amount of speed at minimum. And the way that he got to the ball, but also worked around the ball to build his momentum to set up a throw to third base, and then he actually unleashed the arm because, the guy could have potentially ran to third. That guy's a good right fielder.
Well, and I'll take it a step further. I think it was less than a week ago that he had a ball similarly, but more in the field of play where the wind started to affect it. And he almost overran it, but they were talking about the fact that that's a work in progress learning moment for him. And here we are less than a week later, and we're talking about a guy that plays the ball perfectly and not only gets the out, but he has the kind of right fielder's arm, having been a third baseman, and he's got a strong arm. But they even said from that standpoint, he's going to learn on his throws more too, that as strong as his arm is, that he's got to understand from the outfield there's more of a tail on it, because we've seen a lot of strong throws that have been a little bit offline. I think he's going to continue to get better. I think it's like Altuve, but he's more athletic and he's got a very strong arm. So I think that there is going to be a time, and I hope there's going to be a time that DeCenzo and Cam Smith are in the outfield together.
It's easy to do while Jordan's out. Like you can do it every game you wanted to while Jordan's out, and I don't mind it. Now, all right-handed lineups against a right-handed pitcher who's way better against righties, like, isn't a great solution, which was the case today. But the Astros scored; they were able to score, and it didn't really matter. I'm going to address the Jeremy Pena thing on the other side too. Jake Myers, another solid game. He had a knock. Also played some very good defense. Jake Myers, and we'll discuss yesterday's game a little bit too. The return of Hayden Wesneski. First time he's pitched in like 2 weeks. We'll talk about all of that. Also, plenty to get to today. Dallas Cowboys, huh? All you Cowboy fans out there are willing and Dylan making some moves. How much is that going to change the Cowboys' outlook in 2025? Yes, it's Wednesday, but we haven't done mailbag in the first 2 days of the week because other things are more pressing and more important. So we'll try to get to a mailbag Monday on a Wednesday at some point today as well. Also, Blankers pulled some strings. Rafael Stone, Rockets general manager, will be joining us a little bit later in the program as well. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Brandon. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, you need to listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the only dealer you can trust. They're transparent, no hassle pricing. They're fantastic to deal with. It's always one of the fears and concerns of buying a new car, right? Is that guy pulling a fast one on me? Is that lady trying to upcharge me? Am I spending too much on my extended warranty? You don't have to worry about that stuff in Monument Chevrolet. They take care of you, truthful, honest, transparent, all of it. And they've been in the business for nearly 50 years, for over 50 years, serving the Houston area. And they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles. And all of these families just keep coming back. Why? Because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere, fantastic culture, and they hire great people. Like this week's Employee of the Week, Javier. Javier's really laid back and easygoing, my kind of guy. No high-pressure sales pitches with Javier, my kind of guy. He prioritizes customer satisfaction and doesn't mind going the extra mile to make sure you get what you need. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations where you wondering if you're getting robbed a little bit. There's no tricks. There's no time wasting, no hidden charges at Monument Chevrolet. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person. Their dealership is massive, and it's right off 225 and Beltway 8. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Rafael Stone coming up in a little bit. Junior Bronco says Astros beat down on Blankers Brewers. Some good alliteration there. Beat down Blankers Brewers. Yeah, they did.
And quickly shot back at him that I'm an Astros fan and Astros have priority over the Brewers. My daughter made that mistake the other night.
She said you were a Brewer fan?
She goes, yeah, Dad, the Brewers are winning. I go, babe, they're playing the Astros. It's not good.
She thought you were loyal to the soil. I guess not.
I explained to her when you're a team that's constantly muddling and being a middle of the road team that doesn't want to spend money. And I've been here as long as I have. I'm not as big a Brewer fan as I once was.
How long would it take
what I'm hearing is fair weather.
You can say whatever you want, Brian.
How long did it take you to lose your love of the Brewers once you got here?
Oh, pretty quick. Because I enjoyed.
You got here like the very beginning of Bagwell and Biggio, right? Or at least the Bagwell.
Yeah, I mean, look, I enjoyed them, the Bagwell Biggio era, but then I actually was still watching them when they were losing 100 games and trying to just kind of check out who the younger players might be that might be the next generation of good players for this team. And then watching them grow and continue to turn into the team that they are now has been a lot of fun, and being connected to them on a daily basis. I just, I've established my baseball team as being the Astros.
How long would you have to be gone from a city to stop being an Astros fan? 713-780-3777.
That's a good question.
Yeah, but I ask it to Twitter too. I don't think that I would ever flip on them.
I think it depends on your age, because when Joel left Milwaukee, you were, I'm guessing, early 20s?
Well, right out of college.
Right out of college.
Right
I
out
think
of college,
it'd be easier to flip at Joel's
yeah.
age when he left than it is now for me at age 41. Like, if I left Houston tomorrow, I'm still an Astros fan for life. I'm not going back. But if I was 18 straight out of college, or 20 straight out of college, I think it's more positive.
It's a little different for Blankers, though, because Blankers works in sports radio, so he has no choice but to at least follow the local team.
Sure.
So his situation's unique, I think.
But my first city and destination outside of the state of Wisconsin was Portland, Oregon, with no baseball team. So therefore, I continued to at least follow. When I was following baseball, I'd see what the Brewers were doing. I'd follow fairly closely the Brewers because they had a AAA affiliate of the Dodgers for a while. But other than that, there was no baseball. So when I left Portland and got here and there was baseball every single day, and Bill Worrell actually happened to do both teams at that time.
That's right.
Then it really got to be where it was, it was a lot more fun to follow the Astros.
Yeah. Yeah. Certainly the age you are, what point in life you are would factor in. But if you're just working a desk job, where you go, because is there a team there? Mm-hmm. Probably are they good? Although that would make you a fair weather fan.
Yeah. And do you have any sports hatred for them? I couldn't move to St. Louis to become a Cardinals fan, or LA and become a Dodgers fan. There's too much built up there.
If I had moved to LA and I had to become a fan of one, it'd probably be Angels over Dodgers.
I would agree with that.
Just because I hate the Dodgers. I don't hate the Angels. They haven't mattered enough to hate. You know what I mean?
I would think that it's kind of like everybody says that no matter how good the Clippers are, you're never going to kind of supersede the Lakers. But with Lisa's family, that's true. But with baseball, there's half the family or a good portion of the family that are Angels fans. And that was weird to me.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe it's just where they grew up, what area they were in.
Lisa's brother's a diehard Dodger fan. His two boys are Angels fans.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Maybe they grew up in Trout or something.
Maybe that probably helped. And Ohtani was there first. Yeah. So that maybe had something to do
Todd, the show, I grew up a San Francisco Giants fan, but it's hard to watch West Coast baseball when you live on the East Coast. That's a good point. That would be tough to do. Also on the Twitch, where did it go here? The Retro Kai. Jekyll is the doctor who turns into the bad Mr. Hyde. So there you go on that.
I vaguely remember some of that, but I don't remember ever being a book. I thought if there was a movie or a TV show or something. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure there was definitely a book, but I think it turned into the movie.
Yeah,
they made a movie out of it
first and then turned into a movie later.
I can move anywhere, and I still ride or die an Astros fan. I would be that way as well. Now it'd be interesting if I moved somewhere else and had to do sports radio in that city. That'd be tough to do, which I never want to do. I think I would quit sports radio before doing sports radio somewhere else. Yeah, I wouldn't. That'd be weird. That'd be awkward.
Yeah, it'd be hard to invest the amount of time and dedication you have to follow and know a team that much when you don't like the team.
Exactly. Yeah, it'd be. I mean, you're a pro, so you do it, but it'd be weird. And then with that time you're investing doing that, how much are you watching of your other team? Maybe we should ask Joe.
Yeah, we should. It's a good question for Joe.
Ask Joe.
I mean, I've been a Packer fan for life, but the Texans have overcome the Packers. One, because I can't stand Jordan Love, but two, because of the fact that, again, like you said, I'm covering and watching them multiple times in every game, and that's priority to watch over the Packers because of the fact that we have to talk about them, to where I'm a fan of both teams, but the Texans are a team that I'm more emotional towards than when I first moved here, and for the longest time until Jordan Love, that I was a Packer fan.
Well, you got to add Jordan Love to the list. We forgot that.
That's right.
Yeah,
you know what?
He needs to be
how much how inaccurate that list can be. Jordan Love needs to be on that list.
What's inaccurate about the list?
I don't hate dogs, and I don't hate kids.
Some dogs and some kids.
No, I don't hate any dogs.
But some kids.
You do
No,
hate
and I definitely don't
workers.
hate kids, especially my own, but I don't hate kids.
I have season tickets to the Astros, but I wear my Ryan Sandberg jersey to every game, but I've been here for both World Series. If I move, I'll always secretly pull for the Astros. Jekyll Hyde was the first creature killed in Van Helsing. Awesome. Like Jake having to cover the Astros when they were beating up the Yankees in the postseason. That's a good point.
That was fun.
When Jake had to cover the Astros,
Especially
and he was
since he
a
was so
Yankee fan,
vocal about the
die-hard
scandal.
Yankee fan.
Yeah, he was very vocal about the scandal when he was over on the network side, so that's got to be weird.
That was fun. That was an entertaining time. 41 years old.
He also tried to be in denial about it a lot. When they used to press him on the show and stuff, he'd kind of deny it. And then you'd see his Twitter, and
Like, what else do you do, though?
and we would know, like, he was diehard New York sports.
Yeah, I don't know what else you do in that situation for Jake, though.
Just
Well,
wear it.
BK didn't deny it. BK admitted he was a Cowboys fan, a Rangers fan, admitted going to Rangers fans growing up or games his whole life.
Well, I think you can admit that you're a fan, but the whole how hard he went after them with the cheating scandal, like, it's hard to just have that be a part of the show every day. You kind of have to just move past it and forget it.
Or lean into it.
Or
just be the hater of the show
Yeah, I
and let
mean,
the other
that's-
two fight you.
Well, like
That's a lot to wear.
Paulie's all pro Boston team.
Yeah, Texture said ask Paulie. I mean, is Paulie more of a Red Sox fan or an Astro fan, though?
Astros.
Astros, I would say yes, but he's definitely a Patriots and Celtics. He's wearing a
Yeah.
Rondo Celtics jersey.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
You think he pulls if the Celtics and the Rockets play in the finals? Who's Paul pulling for?
Boston.
I think Boston, yeah.
If the Patriots and the Texans play in the AFC
Patriots.
Championship, who's
Patriots.
if the Astros and the Red Sox play in the ALCS, who's Paul pulling for?
Astros.
Okay, yeah, I think I would call it the same.
Yeah.
If the New England Revolution are playing the Houston Dynamo in the MLS Cup, who's Paul pulling for?
A tie.
It happens.
I'm pulling
I
for
know,
soccer.
that's why I said it.
I'm pulling for soccer mattering in that scenario.
He's pulling for PKs. 41 years old, been working in Philly for 3 years. Texans, Astros, Rockets, always. Texas says, let's go Dodgers. Probably Key from LA. Actually, it wasn't Key from LA. Key from LA, and from a different number at the very same time. Key from LA. I've been in Houston going on 4 years. I would never be an Astro fan. Cool. Astro fans don't want you, Key from LA.
Don't you also feel like some of that is because of what happened? Like, if you're a Dodger fan during a time when the Dodgers, Astros, and the scandal and everything went down after it, that kind of sticks with you to where I can understand it because it's the Astros. You would never be an Astros fan. As opposed to, like, if you went to another city that didn't have like the Cleveland Guardians or something like that. I think that affects it.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Eric, I was a Cowboy fan from birth till about 4 years ago. I can't stand Jerry or the team, so I switched to the Texans.
See, try Jordan Love.
I live in Houston and should be a Texans fan. Your hate for Jordan Love, I don't think is proportional at all.
Yes,
You act like he's Zach Wilson. You act like he's Will Levis. Like he's pretty dang
He's
good.
a fraud, in my opinion. I think he's
So funny.
He's gotten way more money and like attention and praise than I think he deserves, and I think he's a fraud.
I hear you on the overrated, overpaid thing, and you could certainly be right there, but you act like the guy's a bum.
Yeah, he's not a bum, but I will say, as much crap as I was giving Joel last offseason,
What?
I think you mostly
You're the king of bits, and I can't lean on that one.
I don't feel like it's a bit.
Okay.
If it is, well played. You fooled me. What were you saying, Brian?
No, I'm just saying, as much crap as I gave Joel last offseason about not liking Jordan Love, I think his point was mostly proven right.
No, I've come off Love more than I was really before, I think 2 playoffs ago, his playoff game was atrocious. Not 2024, but 2023. So I started coming off a love of the 23 playoffs. But Blankers was on it way before then.
Yeah, I've been saying it forever because, like I said, I still do go back and watch every game if I can't see it live, and I just think he's been fool's gold.
Yeah, Keith from Texas says Keith from LA, go back to California. You're not wanted here.
Oh, Keith from LA. So there's a Key and a Keith.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Because Keith signs his K-E-Y, right?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a Keith from LA.
Yeah, I don't
think there's
either.
a Keith from
But
LA.
'cause
I think
you're right,
the texter I think said Keith, but it really was Key. But he says go back to California. We're not kicking Key back to California, poor guy. Just because his allegiances in sport are to the LA teams doesn't mean we're going to send him back to awful California. Not going to do that to the poor guy. I like Key a little bit. Now, I question his sports preferences and all of that, and maybe other preferences in life. But I'm not going to wish the poor guy upon to California. I wouldn't do that for my worst rivals.
Nope.
Astros are one of the most hated teams in professional sports. Cool story, bro. I don't care. I like being the NWO. I like being the villain. I like being the hill. I lean into that all the time. I like being the most hated team. You matter.
Again, to each his own. But there's no way look, my mother-in-law's come at me about the Dodgers versus the Astros, and I'm not changing my opinion. Like, great. Everybody hates the Astros. I don't.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is a notoriously difficult Nintendo game. Did you know that, Brian? He's the
I did
gamer
not
of the
know.
3.
No, I didn't know that.
I never really played anything outside of sports games for the most part.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Not true. No, I take that back. I did play like the old school video games. A lot of the video.
Pong, maybe?
I was going to say Pong.
Is Pong sports, though?
No,
it's the table tennis.
Yeah,
Duck
I think
Hunt
it's sports.
and
You had the gun?
Yeah, and what's the barrel chasing one?
believe
where
you
had
owned
to
a
catch-
gun.
Kong.
You had to catch the bombs in a barrel of water.
I don't remember that.
You talking about Donkey Kong?
Kaboom! I
He
think it was
threw
called
barrels
something like
at
that.
you.
But I still Donkey Kong and games like
Okay.
that too.
The only non-sports games I would play was like Mario Kart and like GoldenEye.
GoldenEye was
pretty
elite.
much it. I think.
GoldenEye was an elite game back in the day.
Did you have the Nintendo track where you had like the pad and you had to run on the pad?
No.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. I never had it though.
Yeah, there was like a pad for like the track and field.
My
game.
daughter wants the Wii.
We have a Wii. We never used it though. We have the for our kid we have the Switch.
Yeah, we should be easy to come across because it's been
evidently
not. I don't want to say outdated, but it's not the current console for Nintendo.
'Cause
So
she goes to California for a week or two in the summer, and Lisa's brother's boys do all kinds of tennis and baseball with the Wii. And
Yeah,
so she wants one.
I think you can still do that with Switch though, right? Like, doesn't
Yeah.
Switch have some Wii components?
it
I
does.
think?
Yeah, you can still use. You can still break off the handles of the controller and use them like you would a Wii.
All right, enough video game talk for the day. Been here for 20 years, still an Avalanche and Nuggets fan. Much easier to be an Avs fan because there is no hockey here.
True.
Nuggets is a little bit more difficult to pull off, probably. Or maybe it's not for you. All right, 713-780-ESP. We'll get back to some of these Astro storylines from the last 2 games. If you want to weigh in, you can. If you want to tell us where idiots, you can. At Pac-Man Joel, mostly. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Eric, the driver, born and raised here. I'll always support Houston first, but I love the Denver teams as well. There's never really been any Rocky Astro series. Nuggets, Rockets, not really.
Nope.
I said that. Broncos, Texans, not really.
There was Bronco Oilers in the 80s,
Right,
but you got to
that's
go
not
way
Broncos,
back.
Texans.
I know. You got to go way back for a Houston, Denver NFL series that mattered.
Mm-hmm. Did I just hear an NWO reference? When you're NWO, you're NWO for life. Okay, we'll read that one in a minute. Keith from LA is a fraud. It's Keith from LA. Keith from LA is a fraud. He wouldn't listen to this much Houston sports radio if he wasn't a fan of Houston sports. He's trying to put on a show. No, I think he's an LA guy. I don't think he's a Houston. I think he recognizes game. I think he recognizes very mediocre sports radio, and he knows that very mediocre sports radio in this time slot is the best you're going to get in the city of Houston. So I think that's key for LA's game plan here.
Yeah, I think we entertain him. I think he enjoys the conversation.
Yeah. Branham is one of the most hated hosts on sports radio, says Jasper. Cool, Jasper. Go tuck your blankets inside your mattress. Eddie Guerrero, Astros, we lie, we cheat, we steal. That's right, baby. Latino heat in the city of Houston. I love the Astros and Rockets, but I grew up a Cowboys fan, and I get a lot of flack for it. I'll give you a lot of flack for it, too, but I do understand it. I do understand being a Cowboy fan in the city of Houston. Oilers were gone for a long time. Like there's a lot of Cowboy fans in the city of Houston. Whether you like it or you don't, it is the reality of life.
No, I completely agree. I've understood it since I've gotten here, and especially, like you said, when the Oilers left as well. But there were a lot of people that have their stories about their dads passing it on to them, regardless of who was even in this town. So I totally get it that there is a massive Cowboy population, not just statewide, but in this city.
Diehard LA fan here. Y'all are entertaining. Love the show, even though y'all like bad teams. How much would the Yankee station have to pay you to go to their station and support the Yankees?
That would be tough. That would be really, really tough. I could do certain cities.
Now there is the price of living too. Like New York's more expensive to live in than Houston.
Oh, immensely.
So like immediate thought was like double my salary, but then I have to factor in what it costs to live in New York. So I would probably say I wouldn't. I think you would have to give me a 150% raise.
Oh, yeah,
total across, and not only from what I'm making.
I think
here.
you need more. Oh,
I'm talking from
both?
across. Yes,
you need both.
I put on my income tax this year, I would need a 150% raise to move to New York, to whatever the job is. I would need a 150% raise.
Yeah, and I look, I think that's light. New York, I could never live in New York. I hate that city, but oh my God, like. That would be excruciating to live there, and not just financially, but the financials are tough.
Here are a few phrases that like we know more than we like know the origin story. More than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah.
Do you know where that came from?
No.
I don't either. I know what it means, obviously.
I've heard like the one that I found out recently was it's a 3-dog night.
I've never heard that one.
Like if it's really cold, it's going to be it's cold as a 3-dog night. That means that people used to snuggle up with all the 3 dogs because the dogs always sleep together to stay warm. That's where that back in the old days.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I've never heard that phrase though. Apparently it doesn't come from anything. It's just an idiom that there are multiple ways to achieve a particular goal or problem. So I guess it just started to morph into a phrase and it became popular. It didn't really have an origin story like some of these other ones. Where did the term can of corn come from? I know that one.
You do?
Yeah. Do you?
No.
So can of corn comes from actually the supermarket back in the day. They would always stock the can of corn at the top shelves. And whenever you wanted a can of corn, you would go to the grocery store worker and be like, hey, I need a can of corn. And they would have a stick and they would hit the can of corn and drop it and they would catch it. So it became a can of corn, routine catch.
I think I know where you found that out from.
My Uncle Barney.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Because there was a All-Star Baseball, I think like 2005. That especially games back then, they would have 2 or 3 stories that the announcers would tell over and over and over again. And the story the announcer would tell over and over and over again was the origin of the can of corn.
What game was that?
I think it was All-Star Baseball 2005.
Okay. Yeah, he told it to me when I was young. Yeah, because I think I asked him, I was like, where did this come from? And he would, the grocery stores. They would drop in a can of corn. For the end of last year and playoff games, the last 2 seasons, remember Fromber's important games. I could see that. So Fromber is kind of the bed in important games recently, so that kind of leads to distrust within the fan base about Fromber. I can see that. Does Enzo still an average player in the average lineup? Point being, I have zero expectations for this team, even with how good the pitching is.
Okay.
I think that's a fair take. I have the part that I would disagree with is I do have expectation for this team. I do expect them to be a playoff team.
We talked about was it yesterday? Yeah, I totally believe that they're going to be a playoff team. It's just that the frustration is one. I think that just looking at the team, no matter what, there was a sense that they don't have the kind of power and the kind of hitting prowess of years past. But two, you have to keep waiting on these guys that are supposed to. They're going to be all right. And Christian Walker is going to figure it out eventually, and he's going to be great and fun to watch. And Yiner is the guy that you really worry about a lot because he's younger, but he hasn't figured out he's supposed to. Jordan before he got hurt, it just there were too many guys that we're sitting there waiting on, going, that'd be great if everybody was clicking on all cylinders at some point.
Yeah. Do you hate my idea of a Pena Jake Myers 1-2 for a little bit?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Why not?
Because I
ride the high hand. Myers been way better than Altuve.
I can't argue with it like I used to be able to, but I still don't have confidence in Jake Myers long term.
No, yeah, I mean you should be setting a lineup on what you expect, not like what has been done the last 36 games of the season. But I mean, I want Altuve batting third, so I wouldn't be moving him very far. But like while Jordan's out, because you have the struggling Christian Walker. Now Yiner did have a good road trip, which is encouraging to see. You go a little Pena, Myers, Altuve, Paredes, Walker, Yiner. Lengthen the lineup a little bit.
Let me say this. It couldn't be much worse than what we've been getting so far, but it is cringeworthy to hear that that's what we might have it to lean on and use as an alternative lineup.
To your point, I don't think Joe would ever do it. I don't think Joe Espada. I think he did move Myers up to the top of the order last year, but I think it was when like guys were getting days off and stuff. It wasn't something that stuck, and I don't think it was anything to do with like long-term plans or whatever. Pena hit a home run today, double, 2 for 5, 4 ribbies. He and Myers have been your best 2 players. They've been your best 2 players. Yesterday's game, what'd you think of Wesneski?
I mean, it was okay. I mean, he had a tough first inning.
First inning was atrocious.
Yeah, first inning was bad, and then he seemed to settle in. I can just tell you that there's an overwhelming thought for me that we're going to get to, but there's just one player, and I can't get it out of my head that he is never going to change.
Taylor with an E-Scott?
No. Well, I already said that. I'm already done with him.
Who is it?
It's Altuve. The fact that he can't bunt and he still can't run bases, and he puts you in the predicament where and I knew it was going to happen. I absolutely knew the bunt was atrocious, and all the bunting was atrocious.
It was a line drive. It would have been a double if the third baseman wasn't there.
But
that ball was hammered.
But as bad
that's how hard as he's hit a ball in 3 weeks.
Yeah, but as bad as all that was, the base running, because the minute it happened, I said to Taylor, I go, you know what's going to happen here? They're actually now going to get 2 or 3 base runners or hits, and he would have scored, and he's not going to score, and they're going to lose by a run. And it's exactly what happened, because it's inevitable that when he does these kind of things, it seems to always come back to bite them. I was so livid at that stupid base running. At least he showed the emotion of like the fact that I think he knew he shouldn't have done it, but God, it bothered me.
I know his reputation precedes him, and he got thrown out and all of that. That was a really good play by William Contreras. Like Jose Altuve's reading the ball in the dirt. He thinks it's going to kick away further than that. He thinks he's going to take the base, which would have been huge in that situation. Now, it did help that Isaac Paredes drew a walk the very next at bat because now you have first and second. A lot of people are saying it would have been tied on the Christian Walker single. I'm not so sure. That ball was hammered, and it was a one-hopper to the left fielder. Like, that would have been a play at the plate.
Maybe.
I'm not even sure he gets sent. Like, that was a perfect throw. That was the perfectly hit ball for a left fielder coming up to throw.
But you still then would have the bases
loaded
and only have one out.
Yeah.
So you'd still be in a really good position.
Obviously, I hated the result. I didn't hate the idea from Altuve. I thought it was a heck of a play by Contreras, and I thought he got a bad balance. Now, because Jose Altuve's reputation precedes him as one of the worst base runners we've ever seen in our life, it makes matters worse. And then the rest of the inning didn't help matters as far as it comes for Jose Altuve. But I totally understand what a base runner is trying to do in that spot.
I understand what he's trying to do, but and they'll tell you, coaches will tell you that over and over again. You just have to be sure, because you just in that situation, especially that late in the game, you can't risk what happened, and it just drove me nuts.
Yeah, I mean, he's making the decision as soon as he sees the ball down. Like he's not waiting on the ricochet. He's not waiting to see the where it bounces and all of that. Like that to me is a baseball play where Contreras made a fantastic play. But if you want to say game situation, you're the tying run. It's the 8th inning. There's one out. I can certainly hear that. And it's more tolerable with 2 outs than it is 1, because a runner at second base obviously is very important, but bigger whenever there's 2 versus when there's 1. Yeah, it wasn't a great play, but it's a little bit more tolerable for me than a lot of the Jose Altuve base running errors we see. Wesneski, was good to see his velo up, but he just couldn't get out of that first inning, which ruined his day, quite frankly, in that game. A lot of controversy about the double bunt. You had the leadoff little excuse me double, which that's what it was. It was an excuse me double down the right field line by Cam Smith. Pena bunts. Cam Smith goes to third. 1 away. Pena's out. And then Altuve tries to do it, and that would have been the double if the third baseman wasn't there. The Jose Altuve one, I'm 99.9% sure that Jose Altuve did that on his own. Because Joe Espada's not going to have Altuve bunt with a runner at third and 1 out in a 4-0 game.
I would agree, but
he wasn't asked after the game either, which I thought was weird that he didn't get asked that. I wonder if they forgot, because it was kind of early in the game and like a lot of things happened late. I wonder if they forgot, but he didn't get asked. I watched the
bad journalism if they forgot.
It kind of is.
It is.
Like that's maybe the biggest managerial decision. It's not maybe. It is the biggest potentially managerial decision in that game. I 100% think Jose Altuve bunted on his own. Do you think Pena bunted on his own? I don't think
so, because he's been hot.
So you think he did it on his own then?
No, I think he's been hot. He would like to have swung. I think they put the bunt on for him.
I'm 50-50. I have no way of knowing. Okay. And because Espada was not asked, we don't know the answer to this. Somebody was stupid there. There. That's like my overwhelming thought. I don't know who was stupid, but somebody was stupid there. If Jeremy Pena is bunting on his own down by 4 runs with a runner at second base and nobody out when he's been one of your best hitters, that is stupid. Yep. If it's Joe Espada that's doing it, oh boy.
I kind of lean to he did it himself, because that's kind of what we've seen a little bit from Pena this year. I mean, how many times has he run through the stop sign at third base? At least 2. So maybe, I don't know, maybe he's just going more rogue than we're used to seeing from him. But given what we've seen from him in the base pass, I think it's entirely possible he did that on his own.
And look, professional hitters, most professional hitters, they have the green light to do whatever they want. If they want to bunt, they bunt. Like most managers in pro ball are not going to stand in the way. Like it's like there's not a manager like, hey, swing away. You know what I mean? Like if you think you can bunt for a hit, you bunt for a hit. Like Altuve has the green light to bunt for a hit. I'm sure Pena has the green light to bunt for a hit. I think I agree with Brian. Now I'm more confident that Jose Altuve did it on his own. There's just no way a manager in baseball in that situation is asking Jeremy Pena to bunt. There's no way. And if he did, he should be fired.
Yeah, my buddy John is a huge baseball fan, and he could not stop talking about it this morning. He was just like, how are you bunting 2 times in a row when you're down by 4 and you got the leadoff runner on second base? You got to believe your offense is capable of not only getting that run in at second, but possibly you could have a big inning. Instead, you're giving away outs with bunts.
Yeah, that's why I think that because everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. That's why I think it was the players. That's why I think, and I know Altuve did it on his
because
own.
Altuve in a lot of cases, not that you can't do the full shift anymore, but a lot of times he knows that the third baseman is basically overplaying towards short,
or they're playing deep, which the third baseman was playing deep,
and he has had some success dumping a ball down the third base line before.
I think they both did it on their own.
That's annoying as hell.
There's no way Espada's doing that.
And the combo platter from Altuve was just driving me crazy. Regardless.
What do you mean? Oh, the running?
Yeah, the running.
I mean, I've been trying to tell you on Altuve. I've been trying to put you on this.
Yeah, I know you have.
It's 1 for 5 today. His average is down to 252.
I know.
And the one was
is down to 663. He legged it out.
You got a hit today because the radio guys were like, boy, I know one way Altuve will feel a whole hell of a lot better getting on the plane tonight. That is if he would find a way to get a hit here at the I'm like, it's basically garbage time, and he beat out an infield hit. How good you're going to feel.
Did he do that on purpose? 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. Also, people are weighing in on how long would you have to be gone from a city to stop being an Astro fan or a Rocket fan or a Texan fan? How long would you have to be gone to stop being a fan of your favorite team in the city. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. My favorite basketball goal comes from Pro Dunk. They make the highest quality basketball goals on the planet. Tempered glass backboard gives you that real, true, authentic feel when you're bricking a shot or you're clanking one off the backboard. Stainless steel hardware, fantastic. It's rust-proof, which you must have in this Houston humidity, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Lower it down, throw down some jams, raise it up, work on the shot. Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill, in fact. It's their lightning adjust feature, and you can go anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories are next level, too. LED light kits for night play. Look, you're at work. Kids are at school. We understand the business. You can only play at night. That's why Pro Dunk has these LED light kits for you, so you can play at night and annoy your neighbors. Backstop nets, you can customize the goal with pull pad lettering, put your nickname on there, put something that your wife doesn't like, whatever, and lots more as well. You can order everything, including professional installation online. You don't want to mess this up. You don't want a million pieces delivered to your driveway that you have to assemble. You're not great with a drill. You're not good with the ladder. We get it. Let the pros from Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. You let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call right now, 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or visit them online, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Rocky on YouTube says Texas Leaguer. You know where Texas Leaguer came from?
Texas?
Yeah, but more specifically.
A league in Texas?
Do you think that's what it means?
It came from a league in Texas.
That's why they called it the Texas Leaguer? Like a little Texas League hit?
A lot. Like there's a league where there wasn't great hitting in Texas.
So I always thought it was like attributed to the Texas League because maybe the outfielders played deep or something because it was like big parks and then you're dropping a lot of hits in front of them. I looked it up. That's not what it is. The baseball term Texas Leaguers is attributed to a specific incident in the late 1890s during the early days of the Texas League, where a player named Ollie Pickering of the Houston Mudcats made baseball history by hitting 7 singles in a single game. Each of these singles was a bloop that fell between an outfielder and an infielder, resulting in an improbable hit.
Okay.
This feat, especially the unnature of the bloop hits, is believed to have given rise to the term Texas Leaguer. I didn't realize it was one specific incident about one specific game about one specific player.
Yeah, I didn't either. I just thought it was like a weak-ass league that didn't hit a lot of balls, and when they did, they were bloopers.
Yeah, I didn't realize that one. That one's pretty good. I'm surprised you didn't bring up the Jake Myers play yesterday, where he didn't crash into the wall. Looked a little tentative going into the wall.
I still think he's tentative. Yeah, but I to be honest with you, I must have, because I was kind of speed through the game because we had practice.
There was in the first inning where Wisniewski was like a strike away from getting out of the inning multiple times, and I forget who was hitting. They hit that ball into the deep triangle and left, like center angled towards the left. And Jake Myers ran back to it and kind of alligator armed the wall a little bit, but I thought you were going to give me grief over it.
No.
That one had that catch, by the way, 0% catch probability.
No probability, really?
He almost caught it.
Really?
Yeah, like he almost caught it. He made a catch today that had 20% catch probability. Okay. That dive coming in today?
He's having a Montero before he got paid kind of year so far.
That's a weird way of putting it.
I mean, because, it's one of those times where you just kind of, everything's going your way and you're having one of those years, but you'll come back to the mean.
Jake Myers did this last year. Jake Myers
come back to the mean.
Right, yeah, right. But, I mean, he didn't put together the whole year.
There's people that are kind of hoping that this is his.
Well, everybody hopes that.
Yeah, his breakout. I just don't see it.
I mean, last year he had a very similar OPS to his first 36 games or whatever it is. Remember he got off to the hot start and he had like a better OPS than Julio Rodriguez and stuff?
Yeah. I vaguely remember that. Yeah. My expectations are that he is who he is.
Jake Myers, after 40 games last year, had an 801 OPS. Oof. Jake Myers last year, after 39, not the team games, his 39th appearance last year, he had a 920 OPS.
Good Lord.
You don't remember? He had a, and then in June, he kind of fell apart. I mean, he went into June with an 849 OPS.
It was like hard to give him credit because everybody else was so bad and the team was so awful. But yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Like Myers' OPS after today's game is 777. He wasn't below 777 until June 7th last year. Like people forget that he was really good at the start of last year offensively too.
Yeah.
Yeah, people forget that. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. The Phillies had Kyle Schwarber bunt during the World Series against the Astros. I think Schwarber did that on his own. There's no way that came from the dugout.
I would think so too, because that's the guy that they want as many at bats as possible to hit bombs.
Yeah, and yeah, to me that came from the dugout. Texter says Dusty Baker fought hard for Jake Myers. I think you got that one backwards. I don't think that Dusty Baker fought hard for Jake Myers. If anybody fought hard for Jake Myers, it was James Click.
Correct. Because that's why they traded what's his name to Cleveland.
Miles Straw.
There you go.
For the Yiner Diaz trade. 713-780-ESPN. How long would you have to be gone from a city to stop being an Astros fan? Texture or tweeter, never. Allison, I've been out of Texas, living in Washington since 1980. Astro fan for life. A Darryl Ward fan, probably would just pick up a secondary team. The Brewers are fun to watch. Huh.
Well, they're not.
Wouldn't think of the Brewers. JJ, I do not live in Houston, so this is basically irrelevant to me. I will always root for the Astros. Trevor, Astros fan from Buffalo here. Carl, never. I've been in the Dallas area since 2014. Chris, never. Boomer, been gone since 75, and it ain't happened yet. Dave, forever. Two-piece Cougs. We have fans in the UK. Don't think this applies. Yeah, but they don't have a baseball team in the UK. Never. 10-plus years, never. So I think a lot of Astro fans are loyal to the soil, Blankers.
There you go. Well, now I am too.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Rafael Stone, kind enough to join us after their exit interviews yesterday. We'll talk to the Rockets GM when we return. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So, Rafael Stone just finished wrapping up a 52-win season. Top 5 in NBA Executive of the Year. Blankers pulled some strings, and Rafael Stone joining us now on the HR&P guest line. Rafael, thank you for joining us. Great season. I know you didn't get as far as you wanted, but 52 wins, nothing to sneeze out. Going into the offseason and with moves to be made, Rafael, do you lean continuity or changes?
I mean, I don't want to seem hypocritical, so I guess you never know. If I will give you an inside betting tip that I think continuity is very, very likely. Last summer we didn't make changes because we were really comfortable with where we were, and we'd seen really good things from our team in terms of kind of a good progression. And I think we saw more of the same this year. So I think the bar to make changes is very high.
That makes sense, Blankers.
Yeah, it does.
From Rafael.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think that he deserves the credit that he's gotten for, basically drafting and bringing in young players, keeping them together and watching them develop as a unit.
713-780-ESPN if you have any questions for Rafael Stone. Rafael, on the new pieces, every team's a little bit different. You're always going to have a few players change, one or two players change. On new pieces, do you want them to match the age window, this little window that you currently have with your young core?
I mean, we're still a very young team, so yeah, it's definitely still important. We won't, I mean, it's more important how good you are and what you can bring, but we do want we want to be very competitive for as long as we possibly can.
Makes sense again.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think he wants to close the door on. I know you won't answer this, Rafael, but he doesn't want to close the door on KD in case he does want to go to an older player. But he likes his unit.
In terms of the continuity and like the age, that to me is if all things are equal. Like if all things are equal, everything that's on the board, it's one of those. Yeah, we would like continuity if it's same with option B. Yes, we would like a young player if it's the same with option B. But based on the way he's answered the first two questions, but if we can get a clear upgrade, we're willing to ignore continuity a little. We're willing to ignore the age of the player a little. To me, it's case by case. And if that player can take them up an echelon, if they can level the Rockets up, I think that the continuity and the age thing is more of a tiebreaker than anything else.
I think price matters as well, too. I mean, I think that he's never going to turn his back on if a Kevin Durant at the right price.
Yeah. Okay. Another one from Rafael Stone. Can you shed some light on how you'll handle Fred's contract situation coming up?
Yeah, I definitely don't speak about contractual situations, so no, I won't. But I will echo that I think Fred's been great, kind of similar to Steven, but with a much longer time frame. He's been the person and the player that we hoped we were getting, and I think I'm very optimistic that he'll be with us for the foreseeable future.
Shams reporting, and there's a report yesterday too that looks like they're gonna agree on pushing back their option window to like late June 30th. I think it was the date that they used, but late June, which keeps them like their options open. If there's a trade that comes around, like that's something that they could do because of the options, they could just pick up the club option, they can extend them, all of that stuff. But he's definitely not going to go anywhere else for free. Like either they're going to pick up his option, or they're going to extend him, or they're going to pick up his option and trade him. But any idea that they decline his option to me is slim to none.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that's still on the table for both parties, but I think both parties have expressed that they really enjoy the company of the other and want the relationship to continue. Fred said he wants to be back. He loves everything that he has put into and seen develop in this situation since he got here. You just heard what Rafe said about, the fact that they like what he's been able to do. I think the draft lottery is going to have a lot to say about a lot of things coming up on Monday. And I think that the Rockets wanted more time, no matter what the best thought out process was when they put that in the contract.
What do you think that the draft lottery can change? Because obviously if they land a top 1 pick, it changes everything. Top 4 pick probably changes some things too. But even like a top 4 pick only has a 17% chance to happen. So anything other than a top 4 pick, does it change anything?
I think it does, because I think that top 4 pick is what a lot of the teams that are really trying to press the reset really are after. But a lot of times what you're after in return is something that has a player that has a significant salary attached to it, to where Fred's salary then makes sense, because the team is trying to get the draft pick. They're okay with parting with, but you have to come within 15%. So you have to come back and get a player at a certain specific price, and that's where his salary would matter.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if the Rockets have the 9th pick, which is the overwhelming favorite,
right?
That's just a trade piece.
No, but then you start addressing the other thing, the options that how to handle Fred. I think that you're going to make decisions based on the fact that if you suddenly get a top 4 pick, now you're going to have a lot more teams interested in that pick, and you have a lot more options in terms of if there are players on other teams that you'd like to bring in that are more advantageous.
I see what you're saying. So, like, having that pick plus Fred
right.
is more attractive to teams than having Fred in pick 9.
Correct.
Yeah, but anything outside of the top 4 doesn't really change anything.
No, the top 4 is where it really matters. Yeah. I think that in terms of, I think this draft specifically, and we've said this, Cooper Flagg's on a level all by himself, and I think there's probably 3 players below him that have the interest of a lot of GMs in this league.
And there's a lot of players that would be very attractive to a lot of teams. I don't know how many players would be very attractive to the Rockets immediately.
Yeah, I said that when we were talking about this, I think it was a week ago, but I just believe that they've already stockpiled all their young talent, and you've seen it start to develop. To take another kid, Reed Shepherd's a perfect example. No matter what he was in college and how highly touted he was coming out, he's at least a year away from being anyone that could possibly help you. And I don't think having another kid with at least another year plus of development before he can help you on your roster is going to do anything.
Yeah. Rafael, thank you for hanging around while we kick it around each of your answers here. How about your interest in bringing back the big fella, Steven Adams?
I think Steven was the player and person that we thought we were trading for. He's been that, and he's a really important part of the group, and kind of the continuity I talked about and value earlier. He's an important part of that. It's a two-way street, and so he has to want to be here. Every indication we have is he does, and so if he wants to be here and we want him back, and both those things are true, which I know is true from my perspective, then I'm sure we'll work something out.
The it takes 2 to tango line there, to me, sounds like an out. And like, hey, fan base, I told you that, it takes 2 to tango. There's a reason he's not here. It almost screams like, hey, take a discount to stay in Houston.
Yeah, but I think the way he ended it was by saying the fact that, we want him back. He seems to want to be here. He's basically trying to put it all on. The only reason it doesn't happen is if Steven Adams doesn't want to come back here or gets an offer he can't refuse. And so in the meantime, you hash out what you have to hash out. But he said it at the end there. I mean, they'll work something out.
Don't you think he'd get more money somewhere else?
I think there's a lot of teams. I think the Lakers want him.
Sure.
Depending on how much money they have to spend, I think the Lakers would love him. I think that Golden State, after watching what he did to them, and understanding that with Jimmy Butler and Steph coming back and Draymond, if you put a guy that was all over the place blocking shots and in small doses, or, the window he was able to play was enough for them, I think he's going to be highly sought after by a lot of teams.
Yeah, that's why, to me, it sounds like he's almost giving us a precursor that he's going to be priced out of the Rockets range. Like, we want him up to a certain dollar amount, but he's going to have to want to be here too. That to me screams, we figure that Steven Adams is going to get a contract offer that we're probably not willing to pay.
We'll see. Yeah, I think it's more so that, because he knows not only how valuable he was, but he also knows that he became a fan favorite. We talk about this with the Astros a lot, that he's positioned it so that if he isn't back, that it's Steve, not them.
Yeah, I think to me, I think he's going to get paid more than what the Rockets.
I actually think he's going to be back.
Okay, I hope so.
Yeah.
I would like him to be here. A texter says, y'all don't have to pretend like it's a live interview. We're not pretending. It actually is. Watch this. Rafael Stone, you have a bunch of draft picks stocked up. How do you plan on using them?
We have those picks. We accumulated them so that we could either draft guys in the future or upgrade our current roster. Time will tell what we do with it, or flip them into the future, which we've done a couple of times. And we'll just we'll see what makes the most sense at the time.
Eventually, Blankers, they're going to have to trade the surplus. They're going to eventually, whether it's young players that aren't playing or it's their draft picks, they're going to have to try to like package the surplus and try to level up somewhere.
There's no doubt, because when you look at it, you're repetitive at multiple positions already. So when you look at what they have and what they need, at a certain point, it's like having doubles in baseball cards when you were a kid. You're willing to trade your doubles to try and get something that you don't have that makes your collection better. And I think that that's exactly what we're seeing, because Tari Eason, yes, he plays great defense. His offense is a bit limited, but for the position that he plays, you have other guys that could play that position. You have other guys that could play the 3. You have other guys that could play certain positions to where you say, okay, yeah, I mean, if I do end up keeping these picks, I'm just going to build more depth, but am I really truly getting to where I need to go? And I think that more than anything else, and the fact that all these guys are going to want to get paid at a certain point too, will lead you to start kind of clearing out the cupboard a little bit more to try and upgrade.
The other thing too is like he mentioned that he's willing to again trade into the future, which he's already proved once. Like he traded the Brooklyn picks for the Phoenix picks. So it seems to me that he's aware that he has a surplus on his hands. And I even think that his option A is to try to level up somewhere. But if he's unable to level up somewhere, he's willing to trade those draft picks in the future because they would help more in the future than they would right now.
It just gives you more.
And it gives you time to make a trade.
Yeah, it gives you more. There's a word for it, but the
leeway, maybe?
It gives you more positioning later in the franchise's progression to where you still have options. Like you're going to have picks, or you're going to have teams that want those picks, and you're still going to have more options than you would have if you just rest on your own pick or trade it away.
Yeah. I actually like it. Rafael, thank you for being so kind with your time, and again, thank you for being patient while we kick it around a little bit. My guy Jackson Gatlin yesterday asked you that there's a lot of lineup data that the team is better without Jalen Green. How much do you incorporate that data?
That's a really flawed question.
Hey,
so like we have there's great data that we have and we use. But I can one of my Ime would know, one of my favorite things, and I tell them when we have new coaches join, one of my favorite things to tell them is I can make data say whatever I want it to say. And so I think we heavily use it, but we're very careful to try and really parse it out. And I would say that I would say that some of our very best lineups include him, and so that piece by itself, I just think that's just not correct.
Do you notice he said data and data? And I
did not notice.
He said it both ways, data and data. He likes pecan pie when he's having a slice of pecan pie. I saw Brian rolling his eyes over there, the condescending answer. I know this is one that's kind of gone viral. And Rafael, thank you for your time. Thanks for coming on. Thank you, Blankers, for pulling strings to get on the rocket.
Don't worry, I already hung up on
him. But good. Thank you. And we look forward to chatting you up again in the future. But what did you think of this answer towards Jackson Gatlin?
I know it's gotten a lot of run on the internet. This is exactly what he has to say, because you need to keep value high for Jalen Green. And coming off that performance in that series with all the critics and all the critical comments that he's been getting since then, you shouldn't expect anything less. An organization is not going to devalue more and pile on so that they get less if they do want to trade Jalen Green. So he's going to fight tooth and nail to just come out of the woodwork to make sure that he defends his young player.
Yeah, I mostly disagree with you a lot. I actually agree with your premise that he needs to defend Jalen Green, but the way that he answered in the condescending way is like, your question's stupid, I thought was ridiculous. Like, there's a way that you can defend Jalen Green without throwing Jackson. Well, that's what I mean. Yeah.
I thought you were actually asking me to just to speak about what he said.
No, he's got to defend Jalen. I 100% agree with you. He doesn't need to like, oh, your data sucks and my data is better than yours. And no, I can manipulate data any way that I can manipulate data. Like, there's a way to defend Jalen Green without throwing somebody else under the bus. Hey, there's a lot of data out there. There's data we value that others might not. Others value blah, 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 blah. We think we're a better team with Jalen Green on the floor. We hold Jalen Green in high regard. Like, there's way better way of answering that.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, you got.
His arrogance-
I agree with you that you have to defend Jalen.
Yes.
You can't throw Jalen under the bus, and I would even say that it's better to throw Jackson Gatlin under the bus than Jalen. But you can not throw you can answer the question without throwing anybody under the bus.
No, this was an extremely arrogant answer, and just the answer within the answer was essentially taking some shots at Daryl Morey too, because of the fact that he came up under Daryl, but Daryl was a massive analytical guy.
Well, I mean, Rafael Stone says he looks at a lot of data too.
But where I'm going with this is where the internal struggles were, is that Daryl refused to look at the eye test and the whole chemistry amongst players and the personal relationships and or the chemistry that goes with analytics. Whereas he's saying he's a guy that can do both. And he's also saying, which was an argument within the building when Daryl was still there, that data can be spun to support whatever. We've talked about it in different things when we bring up analytics. You can find analytical data that'll support just about any argument you want to make in any discussion.
I know analytics has.
So I hated the fact that he came out and did this to Jackson.
Yeah.
I'm accustomed to him doing these kind of things.
Copy that. Why were you rolling your eyes there, Brian?
The line of, well, I can make data say whatever I wanted to say. It's just, it came off kind of swarmy and condescending. Like, I totally agree with Joel's point where he can't badmouth Jalen while he's, at the same time trying to potentially trade Jalen. So he had to defend his guy, but he could have gone about it a different way.
I looked up at some of these numbers. I didn't look it up. I just looked at Jackson's Twitter that has it on his timeline. Some of these ratings, like these net ratings on off splits featuring Jalen Green, Şengün without Jalen off the charts. Fred without Jalen off the charts. Amin without Jalen off the charts. Brooks without Jalen, not quite off the charts, but way better. Adams without Jalen, same thing. Jabari without Jalen, same thing. Tari without Jalen, same thing. And then you see Jalen with guys, and it's like all red. The only lineup where Jalen's on the floor is with Adams. That is better than Jalen off the floor, period. Which is crazy to me because I test to me, I wouldn't agree with the on-off splits that I'm seeing. The data I wouldn't agree with based on what I watched because I thought Jalen was mostly good during the regular season.
I think, look, his numbers back that up, and what we saw was improvement. We saw a guy that started to play defense. We saw a guy that started to make plays for himself and others. When his shot wasn't falling in the regular season, he found a way to still make his presence felt, and his turnovers went down. So, yeah, I didn't know what the numbers were with each individual player on the court, and I did look at them once someone responded to that or put that out following that back and forth. But that's why I believe that Jalen Green Rafael did what he has to do because there's a chance you have to take Jalen Green back for another year, and he's got to continue to play here too. But I think that unless you have to just give him away, I think Jalen Green played his last game as a Rocket if they can find a deal.
I mean, you just gave yourself a huge opportunity to hedge that.
Okay, I'm not trying to do that. I said Jalen Green should not be with. I don't want Jalen Green in the Rockets uniform and going forward. I've said that.
Sure,
I don't want him to be there. But I also know that you've heard Rafael and his confidence and arrogance and however you want to put it, but also the belief that he is never going to try and he's not going to make a deal just to get rid of a guy of that age with he's hoping people still see as a ton of ability. So he's not going to give him away.
But your stance is more Jalen Green played his final game as a Rocket if they can acquire a certain echelon of player.
I think if they could just find value coming back. At a certain point, you do have to realize he may never become what a lot of people were thinking he could become when he was drafted into this league and when he was scouted coming into this league. So if you still can find value, whether that's a couple of shooters and some other guys that can help fill out your roster to have a better overall performance, or it is being part of a package that gets you more of a premier go-to guy to be one of your top 3 best players.
Okay. I was going to ask you to define value, so you did. Okay. 713-780-ESPN. The Hive has some thoughts on this, and also we're going to have our very own exit meetings coming up next as well. Brian's going to throw us players' names, and Blankers and I are going to give those players what they need to be working on in the offseason. That way they can aspire to be great, like the rest of the Houston Rockets. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something else that is great is Two Creeks Crossing Resort. I booked my stay here coming up in a few weeks to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. I can't wait. The family's excited about it. Going to stay in one of the tree houses they have up there on Lake Livingston at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, and it's going to be a great time. I'm going to be escaping the rat race. I'm going to be escaping the coworkers that I have to labor with Monday through Friday. I get to go out and escape all of that at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It's the best getaway idea, and you should be doing the same thing. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. From open green spaces, from the wildlife you don't see in the city, the beautiful, majestic trees, and if you're a fisherman or woman, some of the best fishing you're going to find in Texas. You can't beat it. Something that I love, you don't have to jump on a plane. You can even work Friday. You don't have to drive all the way across the state or to a different state. You're up there in an hour and a half. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You can hike their 92-acre property. That could be one of your things. The oldest Branham kid probably going to do that. You can kayak and play some pickleball on their pickleball courts. You can just hang out by the pool of the drink. That's more my style. It's more my lane. Two Creeks Crossing Resort loves to take care of their visitors. They'll have a barbecue cook-off one weekend, crawfish boil as well, whatever they want to do it. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. From glamping to cabins to tree houses or pull up the RV, they have the perfect stay for anyone. And a deal going on right now. You can save 20% on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Thursday, on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. Minimum of 2 nights, max of 5 nights, Sunday through Thursday. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Have some, we'll get to our exit meetings here in a bit. A couple of texters saying that if you land Cooper Flag, do you keep him? If you get the number 1 pick, do you keep it and draft Flag? Another texture, if you get the Cooper Flag trade or pick, do you trade him for a Giannis? The probability of the Rockets landing the number 1 pick is 3.8%. But in the likelihood that the Rockets get 3.8% lucky, are you keeping Cooper Flag or would you trade him for a Giannis?
I'm keeping.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and I think that there was about the same kind of odds when they got Yao. And it was one of those deals where it happened.
I thought it was like 9%.
I don't think it was that high, but I could be wrong. I just know that none of us internally thought that there was a snowball's chance in hell that we were going to get
8.9%.
We were going to get.
We looked it up the other day.
I don't remember it, but
yeah, we looked up the other day because I remember saying it's more than 2 times. It was 2 times likelier to land Yao than it is to land Cooper Flag.
I know we didn't expect it, and when we all started getting word that it happened, it was shocking, but it was like, okay, that's a franchise changer. And that's something that everybody can be really geeked about, because as good as this team is right now, if you had Cooper Flagg, I think your future, regardless of anything else, is going to be extremely bright. And he could conceivably help you like almost right away with, if he's competing against the Olympic team this last summer, and all those guys came away impressed with the fact that he could compete with them. He is one guy. He's the only guy in this draft, I feel like, right now in the first round, especially in the high first round, that's could come in and help a team immediately.
I feel like it's almost disingenuous to talk about the likelihood of it happening.
Yeah, I'm not counting on it. I don't think that they're going to get him, but if they get him, I would say that I would think that there's a pretty damn good chance if they get him, Jalen's gone, a better chance that Jalen's gone.
I guess there's a 96% chance it's not happening.
No, I get it.
So like kicking it around feels like a waste of time. Is that ridiculous of me? That I'm like, I mean, we should entertain everything, I guess.
I'm just
like, what other things are 96% chance of happening or not happening? Like Jose Altuve hitting 3 homers in a game. Like, what is the equivalent here? You know what I mean? Like a no hitter. What are the chances? Like, what are the percentage chances of a starter throwing a no hitter every time? I'm sure they're less than 4%. I'm sure it's less than 1%. But what are the equivalents of a 96% chance thing of not happening in sports?
Alpy scoring in the paint on a little floater.
That's 50-50.
How about Alpy having 9
That's 50-50.
I don't know.
Alpy having 9 threes.
That's probably less than 4%. That's probably less than 4%. So like, I don't. Maybe this is just like me trying to be efficient. Like I feel like it's a major waste of time talking about something that has less than a 4% chance of happening.
I mean, whatever, we got the listener that asked the question.
No, I'm not getting on to you. I'm getting on to the kicking around. Like,
I
what does
think
Cooper Flagg look like with the
not-
Rockets? What does Ime Udoka game plan once Cooper Flagg's a Rocket? That feels ridiculous.
Yeah, but you're taking that in a different angle than I think most people would want to discuss Cooper
If
Flagg.
you get Cooper Flagg, do you trade him? If you win the less than 4%
different than saying
chance,
what would Ime's game plan
I
be
feel like
for
I
Cooper
don't know.
Flagg?
It is different. I'm being egregious. I'm exaggerating a bit, no
Yes.
doubt. But it feels kind of ridiculous to talk about trading something that has a 4% chance of happening.
I think we've spent more time on you talking about why we shouldn't talk about it than we would have just talked
But
about
that's a
it.
me
though.
thing to do.
Okay. All
That's
right.
a me thing to do.
Yeah, I just think that there is that false sense of hope until Monday. I think
mean, people
until
buy
Monday,
lottery tickets.
people have said they've seen it happen. I mean, LeBron even addressed it, and not that the league wants it to happen and the league wants him to go to Houston, like LeBron insinuated with his deal. But LeBron went on the McAfee show to say, I mean, crazier things have happened. Ewing went to the Knicks. I went to Cleveland. So, there's the people that also want to believe, regardless of what the percentages say, that there's always that chance, and until it doesn't happen, then they're going to hold on to it.
What are the comps here? What are 4% chances in sports? Texture, if you get the number 1 pick, do you draft Flagg? They're trolling me now. If Jalen gets traded this offseason, is he a bust? I don't think you can call him a bust if he's traded. What if he gets traded and then goes out and wins 3 MVPs in a row? Like 4%, less than a 4% chance of happening.
I think situation matters. I think that if he was on a team that's in a complete rebuild, and or he had another Steven Silas type system where they were just going to give him the ball and get out of the way again, I think he would put up great numbers.
If you flip him with LaMelo Ball, does he put up?
I brought that up to Jeremy. I think it was probably off the air, but I was like, that's one guy I don't want. I'm
just saying, like, if you put Jalen in LaMelo's
yeah,
spot.
that's what I did mention.
Yeah,
it. I said, but if you put him in Charlotte, I think that he excels, because there's really no structure, because they just get up and down it's open gym, and in an open gym situation, he's going to get his points. So I think there are situations that he could take full advantage for himself for individual reasons, but I don't think that if he's on a really good team, that right now he's not in a position to flourish in that situation.
If the Rockets were some way able to pull off getting Cooper, I drink beer out of your boot, because there's no chance that it's going to happen. We'll hold you to that if it does. If we ignore it and don't entertain the thought, it's more likely to happen. Don't ask. It's just how it works. That's kind of why I'm trying to do this a little bit. I'm trying to reverse jinx it a little bit. So you're saying there's a chance. Dumb and Dumber, of course. Rockets hitting 90% free throws in a game equals 4% chance. There you go. Unlikely to happen. I just chat GPT'd it, and 4% is the same percentage of recovering an onside kick in the NFL. Not too bad, says Jaybird. Now, is that the new rule? I bet you that's the new rule.
It feels even less than that for the new rule.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever hear the rumor of how Ewing ended up with the Knicks and how they rigged it?
Wasn't it the frozen envelope?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was.
I did.
Yeah, that I think it was Russ Granick, the former deputy commissioner, was the one that put his hand into the hopper, and that the envelope, he knew which one to pick because it was really, really cold.
Frozen. Do the Rockets have enough ammo to trade up and get flagged? That's an interesting question. I do think that they have enough ammo to do it. The problem here is the team that wins the lottery. Why would they do it? Why would they do it? That to me is the bigger issue.
Yeah,
they have the ammo, but the team that you need to trade with doesn't have the desire.
Gone are the days when the number 1 overall pick was a surefire star. But this is as close as you're going to get, or you've come in, I think, quite some time from the LeBron days from the number 1 picks when they were extremely influential coming in and they were going to be effective right away. I don't think any team that gets the number 1 pick is trading it away.
The 3 teams with the best odds: Utah, Washington, Charlotte. They'll have 14%. They're not trading.
God, no, especially especially when you talk about like Washington and Charlotte. They are so like marketing wise, attention wise, everything wise. Utah, they got a lot of young players, a lot of young picks coming in, a lot of picks coming in and they have somewhat of a history. Charlotte and Washington are desperate. They're going to celebrate for days if they get him.
New Orleans 12.5%. They wouldn't trade it, right?
No,
they would pair flag and Zion.
Yeah, they took Zion and it hasn't turned out, but that's not going to prevent them from taking Cooper Flag.
Yeah, they wouldn't be interested in trading it.
No.
And then Philadelphia has a 10.5% chance. Morey's not doing that, is he?
No, because that would he would save face with the whole bad Paul George.
No one's going to want to trade the number 1 pick.
And he'd like to trade Paul George if anybody would take it.
The Rockets have the second most ammunition of anybody in the league not named Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Between young players and draft picks, they have the second most ammo.
Yep.
But any of those teams that are likely to get the number 1 pick are going to have zero desire in trading an
There's
immediate
no way.
franchise player.
Whoever gets them is keeping them.
Yeah, they're not trading for Jalen Green and
like San Antonio
Jabari
has
Smith
2
and
lottery
picks.
picks. San Antonio has 2 lottery picks. Can you imagine Cooper Flag with Wemby and De'Aaron Fox?
I don't want to imagine that.
They have 2. They don't have
they have theirs and they control somebody else's.
Oh, Atlanta's. Yeah, but Atlanta's is the smallest in the league. Atlanta's less than 1%.
Nonetheless, if they had 2 young players to Wemby who came out, and he's young. He came out, young. I think it's ridiculous to think that anybody would trade Cooper Flag if they got him.
I don't think so either. 713-780 ESPN. Ocho is saying the Rockets don't need Adams. He's given us a bunch of sinners that are out there that he wouldn't mind seeing. He mentioned Clint Capella.
Oh.
He mentioned Lopez is a free agent again. Said level up to Brooke Lopez.
And Brooks going to
get
overpaid again.
You think he'll make more than Adams?
Yes.
Okay. What about Clint Capella or Naz Reid?
Naz Reid's a really good role player, but they need Naz Reid's not a great defender. They need post defense. You saw what Steven Adams was able to. Well, it's one thing to say he's the best offensive rebounder in the league this year, but it's more important to say he blocked Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, and he challenged shots, and he became a physical force on defense for a team that sorely and desperately needed one.
Yeah, Eric says nobody wants Cooper Flag more than Utah. Nobody, which is probably true. Another texture is Cooper Flag the next Christian Laettner.
What was the other guy? Filipowski. That was the big name player at Duke. All the Duke.
Yeah, but he didn't go to like
lately.
the 20s. He wasn't nearly the draft
He's in Utah.
prospect.
It reminded me that he's in
but he was
Utah
late
and he
20s.
hasn't really panned out.
He wasn't, but I mean, he wasn't Cooper Flag.
No one is. And I mean, like I said, it's been a while since you've seen a consensus number 1 pick like Cooper Flag.
Can I share with you my Christian Laettner hot take?
Sure.
Before we get to our exit meetings. Christian Laettner was underrated as an NBA basketball player. Cash it or trash it.
See, I think he was. I can cash it because you know why? Because the expectation was that he was supposed to be Christian Laettner, the college player on the college level. He was supposed to be best in the business star, but he was an above average basketball player in the NBA.
I mean, a lot of people think he was like just a bust.
No.
Like he was Greg Oden or something.
Yeah, no.
He had an all-star year. He had years where he was averaging 18 points, 9 rebounds a game. Like he had a solid NBA career. I also think he made a ton of he also was in the league for 13 years. He stuck around for 13 years. Let's see how much money he made in the NBA, Christian Laettner. He made $61 million in the NBA. And this was back in the early 90s into the early 2000s.
He had a David Carr-like financial success in his career, but he was a better player than David Carr.
Far better.
Yeah.
He never made more than $10 million in a year, which gives you an idea of where the league was in terms of salary back then. But he still made $61 million in his career as an NBA player. He was far better as an NBA basketball player than people ever give him credit for.
I stand corrected. Someone texted in and they're right. The last number 1 overall pick that was worthy of it and was Wemby. And Wemby was still
yeah.
He has to develop, he has to fill out, but there's no doubt he is that kind of guy that we haven't seen very frequently at all in the last several years.
All right, let's get to our exit meetings. Brian, you're the player. You're coming in. Tell us who you are. We're going to tell you what you need to do to get better.
Hey guys, I struggled a little bit in
Anybody
this.
talk like that? Anyone?
What? Oh, would you rather me try to do an impression of the
let's
players
do an
on the
impression
roster?
of the player that you're.
Yeah. Let me do that and get canceled and fired.
Why would you get canceled? What are you saying?
You want me to try to do an impression of Jalen Green right now?
Yeah.
No, pass.
He's
high
pitched and congested.
Jalen, you think he says high pitched congested?
Yeah, yes.
I think he's very
I'm
chill.
very congested right now. But hi guys, I'm Jalen Green. I struggled. How can I get better?
If you listen to his sound bites, he always sounds congested.
Jalen?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, how's he getting better?
Look, I think there's a lot of ways he can get better. Some of them I don't know because they have to do with his mental approach to things. But I think he has to get stronger.
Mm-hmm.
He has to fill out physically so that he can take contact better, so that he can absorb contact, but he can also, as a defender and during the season, that he can use it on both ends of the floor to hit when he uses his quickness to be able to sustain tough physical defense and still be able to finish. I think he could work on his shot. I think he could work on his shot because of the fact that he takes a lot of, again, decision making and all the mental aspects are one thing that I think he has to work on. But in terms of physical attributes, he's got to get stronger. I think he's got to gain some weight, and I definitely think that he has to work on his shot.
Get in the gym, put on some pounds, get a sports psychologist to work on the mental between your ears, and work on your shooting. Who's next?
Hey guys, it's Amen Thompson. How do I improve my game?
Look, from my standpoint, with the men, it's just your shot. It's your shot. It's your shot. It's your shot. You have to work on everything, and everybody's going to look at the 3-point shot. But just overall, anything outside of the paint, I think Amen Thompson has to work on his shot, and it's a work in progress. And every spare minute that he can spare to work on it this summer, he needs to do that.
Amen, we need you to be more aggressive on the offensive end. I want you to take over games, getting to the basket, getting to the rim, drawing fouls. You need to work on your free throw shooting. You need to work on your shooting altogether. And also just stay healthy. Whatever, do stretching. Yoga is very critical to sports performance. Do whatever it takes to stay on the floor and work on your shooting. All right, who's next?
Hey, guys, this is Dylan Brooks. How do I improve my game?
Oh, boy. This is a tough one for me because I think that he has provided so much. I mean, you can't improve by giving money back because you're overpaid. So I think to me, it's just, I personally would suggest we kind of take a half step back on the attitude and all the extra and just keep doing what you're doing. I think that overall, I think he was underused in this playoff series, but I think that he had a really good year for this team. So I'm not gonna say too much more than that.
You should start by shaking the hands of an opponent whenever you lose to them in a basketball game. It's a bad look. If you're going to be throwing elbows and going after people's thumbs that are injured, you should have hurt Steph Curry's hamstring a week ago. That would have been nice. I want you to start off by shaking hands whenever you lose a game. Maybe you injure star players before they get injured in the next series. You're supposed to be our tough guy. Steph Curry going out is going to be something that is paramount in that series. Should have done it a week ago. Dylan, I need you to be better at shutting down the other team's best player by any means necessary, and work on your shooting.
So, yeah, I mean, that's what makes me, guys. I can't shake people's hands. But let me bring in my teammate, my guy here, Fred VanVleet. How does Fred improve?
Well, Fred, first and foremost, we need you on the floor. And so we got to do whatever we need to do to keep you on the floor. But also, we need you to realize that you have to be a facilitator, and that at this stage in your career, we want you on the floor and we want you to be a floor general. But part of being the floor general is to not have a shoot first mentality in a majority of the situations, and to not have it, especially when you're not going good, and to focus on the development of these young players you were brought in to be a part of, developing to make sure that you get these guys in the best possible positions to score the basketball.
Freddie, I want you to be okay whenever we trade you for Kevin Durant. I want you to put a smile on your face and be a good ambassador to the city of Houston and the Rockets franchise whenever you're playing for the Phoenix Suns. You've meant a lot to us over the last 2 years, but 2 years is enough. Now, if for some strange reason you're still here next year, I think you're capped out as a player. I don't think you have much room to grow. I think you've hit your ceiling. What I'm going to need for you is to try to avoid the aging thing. You're going to need to get as conditioned as you've ever been conditioned in your life. That way you're ready for the grind of a 7-game series and having to put Jalen Green on your back again. And work on your shooting. All right, who's next?
All right, this is Tari Eason's mom on Twitter. Please don't say anything too critical about my son, but how does my son, Tari Eason, improve?
Mom, Tari Eason has got to work on all aspects of his offensive game, and Tari Eason needs to basically get as much help as he can in terms of understanding what dumb fouls are and dumb decisions on the basketball court are, because there were way too many this year. You don't foul a three-point shooter. You don't foul shooters with less than 5 seconds to go on a clock in any given quarter or game. You have to understand that your job is to shoot open shots and open threes, not contested ones, and think about being a guy that you're being relied on to be on the offensive end. You have got to get stronger as well, and you've got to stay healthy. And so we've got to do by whatever means necessary, making sure not just physically, but we've got to also look into the mental aspect of improving for next season.
Tari, I echo Blanker's sentiments in that you need to become a higher IQ basketball player. Stop fouling guys when you're closing out for three. Stop fouling guys on inbounds with 2 seconds left on the clock. Stop letting Draymond Green blow by you because you're defending at a terrible angle. You can't do that. You're too good of a defender to be making silly moves on the basketball floor like that. Secondly, figure out whatever the heck is going on with your leg where I can't play you back-to-back games, where I can't play you weeks at a time. That would really help me as your coach to be able to have you on the floor at all times. So figure out that leg thing that you have going on and work on your shooting.
All right, Jabari Smith Jr. here, first time, long time. Thanks to you guys having me on. How can I improve my game going into next season?
But I think, Jabari, you got to get stronger. I think you got to continue to develop your body so that you can be a guy that the Rockets can count on the defensive end, to be a physical post defender, to be able to, as you like to call yourself, the locksmith, but to be able to defend every position on the floor, maybe short of like the ones and twos. But at the same time, you have to continue to understand the game so that you don't take the kind of shots we don't need, and you can get more of, like in the playoffs, the shots that we know you're capable of making. You got to stop doing the transition 3 game. You got to stop trying to be the ball handler all the time when you have the ball in your hands in the backcourt. You've got to focus on how you take that next step as a player physically, and then how you fit into this system and understand your role.
Jabari, live in the weight room, gain 25 pounds. Stop being so soft on the glass. Go get a rebound for a change. Don't ever dribble. Only shoot whenever you catch it first, and work on your shooting. Last one.
All right, I think we got one more here. Hopefully this guy finishes stronger than he does in the paint. Alperen Şengün here. How does he improve his game?
Live in the weight room. Live in the weight room, Alpy, and also working on nothing but shots inside of 5 feet. When you're not in the weight room, get on the practice court and continually have people give you the ball and put just a little bit of those big padded things and bump the hell out of you while you continue to make shots. Because the fact is that you have to get stronger. You have to become more physical. You have to understand that you have to endure more physicality, and you have to make bunnies. And that's a good start.
Alpy, you need to stop being so soft and complaining to the officials every single time you miss a shot. You need to be automatic inside the lane. I need you to work on your shot selection. Stop taking flamingo fadeaways. It's weird. People love to see it, but you shoot 10% and it's not an effective shot for us to win basketball games. You taking a 3 is a thing of the past. The only time you're taking a 3 is if you're adding a third 45-pound weight to your bench press. Need to be stronger. Stop being so soft. We need you to be our best offensive player, not Jalen Green. Work on your shooting inside the lane. All right,
I feel like Brandon was a little tougher. You were a little more critical.
Who?
I felt like Joel gave some, hey, this is where you need to improve. I mean, they gave the honest critique. Jeremy's like, no, you can't do this. You're terrible at it. Don't ever do it
I'm a
again.
dog. I care about winning.
But isn't that also the way the yin and the yang?
Good cop, bad cop?
Yeah.
Yeah. How does Reed Shepherd win over Israel and Gary? I think it's a lost cause.
That's gone.
I don't think Reed Shepherd's ever going to win them over.
Talk about a guy that needs to live in the gym, both in the weight room
It's
and
not gonna make him taller.
just ball handling. I don't care about taller. Get stronger and work on your ball handling.
We're done, Blingers. No more exit interviews. Trying to get one before the
I
buzzer.
think it was fitting that we
trying to
didn't
get one before the buzzer. That's because they're in the doghouse.
I
They're
know,
thinking
but
of the bench.
that's the point. We can't include Cam because the Rockets don't include him.
Cowboys made a move today. They traded for George Pickens. They have their wide receiver too. Is this a good move? How dangerous can this Cowboys offense be? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. How dangerous can you be overpaying on property taxes? It stinks. It's dangerous to your bank account. It's dangerous to your wallet. Don't do it anymore. Stop overpaying for property taxes. And Onwell is here to help you with that. A lot of homeowners overpaying, and it shouldn't be you. I don't want it to be a member of the Hive. I love you dearly. I care for you dearly. I don't want you overpaying on your property tax. So here's what you need to do. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and their experts will be fighting for you like that. Their cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront costs. No risk, all reward here. You're only going to pay if you save money. How nice is that? Put your property tax savings back in your pocket. Buy yourself something nice. Buy your significant other something nice. Buy your kids something nice. Onwell handles it all from start to finish, too. And they deliver top results, like we mentioned, no upfront cost, and you're only going to pay if you save. You can't beat that. Onwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. Here are some numbers. 86% of Onwell's customers receive a reduction. So what are you waiting for? The average customer that saves money saves over $1,100. This is significant. This is real. And there's no risk. It's all reward because it costs you nothing to sign up. Now, the deadline to protest coming up a little over a week away, May 15th. So do this now. Don't run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL, ownwell.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You think this is a song that people think of whenever they're Dallas Cowboy fans?
It's better than watching Dallas Cowboys games.
What song really symbolizes who we are?
Don't let
Dallas
your
Cowboy
babies
fans.
grow up and be Dallas Cowboys fans. It's right there.
Cowboys made a trade today.
They did.
They weren't the only Texas team that was active today. Texans made a move. Made two. They brought back Foley Fatukasi.
Yep.
And then they claimed some rando linebacker that I've never heard of. So
Good to have Foley back.
yeah,
I thought he had a good year.
It's a big addition.
Yeah, but I thought he was a goner. I thought with the way that they were handling the offseason, I thought they were like, hey, thanks for the memories, but we're moving on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good way they conducted business. Probably let him test the market, see his true value. Okay. Yeah. We'll come back to you. No, it's good. Good veteran piece, defensive line, eat space. I like that Foley Fatukasi's back. But the big news is obviously George Pickens got traded today from the Pittsburgh Steelers to the Dallas of Arlington Cowboys. Cowboys have their second receiver next to CeeDee Lamb. They give up a 2026 third, 2027 fifth, and they also get back a 2027 sixth. They traded third and fifth for Pickens and a sixth rounder in the future. Good move, bad move for Dallas. How much did this change their trajectory in 2025?
I think it was a great move for them. A team that hasn't done a whole hell of a lot in the recent history of the franchise to help this team, no matter how much Jerry Jones said he was all in. I think this helps immensely. Now, re-signing George Pickens is going to be interesting, and I'm very curious how that plays out. But for at least this season, to put George Pickens on the other side of CeeDee Lamb, and if Dak is healthy, to have those two weapons to go to, which I don't think they had anything close at the two receiver last year, this is a huge upgrade for them. Now, do I think that they're now suddenly better than the Eagles? No. The Commanders? No. But I think this is a huge step in the right direction.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think you're making a trade with that in mind, though. I think you're making the trade what gives us the best chance to win games.
Yeah, but I think that in that division, at some point, you do. That's why I think they need to do more. But I think this is an extremely big move for them offensively to help them.
I mean, what can you do now, May 7th, though? This is as big a May 7th move as that's going to happen.
Right. I'm not poo-pooing the move. I'm saying though,
that doing more. What could they possibly do more now?
Well, but whether it's more trades, Jerry had talked a week or two ago and leading into the draft, we had a couple of big moves and trades that they've been working on that didn't seem to come to fruition. This might have been one of them, but I think they have to continue to try and do more to upgrade their roster and their talent level. But this helps.
Yeah, on the field, I think this is a really nice pickup. I think that offense is low key scary. I think that offense has a chance to be really good. I still question it running back. Javonte Williams is not great. You drafted Jaden Blue, he's nowhere near ready to be an NFL starter, and serious doubts if he'll ever be an NFL starter. But the passing game has a chance to, and look, Dak's coming off an injury, so there are a lot of ifs. They have to check a lot of boxes for this to for this offense to work at a very, very high level. But whenever you have Dak Prescott, who has been, really good whenever he's healthy, you combine it with CeeDee Lamb, who's one of the best receivers in the NFL. George Pickens, I'd argue, has to be in the conversation as one of the best number 2 receivers in the NFL. The second best receiver on an NFL team, Pickens is going to be on a short list there. I like the tight end Ferguson. Now, they don't have a lot of depth at wide receiver. You have a couple of those young kids you were using last year whenever Cooks went down. But the passing game for Dallas has a chance to be really good. Really good.
Agreed. That's what I'm saying. Obviously, it starts with if Dak's healthy. But hopefully, he's healthy. Because to have a second weapon like that, when there's been a lot of conversation about, we knew for the last year or two that they needed to upgrade the number 2 position. They tried, I guess, but they failed miserably. But to have both of those guys on the same starting lineup, I think that's a great. And like I said, and Ferguson's a Badger, and I love the way he's progressed, and I think that he's got some talent. I think they do have a lot of weapons. The running game is a question mark. They've tried to improve the offensive line, but overall, offensively, I think this is a huge move for them.
Ocho does bring up the big elephant in the room here. Thoughts and prayers for Dak having to deal with those two selfish diva receivers.
Yeah.
George Pickens has been
Well-
called difficult at times. He's been called a diva at times. Now, Pittsburgh today is trying to say, oh, that stuff's not true. He's good and all that stuff. Like, we've seen different. And he's not going to be the Batman. Like, he's very clearly going to be the Robin. And Pittsburgh, who's a team that also needs wide receiver 2 help, is so willing to trade George Pickens. I wonder why. That is the elephant in the room. If those guys can coexist, and if George Pickens can be okay being the clear-cut number 2 in Dallas.
Well, and that's where ex-players and otherwise are saying, if you can't play for Tomlin and you have problems in that locker room, look out in Dallas, because you're going to run over a first-time head coach in Brian Schottenheimer. You are and because you're looking for big money and you believe you're a wide receiver 1 and trying to get paid, that if he isn't getting the ball and in a moment's notice between using the media or the locker room or wherever he chooses to do it, he has been a handful. And so it is going to be interesting to see how that plays out in Dallas.
Are they a playoff team?
I still don't think so.
I think they're in contention. I think they're fighting for a playoff spot. Now, I think higher of them than like Vegas. Vegas has their win total at 7.5 wins. Do they go over 7.5 wins this year without looking at their schedule?
I play the over.
Yeah, I think
they're an 8-9 win team.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that they would be like borderline 500, borderline flirting with the last possible. I don't think they'll get in. I don't think that they're truly good enough, but I think they're better than 7.5.
I do too. I would bet the over on 7.5. I think they'll be in playoff contention, but over 7.5, I feel good about that, actually. Cowboys trading for Pickens and not having the possibility of extension in mind is right on par for the Cowboys front office. I bet they do not re-sign him and they blow a third-round pick on a rental, and he's not getting them a championship. He's not Cliff Lee. The Texans spent a second-rounder on Stephon Diggs, who was a rental, and then he got hurt 4 games into the year. So, the third for Pickens, even if it's a rental, is better than a second for Diggs, who was a rental.
Plus, yeah, and Jerry's going to stretch this out, but Jerry had to do something because it's the second year in a row where he's tried to put his mouth where his money's supposed to go, and then didn't back it up and bring anybody in. So to bring him in, I think Jerry's willing to take that risk, and I'm sure he'll probably draw it out after the season and end up, if he does try and bring him back, it'll be way more expensive than it could have been if he could have gotten him.
I don't see. I think part of Pickens though is like he wants to test free agency. I'm not sure how open he is to a deal. And look, this is kind of the growing price for a receiver who's in the final year of his deal. The Texans traded a second for Diggs. What's different than a third for Pickens?
No, and Pickens,
it's a better deal.
It's a better deal.
Like I said, Pickens thinks he's a wide receiver 1. So that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense that no matter what they offer him, unless it's wide receiver 1 money, and I don't think they're in a position to do that in Dallas or want to do that, that he will be on the open market.
I like this from both sides. I like this from the Steelers. They felt he was a problem. You get rid of the problem. And I like this from Dallas. Like, they're desperate for a wide receiver too, and it does give them a chance to be explosive on the offensive end.
Yeah, and it's a far better trade than the other wide receiver trade they made early in the offseason, trading a 4th for Mingo. I mean,
that was at the deadline last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was last year.
Oh, was last year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forget that. I guess I forget the time. But, I mean, if you just look at the value of sending a 6th or a 3rd and a 5th and getting a 6th back for Pickens versus sending out a 4th for Mingo, who's done nothing in the NFL, far better trade here.
I agree. Corey, I've never seen Lamb as a huge diva picking Jess. A Cowboys fan, I think it starts with whether or not that line plays better.
Watch Lamb in the Green Bay playoff game.
He does get a little pouty when the ball's not going his way. I've noticed
goodness,
that.
does he?
Yeah, I've never seen him like as an issue off the field. Like, and he always says the right thing, but on the field, I have seen him when he doesn't get the ball. He's like, "Whoa, why aren't you throwing it to me?"
He's a pro's pro though compared to Pickens.
For sure.
Of the two, he's not the problem.
Oh, absolutely.
For sure.
But because it's also, I think, to the point about with the Steelers, the minute that DK Metcalf was traded to the Steelers, everybody's like, "Wow, look at that 1-2 combination. Those dudes are going to be great." And they're not even getting a chance to take the field together. I think that tells you something about how done the Steelers were.
Well, that and the Steelers have to make room to trade for Alan Lazard and sign Randall Cobb when
that's what
Aaron Rodgers gets
Cobb's
there.
done. But there is I saw that there was a couple of people on the internet that cover football saying that Lazard is on their list as one of their receivers.
I saw Dobbs.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Since Green Bay has a bunch of receivers.
But what does Green Bay get for Dobbs?
How much would it take?
The problem is he's acted up in the past as well.
And they just drafted a receiver and have tons of
a 4th round pick,
tons of okay receivers. See, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe.
I mean, they have such an overflow of wide receivers in Green Bay. I think that makes sense.
Diva coming from some divas. Pickens is that guy with heart, clown emoji, grimace emoji. Another texter says always a playoff team with a healthy Dak. That is true. I mean, I do like Dak. I think Dak's underrated. Dustin on Twitter, if he walks, Dallas gets a compensatory pick. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. So even if he does walk, and it depends on the tier of contract he signs and how much money, you do get to recoup some of that draft compensation. I don't think it's a bad trade. I think it's a good trade for Dallas. I really do. I like it from a Dallas
on
point of view.
the Dobbs thing though, Brian. You got to take extension. Watson's out the whole year. So they do lose some depth, but yeah, they are full of young wide receivers.
Mailbag Monday on a Wednesday? Yeah, other things took charge. The other things were pertinent. So Mailbag Monday on a Wednesday. What are your questions for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, right here in the Houston Medical Center, is the best in the business when it comes to getting your hair back. He does so many things so well, from plastic surgery, spa treatments, Botox, all the different things that you might consider doing. But what he does that I personally have experience with is the ways that he can get your hair back and keep the hair that you have. And I'm here to tell you that as a listener to our show and ESPN 97.5, if you want to talk to him, you get a consultation for free that normally costs $150, and they can explain it all to you. There's no signing on the dotted line, commitment to be made, or money out of pocket. Just getting our listeners to talk with the best in the business about how he can give you a game-changing solution to hair loss. It's phenomenal. I didn't believe it when I was told about it, but Doc gave me that consultation. And he explained how PRP treatments are like, in lawn terms, fertilizing the lawn that you still have to make it stronger and more lush and thicker and give you more coverage. And then to the areas that have already lost the hair on your scalp, the fact that you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head genetically, he takes some of that like resodding your lawn, but he doesn't take it so that it's noticeable. He takes every third or fourth follicle, and then he moves it to where you need it most. It's your hairline in front. It's the bald spot up on top and back, or maybe other areas. But in no time at all, that hair is going to grow, get stronger, longer. And the key is, because he's taking it from a spot where it never goes away, wherever he puts it, it's going to stay. Phenomenal stuff by the best in the business. I need you to check him out right now and get that free consultation for yourself. Just go to 975hair.com and sign up. You will sign up. You will get all the before and after pictures, including possibly mine, and you will find out what I did, which is this is a game-changing procedure. These things work, and the fact of the matter is you're going to love how you look, and you're going to love your hair again. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
Mailbag Monday for the Bees, 713-780-ESPN. You're doing it on Wednesday? It's Wednesday. That's we had other stuff to talk about. Mailbag Monday got pushed. 713-780-3776. What's your question for Blankers and I? We go out to the HRMP listener line. Pena has a question. Pena, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? So start one, bench one, cut one. All in their prime. AP, LaDainian Tomlinson, and Derrick Henry. Thank you. Have a great day.
First one was AP, Peterson.
Yeah.
AD.
AP, Derrick Henry, and
LT, LaDainian
LT?
Tomlinson, yeah.
Ooh, boy. I'll go. I'm going to start AP. I'm going to sit LT, and I'm going to cut Derrick Henry.
Wow.
I think that's the way I lean too.
Wow. I'm starting Tomlinson. Tomlinson at his prime was better than the other two at their prime. Plus, the new age of football, he gives you way more of a weapon out of the backfield, catching the football.
Man, Peterson getting you.
I think the best runner is Peterson of this group. You're right, though. Tomlinson's the best receiver.
Tomlinson,
I thought about
multifaceted. I can beat you in the run game. I can beat you in the pass game. Give me LT. I'll bench Peterson because you're going to your bench running backs.
Sure.
Give him on the goal line, stuff like that, and then I'll go ahead and I'll cut Henry since he played in.
So
the
we're
division.
unanimous on cutting Henry.
Yeah,
he played in the division.
Yeah,
played in the division.
I mean, I'm going to bring LT in passing situations and play him too.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. But defenses can gear on you with Peterson in the backfield.
He seemed to be pretty effective even when they did in his prime.
Who went the furthest in the playoffs? Peterson never played. I don't think any of these guys have ever played in a Super Bowl.
Tomlinson would have went to an AFC title game.
With
He
Rivers.
did with the Chargers.
Rivers,
Lost
yeah.
to the Patriots.
Yeah, when Rivers was playing on a torn ACL.
Peterson never went.
No.
And Henry has not.
Henry's gotten to.
He went to the AFC Championship game with Vrabel, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah, the year the Texans blew the lead against the Chiefs.
None of those guys have been to a Super Bowl.
Nope.
Correct.
That's great. That's wild.
And only I guess two of them have won MVP.
Well,
Peterson for sure did. I think
did.
Tomlinson.
I think LT
Tomlinson did also, right?
might have.
I don't know.
I think Tomlinson won MVP. Peterson for sure did.
Different age, right? Where you have to be a quarterback to win it nowadays. Probably why Henry has never not.
I think
Henry was getting some
Peterson
buzz last year.
I think Peterson's the last running back to win it.
06. Tomlinson won in 06.
Okay.
Tomlinson was a 3-time first-team All-Pro. But if we're talking about one specific year, blah, blah, blah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Killer Bees? Is Reed Shepard as good as gone, or can he fill the Fred VanVleet role if we move on from him?
That bum.
That bum.
Reed Shepard is not as good as gone. Reed Shepard is a guy that they like a whole hell of a lot. Now, when do you want him to fill the Fred VanVleet role? If it's as early as next year, he better have a hell of an offseason, getting stronger and becoming a better ball handler and making better decisions. I don't think so next year.
I don't think he's a point guard. I think he's more of a combo guard that you really wouldn't want to have at the point. So I'm going to say no. I don't think
he's not as good as gone.
I don't think he can. No, he's not gone. But I don't think he can fill starting point guard shoes. To me, he's a combo guard off the bench.
He's so small
At
right
best.
now too. He's got to physically get stronger.
I mean, Curry's small.
He's not Curry though.
Sure, but we're talking size and being able to play.
Yeah.
I think he can play on the floor.
Oh, I think he has ability. I absolutely believe in his ability, but I do believe that he has to get stronger and he has to get, like I said, up close and personal. He looks like a 14-year-old.
That's a sick flex that you've seen him up close and personal.
How
up close and personal?
I told you I stood on the floor next to him at the Toyota Center.
What floor? Oh, okay, there. Why do fools fall in love? Because they're fools.
Because they love love.
Fools that fall in love are fools.
If you're a fool, yes, but yeah.
I mean, it's just why do fools fall in love? So it would be all fools that we're talking about.
Okay.
The population of people we're talking about are the foolish population.
But
they're also fools in
because
other
they're
areas of
vulnerable.
life. They're fools in all areas of life.
You would think.
Yeah. I mean, if they're fools, they are. Ocho, with all the road playoff teams winning their short notice games that dispel the fatigue narrative people like to use in these soft, all capital letters,
It
times.
certainly strongly adds to it because if there was any team, especially after losing Curry in the first half, if there was any team that after that grueling Game 7 would have lived that narrative, it should have been Golden State. But the fact that all the road teams won to start the second round is pretty impressive, and I think it does dispel that narrative.
Yes, I'll say yes. Did you see William Contreras is playing through a fractured finger right now?
No.
He's playing through a fractured finger right now. Jordan Alvarez has got a sore hand. Just pointing that out.
Yeah.
Mailbag Monday. Are you rooting for Golden State to go far?
No, I'm not.
Absolutely not.
No, they've been there and done that before. And as a Rockets fan, you never root for Golden State anyway.
But it does paint your season in a better light. Like if you take the
I'm not
Warriors,
worried about
say
that.
the Warriors go through the rest of the playoffs and win the finals, and their only 7-game series is against you, I do think you feel better about your home team.
This is
But
kind
you're
of like
still, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth because the Warriors won another one, and you hate the Warriors.
But it makes you feel better about who you are. Because again, if they sweat through the playoffs and their only tough series is against you, you're like, dang, we were pretty dang good. If they were to get swept by Minnesota, and I understand that's not possible now, you'd be like, oh my goodness, maybe we're not that good.
I don't see. I think that like I said, their season was a success before they even took on Golden State, and they took Golden State to 7. I just think that no matter what, their season was a success. If they need to feel better about it, then so be it. But I hate the Warriors enough, and they've won enough that I would rather root for everybody against Golden State.
I hear you on that, but you get my point, right?
I do.
Like if the team that eliminated you has an unbelievable
understand
run and their toughest series was against you, that it does paint you in a much better light. Because I like Anthony Edwards yesterday scored 1 point in the first half, and everybody's like, "See, this is good for Jalen Green. They do this to guards."
Let's see how the rest of his series
Well,
goes.
sure, that's a
Yeah.
different story though. But I do think it paints the Rockets in a better light the deeper the Warriors go.
It can.
But your
Yeah, yeah,
hatred for the Warriors
Right.
makes it where I don't root for anything good for them. Would you rather have King Griffey Jr. in his prime for the Astros or Jordan Alvarez?
Is that even a question?
It's not even a question.
It's King Griffey.
KGJ.
He never
all
turned a game
day,
upside down.
every day.
I'll take Griffey
Never turned a-
100
never-
times out of 100.
Jordan's
Zero World Series.
Jordan can end up hitting 500 plus bombs and be one of the best
Griffey was
defensive
over 600,
outfielders.
right?
I don't remember what he finished
I
with,
think
but
Griffey
he had
got over 600.
and a Hall of Famer. And defensively,
It sounds like you're
five
picking.
tool,
It sounds like you're picking LeBron over Jordan.
reliability. I'm taking
LeBron has all the volume over Jordan. Why would you pick Jordan over LeBron?
Jordan ain't Jordan.
Jordan's a better player.
He's Jordan.
That was one of your worst jokes ever.
But you're saying the volume stats, but you would always pick Jordan over LeBron.
I'm saying the volume stats, but I'm also saying a guy that's an all-star every year that's going to hit for average, that's going to be one of the most prolific home run hitters in the history of the game and end up being a Hall of Famer. That's one of the, in his prime, best defensive outfielders in the game, if not the best, and a 5-tool player that's going to be there every step of the way with you without these mystery injuries and things. Yeah, I'm taking KGJ.
How many World Series did Griffey win?
Okay, great. If that's your argument, stick to it.
King Griffey has never even been to a World Series. Jordan Alvarez turns World
talking about
Series games upside down.
He had help, and Griffey didn't have enough. But guess what? If the question is just individual versus individual, it's Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah, I'll take King Griffey. 713-780-ESPN. Key from LA, if you won the ESPN 97.5, 92.5 draft lottery, which ESPN host are you drafting first for your co-host? I would draft Blankers first.
I thought you were going to say Granado.
He'd be second.
That's who you want to be when you grow up.
I do. He's my hero.
I would take Granado because I think that you have immunity.
Being next to him means he can say anything.
He can cut you or he can keep you.
That's true.
Yeah.
You're living on a very sharp edge there.
Yep.
Is James Harden better than Dwayne Wade?
No.
You don't think so?
No, I don't. Look, I think James has had some good years. I just think overall, everything Dwayne Wade's won, he's a winner.
So now you
As
go
well-
winner.
No, as well as he's a perennial all-star every single year like Harden. He played both ends of the floor. He could play with others. Well, I take Dwayne Wade over James Harden.
Yeah, I have an anti-Harden bias,
you
so
too.
I'm going Dwayne Wade. It's hard for me to pick Harden in any of these all-time great conversations. Could Emmitt Smith be as good as he was in the 90s if he saw the defenses of today?
I think so. I think he was still, for a guy that had, some shoulders and some size, but I believe that he was shifty. I believe that he was quick. I believe he was explosive. I think he could.
I think it'd be easier for him. The linebackers he's facing are smaller. He's not. I mean, if he runs into a guy in the hole, the guy he's facing today is smaller than the guy he faced in the 90s.
I don't think he would be as good. I think he'd still be really, really good. Do I think he has the exact same career and like has the exact same number of yards? I don't. And to me, it's not even the defenses. It's more about the modern game.
Oh, he'd get less work?
I think he'd get less work.
That's fair.
I don't think
That
you'd have the
part's fair.
volume. I think they would throw it more. To me, it's not so much the defenses. It's more about the modernness of football. Like the forward pass is a lot more, the usage of that is way higher now than it was then. He'd still be obviously really, really great, but he would be as good. Would his numbers be as good? I'm going to have to go no.
I would say that he would not be the leading rusher in NFL history.
See, I still think he would be.
I don't know.
Who's second?
Because of the fact that you're saying it's because, like you're saying, it's a pass happy league now.
I mean, he's 2,000 clear of Peyton.
Yeah, I just think that he wouldn't be the all-time leading rusher, but I do believe that he would still be almost extremely as effective. I just don't think he'd get the ball as much.
Do you know who the third all-time leading rusher is in NFL history?
Wait, who's
16,000.
Walter Payton is second?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. To our previous conversation with Pena, Tomlinson's 7th, Adrian Peterson's 5th, and Henry's 19th. Now, these are only rushing yards. These aren't total yards.
Okay.
Is third Frank Gore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
longevity.
That's
too,
stunned
with Frank Gore, yeah.
He's got more all-time. And I know Barry retired early.
Right.
Frank Gore has more rushing yards than Barry Sanders and Adrian Peterson.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
It's kind of like, in a different way, that's the Vince Carter thing, where if you're good and you stay in the game long enough, your stats are unbelievable.
Yeah. Emmett could likely have a longer career in today's league. I don't know.
Well, he was physical, though. And he played through pain, too, that Giants game when he played with the separated shoulder.
Is Granado ever going to qualify for a PGA tournament? No.
No, stop it.
Qualify for PGA tournament.
Or a seniors tournament.
Name he's not old. Name the 3 all-time centers in NBA history.
Oof. You go first.
Okay. Akeem, Kareem, and Wilt.
Kareem is 1. Wilt is 2.
Why do you hate Akeem?
I don't hate Akeem. I think he could be a power forward, like this Duncan conversation that always comes up. Yeah, I'll go Dream 3. Because Dream is just he doesn't get enough credit for how well-rounded he is. Shaq was a dominant center. Shaq couldn't shoot.
Couldn't shoot.
No.
Couldn't shoot. How hard is it to do talk radio when the Astros are below average and there's no Texans or Rockets to really talk about?
I think it's hard.
I never had problems. People are always like, "Oh, July is so difficult." It's really not. I love July. We get to talk about random stupid stuff that no one talks about.
That's a lot of fun.
Like we just kind of like we talked. We went 30 minutes today. What did we do? What did we start talking about during the first segment? That
random like sayings or idioms or how they got their start.
Yeah, we don't have problems coming up with stuff. A lot of stuff we just come up thin air. Poof, it's there, and we derail the rundown. Curry's out for a week. If Curry missed a week in the Rockets series, do the Rockets win?
Yes.
No doubt.
Yes.
Win the series in 3. Curry's out.
In 3, huh?
What NFL team has the best receiving core? That one's tough off the dome.
It is. Cincinnati, Philadelphia are there. Miami's in the conversation.
I mean, how many receivers are you putting in your core, though?
I mean, again, we always talk about how the criteria matters, but if it's just the top, we've done top 2 and top 3 before on this show. But
Let's go 3.
3 makes it more difficult.
It does.
Yeah. It can change things.
We kind of overrated the Texans last year, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
I think Minnesota's in the mix. I think.
Well, I mean, with 3?
No, I said Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Miami.
See, I think you're looking duos, though. I don't think you're looking trios here.
Okay.
Because Cincinnati's third best receiver is that like Iglesias guy, Enrique Iglesias. Who's Miami's third receiver? Malik Washington. I don't even like their first receiver right now.
Who's Philly's third receiver?
Philly's third receiver.
Oh, it was Jahan Dotson last year.
Who the Commanders gave away.
And you can't go Pittsburgh because
they just traded away one of the guys.
Minnesota's pretty good.
I mean, who's Minnesota's third?
It's Addison and it's Jefferson and
they'll really be tied in with Hawkins.
Hawkins is great, but
if we're going receivers, it'd probably be the guy they drafted. It'd probably be Ty
I was gonna say,
Felton.
didn't they just draft somebody?
But they drafted him in the mid rounds.
If it's a trio,
You know who's got an underrated trio?
Washington's gonna be in the mix now.
With who?
Oh, because of Debo?
Because of Debo Samuel's
Who's the third,
added
though?
to
Yeah. Noah Brown.
They did bring him
Christian
back.
McCaffrey's brother, Luke, who didn't even get on the field last year. Dallas doesn't have a third. Commanders don't have a third. Philly doesn't have a third. The Giants top two is underrated, actually, with Neighbors and with Wandale Robinson, but they don't have a third. Green Bay doesn't really have a one.
They don't have a one, but they've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Minnesota has a real good 1-2. Who else in that division? Tampa's top three is kind of underrated. Mike Evans, Mike Godwin, and or Chris Godwin, and then you drafted Igbuke.
Yeah,
like they're like low key solid.
If you just call it targets or like top three, like best trio quad of targets, Detroit would obviously be up there with Amon-Ra, Jameson, Laporta.
We're not doing that. We already defined that, Brian.
Eh.
But they did draft that one dude, like the LaFella guy. However you say his name, the dude from Arkansas. Bears are low key, not bad.
Yeah, Bears. That's a pretty good call.
Bears go a little DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, and the guy they drafted out of Missouri, Luther Burton.
Yep.
It's like Buffalo's no. Like Buffalo has Shakur and the kid from Florida State. I'm blanking on his name.
Keon Coleman.
Keon Coleman, but they don't really have a third. The Dolphins, they have Tyreek and they have Waddle. I think Tyreek's overrated. I think Waddle's overrated. And then their third receiver is Malik Washington. What is going on?
What are we doing back there?
He just replayed the whole rejoin.
Yeah.
Did that go on over the air or just in our ears?
No, that was over there. It wasn't supposed to be, but it was over there. I thought it was going to go over my other AV channel. It did not.
Jets, no way. New England's got Diggs. Pop
Jalen
Douglas
they drafted last year,
and they also drafted a guy this year. The Kyle, what's his last name from Washington State? I can't remember his last name. Baltimore, even though they added Hopkins to,
he's washed.
No, they had the kid that I like. I'm blanking on his name too. Fumbled in the playoff
the kid
game
from
against
Boston
Chiefs.
College.
Yeah, I'm blanking on his name.
Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers. But he's all right. I mean,
do the Rams have a third?
Devontae. Yeah, because you got Devontae and Puka.
Who's
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying
to
name
a third receiver they have.
I'm trying to say
it would be either Tutu Atwell or it'd be the kid from Texas who went to Cuero, was a gobbler. Whittington.
Yeah.
Jordan Whittington.
Jordan Whittington, yeah.
Tutu's not bad. Okay, well, who's better than
Kansas City's low key. If Rashi is right, you got Rashi Rice, you have Xavier Worthy, you have Hollywood Brown.
Yeah,
ain't bad.
I think what we're finding is there's not.
They brought Hollywood Brown back.
Yeah,
they did
signed him
on another 1-year deal, but there's not really.
And they also
a whole
drafted that kid from Utah State who might be pretty good. Royals. The Chargers. You're looking at the Chargers. No, I mean they have Ladd, they have Johnston, and they drafted a receiver. There were a lot of people were like,
Trey Harris from Ole Miss. Yeah.
Denver, no. Sutton, Mims, no. Raiders, no.
No, not unless you include Brock Bowers.
Philadelphia has a good top two, but their third receiver is missing. But they play a lot of 12 personnel, so their third receiver doesn't matter there. Dallas doesn't really have a third. Giants don't have a third. Lions don't really have a third. Vikings don't have a third. Packers don't really have a one. Might be Chicago.
Yeah,
Atlanta,
might be
no.
Chicago.
Drake London, Ray McLeod, Mooney, no.
No.
Carolina's underrated, no.
Tampa Bay. Mike Evans.
We said Tampa.
Oh, you said Tampa Bay?
We said Tampa's like underrated.
Yeah, they're underrated.
Seattle, no. Arizona, no. San Francisco could go Ricky Pearsall, third and Jawan Jennings.
And then
Ayuk. That's not bad.
It's not bad. You still have Kittle. I know, different conversation, but Kittle and CMC. But
all the trios wouldn't be in the duos.
Yeah.
No. Colts? Low key?
It's hard to say though because their quarterback's going to kill them.
But I agree with that. I don't think that they get the production of their talent.
Receiver.
Yeah, the receiver talent. I think
you go
there.
Downs, Pittman, and who would be your third? Would it be Pierce or would it be the kid from Texas?
They drafted a kid, right?
No, I don't think so. Probably, but not anybody that's going to be on their.
They drafted Tyler Warren.
They drafted tight end. That's right.
But who's the kid from Texas that went there? A.D. Mitchell.
A.D. Mitchell, yeah. Adonai Mitchell, yeah.
Not a lot of great threes. Maybe the Texans. Maybe the Texans. Nico, Kirk, and take your pick of Cyclones.
Yeah.
Not bad.
It could be by the end of the year. It could be.
Not bad. One NFL team, we already said that one. Griffey could at least play defense without getting hurt. And Griffey was also injury prone. Like
in Cincinnati.
We're all picking Griffey, but Griffey was also injury prone.
I don't think he was
later in his career.
In Seattle.
But yeah, in his prime,
Cincinnati,
he was. How it was prefaced. In his prime, he was reliable.
No?
More reliable than Cincy, but he had some games where he had a year we missed 50, he had a year we missed 90, he had a year we missed 20.
In his prime?
In Seattle.
No, not just in Seattle, in his prime.
Okay.
His best years.
All right, give me the years.
I'd have to look
Ages.
at
No, give me the ages of when he was in his prime.
probably what, early 20s to
His best
28?
war years were 93 through 97. He
Okay.
played 156 games in 93, 111 games in 94, but that was the strike year. I didn't count that. 95, he played 72 games.
That hurts.
Yeah, that's what hurts it. Then 140, then 157. And then when he got to Cincy, he was downhill.
Yeah.
I mean, he was straight downhill.
Was he a White Sox too for a while?
He was.
Yeah, he was sleeping in the clubhouses. For real.
Why?
Because he was on the bench and he was bored.
Oh.
He'd go in the
Oh, I
clubhouse
thought
to
you were
sleep.
like overnight sleeping. You're talking
During the
and
games.
stuff.
A better baseball player, Michael Jordan or Garth Brooks.
Jordan.
Jordan wasn't as bad as people give him credit for.
He had over 200.
Like he
Double
never
A.
played baseball since high school.
Yeah.
And then he goes and hits triple or double A.
Double A over 200.
Over 200.
Yeah.
Tito Francona said if he would have stuck with baseball, he would have made it to the bigs eventually.
I saw that in the documentary. Yeah. The better question would have been like him versus Tebow, right? Because Tebow
was pretty good.
Tebow was pretty good in baseball.
He made an all-star team.
When he went to the
the
Mets
minors,
minor leagues, he actually was hitting decently.
Yeah.
Bigger choke artist, Granado or Harden. What? Harden.
Granado choked it. He had a golf tournament at the Highlands course like last weekend. He talked about it on the air, but
remember Gaston?
apparently he missed a shot that would have won his team a match.
Oh boy.
So Texture says you can count Tynan as a third receiver. We didn't for the sake of that conversation. Didn't Rice kill somebody? No, Rashee Rice didn't kill anybody, right?
No,
He's got
it was
he had some
reckless driving
speeding. Yeah, he didn't kill anybody though.
Do y'all think we found two surprising gems from Iowa? I like their chances of being good. I like Higgins.
I do too.
Noel.
I like
Not
both
Noel.
of them.
Noel.
Yep.
All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Tony, you're in the Hive. What's up, Tony?
Hey guys, I just wanted to see if you knew of any five in NBA history that could block down Shaquille O'Neal from 2001. I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
What do you say? Block out?
Any five that could block out Shaquille O'Neal?
In 2001? How about in 1995 when Shaquille O'Neal got swept out of the NBA Finals?
He said something different on the air than what he told me off the air. He said guard Shaq. So like, who could stop him in the paint, basically?
Bill Russell probably could.
He was kind of thin,
Bill
wasn't
Russell
he?
was thin.
Yeah,
Bill Russell was one of the greatest defenders of all time.
Yao had games where he held his own very well against Shaq. Yao was underrated in terms of how strong his lower body was.
Yao couldn't defend Shaq.
He did.
I mean, he blocked like one of his shots.
Okay, Jeremy. I've seen games.
You would
where
put Yao in the top 5 of all time defending Shaq.
I didn't say that. He asked me, he said to name a guy that could guard Shaq in 2000, whatever. I think Yao could have guarded Shaq. I think the easy answer is anybody could have, because all they got to do is stand out there in front of him, whether he dunks on him or not. But Yao was able to hold his own and had some good games against Shaq.
I have to go look at the game logs.
Well, if we're being technical, he said 2001. Yao wasn't in the league yet.
Okay.
Are we talking in that year or in their prime?
I mean, the caller said specifically 2001. So I guess he's calling that Shaq's prime.
Like,
It'd be hard to do
was
one
Ewing?
year. He'd have been kind of old.
Yeah,
then,
Ewing
right?
would have been washed at that point.
No,
in their
Dream wasn't.
primes.
Oh, well, yeah.
In
at that
2001.
point, yeah.
He would defend him.
I don't know who was another dominant center at that time.
Yeah, at that time I'd have to go look.
Yeah.
I mean, with Tumbo, they faced in the finals.
But Deke was thin too.
I know. I'm just trying to think of who would have been the other like good defensive bigs.
He had a little girth, that guy.
Yeah.
I think we'd have to allow for prime versions of the better defenders to have this conversation.
Because there's a lot of guys at that time that were very thin. David Robinson was thin.
And he was a little bit older by that point.
Duncan really wasn't a 5, and he was thin. Yeah, maybe we're missing or sleeping on someone, but I don't recall a lot of big centers during that time.
Prime Steven Adams shut him down.
Oh, no doubt. Draymond, Dennis Rodman, Gary Payton,
Clint Capella shut him down.
Kelvin Cato.
Oh,
Shaq doesn't stand a chance against Kelvin Cato.
I would love to see Shaq backing down Clint Capella. That would be hilarious to me.
Pig Miller.
Anthony Pig Miller.
Ocho asked us a
Chuck
question
Hayes.
last week. Well, let's get to it on the other side. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, or Nico Collins versus Jaden Higgins? Who's better? Discuss it on the other side. And look, how about we had the wide receiver duo conversation? Just looked at trios, look at duos. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We'll talk football later. The people want to talk who can defend Shaq, and we do what the people say.
100 Shaqs versus a gorilla.
100 Shaqs. 100 gorillas versus one Shaq.
Shaq's not a complete zero there.
Not a complete zero. Glenn Davis is here. He'll be doing Soccer Matters at 6 o'clock. Then we'll turn it over to the mid-Carter, Booker T, with the main eventer, Brad Gilmore at 7. Comic Cast comes up at 8. I went out there to get some water, and Glenn was calling you the P word.
Paisan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he was calling you the Paisan. What does one got to do to be a Paisan? I've known Glenn for years. He's never once dropped me with a Paisan.
Yeah, you got to. I thought you had to be Italian to be a Paisan, but Joel, you don't have any Italian in you,
There's
do
a
you?
story behind it, Brian.
Is Glenn Italian?
No.
No, I didn't think so either.
You're a couple non-Paisans calling each other Paisans.
Is that appropriating
It's
culture?
an inside joke. There's a story behind it, and it has always stuck that we've always called each other Paisan because of it.
Is that story safe for air?
Sure. We were both in Matt Thomas's wedding.
He's not Italian.
And as the story continues, now that you've amused yourself, the fact is that showing up on the day of the wedding, and Glenn and I did a lot of like entertaining of the people during the dinners and such leading up to it. And
I thought you were going to say Italians.
And okay. And Glenn gets out of his car, and we get ready to go into the church. And I'm like, did you whack somebody? And he's like, what are you talking about? I said, who gets out of their car getting ready to go into a wedding and has blood all over their shirt?
He had blood?
He's like, what are you talking about? And he looks down, and literally he had blood all over it. He had blood on his white shirt. He was like that. I don't know if he cut himself shaving or whatever. I was like, hey, forget about it. It's like, it's an Italian wedding. You're going to go whack somebody, and you're going to go help somebody get married. And then we did the Paisan thing, and then Glenn always called me Paisan, and we've always called each other Paisan.
I'm very jealous of it. It's a good story. It's a good story. So do we ever figure out where the blood came from, though?
He'll know. He'll remember it. But I thought he cut himself shaving, and he didn't think it was that bad, and then he was bleeding all over.
I like that name. It's a good name, Paisan. It's a good thing to call a friend. Paisan. Can I call you Paisan, Brian? You can call me Paisan? We don't have
I mean, you usually call me Gringo.
Yeah, well, it's whenever you have gringo antics.
I'm fine with either one. I don't
like
care.
my avocado. Actually, I think I said that right. You say
what's wrong with avocado?
No, you say it funny.
I do?
Yeah, I think you call it like avocado or something
Not
weird.
as funny as the Astro shortstop.
Or like guacamole. Yeah, or yeah, pina. What does he call him? I can't even say it. It's so bad.
Pina.
Jeremy Pena.
It's
Pena.
Guilty as charged. I'm a Gringo.
Ben
It's
Wallace did real well against Shaq, says a texter. B. Hannon said Ben Wallace, too. He was a great defender.
Big Ben's an unbelievable defender. I mean, the dude's in the Hall of Fame simply because of his defense, period, end of story. And he was really
in the
good.
Hall of Fame?
Yes.
He's
Brian and I were talking about that during the break. There's a whole lot of people that I think let's just say the Hall of Fame got soft.
We talk about it a lot. The Basketball Hall of Fame is not great.
It's not.
Del Davis. Yao's lower body was strong except for his feet.
Do you know that Dale Davis's kid plays for the Warriors, the kid from Indiana, Jackson Davis?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he played some in the series. He tried to start the fight with Şengün late in the one game.
I didn't know that.
That Jackson Davis is Dale Davis's kid.
Huh.
Yeah. I didn't know that either.
Shaq has mentioned Akeem is the toughest defender he's ever faced. Other centers who posed...
and Yao.
I'm reading the rest. Okay. Other centers who posed significant challenges included Dikembe and Yao. Additionally, Tim Duncan and David Robinson were also mentioned as formidable opponents. So I did pull up the Shaq log versus Yao, according to StatMuse. In a lot of their meetings whenever he was out of LA, like he played Yao 4 times whenever he was in Miami, 3 times when he was in Phoenix. He averaged 23 and 10 against Yao.
The first couple ones were he was still with the Lakers.
The first, yeah, but that's when he owned them. He went 31 in game 1, 39 in game 2.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, to be fair,
Yeah.
Shaq was doing this to everybody.
Oh, no, and we were terrified the first couple matchups that Shaq was just going to absolutely annihilate him. And Yao basically held his own. I mean, he hung in there. Let's put it.
He is, but I mean, he's a large man. And he has
doubt.
length. So, and Shaq, doesn't, I mean, Shaq was pretty quick. Shaq was pretty agile for his frame.
I mean,
until he left LA, yeah.
Until he left LA. But like Orlando days, obviously very agile.
Very quick, yeah.
And then even LA, he was pretty quick.
He would lead the break in his early
he was an Uber athlete when he was in Orlando.
He's a lift athlete. Zach Randolph, says a texter.
No chance.
He was like big, but
Marc Gasol, maybe?
Sean Bradley.
Not Sean Bradley.
Shaq would break Sean Bradley in half.
Tracy McGrady broke Sean Bradley
Sucked
in
to
half.
gravity right out of the
What they
arena.
call it, the ride 'em cowboy dunk?
Yeah.
Ultimate nod to the best. Shaq was so overmatched by Akeem that he bought a house here and trained with him in the summers after that. That's when you know a guy is good, when others travel to train with him.
Well, Kobe did. Stoudemire did. There was a lot of guys that came here to pay Dream to train them.
Giannis, right? Doesn't Giannis train with him?
That I don't know. I don't know that Giannis.
I thought I saw that Giannis.
No, I think he
trained
did
with
train with him once.
Did he?
There's a picture of them together.
Kobe did for
I think
sure.
at his ranch.
Yeah, Kobe swears by learning so many post moves from Dream.
Alonzo Mourning, says somebody.
Okay. Look, that's the one when I Googled centers, best centers in 2000, 2001. Zoe was the only one that I think that had the physicality to really hang with Shaq, because the other guys were all very, very thin.
Yeah, that's true. You'd have to have some size where he couldn't move you.
Yeah, because his one drop step is going to clear the lane.
Yeah. We need Alpy to learn a little bit of Shaq.
Without question. That's
why
why
he didn't have the size, but
I really want him to work with Dream, not just on like footwork stuff, but Dream works. He's strong on the work ethic and workout, but to teach him like how to defend bigger players, because Dream wasn't overwhelmingly like dominantly powerfully big, but he guarded those guys and he guarded them well.
Yeah, he did.
And a lot of what I've seen when I've watched the Dream training videos, a lot of it, what he teaches these guys is mentality too,
and footwork,
and positioning, and positioning,
footwork,
like just leverage and
footwork for
position.
sure, and mentality, like just you got to dominate. And Alpy could definitely use some of that.
Yeah, I've in that
Physically
Dream book
impose
it talks
yourself.
about it. It talks about some of the guys who've been there and like what he teaches, and a lot of it's footwork, angles, pivot foots, stuff
He's
like
got
that.
the original midcourt from the 2 championship games in his house on that court.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he bought it.
All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. I wonder how much that ran.
I don't know, but I'm sure it wasn't cheap.
Yeah. 6 figures?
Oh, yeah. Easy.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis coming up at 6. After that, Brad Gilmore and Jobber T at 7. Comicast coming up at 8. I'm kicking around going to the Diamondbacks-Dodgers game tomorrow in Phoenix.
Okay.
Kicking it around. Fly there tomorrow morning.
You should.
So I'm thinking about it. I'm seeing how much tickets are.
Catch
I'm
the
kicking
fall
around.
ball.
Yeah, it is my thing.
It is.
You guys are just wrong going to break Sean Bradley in half when he's literally broken in half. I forgot that he's in a wheelchair now. It's my bad.
It's a bicycle accident. I
Went from
believe.
7'6" to about
Yeah.
4'8".
Oh, God. Jeez. Another one of those days to finish the show.
I mean, is that worse than the Willie T. Barnes stuff?
Yeah, I don't know.
Texture says not Chris Dudley. Players over the year have included these are people who
Remember
visited Olajuwon's
But
camp.
you remember Shaq went after Chris Dudley. He
Oh,
threw the
yeah,
ball
yeah.
off
When
of
he was
him.
a
And then,
Knick.
and that's the one where he threw the punch that if it had landed, everybody was like, good Lord, what that
Oh,
could have
yeah.
done.
Didn't he get into it once with Brad Miller, too? And Charles.
In Chicago,
Yeah, whenever he was a Bull.
And the Charles one was pretty epic.
Whenever
Yeah.
he was a Rocket.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember him he got kicked out. They both got kicked out. And I ran from the truck to the locker room to see if there was any other, if we needed a camera or anything like that. And he's like, I had him. Charles was like, I had him. I'll go next door and do it again right now. I was like, I think that's a good idea.
Not a good idea. But players that have visited Akeem, LeBron, Kobe, Dwight, Amari, and current players, Alpi and Giannis.
Dwight didn't visit him.
I heard that he did, but it didn't go well.
Dream,
And he wouldn't work with him.
Dream and McHale worked with him at the Toyota Center. Dwight wouldn't go anywhere to see anybody.
Yeah, I heard that it didn't go well between the two.
It did not. He
Yeah.
didn't listen very well.
All right, yeah, I heard the same thing. I didn't realize
I watched
the setting, really.
It was awesome. To see
Ridiculous.
the knowledge of the two other guys that Dwight just didn't feel like listening to was amazing.
Dwight was a child. Unbelievable talent, but
Yes,
a child.
completely agree.
Heart Rakes of the day. What do you got?
The most entertaining thing for me of anything Golden State Warriors are the interactions between Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler. And yet again, Buddy doing playoff Buddy things last night. But the interaction was more about Buddy's car wreck that forgot to wear the right shorts.
Batman.
He wore the wrong uniform shorts out on the court.
Well, how do you think that happened?
Oh, it happens. It's happened before.
Right, but how do
Because-
you think it happened?
Is it the equipment guy putting out the wrong one?
See, but it shouldn't be on the road. At home, your locker has all your uniforms in it, and then they normally just lay out on the chair what you're supposed to wear. It's unless he wore their warm-up shorts, because a lot of times the team has a different pair of shorts you're supposed to wear for like pregame warm-ups.
Yeah.
Then you go and put your uniform on. It might have been those.
That's a better mistake.
Yeah, that probably is the best
Just forgot
case
to change
scenario.
them.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a way
yeah,
better
yeah,
mistake than like going completely like putting on the wrong shorts that are like hung up.
We've had guys put them on backwards. We've had guys put their uniform top on backwards. We've had guys forget their shorts and put their snap pants on.
That's funny. I nominate Ryan Presley for car wreck of the day. Ryan Presley yesterday entered the game against the Giants. Verlander actually started this game. It was tied at 5 in the 11th inning. Ryan Presley would go on to give up 9 runs, 8 of them earned on 5 hits. I guess there were some walks here as well. Did not record an out. Ryan Presley gave
How
up
long they
9
leave him in
runs
for? I was about to
unearned,
say.
faced 8 batters.
I'm surprised he would be
How
left
did he
in the
face
game
8 batters
long
and give
enough
up
to
9 runs?
give up
Seriously.
that amount
That
of
doesn't make
runs?
sense. But he gave up 8 runs without 9 runs, 8 earned without recording.
Can't
an
believe
out.
he didn't get the hook before he.
Yeah,
by the time he
after a
gets to 5
couple, you're
runs.
like, okay, if we have any chance at all, he's got to go.
I kind of respect it.
There's your 90-some-odd%. If you take him out when he only gave up 3.
Remember when people were mad at us that we thought Brian DeBrey was better than Ryan Presley?
Yeah.
Like, how dare those guys think that Ryan Presley should have the 8th or Brady should have the 8th over Presley?
To be
Was
fair,
it Schwab
Presley
one
had
of them?
been pretty decent until that game.
Oh, this year?
Yeah, this year, like his overall, I mean, at least ERA was pretty good until obviously that game is going to blow it up.
What are you nominating?
Cavs going down 0-2. I mean,
Everybody was hurt.
still, man, you're the number 1 seed. You can't go
See
down
Halliburton
0-2.
do the Joe Boo.
It did.
Yeah,
I
he
call it
did.
the same
He
Cassell.
did.
which is also true.
They both did it. Yeah. How did Presley give up 9 runs facing 8 hitters?
I don't know if that's possible. Is it?
Um.
You have to be responsible.
Oh. He gave up the man for man.
Oh.
He gave it the man for man. They all 8 hitters that he faced scored, and he also gave up the man for man who he did not face. That's how it's done. Only in the Manfred rules. All right, who's winning?
I like the Jimmy Butler.
I had Hild on mine too. So Buddy
Yeah,
Hild's the
I
winner.
like the
Does
Buddy
it for
Hield.
us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's blank on Branham. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters coming up right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, we're off and running here tonight after Joel and Jeremy and the Killer Bees. We got a lot to talk about here tonight. Champions League is certainly on the docket tonight. When you hear that intro, you hear a goal from Shaqiri called. Well, that was in the World Cup And that was a game I was doing in one of the World Cups I called. Shaqiri was playing for Switzerland. In goal that day, Jan Sommer, who was unbelievable for Inter Milan against Barcelona in the Champions League. Inter Milan beating Barcelona 4-3 after extra time. Maybe, I don't know, for some people, they're calling it the best Champions League tie they ever saw. Do you believe that? 713-780-3776. The greatest tie ever witnessed in the Champions League. Do you go with that? Now, I understand there's going to be a lot of loyalty to one's club. So if you're a Real Madrid fan or you're a Manchester United fan, no, the greatest Champions League tie is going to be one that your team won and ultimately won the Champions League. But I would say this. Look at it from the standpoint of a neutral. What a show these two teams put on. We can never take watching matches like that for granted. Welcome into Soccer Matters, everybody. 713-780-3776 is always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com, 713-CALL now. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm getting us on the air. What a show these two teams put on. Yeah, I mean, you can criticize certain things. You can pick something out in this game, the defending of Barcelona. You can cherry pick whatever you want to fit your narrative of what you want to be the determining factor in this game. Some might say it was Jürgen Sommer. Jan Sommer, the head coach. The goalkeeper for Inter Milan. Some are going to say it was Jan Sommer. But face it, Barcelona live and die by attacking football. Inter was big, strong, highly aggressive. Bastoni, Acerbi, Bisek, Borrella, Mkhitaryan, Dumfries. Dumfries was unbelievable. Thuram and Martinez up front. I mean, they were a hardworking team. Barcelona, 66% of the possession in this game. Six shots on goal. At the half, it was 2-0 Inter. That made it 5-3 on aggregate. And if you remember, Lautaro Martinez, after DeMarco winning the ball, and then a penalty to Calhanoglu, the Turkish player. He hits from the penalty spots, 2-0 at halftime, 5-3 on aggregate for Inter Milan. Eric Garcia with a spectacular volley in the 54th. So here comes Barcelona. Dani Olmo in the 60th. And here is Rafinha in the 87th. And this is what it sounded like. At this point, when Rafinha scores this goal, this puts Barcelona up in the 87th minute, 3-2, for the first time in the entire two matches. For the very first time.
Aguantaba Frattesi luego. Fermín que descarga. Pedri que mete Rafinha. ¡Taco! ¡Rafinha! ¡Claro que sí!
So then after that, at 3-2, and it's so in the nature of Barcelona to attack. I can guarantee you not everybody is like this. But Lamine Yamal, a 17-year-old talent, gets a ball, and you're thinking, hey, he could run it to the corner flag. He could put his foot on it, knock it back, maintain possession. Nah, he's going at people. He goes right at Inter Milan, drives it off the post. Okay, that would have made it, at that point, a 2-goal deficit with minutes left in stoppage time that Inter Milan would have to make up. Lo and behold, 90 plus 3. 3 minutes into stoppage time, 37-year-old defender, Acerbi, who, by the way, had depression problems, had surgeries for cancer. I mean, this is an amazing story. 37 years of age, kind of stabs the ball in with Araujo on him. And Araujo is getting tremendous criticism for not marking him better. But then this equalizes it and puts it to extra time.
Dumfries que vuelve a ganar, centro por bajo. ¡Claro que sí! ¡Acerbi! ¡Gol!
By the way, this was at Inter Milan. And then Fratesi in the 99th gets the extra time game winner. I'm thinking when you're that close and, you're 2 minutes away from going to the final with a very young Barcelona team under Hansi Flick, playing with a high line, playing a very dynamic, aggressive, very risky type of football, and you're 2 minutes away from it, to get tied up by Serbi, I think is a massive body blow. So anybody thinking in sports, you would kind of go, yeah, momentum, that's a body blow. Even as talented as Barcelona is, after this and finally taking a lead, part of you just says, yeah, I'm putting my money on Inter Milan in extra time, and it is Inter Milan who wins it. Fratesi in the 99th.
Taremi, el centro, aguanta Taremi, la tiene Fratesi. ¡Claro que sí!
So that's how it ends. That was epic, and that was yesterday. Now, today, Arsenal came out flying. They had 2 chances early from Declan Rice, and Odegaard had a hit save by Donnarumma in goal for PSG. By the way, Donnarumma has been excellent as well. So Jan Sommer and Donnarumma have been, if you look at those 2 goalkeeping positions for Inter and PSG, you really have to say these 2 guys have really shined, Sommer and Donnarumma. And goalkeeping has won games. So if you want to say goalkeeping won Inter Milan this 2-legged tie against Barcelona, you can say that. It is a position where you can win a game for a team. This is pretty crazy. So tonight I got TV3's Jordi Sunye from Barcelona on tonight. Some interesting things are dropping at Barcelona after the elimination. And then I've also got my former TV partner, but more importantly, the former Dynamo center back, Eddie Robinson, who's a 4-time MLS Cup winner. Eddie's got a bunch of rings. He's coming on tonight, and we're looking forward to talking with Eddie about the Champions League. Dynamo 20th reunion will be this weekend against the Seattle Sounders. They are tonight in action in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup out in Phoenix, taking on Phoenix Rising. So PSG has advanced, and also Inter Milan. So good for a change. Italian Serie A, French League being repped. Now back to Barcelona and Inter Milan. This was epic. It was passionate. It was competitive. It was eye-popping. Frankly, this was an emotional roller coaster, sublime skill. The repeated Barcelona comebacks, sparkling goals, outstanding goalkeeping saves. I mean, saves beyond belief that you thought were in. The skill, the emergence now without a doubt of Lamine Yamal of Barcelona is now the heir apparent to Leo Messi. And I would say, sorry, Kylian Mbappe, and sorry, Vinny Jr. This was edge of your seat stuff. You could not take your eyes off the television. And then a 37-year-old Acerbi produces one of the most important goals. Inter doing its best to kill space in this game. But the thing that stood out to me was the explosive, nonstop, 10 out of 10 energy and pace and tempo in this game. There was no passing the ball sideways, backwards. There was none of that. People weren't putting their foot on the ball because this was Barcelona having to go at Inter Milan. And they had to go at them because, frankly, they were chasing this tie the whole time. And they were going for the throat. And that was accelerated also then by the high line of Barcelona, which, you wouldn't have thought in a transitional game up and down. I don't think I would have picked Inter Milan to have gotten by Barcelona. And in the end, that's exactly what it was. It took extra time. It took 2 astonishing Barcelona fightbacks, 13 goals in 2 games, some of them mesmerizing to separate these 2 teams. Inter prevails 7-6 on aggregate. Good for them. Good for Jan Sommer in goal. He was a difference maker. So it was something special. Now, I do want to say something about someone that deserves credit, and that's Simone Inzaghi, the coach of Inter Milan. Inzaghi deserves a ton of credit for what he's done. And he has built one of the best teams in Europe. There's no question about that. the team is not what a lot of people think if they don't watch them, and that is that it's a very one-dimensional team. It's defending and all. No, they've found multiple ways to win. He's tweaked things. They have differing styles. They proved that they were dangerous in transition, unwavering effort and character, ability to close space down, and also passing lanes. But that effort, character, size, strength, power, that's a lot of what, the current Serie A champions, that's what they're about. And great Serie A powerhouses have been about that. But Inzaghi deserves a lot. Many thought Inter might sit back and be really compact and in a low block. And they were in a low block a lot because they were playing Barcelona. But their midfield trio, their two fullbacks, they pressed at the right times Barcelona's midfielders, especially during the first half. And there's always that fine line of where pressure's applied and how far from goal you do that and how you measure that and how you calculate that to get it right without dropping off too deep on top of your goalkeeper. And then with that, you get a brilliant goalkeeping performance from Jan Sommer. I mean, it is collective. So Simone Inzaghi deserves a lot of credit. Changed the system, set the team up a little higher. Yeah. I mean, what an effort. Unbelievable. Okay, real quick here. Got Liga MX. What do we got tonight? We got Toluca, who's number one. Hector Herrera's team against Monterrey. Martin Di Michelis is the coach there. Tricky series, I think, for Toluca. Toluca scoring 2.5 goals a game. And, of course, Monterrey's got Sergio Ramos, the former Real Madrid player. You also got Pachuca and Club America. Club America, I think, is looking for their fourth straight title. They own it. They're the defending champions. Pachuca, young core players, that's Club America for me in that one. Andre Jardine, the coach of Club America. All right, we're going to take a break here. As we go to break here, I got a lot of good announcements to make. We do have Gold Cup final tickets. The wait's over. They're out there. So be a part of the action at Energy Stadium July 6, 6 p.m. Gold Cup trophy is going to be contested. I did see it was making its way around Houston. I think Fox 26, Nate Griffin, I saw had it with Brian Ching. So it's in Houston somewhere. You want to be at that final. I don't think there's any question. If the U.S. is in it, this is a huge tournament for the U.S. ahead of World Cup 2026. LSSE.net right now. Tickets, parking, suites. That's where you get it. LSSE.net. A reminder again next Tuesday. Small batch brewery. It's called Senate Avenue Brewing. 16,000 Dillard. Jersey Village exit off 290 North. We're going to be there all day. 12 o'clock, Paul Gallant. Killer Bees with Joel and Jeremy and Brian. And then we're going to cap it off with Pat Onstad coming on my show live from there. 7 big screens, amazing tap room, amazing food, fresh beer crafted by hand, no mass production there in the morning. Next Tuesday, we want to see you out at Senate Avenue Brewing.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, I'm thinking about it. They're going to be in Chicago and Nashville, AC/DC. I missed the Arlington show. I'm thinking about it. Cactus Music for all your vinyl, all your CDs. It's like going into a museum. I was there the other day. We shot a little promo video for Soccer Matters. That was fun. And they've got AC/DC vinyl there, I'm sure. Cactus Music. T-shirts and hats, Soccer Matters by LamontBrands.com. Jerry and Mel Lamont, former Marines. These guys are great guys. They're going to get you the best deal on all your printing needs. Certainly proud to partner with those guys. They've served. LamontBrands.com. Nico's Greek and American Cafe, 3 locations in Houston. This is the best in Greek food. It's an institution. You know it. I know it. Our great friend Dimitri, all the Greek favorites, souvlaki, gyro, lamb shank, amazing soups, pastries, you name it, they have it. 3 locations, I-10 and the Beltway near Katy for Nico's Greek and American Cafe, the new Woodlands location, and the original Montrose, which is my favorite. And last but not least, just another reminder for people that might be tuning in right now. Senate Avenue Brewing, small batch brewery. Next Tuesday, we're there all day, 12 o'clock. Paul Gallant. After Paul comes the Killer Bees with Joel and Jeremy and Brian. And then I follow it up at night. And we will have a lot of live guests there, including the Dynamo president of soccer operations, Pat Onstad. And again, the Dynamo in action tonight. They will play in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup against Phoenix Rising, which is the USL Championship right below Major League Soccer. And then on Saturday, they will take on the Seattle Sounders. A lot of the Dynamo players will be back to celebrate the 20 years of the team. It's 30 years of Major League Soccer, 20 years from when the Dynamo came in 2006 here and came in a big way. Things were different then. They won 2 straight titles, a ton of great guys on that team, did a lot of community service and work and met with the fans, became really friendly with the fans. And that was one of the big stories and takeaways from that. So you're going to see guys like Brad Davis, who else out of town? Dwayne De Rosario, obviously Brian Ching is local. Stuart Holden's going to come in. You're going to have a number of guys. Wade Barrett. How about Wade Barrett? The captain. And this guy, who also did 11 years on TV, 4 times he's won the Major League Soccer Cup. He is a great friend, and more importantly, and most importantly, a great friend. He's Eddie Robinson. He joins us now. Eddie.
Glenn, what's up, buddy? Hey, don't forget, Will Bruin's coming in town,
I
too.
forgot Will. I mean, I don't have the list in front of me, so it's going off. Yeah, the dancing bear is going to be here.
Yeah, no worries. I'm curious who he's rooting for because he's played for Seattle and Dynamo.
Well, don't forget he went to Austin FC. By the way, Will Bruin, and I got to look this up when I ask you a question, he scored a lot of goals in Major League Soccer. He scored a lot of goals. So, Eddie, I want to just lead you into, because obviously a lot of the talk in our next segment, we have Jordi Sunier from TV3 in Barcelona, who's exceptional. And there's a lot of interesting things going on. There's some things about Lamine Yamal. But I just can't even say that. That just took my breath away, those 2 games, Barcelona and Inter Milan put together.
I mean, when the aggregate score between Barcelona and Inter Milan is 7-6 after 2 legs, 1 goal scored in stoppage time to tie it, and another one scored in extra time to win it for Inter Milan. That might have been the best Champions League game that I remember seeing, with the exception of Man United back in the 90s beating Bayern Munich in the final with the late 2 goals in the end. Yeah, that was. If you haven't seen it and you're listening to this show, find a replay. Start it at halftime. You don't even need to watch first half. Just start at halftime.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Exceptional, and it was breathtaking, and it's one of those ones you're never going to forget. By the way, listen to this. Will Bruin had 81 goals. That's a lot of goals. 50 here in Houston, 27 was Seattle, and then he played 19 times at the end of his career in Austin with 3. exceptional goal scorer, 81 from Will Bruin. How about that?
Well, the thing I love about Will Bruin, Glenn, isn't just the fact that he scored so many goals for the Dynamo. It's that he's a humble person.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't find that in professional athletes very often, especially ones that were as successful as he was. And I'm really looking forward to seeing him this weekend because I haven't seen him.
But that team, for the most part, had tremendous humility. I mean, guys like Wade Barrett, Richard Mulrooney, yourself, Craig
Weibel.
Craig, who's now, by the way, Craig Weibel, now the Seattle Sounders front office. That was one that got away. That's for sure. That one should have been here working for the Dynamo post-playing career. There's a number of guys I think that should have been. But this is going to be a lot of fun. I think you guys are going to be signing autographs. But this is a big game with Seattle, Eddie, and especially for a Dynamo team that's coming off a result, losing in L.A. They really got dominated in this game. Didn't have a shot on goal. So that question remains about scoring goals.
Yeah, it does. And you wonder if maybe it's time for the Dynamo to start looking at different strategies with these players that they have. The high press didn't work against LAFC. So, it's going to be interesting to see what Ben Olsen comes up with this weekend against Seattle, because it is a chance for this team to gain a little bit of confidence and get going on a good streak. And like you said, former players are going to be in the concourse before the game for about an hour, sign their autographs. I am going to bring my 2 championship rings and a custom belt buckle that I had made honoring those 2 championship teams. And people are going to be allowed to take their picture with them if they donate $50 to Dynamo charities.
All right.
I don't think that's very much. This is for me the best part of the Houston Dynamo. I've actually just recently been in touch with the Unified team, and I'm going to start working with the Dynamo Unified team that Dynamo Charities supports. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited about that. Starting on the 17th, there's a game in Dallas that Houston Dynamo Unified will be playing against Dallas Unified after the Dynamo Dallas game. So there's a lot of good stuff coming up, and there's a lot of good stuff that Dynamo Charities does, and they really treat the alumni very well. They're taking us out to dinner on Friday night, to a nice dinner, and they're setting us up on game day that we're going to be honored at halftime. So I invite everybody to get their tickets and come out early, get some autographs, meet some of the players, reminisce a little bit. It'll be fun because guys are looking forward to it, I think, as much as some of the fans are.
Yeah, not to mention a big game, Seattle Sounders. They put the Dynamo out in the playoffs last year. That's Brian Schmetzer and company coming in, and that's going to be a great game as well. So you got it all. You got the Dynamo alumni coming back, and then you got a great game with the Seattle Sounders. That's this Saturday. I would expect a mixed lineup tonight when the Dynamo take on Phoenix Rising. I know you watched the Arsenal game. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that game. I thought Arsenal came storming out, had a couple of good chances, needed to score early, didn't. Declan Rice and Odegaard. And then I think PSG is a great story because no Neymar, no Mbappe, no Lionel Messi. And here they have a collective group under Luis Enrique, and they've gotten to the Champions League final.
It's, I don't want to say it's a Cinderella story, but they've struggled a little bit, and it took Kylian Mbappe a while to get going this year. He was struggling to get started, but he has scored, I think, over 20 goals. I don't remember.
Well, that's
exactly
but that's at Real Madrid.
Year.
I was just making the point that PSG has done this without the big stars of the past, right? They've done this with a collective effort, and today Dembele didn't play as well. So, they have gotten to the final with a collective group, not a star-laden group.
And I really thought, as you mentioned, that Arsenal was going to make something out of this today with the way that they started. And I guess it just wasn't meant to be. And the fact that it's PSG and Inter Milan, who I'd love to know if anyone actually picked that in the round of 16 as the final.
Yeah, probably.
You know, I mean,
Yep.
I didn't.
I love the fact that there's been a lot of different teams, but I want to take you back to the Dynamo years and maybe give us one or two of your biggest moments, you know, outside of just the championships, because we know the championships are high on the list.
It was the interaction with the fans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is back when the salaries weren't exorbitant like they have become for a lot of these guys today. We did it because we loved it. And we did it because that group of individuals and families that came to every game and supported us through thick and thin. Most of it was thick, to be fair. But they were always there. They were always there for us. So the one thing that I will say is when guys went out to sign autographs after games, every autograph was signed, every picture was taken, every person was talked to, and nobody left until they completed that task. And even to this day, the fans remember that. And that's why I say the guys are just as excited as the fans are to get back and see some of them and see a lot of these people that gave us so much support throughout those first 6, 8, 10 years, you know. And then I retired, Richard Mulrooney retired, Brian Ching retired, Brad Davis retired, Dwayne DeRosario left to pursue with other teams. But I mean, it's just a great group of guys who were hardworking individuals above all. We did have the skill, but we had a lot of piano carriers, not just piano players.
Well, you had a piano player in midfield called Dwayne DeRosario. Just talk a little bit about Dwayne, because this guy has provided some of the greatest moments in the history of Major League. His threat out of midfield in Houston was just remarkable.
He just had this sixth sense that some players are blessed with, but most aren't. He knew when to make a run. He knew when to shoot. He knew when to pass when he got into that final third. I remember sitting on the bench during an early round CONCACAF Champions League game. Game was tied. We were playing here in Houston at Robertson Stadium, and we wanted to win. So Dominic Kinnear decided to put Dwayne in because Dwayne didn't start the game. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Dwayne scores, and we won the game. And I believe it was our backup keeper at the time, goalkeeper, Tony Tague, name from the past that maybe some will remember, maybe some won't. He looked at me and he said, I swear that guy he's made a deal with the devil. He has to, because he just does it when he needs to. He just turns up. He shows up when he needs to show up. And with the spectacular goals he scored, the timely goals he scored, it was, we were so lucky to be a part of his journey.
Yep. Eddie, we got a hard break. I got to go, but I want to tell you, thank you very much to you and your teammates for all the great memories that you've given fans here. I mean, a lot of fans treat you guys like they're just your friends, which they are, because you guys were in a time in the league where you had to continue to sell the game, and you were out there in the community, and you had to do it at Robertson Stadium. It was exceptional. And I'll also tell you, thank you. I enjoyed my 11 years on television with you.
I felt very fortunate to have worked with you, Glenn. I appreciate you having me on, and I look forward to seeing you this weekend.
I'll see you this weekend. Big shout out to Eddie Robinson. Eddie, we'll see you on Saturday. It's going to do it for this segment. Jordy Sunier, TV3 in Barcelona coming up. By the way, I got to mention Dominic Kinnear's name too, because Dominic Kinnear was the captain of the ship in those 2 titles for the Houston Dynamo. YouTube Soccer Matters, X and Instagram, Eklund Davis Sock at Soccer Matters GD.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.